Chapter 1. Bewildered, Wu Yu furrowed her brow, pondering the chaotic atmosphere of the hospital. How could it be so noisy that it hindered the patient's ability to rest? The fiery pain in her throat left her feeling irritable after 2 days of intravenous fluids. There had been no sign of improvement. Wasn't it said that such treatment expedited recovery? She struggled to part her lips, her voice emerging as a weak, hoarse whisper, "Water." Yet the surrounding clamor instantly drowned out her pained utterance, leaving her without a shred of acknowledgement. Despite the multitude of voices around her, none seemed to spare a thought for the suffering patient. With great effort, she rolled her eyes and forced them open, straining to glimpse the source of the ruckus, hoping to summon a nurse to bring her a glass of water. However, the sight that met her gaze caused her to freeze in disbelief. Instead of the clean and comfortable hospital room she had anticipated, she found herself in a dim, cramped cave. The walls bore marks of having been smoothed, yet still appeared rough and uneven. She lay at the innermost part of the cavern, not on a soft bed but on a thin layer of straw, with only a sparse covering of hay to shield her from a chill. It was no wonder that, in addition to her sore throat, she felt a pervasive coldness enveloping her. The cave entrance was merely a few steps away, highlighting its constricted dimensions. The raucous sound she had heard earlier emanated from outside the cave. A group of men and women, clad only in grass vines and with disheveled hair, were shouting, their commotion escalating to the point of raising a leg in excitement. Wu Yu averted her gaze, mortified by the stark reality of her surroundings. This cave, this grass, this utter exposure. Surely, the heavens would not be so cruel as to favor her in such a manner. Her head spun, and in an instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, one thought pervaded her mind. This must be a dream. When she awoke once more, she found herself lying against the back of a lean man. He was carrying her, moving with surprising steadiness despite his frail frame. The dryness in her throat had significantly improved. She must have been given water during her unconscious state. "Excuse me." As she attempted to speak and inquire about her whereabouts, a sudden, searing pain shot through her head, as if countless needles were piercing her skull. The intensity of the discomfort compelled her to groan in agony, wishing to shatter her own skull to alleviate the suffering. The man bearing her sensed her distress and hurriedly set her down on the ground, his voice laced with urgency as he called out, "Chief, you has fallen ill again." Upon hearing his words, a tall, burly middle-aged man in the forefront halted, his rugged brow furrowed in irritation. "Is this never-ending?" he grumbled, striding towards the writhing Wu Yu on the ground. Observing her in torment, the sturdy man frowned at the lean tribesman. "Pick her up and keep moving. We cannot afford a delay. We must return to the tribes swiftly." The thin man shrank back slightly, nodding vigorously before bending down to hoist the struggling, moaning Wu Yu onto his shoulder, rejoining the group ahead. Yet, as she lay across his shoulder, Wu Yu gradually fell silent. Binding of the system successful. A mechanical voice echoed within Wu Yu's mind, but the pain had rendered her utterly oblivious. When she awoke again, she was nearly blinded by the intensity of the sunlight. The blazing rays compelled her to squint, tears involuntarily spilling from the corners of her eyes, reminiscent of someone long deprived of light suddenly exposed to the sun. Heavy footsteps approached rapidly, followed by a somewhat anxious voice from the front of the group. "Chief, we are nearing the Snow Tiger tribe." The man's voice brimmed with excitement, igniting restlessness among those surrounding him. The Snow Tiger tribe? Wu Yu sifted through the scant memories of her former self. It was one of the most formidable beast tribes within the polar forest, home to powerful Beastmen warriors. The small tribe she belonged to was predominantly human, devoid of even a half-beast among them. At this moment, their tribe was facing food shortages and sought to barter with some of their members in exchange for sustenance. And she, due to her frail constitution, was slated to be abandoned in the forest to fend for herself. Feeling the weakness in her body, Wu Yu raised her gaze to the azure sky, questioning the heavens. Am I truly meant to be reduced to mere fodder for beasts? Must fate be so hasty? Could you not bestow upon me a more dignified identity? A group of unfamiliar, stark-naked humans, barely clad in vines, approached, only to be halted by the half-beast guards of the Snow Tiger tribe. With stone spears in hand, the half-beast warriors regarded them with cold indifference. "What is your purpose here?" Wu Yu's weary head drooped against the shoulder of the man carrying her, her eyes barely able to focus on the half-beast warriors adorned with fluffy, white tiger ears and long, swishing tails. Her previously dull gaze suddenly sparkled with interest. After all, she had never before encountered such striking half-beast warriors and was determined to seize the opportunity to observe them. For once she became mere refuse for beasts, she would have no chance for such close observation again. The burly man stepped forward, ingratiatingly bowing slightly. "Esteemed warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe, we hail from a distant small tribe. Due to a lack of food, we seek to barter for some. Might you assist us in inquiring whether there are any?" He gestured towards the group of tribespeople behind him. Raising an eyebrow, the handsome half-beast warrior considered the bitter cold of this winter, recalling how many slaves had perished in the huts. Just days prior, he had overheard a noble discussing the need for slaves, and now a tribe had come to offer themselves. "You will wait here, do not wander. I will consult the elders," he commanded before turning away, his long tiger tail swaying behind him. Wu Yu's gaze followed the motion intently. Another half-beast warrior quickly stepped forward to replace the one who had just departed. The half-beast did not keep them waiting long soon. He returned with the previous warrior in tow. "You may bring these people in the elders' wish to select personally." The burly man immediately beamed, bowing repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." He turned to his tribesmen, waving his hand. "Come along, tread carefully, and do not offend the beast lords, or I will not be able to protect you." As he maneuvered to the back of the line, he swiftly shoved a handful of hay into Wu Yu's mouth. Given her tendency to fall ill, it was best to keep her quiet, lest she cause trouble with the beast lords and bring calamity upon their tribe. He could always find a place to discard the hay later upon returning to the tribe. Wu Yu, still stealing glances at the half-beast warriors, was taken aback by the man's actions. What on earth was happening? Why was she singled out for this treatment? Let go of me, you rogue." However, it became evident that her feeble state rendered her powerless within this group. Her frail body only produced a sheen of sweat from struggling, ultimately leaving her sprawled like a lifeless dog across the man's back. "You stop resisting. Your father and mother are gone, and your body is far too weak to survive in the tribe. I will discreetly hide you among the others." Remaining in the Snow Tiger tribe would at least ensure a daily share of wild vegetable dumplings, allowing her to survive, even if her chances were slim. The hoarse voice of the man carrying her resonated softly, attempting to comfort her. With winter just having passed, the ice and snow outside remained largely unmelted. In the polar forest, aside from the beast warriors of various large tribes, neither half-beasts nor pure humans could venture out to hunt in such harsh weather. Wu Yu ceased her struggle, understanding that in this primal society governed by the law of the jungle, she, with her innate frailty and inability to contribute to the tribe, would find no one willing to partner with her, even for gathering. Moreover, she realized that in her current state, she was a stranger in any tribe, making survival her utmost priority in this ruthless world. Within the Snow Tiger tribe, numerous half-beasts and pure humans bustled about, clearing away the accumulated snow and tossing it into a nearby river. The most captivating sight was a group of fluffy cubs basking on a large rock in the sun. These were the young of the Snow Tiger tribe, the largest no bigger than half a beastman's arm, while the smallest were scarcely the size of a palm. The previously disheartened Wu Yu felt her eyes brighten once more at the sight of the adorably fluffy creatures, appearing pleasantly plump and round. Her slender, dry fingers twitched, yearning to reach out and touch them. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that beneath the windswept fur of these younglings, their bodies appeared rather frail. Indeed, although the Beastmen possessed robust physiques and could diligently consume food to store energy before winter, the exhaustive toll of an entire winter left little to spare, especially for these fragile younglings. During winter, hunting was nearly impossible. While the Beastmen might bravely venture out to procure some food, even the mightiest among them were ever prepared to face the grim reality of life and death in such harsh, frigid conditions. The half-beastmen led them to a sunlit clearing where the young ones basked. Wait here for a moment, the adults will arrive shortly. With that, he stood stiffly to the side, silent and unsmiling. What was promised as a brief wait turned into an afternoon spent in anticipation for the small tribe. Though the sunlit area alleviated the chill, standing for such an extended period left many of the ailing tribe members feeling precariously unsteady. The burly man pressed his cracked lips together. I wonder when the adults will arrive. We still need to continue our journey. The half-beastman shot him a glare. The adults have gone hunting. They should be back soon. Just wait. With that, he turned away, lapsing into silence. The burly man suddenly recalled that after the winter season, the robust Beastman warriors were indeed able to venture out to hunt once more. No wonder the half-beastman warrior bore a grim expression. He realized he had asked a rather futile question. At that moment, a series of roars echoed from outside the tribe, causing the little ones perched upon the stones to abandon their sun-soaking, leaping down with a flurry of excited yelps as they raced toward the tribe's entrance. Wu Yu and her fellow tribespeople were likewise drawn to the commotion, instinctively turning their gazes toward the source of the sounds. What unfolded before them left her in awe, fundamentally reshaping her understanding of this world. What on earth is happening? A dozen massive beasts, either carrying or dragging bloodied prey into the tribe, were flanked by several tall half-beastmen and pure humans. Each of them wielded weapons of varying lengths, with some brandishing long spears tipped with sharp stones. In their other hands, they held precious leather bags, bulging with the spoils of their hunt. Gazing upon the truly colossal creatures, Wu Yu fell silent, realizing that even one of their toenails dwarfed her entire being. Such formidable beasts were perilous to encounter in the forest. How could she possibly survive an encounter with one? A mere puff from them could spell her doom. The Beastman warriors returned from their hunt, washing the blood from their bodies in the river downstream, while several enormous carcasses lay silently on the riverbank. The furry little ones that had just raced over were now perched atop the prey, gnawing with youthful fervor, emitting soft, playful growls. Yet their tiny milk teeth were utterly insufficient against the thick hides of these beasts, leaving only puddles of saliva in their wake. A snow tiger shook the water from its fur and leapt toward one of the carcasses, using its massive paw to flip over a youngling that had been drooling on its belly. With a wide-open mouth, it seized the prey and tore into it, instantly filling the air with the rich scent of blood, causing the drooling younglings to halt their antics and gaze at the great tiger. The beastman paid no heed to the eager eyes of the little ones surrounding him, engrossed in devouring the fresh flesh of his quarry. One curious youngling attempted to approach for a share, but the beastman turned with a low growl, causing the little one to retreat, whimpering back to its companions. Only after all the beastmen had feasted did the younglings nearby rush forward, clamoring to snatch up the remaining portions of the hunt. Meanwhile, the half-beast and pure human younglings stood to the side, swallowing their saliva as they clutched the wild vegetables their parents had given them. Once the Beastman warriors had finished their meal, the half-beastman turned his gaze toward the carcasses by the river, swallowing hard to compose himself before leading the burly man and the others in that direction. Tribe leader, a small tribe has come to trade food, bringing some slaves. Many slaves perished during the winter. Should we replenish our numbers? The half-beastman bowed respectfully before a towering snow tiger beastman, adorned with 3 golden stripes on its left paw. The languid snow tiger stood at this, an invisible pressure emanating from it that made the small tribe members instinctively hold their breath. The beastman took a few steps forward, and a blinding light enveloped him, revealing a robust, middle-aged beastman warrior towering over 2 meters in height before the gathered crowd. "How many slaves do you possess?" The beastman's voice rumbled, exuding authority and dominance. The burly man hurriedly bowed and stepped forward, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. In response to the esteemed tribe leader, "All the tribespeople we brought are present here. Please take a look." Having spoken, he trembled and shifted aside, revealing the clan members encircled by a dozen men. The orc, referred to as the chieftain, approached and scrutinized them one by one. Although these pure humans appeared somewhat emaciated, with a few nourishing meals, they could potentially regain their strength. Given the recent demise of several slaves within the tribe, they could serve as valuable replacements. He pointed at Wu Yu, whose pallid and gaunt form resembled that of a skeleton, remarking, "This female is so frail that she can hardly gather or work." The blatant disdain left Wu Yu feeling despondent. "I'm not a slave. I am merely on the verge of being discarded." The snow tiger chieftain then turned and yanked 2 robust legs from a slain beast, tossing them to a burly man. "Leave now." The strong man and the others behind him were visibly envious of the substantial beast legs. With a wave of his hand, 2 men stepped forward to carry them away. He then gestured for the men to push the clan members aside. Seizing the opportunity, the orc who had been carrying Wu Yu set her down beside a large stone, ensuring she could lean against it to avoid collapsing awkwardly. I shall leave you here. Once we depart, they are unlikely to evict you," he said before turning back to rejoin the tribal procession. Wu Yu felt utterly drained, her head buzzing with fatigue, as if even lifting a single finger was an arduous task. Upon hearing the man's voice, she couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. The chieftain and the men were reluctant to take her back, deeming her a waste of resources. While the Snow Tiger tribe showed no inclination to accept a woman who appeared on the verge of meeting the beast god. Just moments ago, she had lamented her uncertain future, yet reality always seems to deliver a harsher blow when one believes they have already hit rock bottom. She had not misinterpreted the disdainful glance from the chieftain of the Snow Tiger tribe. All she wished for now was to wipe her face vigorously. It was truly disheartening. Indeed, while the man's actions were discreet, they did not escape the keen eyes of the warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe. "Take your kin away. Do not leave them in our tribe." In May, a brother remarked, "Sister, do you not care for your dignity?" It was evident to all that this frail female was weak and emaciated, lying on the grass, her breath shallow, her condition dire, with little hope of survival. The burly man regarded May with evident disdain. Since childhood, she had been frail, a product of her parents, who were skilled hunters and gatherers. Yet she had somehow managed to survive thus far. However, this winter had brought tragedy. Her father had perished at the jaws of a wild beast while hunting, leaving her to rely solely on her mother. As winter drew to a close, May fell ill once more, and her mother, in search of herbs, also met her demise at the claws of a predator. The tribe was unwilling to support a burden who could not contribute and required sustenance, leading to a unanimous decision to expel her. The burly man, observing the pale, skeletal figure of May, chuckled dryly and rubbed his hands together. This female is no longer of any use to her tribe. He thought it better to leave her in the Snow Tiger tribe rather than waste time finding a place to abandon her, which would delay his comrade's return. However, the chieftain of the Snow Tiger tribe was astute and saw through the man's intentions. An oppressive aura emanated from him, his deep voice resonating like thunder in the man's ears. "Do not dare to challenge the authority of the Beastmen. Take this female and leave the Snow Tiger tribe." The man's complexion turned pale. The imposing presence of the middle-aged Beastman rendered him momentarily speechless. "My lord, forgive me. I will leave with her at once," he replied, his voice shaky as he approached May with a sullen gaze. The thought of taking her back and sharing his food with her filled him with resentment, and he could not help but feel a flicker of murderous intent. "May, since you cannot remain in the Snow Tiger tribe, do not blame me for my cruel heart. There are many others in the tribe." Feeling the chilling malice emanating from the man, May's heart clenched painfully, making her breath increasingly labored. This man intended to kill her. If he took her away, she would likely become the prey of some unknown beast by dawn. What to do? What to do? Though she despised her circumstances, she did not wish to relinquish her hope for survival. Who would choose death if life were an option? The man's clammy hand grasped May, lifting her effortlessly. His icy indifference sent shivers down her spine. He tossed her to the feet of the man who had been carrying her. "Get on my back. We must leave." With a sigh, he picked her up and slung her over his shoulder, his eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions. The burly man fawned over the middle-aged Beastman. "My lord, thank you for your generosity. We shall take our leave." Suddenly, a weak, coarse voice broke the tension, drawing the attention of those nearby. The woman, who seemed on the brink of death while slumped on the man's back, lifted her disheveled head and fixed her gaze on the middle-aged Beastman. "My lord, I wish to remain in the Snow Tiger tribe." The burly man was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This wretched May was complicating matters at the worst possible moment. The temper of the Beastman warriors was notoriously volatile. The middle-aged Beastman halted, turning his attention to her. "To keep you would be a waste of resources." His words were blunt yet truthful. May indeed held little value and would only squander precious provisions. "Put me down," she urged, patting the man's shoulder. He glanced at the burly man, who offered a barely perceptible nod. The last thing he wanted was to bring back something that wasted food. Wu Yu trembled as she extended her hand to explore her neck for a moment, then produced a glistening white crystal. I shall exchange this for the identity of an ordinary member of the Snow Tiger tribe. Indeed, as Wu Yu revealed the white crystal, an immediate hush fell over the surroundings, accompanied by faint gasps. The previously indifferent middle-aged orc's eyes ignited with fervent intensity. Beast crystal. The beast crystal, a gem capable of enhancing the prowess of orc warriors, could potentially be acquired by vanquishing ferocious beasts. This particular crystal was obtained by my father during a solitary hunt. I intend to use it to procure the identity of an ordinary tribesman. The burly man behind her and the tribesmen nearby gazed at the white crystal with eyes ablaze with longing. It was a beast crystal. Though these pure humans and half-orcs could not utilize it, it possessed the value to barter for an entire quarry. This beast crystal rightfully belongs to the tribe. You cannot use it for exchange. The burly man's gaze was rife with avarice as he looked upon the crystal. Without paying him any heed, Wu Yu fixed her determined gaze upon the chieftain of the Snow Tiger clan. I swear by the beast god that this beast crystal was acquired solely through my father's hunt and does not belong to the tribe collectively. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with clarity in the stillness of the moment. To dare to invoke the beast god implied that her words held truth. She possessed the authority to wield this beast crystal independently. The chieftain of the Snow Tiger clan regarded the frail woman, who seemed on the brink of meeting the beast god, and without a hint of hesitation, acquiesced. You may remain here as an ordinary tribeswoman. Extending his palm, resembling a fan, Wu Yu removed the beast crystal from her neck and placed it into the broad expanse of his hand. The robust man behind her and the other tribesfolk observed Wu Yu with expressions laden with complexity, ultimately being ushered away by the half-beast warriors of the Snow Tiger clan. The weakened Wu Yu was then led into a spacious cave, its walls smoothed to perfection, with a nest of hay prepared for her slumber. Accompanying her were 2 human women from the Snow Tiger clan. We shall bring you breakfast tomorrow, they announced, leaving her with a few rather pitiful-looking fruits before departing. As Wu Yu surveyed the cave, which was a significant improvement over her previous dwelling, she could no longer withstand the fatigue that enveloped her and succumbed to sleep. In the pitch-black cave, a small green light emerged from her heart, swirling around her before vanishing back into its source. Moments later, ripples of pale green luminescence spread from her heart throughout her entire being, enveloping her completely. Beneath her disheveled, yellowed hair, her pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Her previously furrowed brow relaxed, and the gentle green glow emanating from her heart settled into tranquility. Wu Yu was awakened by the cacophony outside the cave. As the morning in the Snow Tiger tribe was bustling with activity, the orcs prepared to venture out for hunting, while the women set off to gather supplies to ensure the tribe's sustenance for the day. She exerted herself to move closer to the mouth of the cave, where sunlight streamed in unimpeded, revealing the swirling dust motes dancing in the beams. Her body was wrapped in a layer of straw, secured only at the waist. At that moment, the straw had become loose, with only a few strands clinging to her form, barely covering her most vulnerable areas. The intense headache from the previous day had allowed her to absorb the memories of the original owner, revealing that she had succumbed to fever long ago. As for why she had awakened in this body, Wu Yu expressed her own curiosity. How on earth did I end up in this bizarre situation? Could it possibly be the result of some unspeakable dark maneuver? Just as she was lamenting her peculiar experience of traversing realms, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. The unexpected disturbance early in the morning sent a shiver down her spine. Thus, she twitched her lips and inquired, "What exactly are you?" The mechanical voice replied once more, "I am not just anything. I am System 438, at your service. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Wu Yu picked up the hay beside her, embarking on her inaugural journey into the world of DIY after her unexpected traverse. With no garments in sight, she pondered the necessity of weaving something from the hay for modesty. Could she possibly roam about in the nude? This was the Snow Tiger tribe in the polar forest of the Sinluo continent, inhabited by the formidable Snow Tiger Beastmen. The system dutifully provided a detailed account of Wu Yu's current predicament. "So, is there any way for me to return?" Wu Yu whimpered, lamenting the substantial sum still resting in her bank account, untouched. The most tragic fate in life is to perish with unspent wealth. The system remained silent for a moment before responding, "I cannot say. I was already here when I awakened, having arrived just a few days prior to you. Wu Yu murmured to herself. This system is utterly unreliable. It is nothing like the extraordinary ones depicted in novels. The system replied, I am indeed not extraordinary at all. I sincerely apologize for any disappointment. Both the individual and the system fell into a contemplative silence. After an indeterminate period, Wu Yu lifted her head and stretched her neck. For 38, what time is it now? The mechanical voice of the system responded, it is currently 11 o'clock. And 2 hours have elapsed since your awakening. Wu Yu glanced down at the DIY creation in her hands. After 2 arduous hours of effort, she had crafted a grass mat that barely concealed her posterior. A surge of frustration welled up within her, compelling her to want to hurl the mat at the system. The system, however, remained unperturbed, responding with indifference, your lack of skill is not my concern. As an afterthought, she inquired, what functions do you possess for 138? The system remained silent for a considerable time. Before you delve into my capabilities, I believe it is essential for you, my host, to bestow upon me a more grandiose name, it remarked, its voice seemingly imbued with a subtle current of electricity. While weaving the grass mat, Wu Yu perused the system's built-in materials and finally grasped the deeper significance of her current name. Who, in their utter lack of decency, had bestowed such a ridiculous name upon this system? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted on the 1st of May. One might ponder if contemporary systems are indeed so astute. With a playful touch to her nose, she chuckled softly. Let us not be so serious. We are all in this together, after all. Therefore, I must bestow upon you a name that resonates beautifully. After much contemplation, she mused, what do you think of Tongzi? It is convenient, memorable, and has a certain ring to it. The system, perceiving its host's feeble excuse, refrained from exposing her lack of creativity in naming. It acknowledged it is passable, certainly preferable to the rather unfortunate Death 38. I am the Beast World survival system, designed to assist you in navigating the perilous realm of the Beastmen. There is nothing you cannot achieve with my aid, dear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In May, with eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, System, please bring me a bowl of braised pork rice. The system responded, what kind of foolish host have I been bound to? None available. Then how about braised eggplant? None available. Steamed buns? None available. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled instantaneously, and after a moment of contemplation, what next? System, are you being overly hasty? Is merely foraging for food sufficient? System, what next? There is nothing beyond that. What about the reward? Wu Yu raked her filthy hair with a hint of irritation. The task remains uncompleted. How could there be a reward? The system asserted its reasoning with unwavering confidence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu promptly swallowed the retort that was about to escape her lips. Outside the cave, the sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the voices of 2 women. It was uncertain whether the woman inside still drew breath. She had been on the brink of death just yesterday, and it was likely she had succumbed. Nevertheless, they decided to investigate further. If she were indeed deceased, they could summon the men to handle the matter. As for the food, suddenly, the 2 women approached the cave entrance, only to find not a lifeless body resting upon the hay, but rather a gaunt female figure seated against the wall, her features obscured. The woman, clutching a dark mass of food, offered an awkward smile and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" The woman behind her, equally uncomfortable, reflected on how they had just been discussing the handling of a corpse, only to discover that the woman was very much alive. Wu Yu pushed aside the tangled hair from her face, revealing a thin, dirt-streaked visage. "Thank you for bringing me food. After resting for a night, I feel a bit stronger," she said, her frail breaths betraying the immense burdens of life she bore. Observing her condition, the woman in front stepped forward and placed the dark lump she held beside Wu Yu on the hay. "This is your breakfast for today. If you're not feeling well, just lie down. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." With that, the two women nudged each other playfully and vanished like a gust of wind into the cave's depths, tightening the vine around her waist. Wu Yu reached for the dark lump left by the woman. "What is this?" It felt soft to the touch, its color a deep black from a distance. But upon closer inspection, she noticed hints of green. Hesitating for a moment, she brought the lump near her nose, catching a faint whiff of fresh plant fragrance. "So, this is made from plants?" Gazing at the morsel in her hand, Wu Yu swallowed hard, tearing off a small piece to taste. The flavor of the dark lump was rather unpalatable. It seemed to be a mixture of wild vegetables crushed together by the people of the Snow Tiger tribe. Yet, in times like these, satiating her hunger took precedence over all else. In the memories of the original owner, their small tribe rarely experienced fullness, especially during these lean seasons. It was not uncommon for a few to perish from starvation. System, identify the food. This vegetable lump ought to qualify as sustenance, and it appeared to encompass more than one type, potentially capable of replenishing some energy. However, reality proved to be unforgiving. As a cold voice resonated in her mind, unable to identify. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Wu Yu. Though we have spent less than a day together, my yearning for you flows like an endless river, as unstoppable as the surging yellow river breaching its banks. At this moment, I long to serenade you with a heartfelt song. Return swiftly, for I cannot bear this solitude. Silently swallowing my grievances regarding the temporary system, I resolutely picked up a dumpling and began to chew. After satisfying my hunger, unable to accept the thought of being exposed, I once again gathered the grass mat beside me and set to weaving. Thanks to the morning's practice, my speed in weaving noticeably improved by the afternoon. When two women arrived to deliver the evening meal, I had already fashioned enough of the grass mat to create a short skirt and a bandeau. "Will you be able to venture out to gather tomorrow?" inquired one of the women, her brow furrowed as she regarded me. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, unbeknownst to Wu Yu. The two women in the cave at that moment were filled with sympathy for her. In the Snow Tiger tribe, only the most formidable individuals were permitted to join the hunting and gathering teams, showcasing their strength. Those who belonged to these teams were also the most desirable partners within the tribe. A woman like Wu Yu, naturally frail, could not aspire to join the gathering team. At best, she might follow behind, collecting whatever remnants remained. As for her future choices and partners, not only the powerful orcs and half-orcs, but even the more robust human males would likely overlook her. A female without a mate, particularly a frail pure human female, would find it utterly impossible to survive alone in the frigid forest. Perhaps, one day soon, when this pure human female reappeared before them, it would be as a lifeless corpse. However, we remained blissfully unaware of their thoughts, simply delighted by the prospect of her gathering for the following day. After delivering the food, the two women departed without lingering, for the winter had only recently passed, and those women with animal pelts at home were busy drying them. As these were exceedingly precious possessions, a mechanical voice echoed in Wu Yu's mind, announcing the task. Successfully participate in tomorrow's tribe gathering to acquire a type of food. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the seemingly belated reminder from her system. What is the reward? Wu Yu inquired, curious, as she found herself utterly destitute, lacking even the means to wipe after relieving herself. As soon as Wu Yu's words fell, she sensed a shimmering aura before her, and a rectangular display screen materialized, prominently featuring a line of text. Task reward, strengthening pill, beginner, X1. Oh, how splendid. A little gem with a built-in display. Upon seeing the strengthening pill, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It seemed her current physique was inherently deficient, as the original owner had spent more than half the year languishing in a cave. Winter was particularly harsh. Even the slightest chill would trigger a gut-wrenching cough, as if her very organs were being expelled. With such a frail constitution, venturing out for foraging was a rare occurrence, let alone leaving the cave itself. Suddenly, Wu Yu stiffened. It dawned on her why the system had stated she had successfully participated in foraging. The girl bore her silent anguish alone, without a soul to confide in. Struggling to endure the aches of her body, Wu Yu felt utterly despondent. Indeed, sitting up was manageable, but rising to her feet proved to be a formidable challenge, her legs feeling as if they belonged to someone else, wobbling uncontrollably with the slightest exertion. Wu Yu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she quietly lay back down. Deep within her heart, she silently inquired of the system, esteemed system, might it be possible to withdraw tomorrow's reward in advance? The mechanical voice replied with unwavering decisiveness. This system operates on a modest budget and does not permit credit. Damn. Wu Yu wished to throw her slipper against the system's aloof visage. Sighing softly, she absent-mindedly brushed off the dust from the soles of her feet. She struggled to suppress her frustration. Such an exquisite item as a slipper was beyond her current worth. We are all merely grasshoppers on the same string, destined to leap together. Yet, dear system, behold my present state. This body, seemingly endowed with 2 legs, is but a mere ornament, visually appealing yet utterly impractical. Perhaps you could devise a means for me to escape. If I remain trapped, when might the system return to its former glory? In response to her heartfelt entreaty, the mechanical system monotonously reiterated its prior statement. This system operates on a modest budget and refuses to extend credit. Wu Yu, how infuriating. It seems that my adorable self cannot engage in joyous conversation with this dog system. It appears that tomorrow's gathering will have to rely solely on my own efforts. I must make the arduous journey, at the very least to collect something edible to exchange for some points. Clenching my fists, I resolve to grow stronger. Living in such despair, where even a meal is a struggle, is truly unbearable. The physical exhaustion intensifies the mental fatigue, prompting Wu Yu to retire to sleep shortly after her conversation with the dog system, the rhythmic sound of her breathing adding a touch of vitality to the cave. In the forest, 1,000 miles from the Snow Tiger tribe, over 20 towering orc warriors swiftly traversed the night. Each orc bore a tightly bound leather pouch upon their chests. One arm of the running orc remained protectively across their torso, bloodied yet unwavering, as it safeguarded items of vital importance to the tribe's survival. The foremost orc stood over 2 meters tall, his upper body exposed, adorned with a white leather skirt crafted from his own pelts. He emanated an aura of ferocity, with deep-set features and pronounced contours, his dark eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Suddenly, he halted, his piercing gaze fixated on a thicket to the right. At that moment, a beast concealed within the underbrush sensed an impending threat, its fur bristling in alarm. The orc's muscular arm tensed, and with a swift motion, he hurled his stone spear towards the thicket, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. A brief, anguished cry erupted, only to be swallowed by the enveloping darkness. One of the orcs rushed forward, his eyes widening at the scene before him. A beast, towering to his waist, had been impaled through the skull by a stone spear. Pinned firmly to a tree, twitching sporadically. "A beast is approaching," came a cold, gravelly voice from the shadows. Stepping forward, he extracted the spear from the creature and commanded the nearby orc, "Hoist it up and let us proceed." The orc complied, grabbing the beast's foreleg and slinging it over his back, racing after his kin as if the massive creature were but a mere log. In the blink of an eye, the band of orcs vanished from the scene, steeped in the scent of blood. Ding, ding, ding. Lazy pig, rise and shine. Lazy pig, rise and shine. The jarring sound of bells accompanied the mechanical voice of the dog system, nearly causing Wu Yu, freshly awoken from her slumber, to lose her composure. "Silence," she growled, rubbing her throbbing head. Did the dog system not realize how grating its voice was? Warning: the system is perfect. Please refrain from subtly disparaging it, or points will be deducted as a penalty, the mechanical voice retorted, delivering its unwelcome commentary. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu felt a sense of pride, thinking that the system recognized her prowess. No longer would she merely endure silence. Instead, she would transform it into something extraordinary. Regardless, she would not succumb to despair. She was determined to have the system reassess her position within the family hierarchy. Just as Wu Yu basked in her triumph, the mechanical voice resounded once more. Though life may seem bleak, please maintain clarity and acknowledge your true nature. Your current identity is that of a feeble human female, not a formidable canine beast. You cannot refer to yourself as a dog. This desolate existence shall not disappoint you. Rather, it will deepen your despair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. However, the system ruthlessly shattered her hopes. Although she could not return to Huagua, with the assistance of this system, the host could transform this place into a second Huagua, indulging in the same delightful life of savoring delicious food and enjoying nightlife with crayfish. The saying to strike with a mallet and then offer a sweet date aptly describes the system's approach. Yet, I fail to perceive your remarkable prowess, especially since you even shortchanged my novice gift package. She remained troubled by the absence of that novice gift package. A crackling noise indicated poor signal reception. The system announced it would suspend services for repairs, urging the host to diligently gather exchange points. System? Wu Yu called softly, but the only response was the melodious chirping of birds outside the cave. Was the system retreating out of guilt? Come out, you dog of a system. Let's have a proper conversation. She seethed. Yet the system seemed resolute in its retreat, remaining silent despite Wu Yu's relentless complaints. You, have you risen? A gentle voice floated in from outside the cave. The words of praise she had prepared for the system were abruptly swallowed back. She hurriedly rose and donned the grass curtain she had woven the day before. I'm up, she replied. Upon hearing her voice, the female figure outside stepped into the cave. It was the frail female who had brought her food yesterday. Sister was worried you might not wake, so she sent me to call for you and brought food as well, she said, extending her dark hand, holding a similarly dark lump of wild vegetables. Wu Yu hurriedly supported herself against the cave wall, rising to her feet as she reached out to accept her breakfast. Thank you, Qing Chao. Is the gathering team departing now? Qing Chao nodded in affirmation. We shall set off as soon as the hunting team has left. You should hasten your pace. Wu Mei bent down to pick up a woven grass bag placed beside the cave and slung it over her shoulder, holding up a bundle of vegetables. She smiled at green grass and said, I shall accompany you. Are you heading directly to the gathering place? Noticing that she was already well prepared and earnestly engaged in foraging, Green Grass's impression of her improved further. He chuckled softly and nodded. Let us go together. In this era where one could barely satisfy their hunger, those willing to toil for sustenance naturally garnered a measure of admiration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu was somewhat taken aback and turned her head towards her with a hint of confusion. Why? She had only recently arrived in this world a few days ago and knew nothing of its rules. Moreover, as she observed the men and women wandering about without a stitch of clothing, she felt that perhaps she should seek out the dry grass to stuff her nostrils. A trace of sorrow flickered across the face of Qing Chao. You are a female from an external tribe, lacking the care of a father and mother. If you do not find a partner, you will not survive. Her mother was a half-orc who managed a gathering team within the tribe, renowned for its exceptional foraging skills. Thus, although she currently lacked a partner, she was still under the protection of her father and mother, and while she might not have access to the precious meat, she could still partake of wild vegetable dumplings. Qing Chao, you two need to hurry. A roar echoed from the open space ahead. Wu Yu turned to look and saw the robust female, Qing Hua from yesterday. Surrounding her were 3 tall and muscular pure human males, each clad only in simple grass vines around their waists, exuding a raw, primal beauty of strength. Qing Chao, with a tinge of envy, said to Wu Yu, do you see those 3 males? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Wu Yu glanced at the towering and robust Qinghua head, then turned to the tall and slender Qingsaw beside her. So, is it beauty and strength that is revered here? I find you quite attractive, she remarked. Your sister, however, seems a bit too muscular for my taste. She struggles to accept that. Qingsaw cast a sidelong glance at her, the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes gradually fading. With a soft sigh, she patted Wu Yu's shoulder and replied, "You simply do not understand." The little figure within Wu Yu's heart instantly exploded in indignation. What on earth? That girl just looked at me with a condescending gaze, didn't she? Indeed, this is nothing short of blatant disdain. Wu Yu cast a somewhat melancholic glance at the verdant grass. Am I to blame for being so short and slender? Is it within my power to alter the fate bestowed upon me by my genes? Yet, what ill intentions could the Beastmen possibly harbor? They merely speak with a certain forthrightness. You two are truly slow. Mu has just informed us that we are about to depart. Qinghua's expression soured slightly. Just as Qing Chao was about to speak, Wu Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "It's all my fault. My health isn't the best. And Qing Chao is merely walking slowly to accommodate me." Qinghua responded with a nonchalant mem, urging them, "Let us hurry to assemble. You should stay close to Qing Chao." With that, she departed, accompanied by the 3 men beside her. Qi Chao chuckled heartily. "Listen to my sister. During the gathering, you should stick by my side. There aren't many edible wild vegetables in the polar forest. Though I may not be as robust as my sister, I certainly have a greater knowledge of wild greens." Her previous despondency vanished, replaced by an air of pride. Wu Yu nodded obediently, expressing her willingness to accompany you today. It seemed she had latched onto a sturdy support. Along the way, the surrounding females chattered animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, a female would approach with her animal hide in hand, greeting Wu Yu and inquiring about her circumstances. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, devoid of ulterior motives or malice. Eager to foster good relationships in this new environment she would be inhabiting long-term, Wu Yu engaged in conversation, gradually drawing closer to them. Several females had already invited her to join them for gathering in the future. Beside her, Qing Chao puffed out her chest proudly, declaring, "With me guiding you, dear you, you need not worry." The females around burst into laughter, remarking, "Indeed, with Qing Chao around, your small bundle will surely be brimming." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Wu Yu turned her gaze in response to the sound, she beheld the formidable half-beast female, who was raising her enormous tiger claw high, seemingly uttering something. Qing Chao tugged at Wu Yu's sleeve and remarked, "Mu said we would gather here today." With that, she led Wu Yu aside, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, this is a spot we frequent for gathering. I know a place abundant with wild vegetables." Meanwhile, Wu Yu, her mouth twitching, diverted her attention from the colossal tiger claw. Indeed, in the beastly realm, nothing seemed impossible. Following closely behind Qing Chao, the two made their way towards an area teeming with females. There, a multitude of seemingly more mature females had already congregated, their feet surrounded by unfurled animal hides. The hands of these females moved with such speed that shadows trailed behind, as the wild vegetables around them diminished at an astonishing rate. Wu Yu felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Such speed of hand was something that only the bachelors of Huagua, after many years of solitude, could rival. "You, why are you lost in thought? Hurry and gather. We cannot linger outside for too long. It is perilous," came the anxious voice of Qing Chao from beside her. Wu Yu promptly removed her woven bag and began to collect the wild vegetables that resembled bitter herbs strewn across the ground. While these wild greens had a similar bitterness, they lacked the intensity of true bitter herbs. Nevertheless, Wu Yu decided to name them bitter herbs for simplicity's sake. It was easier to remember that way. Observing the dirt lodged beneath the nails of her companions, she curled her fingers in mild exasperation, as the ground where these bitter herbs thrived was rather hard. After gathering only a small handful, she felt an unusual pain in her fingers. With a silent sigh, she pondered the reason for her transmigration. What was the distinction between this feeble body and her own in Huagua? The only difference was that this body had a longer lifespan. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed, nearly causing Wu Yu to drop the bitter herbs in fright. "Did you not go for repairs?" Wu Yu retorted with disdain. The system replied defiantly, "Repairs are complete. I shall provide you with superior service, dear." Here it came again, that unmistakable air of a certain online marketplace. "Your hand is bleeding." Qing Chao's voice sounded with a hint of concern in her ear. Wu Yu regained her senses, only then realizing the excruciating pain emanating from her fingers, causing her to grimace involuntarily. Alas, she had indeed sustained an injury, and her heart was heavy with despair. Beside her, Qing Sa observed her with an increasingly conflicted gaze. Wu Yu's frail constitution rendered her incapable of even foraging, making it unlikely for any male to desire her as a mate. The surrounding females regarded Wu Yu's bloodied fingers with expressions that were a complex blend of sympathy and disdain. A female like her, devoid of a male's interest and burdened by her weakness, unable to even gather wild vegetables, truly seemed utterly helpless. Wu Yu let out a helpless sigh, fully aware that her feeble image was irreparable. A friendly reminder echoed in her mind. 10 meters ahead to the left, there lay a plant with crimson leaves, known as the hemostatic herb of the beast realm. Given her fragile constitution, it would be prudent to prioritize staunching her wounds. The mechanical voice resonated once more, delivering an unexpected delight to Wu Yu. System, I have never felt such affection for you as I do in this moment. A kiss. After joyfully expressing her gratitude, she turned and gently patted the grass. My hand is bleeding. There are herbs ahead to stop the bleeding. I will gather some to dress my wound. While you collect wild vegetables, I shall return shortly. With a smile directed at the grass, she rose and proceeded toward the direction indicated by the system. The hemostatic herb was easily identifiable, its striking red leaves standing out amidst the lush greenery. Wu Yu knelt down and plucked 2 leaves of the hemostatic herb, crushing them between her teeth before gently applying the paste to her fingertips. Observing the dark green mass upon her fingers, she frowned, realizing that this would hinder her ability to gather more herbs. She then reached out to pick a red leaf, using a long blade of grass to bind the red leaf containing the medicinal paste. Glancing at her somewhat swollen fingers, Wu Yu grimaced in distaste, finding them utterly unattractive. Meanwhile, Qing Chao, while foraging, kept a watchful eye on Wu Yu from a distance. Upon witnessing her chewing and smearing the red-leafed herb onto her fingers, her expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly approached Wu Yu, exclaiming, You must not consume unfamiliar herbs carelessly. It could be fatal." Qing Chao's demeanor was grave, and her gaze towards Wu Yu was filled with stern admonition. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. The verdant grass resembled the stern yet caring demeanor of the former principal from her school days. Although her tone was strict, it was imbued with genuine concern for her well-being. Wu Yu smiled as she took King So's hand. "Don't worry, Qing Sa. My AMU taught me about this before. It is a herb capable of staunching blood flow, and I am familiar with it." She pointed to a particularly unique hemostatic herb amidst the grass. Qing Sa gazed at the pure human female before her in astonishment. Is your AMU a witch?" May stared in bewilderment. "A witch? What is that?" Honest shook his head. "My mother is not a witch. She merely knows a few common herbs." Although he was unaware of what a witch truly was, it appeared that this particular herb held significant status within the tribe. Could this plant indeed staunch bleeding? Kneeling down, May plucked a specimen, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from the red-tinted leaves, it bore no remarkable features. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Wu Yu. "Excuse me, do I know you?" She rose to her feet, offering a faint smile towards the slightly more delicate female. "Hello, my name is Wu Yu." The female scoffed coldly. "With your kind, TSK. Had it not been for that beast crystal, you would never have qualified as a member of the illustrious Snow Tiger tribe. It is one thing to be incapable of gathering, but to deceive your fellow tribespeople here is quite another." Her tone was exceedingly harsh. "You are not a shaman. Yet you dare to teach the tribespeople about herbs indiscriminately. This is a desecration of the revered shamans and an affront to the beast gods." Perhaps the female's voice was too loud, for the surrounding gatherers turned their gazes towards Wu Yu, their expressions growing increasingly hostile. Nearby, Qing Chao held the hemostatic herb in her hand, her demeanor awkward. Wu Yu bit her lip, surveying the gazes of those around her, her eyes darkening with intensity. She understood that if she failed to utter something at this moment, the accusations of desecrating the shaman and the beast deity would inevitably take root. In such an era, bearing such a charge would render her a target for all. It was not merely the Snow Tiger tribe that would reject her. The entire continent would likely offer no sanctuary. As this realization struck her, her mind seemed to awaken suddenly, and her gaze towards the female who had just spoken grew solemn. "Though I am not a great shaman, nor is my mother, it is indeed true that this hemostatic herb can staunch bleeding. The female's brows furrowed in confusion, her mouth opening as if to interject. Sensing this, Wu Yu quickly interjected. My mother may not be a shaman, but she has learned beside them. This is known to the members of my tribe, and I swear to the great beast deity that all I have said is the truth. The final words spoken by Wu Yu sent a wave of astonishment and conviction among the surrounding Beastmen, surpassing any declaration she had made prior. The beast deity, revered for his impartiality and majesty, would undoubtedly impose punishment upon any who dared to deceive. Yet, here she stood, unharmed and resolute. After a fleeting moment of shock, the female facing Wu Yu twisted her expression into one of indignation. Since you have sworn before the beast deity, I shall spare you this time. With that, she turned away, accompanied by several other females. As the onlookers recognized the resolution of the conflict, they dispersed to resume their gathering activities. Only Wu Yu, still perplexed, and the somewhat awkward Qing Chao remained. Qing Chao, who was that female just now? She inquired. Qing Chao reflected on the events that had transpired since she remained in the Snow Tiger tribe, which had primarily involved her recuperation in a cave. She had never encountered the female before, yet sensed a palpable hostility directed at her. As Wu Yu continued to engage her in conversation, Qing Chao felt a wave of relief wash over her. That was the chief's offspring. Wu Yu, have you crossed her in some way? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu gazed at the verdant grass and inquired, is she also a beast folk? The grass, somewhat perplexed, shook its head and replied. She is entirely human, Wu Yu. Can't you discern that? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu, with a playful grin, thought to herself, at this moment, what else can I do but chuckle foolishly? In consideration of her image as the host, she kindly requested that in the future, she choose a secluded corner when succumbing to infatuation. Indeed, in times like this, one could always count on the unscrupulous system to add insult to injury. Regardless of its interference, it was best to hasten back to gather resources, as their return to the tribe was imminent. The eager grass tugged at Wu Yu, leading her back to the previous gathering site. Upon rejoining the main group, Wu Yu could distinctly sense the coolness with which the surrounding females regarded her. The boisterous grass, however, remained oblivious, fully engrossed in the surrounding bitter vegetables. Wu Yu took out a branch she had collected while foraging for herbs and began to extract the bitter greens, tossing them into the woven bag at her waist. Though her speed did not match that of the surrounding females, her efficiency was noticeably improved compared to her earlier attempts at foraging with her bare hands. Qing Chao, having bundled her own bitter greens in a beast skin, turned to assist her companion, only to find Wu Yu skillfully using a small stick to effortlessly gather the greens. Approaching with her own beast skin package, Qing Chao looked at Wu Yu with admiration. Wu Yu, you are truly clever. The soil where the bitter greens thrived was indeed quite hard. The females had conditioned their hands through prolonged gathering, ensuring they would not suffer from injuries while digging. However, upon observing Wu Yu today, Qing Chao realized she had never foraged for bitter greens before. This was why she was hastening her pace, eager to complete her task and assist her friend. Seeing Wu Yu's bright and eager eyes fixed upon her, Qing Chao could only chuckle. I envy you. You gather so swiftly and adeptly by hand, while I am considerably slower. Yet, Qing Chao shook her head, her expression reflecting a sense of reminiscence. When I first began foraging, my fingers would also suffer. It took a long time for me to toughen them up alongside AMU. Although I still feel pain after each gathering, it is bearable compared to the pangs of hunger. In the silence of May, the environment for the beast folk here is harsh, and their daily existence revolves around the pursuit of sustenance. To fill their stomachs is the greatest happiness they could hope for. In the future, when you gather, you could use a stick like I do, that way your hands won't ache. While the hands may indeed be spared from pain, the wild vegetables collected may not last until the next gathering day. Suddenly, Qinghua's voice resonated above the two. Both Qing Chao and Wu Yue rose to their feet, feeling somewhat awkward. I heard that you had trouble with that annoying female, Aya, so I came to check on you. Despite her cold demeanor, Wu Yue could sense the concern in her words. Touched by the care shown by the two sisters, Wu Yue offered a radiant smile. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Once clarified, it will be fine. She was merely a newcomer in the tribe. How could she possibly cause trouble for the chief's offspring? Besides, it was not a significant matter at all. Yet, She wished to understand the underlying reason for that female's profound animosity towards her. Qinghua, do you know why Aya harbors such hostility towards me? I have never encountered her before. Qinghua squatted down, placing the bitter herbs into Wu Yue's woven bag without raising her head. Because you were too weak. Is that truly a valid reason? Wu Yu truly could not fathom that her frail health was not a mere pretense. Her body was inherently weak, rendering her incomparable to the robust females of her kind. She felt a pang of injustice. When her mother conceived her, her health had already been compromised due to certain circumstances, resulting in her being weaker than other females from birth. Could this truly be held against her? Everyone yearns for a healthy body. Beside her, Qing Chao gently patted her shoulder, touched by the affection Wu Yu's father and mother bestowed upon her. In the small tribes of the forest, akin to the one Wu Yu once belonged to, any offspring born with health issues would typically be cast into the wilderness to fend for themselves. This was due to the absence of shamans in the small tribes. The sick simply lay in caves, awaiting either the dawn of another day or the embrace of death. The cost of seeking a shaman's healing was exorbitant, demanding an excessive amount of prey. Often, the food required to heal one tribesman could sustain several others for an extended period. If one did not belong to the Snow Tiger tribe, they would scarcely receive any attention. Qinghua's gaze was filled with earnestness. Although Aya was the offspring of the tribe's leader, she was merely a pure human female, not even a half-beast, as you likely already know. Wu Yu nodded, as this matter had just been disclosed to her by Qing Chao. She was also quite curious about why orc parents would give birth to pure human offspring. Could it be that Aya's father or mother had been unfaithful? Both of her parents were orcs, and although there was a greater likelihood of producing orc offspring, it was still more common to have half-orcs or pure humans. Her gaze dimmed slightly. The birth of orc children was indeed a formidable challenge. Qing Chao sighed beside her. The number of orcs constituted the very foundation of a tribe. To possess a bountiful hunting ground and defend their territory, they relied on robust orc warriors. Such formidable presence could not be compared to that of half-orcs or pure humans. Was it then that Aya harbored an increasing disdain for weak females like me simply because she was not an orc? Qinghua glanced at her and remarked, "Not like you, but only you." Though Aya's parents were both orcs, she had not become a powerful orc capable of safeguarding the tribe, which led to her deep-seated aversion towards the weak, those who would hinder the tribe's progress. Wu Yu, the weak one who could impede the tribe. In summary, it is simply because I am too weak. Perhaps I should keep my distance from her in the future. Qinghua clapped her hands and stood up, observing the silent Wu Yu with a heavy heart. Unless you found a formidable orc partner, it would be challenging for her to endure the coming winter. Yet, how could a proud and powerful orc warrior possibly choose a fragile Yu as their companion? After calling for her partner, Qinghua departed, leaving Wu Yu and Qing Chao crouched there in a state of bewilderment. Though her woven bag at her waist was filled, a sense of emptiness and despondency lingered within her heart. Qing Chao grasped her hand and helped her to her feet. You need not worry too much. Although Aya has a foul temper, she would not harm her own kin. Wu Yu tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a parched smile. I am not worried. Nor am I afraid of Aya. I am merely contemplating how to survive in this world. This world? The grass tilting its head? What does it mean? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's lips twitched in annoyance. This insufferably arrogant system was truly unbearable. A resounding roar, akin to a tiger's, echoed throughout the entire collection site, reminiscent of the voice of the grassland spirit. Time for gathering was drawing to a close. Moon. Let us hasten our efforts and collect as much as we can to bring back, he urged, as his hands swiftly resumed their dance among the wild vegetables. Wu Yu approached the small patch of hemostatic grass, pressing down on the bitter herb in her woven bag to create some space to gather the delicate plants. System. Surely this hemostatic grass can be exchanged for points? She inquired. When it came to matters concerning points, the system was never hesitant. Its customer service was remarkably efficient. Of course, one stalk of hemostatic grass is worth 0.5 points. Please, host, gather as much as you can. 0.5 points. How utterly unscrupulous of this system, can it not be a tad more generous? Rest assured, the system maintains impeccable integrity. All purchase prices are fair, just, and transparent. It responded with an air of seriousness, despite lacking a face to convey such grandeur. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, we united, my health is frail, and injuries take time to heal. So I was considering gathering some supplies. Ching Chao, upon hearing this, sympathetically patted her shoulder, wearing an expression of understanding. In the month of May, the atmosphere was thick with an air of sympathy directed towards Wu Yu. The female members of the gathering cast compassionate glances in her direction, and those who had greeted her earlier approached with concern. Wu Yu, I heard that Aya has been giving you a hard time? Inquired a plump little female with a cherubic face that exuded youthful innocence. Beside her, a tall and robust female chimed in. News travels fast around the gathering. Aya has always had a disdain for timid females. If you cannot even gather wild vegetables properly, it is only natural that you would become a target. The expressions of the other females mirrored their anxiety as they questioned. Wu Yu, is it true that you are unable to gather even wild vegetables? API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Alara evinced a visage of utter astonishment. That won't be necessary. What won't be necessary? Though the saliva of a demi-orc may not possess the potency of that of a full-blooded orc, it would serve efficaciously for a minor wound such as yours. Otherwise, with your delicate constitution, a fever may ensue. In the past, within our tribe, there have been instances of females succumbing to fever as a result of injuries. Even with the shaman's intervention proving futile, the demi-orc, having been forcibly brought forth, wore a countenance of bewilderment. Upon hearing that he was to lick the wound of an unfamiliar female, he could only grimace as he prepared to proffer his saliva. However, Alara waved her hands in rapid succession, exclaiming, "Truly, it is no longer necessary. My finger has already healed." The notion of allowing a strange male to lick her finger was simply anathema to her sense of propriety. The statuesque female strode forward, asserting, "Do not dawdle. The demi-orc warriors are exceedingly occupied. It is merely a lick. He is not going to devour you." As her wrist was seized, Alara felt a wave of unease wash over her. She hastily unwrapped the medicinal herbs that enveloped her injured finger, revealing the wound, which had ceased to bleed. "Behold, my wound has indeed ceased to bleed and is devoid of any inflammation." The statuesque female was the first to observe, noting that the wound on the gaunt, pale finger, which should have been a bloody mess, had indeed ceased to bleed, and the surrounding area was devoid of redness or swelling. The surrounding females collectively gasped in astonishment, and the demi-orc craned his neck with curiosity to catch a glimpse. "It has truly improved considerably. When I sustained injuries during my initial forays into foraging, even with a demi-orc warrior licking my wound, it took an age for the bleeding to cease, and the wound remained inflamed for numerous days." As they reminisced about the injuries they had sustained while learning to forage, the females' delicate faces contorted slightly, recalling the intense pain. The statuesque female gazed at Alara with gleaming eyes, ingratiatingly sidling closer as she inquired, "Alara, where did you gather this hemostatic herb?" Wu Yu looked up at her in a daze. "Huh?" The shy female scratched her head. "I also wish to collect some to take back. My brothers and sisters often get injured during hunts. Although they heal on their own after a few days, they lose a great deal of blood. This herb is so beneficial, I want to gather some to give to them." Suddenly, she tapped her forehead. "You can call me Mu Jing." After saying that, she pulled over the plump little female beside her. "This is Chao Yuan. Let's gather together from now on." Her small face was filled with anticipation. Seeing her obviously eager to please, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. What ill intentions could a young female possess? She merely sought to obtain your herbs. Wu Yu opened her parcel and distributed 5 hemostatic herbs to each person. "I do not have much here. The patch of hemostatic herbs I recently discovered was quite limited, and I have collected all of them. You may take note of their appearance, so that if you encounter them in the future, you can gather some to take back." Wu Yu's generosity once again won the favor of the females, and a lively chatter surrounded her, dispelling the previous silence. "Little female, could you spare me a few sprigs of that hemostatic herb?" The voice of a male resonated clearly amidst the cacophony of the surrounding females. Everyone turned to look, and to their surprise, it was the half-orc warrior who had just been brought over by Mu Jing. At that moment, the half-orc stood there, somewhat bashful, scratching his head. His gaze towards Wu Yu filled with hope. Tomorrow marked the day he would venture out to hunt, and although the wound on the little female's finger was minor, the herb's ability to staunch bleeding was genuine. He had initially planned to secretly gather some, but the little female had mentioned that the area was devoid of it, leaving the half-orc no choice but to muster the courage to ask her directly. Noticing the attention of the surrounding females, the half-orc quickly added, "I understand that herbs are precious. I can trade meat in exchange." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Most of the tribe had not tasted meat since the onset of winter. Wu Yu extracted 5 hemostatic herbs from her package and offered them. "These are merely foraged by me. There is no need for you to provide me with food. If you happen to sustain an injury, simply chew them and apply the paste to your wound." The half-orc stared in a moment of bewilderment as he accepted the herbs from Wu Yu's hand, observing her depart, surrounded by a throng of young females. He could not help but feel that this young female was truly kind and endearing. Meanwhile, the benevolent and charming Wu Yu was currently under siege by her companions. "You, why did you refuse the meat just now? Do you not realize how precious it is at this time?" "Indeed. Only the orc warriors within the tribe are afforded a share of the meat." Mu Jing and Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Although they were not orc warriors, their fathers, mothers, and siblings were. Thus, when they learned that Wu Yu was being troubled by Aya, they felt no hesitation in continuing to play with her. Beside them, Qing Chao swallowed and nodded. "Exactly, you. You actually relinquished such a wonderful opportunity to have meat." Wu Yu smiled nonchalantly, saying, "We are all from the same tribe. He is a half-orc warrior, and he may venture out to hunt at any moment, which is far more perilous than our situation. Since the herbs I gathered are beneficial to him, it wouldn't hurt to share some." How absurd. The herbs she had just distributed were worth more than 10 points. And she felt her heart twitch in response. "Don't ask, it simply aches." Well said. An unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar voice echoed among the group, startling the young females. Wu Yu felt the tufts of hair atop her head bounce a few times. Grass sprang forth from one side, grasping the arm of the speaking female, AMU. The approaching figure was none other than AMU, the leader of this gathering team and the mother of both Grass and Chihuahua. Her gaze towards Wu Yu was filled with warmth. "You have done splendidly. In the future, when gathering, you may accompany Grass." After uttering these words, she bestowed a smile of approval before leading the few males behind her onward. As several tall, robust males passed by Grass, each reached out to tousle her unruly hair. Upon witnessing Grass's hair, which appeared as though it had been ravaged by a tempest, Wu Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Grass, still wearing a smile, turned to her in confusion upon hearing the laughter. "You, what is the matter?" Mu Jing and Chao Yuan also stifled their giggles, unable to contain their amusement. Wu Yu pointed at the grass-like hair of Qing Chao, remarking, "Your head truly resembles the large bird's nest we just encountered." Qing Chao's small face flushed with embarrassment as she tossed the beast's skin pouch into Mu Jing's embrace and began to tidy her hair. "It's merely a few inconsequential herbs." "I can't believe someone would take your worthless grass seriously," she huffed. Aya's voice once again intruded from the side, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt for Wu Yu, her words sharp and pointed. Understanding the source of her animosity, Wu Yu had no intention of indulging her bad habit. "My admission into the Snow Tiger tribe was secured with a beast crystal, sanctioned by both the chieftain and the tribe's members. If you have grievances, take them to the chieftain. There is no need to seek validation from me." Her petite frame seemed to exude an immense aura, standing her ground against Aya without a hint of retreat. Aya's fury was palpable, her hair almost standing on end as she spat. "You worthless female, do not be so arrogant." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu merely let out a cold laugh, pondering who might be more arrogant. Though her laughter was not particularly loud, it nonetheless reached the ears of the surrounding females, causing their previously brazen gazes upon her to wane. Clearly, daring to confront Aya head-on indicated that this seemingly frail female possessed a temperament far from meek. Aya bounced around like a fire-breathing dragon, yet Wu Yu paid her no heed, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with her companions. "Aya, perhaps it is best to disregard that female. Her frail constitution ensures that no male would be inclined to bond with her. Weak females seldom endure long." With the council of the females nearby, and perhaps contemplating the dire future that awaited Wu Yu, Aya's anger subsided. She shot a fierce glare at Wu Yu, who was surrounded by Mu Jing and others, and ceased her antics. The gathering site was not far, and the food collected was rather monotonous, consisting solely of bitter herbs. Upon returning to the tribe, everyone dispersed to their respective homes, burdened by the now somewhat unraveled woven bag. Wu Yu collapsed onto her primitive straw bed as soon as she entered the cave. Enduring the aches in her body, she removed the bag. extracting the bitter herbs and hemostatic grass. She repacked half of the bitter herbs back into the woven bag before finally calling upon the system. Dear invincible cosmic system, are you there? Ding, ding, ding. The charming system was now online. How may I assist you today? Perhaps flattered by Wu Yu's extravagant praise, the system's service attitude could easily warrant a 5-star rating this time. Submit task. After a gentle glow, a small porcelain vial appeared on the straw bed beside her. The pristine white vial bore no markings, yet Wu Yu knew it contained the coveted strength-enhancing pills she had longed for. Just as she was about to consume the pills, the system interjected. Would you like to sell the bitter herbs and hemostatic grass? Sell. Wu Yu felt a surge of anticipation, though her hemostatic grass was dwindling. The bitter herbs. Congratulations, host. The sale of the bitter herbs and hemostatic grass has yielded a total of 17 points. Please continue your efforts and strive for further achievements. Oh yeah. In bewilderment, Wu Yu exclaimed, what? Is it truly the case that an abundance of bitter vegetables only yields a mere 7 points? She inquired of the system. What is the market price for these bitter greens? The system, exhibiting a remarkably cordial demeanor, responded, each plant of bitter greens is worth 0.1 points. Wu Yu found the pricing somewhat hasty, as her dreams of amassing her initial fortune rapidly crumbled. The absurdity of the system was overwhelmingly frustrating. Gazing at the pitiable 2-digit score while massaging her weary legs and arms, she felt a profound sense of sorrow. What a meager form of labor she had become. System, please open the shop. I wish to make a purchase. Let us not linger. I shall first acquire a pair of undergarments. For the days of reckless abandon have proven too exhilarating, and I would rather not endure them again. It is my honor to assist you, the system replied. No sooner had the words left its virtual lips than a translucent interface materialized before her. Search for small undergarments, she commanded. As soon as she uttered this request, a plethora of various styles of underwear filled the screen, ranging from exquisitely crafted children's designs to, oh my, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted with silent derision. Will you mock the system's bizarre aesthetics? Wondering who in their right mind would purchase such an item. Moments later, gazing at the high-quality, flamboyant trousers in her grasp, Wu Yu, now seemingly out of her mind, wiped her face, reflecting on life's unexpected twists. Unbeknownst to her, the system was hysterically celebrating, discreetly adjusting the points balance. This gaudy thing is hardly wearable in this primitive, beastly world, she mused. Ultimately, Wu Yu chose to veil the ostentatious trousers with a modest screen of woven dried grass. Beholding the small porcelain vial in her hand, Wu Yu was overcome with excitement, poised to ingest its contents. Gentle reminder, the system interjected, it is advisable for the host to consume it in solitude. Freshly returned from gathering, with everyone occupied in their homes, she wondered who would seek her out. As Wu Yu was preparing to refute the system, she was suddenly startled by a voice calling her from outside the cave. Are you there? It was the voice of Qing Chao, sending a shiver down Wu Yu's spine. Hastily, she secured the grass curtain over her large floral shorts, ensuring her appearance was somewhat presentable before stepping out of the cave. Standing outside was indeed Qing Chao, accompanied by a somewhat familiar half-orc warrior. It seemed to be the very half-orc who had been dragged over by Mu Jing. Eager to lick her fingers, in his hand, he held a piece of meat, the origin of which was uncertain, but it appeared freshly torn from its prey, still dripping with blood. What is this? Wu Yu glanced at Qing Chao, who nudged the half-orc beside her. This is Lin, here to deliver food to you. Since we were unsure of your whereabouts, I asked him to accompany me. Wu Yu waved his hand, saying, that hemostatic herb is a gift for you. It is not sufficient to exchange for such a substantial piece of meat. You should take it back. The half-orc shook his head, replying, this is what I promised to give you. With that, he stepped forward and pressed the meat into Wu Yu's hands before striding away. By the time Wu Yu clumsily managed to secure the hefty piece of meat, Lin's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Gazing at the large chunk of beast meat in his hands, Wu Yu smiled wryly. I cannot possibly consume such a vast portion. Although the weather was not excessively warm yet, the meat would surely spoil by tomorrow if left unattended. Here, this is what AMU asked me to bring for you. Suddenly, Qing Chao spoke up, carefully extending a small stone bowl. Wait a moment. Wu Yu promptly turned, placing the meat on the hay inside the cave before attentively accepting the bowl. Upon inspecting the slightly yellowed granules within, his heart jolted. Is this salt? Qing Chao nodded. Indeed. The villagers who went to trade for salt have yet to return this year, so our supply is rather limited. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu also recalled that open space, the very place where she had been exchanged by her original tribe. Grasping a piece of meat in her hand, the two of them made their way toward the riverbank. Along the path, they encountered several members of the tribe, all gazing enviously at the substantial chunk of meat in Wu Yu's possession. "You, how do you find this stone?" inquired Qing Chao, holding up a palm-sized elongated stone. "The shape is quite fitting, yet it lacks sharpness," Wu Yu replied, shaking her head. "We need to find one with thinner edges. Even a flatter stone would suffice." Although the food she had consumed over the past few days consisted of those wild vegetable dumplings, which were merely crushed wild greens molded together, the all-natural flavor was not unpleasant, but certainly left much to be desired. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air ahead. It was Qing Chao. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's lips twitched. "My dear girl, is this truly a matter worthy of joy?" he remarked. "Do not rejoice. You are injured. Fortunately, we have some hemostatic herbs at hand to apply." With that, he grasped the herbs and turned to leave, but Qing Chao stood her ground, saying, "Did you not mention searching for the stone slab as well?" Wu Yu pointed to a small stone slab by the riverbank, roughly the size of 2 palms. "This will do. If it's too large, we won't be able to carry it back. You too, hurry up and come to the shore. Quickly." A voice, filled with urgency, startled the two. They turned to see a middle-aged female on the bank, fervently waving her arms and calling for them to come ashore. Qing Chao seemed to realize something, her face paling as she grasped Wu Yu's hand and ran towards the bank. "Qing Chao, your foot is injured. Running like this will only exacerbate the injury." Wu Yu stood in bewilderment, utterly at a loss regarding the unfolding situation. Gradually, it seemed she heard some peculiar sounds. Turning her head to investigate, a cold sweat instantly cascaded down her back, and her scalp tightened with trepidation. Who could explain to her why the seemingly docile grass carp that had darted around her feet while she searched for stones in the water now displayed a jaw brimming with razor-sharp teeth? Was this truly a grass carp? Or had she stumbled upon a juvenile shark masquerading as one? As she beheld the swarm of grass carp, resembling a relentless meat grinder, surging towards her and her companion, Wu Yu felt as though she had ingested a potent tonic. Any notion of being feeble dissipated. Her waist no longer ached. Her legs were free of pain, and she could ascend 5 flights of stairs without so much as a hint of fatigue. Grabbing a handful of grass, she sprinted towards the shore, with the sound of several thuds echoing behind her. After covering several meters, she and her companion dared to glance back. The elderly woman they had encountered earlier had also approached them, her expression laced with concern. "Do you not realize how ferocious the fish in this river can be? If you are injured, do not venture into the water. Those creatures will devour you the moment they scent blood, and they would leave you far cleaner than we do when eating meat." In the face of the elder's admonition, Wu Yu and Qing Chao could only manage awkward chuckles. Finally, the elder, still not fully reassured, imparted one last caution before departing with her animal hide. The two young women exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Wait here for me. I shall retrieve that stone slab, and then we can return to the cave." Initially, they had planned to divide the meat by the river, but it seemed that idea would have to be abandoned, given how sensitive these fish were to the Wu Yu's body tensed, as if the fish were trying to assert its dominance over her. With such formidable teeth, she deemed it wise to refrain from provoking it further. She took a step back, preparing to depart. A new task was issued: capture 20 grass carp within 1 week. Task reward: 1 cutting board. Please do not hesitate to proceed, dear host. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu chuckled softly, decisively casting aside the wriggling grass carp behind her and sprinting toward the lush greenery. "Let us return to my cave. I shall tend to your wounds with herbal remedies. Qingsa did not decline. She had already given all the herbs at home to her mother and had not retained a single sprig for herself. Upon returning home, she would procure some bitter vegetables and fruits for Wu Yu. Once they reached the cave and set down their belongings, Wu Yu ventured to the riverbank to fetch some water, which she used to cleanse Qingsa's injuries before applying the crushed herbs. Instantly, the searing pain in her toes was replaced by a wave of soothing coolness. Qingsa gazed in astonishment at her injuries, feeling the delightful relief of the cool balm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu had just washed the shells she had collected and polished them slightly. She picked up one and handed it over, saying, Qing Chao. I have polished this shell a bit. It is quite sharp, so I shall give this one to you. However, Qing Chao waved her hand, displaying a disinterest. You keep it for yourself. I have no use for it. In the month of May, one reflects that the culinary culture here is indeed quite primitive and of little use. Thus, I utilized a shell to divide the meat sent from the stone forest into 2 portions, tying the larger portion with dry grass and handing it to Qing Chao. You should take this piece of meat back with you. Qing Chao was taken aback, repeatedly shaking her head. That is not permissible, you. How can I casually accept your food? Her expression was exceedingly solemn. This is sustenance you acquired with the hemostatic herb. I cannot accept it. The beast god does not favor those who take from others' possessions and provisions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as the 2 little females erupted into identical mischievous laughter. They truly were a pair of clever little sprites. The woven bag used for collecting wild vegetables had become somewhat unraveled, prompting Wu Yu to mend it, transforming it into a simple pair of grass sandals, which she slipped onto the feet of Green Grass. Allow me to escort you home, she offered. Green Grass waved her hand dismissively. There's no need. The wound no longer hurts at all. With that, she swiftly darted out of the cave and ran off into the distance. Wu Yu helplessly shook her head, hanging the meat she had reserved for herself. The large pieces were neatly cut with a shell and placed on a stone slab, awaiting exchange. Before long, Wu Yu heard a cacophony of chattering voices. Upon peering out of the cave, she spotted a group of over a dozen females, each carrying leather bags, swiftly approaching her dwelling under the guidance of Qi Chao. The moment they laid eyes on Wu Yu, their expressions ignited with excitement, and their steps quickened even further. Moon, I heard from Qing Chao that you wish to trade meat for wild vegetables? Asked a slender female, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Wu Yu. Instantly, the surrounding females perked up their ears, their gazes converging upon her. With a light laugh, Wu Yu turned and retrieved several pieces of meat, already threaded with grass rope. From the cave, the half-orc warrior provided an abundance of meat. I cannot consume it all alone without waste. Therefore, I propose to exchange the surplus for some wild vegetables. Feel free to choose whichever piece you desire. The females exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Such an opportunity for gain should not be overlooked. They quickly approached to select their preferred cuts of meat, leaving behind the wild vegetables and fruits they had brought, and joyfully made their way home. Observing the towering mound of wild vegetables within the cave, Wu Yu found herself both amused and exasperated. Surely this was excessive. Could she truly complain about the honesty of these females? You, please gather the vegetables swiftly. I must also return home. I will notify you in advance for our next collection. As her words echoed, the figure had already vanished from Wu Yu's sight, appearing rather unscathed. A mechanical voice announced a new task: create dried vegetables. Task reward, 1 stone pot. The system's voice resonated once more. Wu Yu's bewildered expression. Are you serious about the reward being a stone pot? Even a half-orc warrior could make several of those. The system responded with unwavering patience. Please do not compare the exquisite stone pots produced by the system with the crude craftsmanship of primitive methods. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality, absolutely smoke-free and non-stick, easy to clean, and lightweight, making them an essential cookware for both home use and travel. Wu Yu, this wave of advertisements deserves a resounding applause. As she neatly arranged the wild vegetables in a corner, preparing to cook, Wu Yu found herself staring blankly at the makeshift stove she had constructed. She recalled that in her previous small tribe, the fire was always guarded by designated individuals. It was strictly prohibited to take the flame without a significant reason. She wondered if the snow tiger tribe adhered to similar regulations. If that were the case, her desire to feast on meat today might be dashed, as the fresh, bloody meat was too daunting to consume raw. After some contemplation, she resolved to inquire with the half-orc warrior who was in charge of the fire. She would undoubtedly need to use fire frequently, and igniting it without permission could incite unrest within the tribe. Little female, this is not a place you can approach casually. The half-orc guard, upon seeing her, extended his stone spear to block her path. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering how it was possible to encounter this fool, Aya, at every turn. The orc guarding the fire nodded, explaining that there was indeed a regulation in the tribe. The fire was far too perilous, and without male protection, young females were not permitted to collect it alone. Leaning against the half-orc male behind her, Aya proudly announced, "I am here to collect the fire." No sooner had she spoken than the half-orc beside her was granted passage by the guard. Moments later, he emerged cautiously, cradling a stone bowl that contained a small flicker of flame. Aya quickly stepped forward, raising her hands to shield it. Seeing that she was momentarily preoccupied, Wu Yu exchanged a brief greeting with the half-orc guard before departing. It was absurd to linger. Why should she wait for Aya to turn her misfortune upon her? Upon returning to the cave and gazing at the meat on the stone slab, Wu Yu pursed her lips, realizing that she was destined to be estranged from it. Would the host like to expand the system's capacity? The mechanical voice of the system echoed at that moment, seemingly tinged with a hint of exasperation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu was filled with joy, but before she could finish her thoughts, the system coldly interrupted her. Does the host believe the people in this tribe are intellectually challenged? The tone was laced with disdain. Indeed, the sudden disappearance of so many wild vegetables was suspicious. The system, sounding somewhat exhausted, advised the host should swiftly consume the body-strengthening pill. The host was too inept. The system felt utterly drained. After nibbling on some grass, Wu Yu, with a mouth full of bitterness and a heart brimming with excitement, swallowed the precious pill of hope. It felt as though a beautiful life was just within reach. With a serene sigh, she closed her eyes and collapsed into a nest of grass. Meanwhile, at the edge of the polar forest, the orcs of the snow tiger tribe, having narrowly escaped the pursuit of ferocious beasts, rested in a mountain hollow. "What has become of Yuan Lang and the others?" inquired a middle-aged orc, resembling a small mountain. His deliberately lowered voice buzzed with a heavy, suppressed tone. The surrounding orcs appeared dejected. Although they had managed to retain the hard-earned salt, nearly half of their number was gravely injured. When Yuan Lang and his companions were found, they lay amidst a pile of beast corpses, soaked in blood, already unconscious. Observing the weakened forms of the three young orc warriors, the middle-aged orc sighed heavily. May the beast god protect the warriors of the snow tiger tribe. The conscious orcs tightened their grips on the bundles in their arms, which had been obtained through the blood and lives of their kin. At this moment, Yuan Lang felt as though his wandering soul had finally settled into a corporeal form. A violent pain engulfed him, and as he attempted to speak, he sensed numerous unfamiliar presences nearby, prompting him to open his eyes wide. His deep, dark eyes, akin to an ancient well, sent a shiver through the surrounding orcs. Seeing him awaken, the middle-aged orc hurriedly squatted down, concern etched on his face. "Yuan Lang, how do you feel?" With a slight squint of his profound black eyes, Yuan Lang exhaled softly to suppress the excruciating pain coursing through him. "I am well enough." His voice was somewhat husky, as if he were stifling something within. The middle-aged orc sighed and retrieved a withered herb from his waist pouch. After a moment of hesitation, he handed it to Yuan Lang. "Please consume this herb." Yuan Lang was among the strongest of the tribe's younger generation and had led the salt exchange mission. He had sustained the most severe injuries while battling the ferocious beasts to protect the salt. Taking the herb, Yuan Lang, with blood-stained fingers, broke off the topmost part and consumed it, then returned the remainder. "Distribute this among them." He surveyed the area, and after a prolonged contemplation, his lips parted. "Where is this place?" The middle-aged orc and the surrounding members of the snow tiger tribe were momentarily taken aback, staring at the seated orc. "Yuan Lang, what is wrong with you?" "This is the polar forest. We are nearing our tribe." The middle-aged orc's expression turned serious. Something was amiss with Yuan Lang. The orc's vision varied. Seeing in the dark was trivial. As Yuan Lang discerned his surroundings and the men clad only in a single layer of beast skin, his confusion deepened. Where exactly was he? He recalled leading 2 deputy commanders in a rearguard action, ultimately leaping into the Valley of the Dead. The valley was riddled with jagged rocks. How could such towering mountains and dense forests exist? Suddenly, a piercing headache seized Yuan Lang, and he clenched his fists tightly as if something were washing over him in his mind. The pain grew increasingly vivid. After a while, the gnawing agony began to fade, leaving the ground around him soaked with sweat. As the headache subsided, surrounding voices gradually became audible. Yuan Lang, what has happened to you? Uncle, has Yuan Lang sustained a head injury? We should not rest. Let us carry the injured back to the tribe. We have already lost many of our kin. Yuan Lang's eyes were tightly shut, his robust chest heaving violently. The images flooding his mind became clearer, memories that did not belong to him. No, rather, memories of another orc sharing his name, who had burned his beast markings and sacrificed to the beast god in his final moments. Was this the reason for his arrival here? Another world? An unfamiliar realm? Yuan Lang opened his eyes to the surrounding kin. I am fine now. I must have just struck my head during the battle, but I feel much better. The middle-aged orc's face lit up. Yuan Lang, you are well? Understanding the question, Yuan Lang nodded slightly. Upon awakening, I thought I had crossed over to the realm of the beast god. The other orcs were momentarily enlightened, and one jested, Did you see the beast god? No sooner had the words left his lips than he was met with a flurry of playful blows from the surrounding kin, retreating with cries of ouch. Seeing that Yuan Lang was indeed well, the middle-aged orc breathed a sigh of relief and settled onto the grass beside him. You rascal. You nearly scared your uncle to death. If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to your father and mother? Yuan Lang turned to the 2 orcs beside him. How are they faring? The middle-aged orc shook his head, frowning. Like you. They were dug out from the pile of beast corpses. They still breathe. He exhaled deeply as if suppressing the sorrow in his heart. Their injuries are not as severe as yours, but they have yet to awaken. Yuan Lang attempted to move his arms, but found himself utterly powerless. With dark, heavy eyes, he looked at the middle-aged orc. Uncle, please feed them the herb. The middle-aged orc's lips moved, but he merely sighed, rising to give the divided herb to the 2 comrades. May the beast god protect them. The forest gradually fell silent, apart from a few patrolling orcs. The others transformed into their beast forms and leaned against one another, drifting into slumber. Only Yuan Lang gazed through the dense foliage, catching a glimpse of the sky, pondering the fate of Ting Qian and Tung Kuan, his 2 loyal deputy commanders. As he thought of them, his expression darkened, and the lines of his soiled face grew increasingly austere. The chirping of birds heralded the dawn. When Wu Yu opened her eyes once more, the cave's entrance was already aglow with morning light. Suddenly, a foul stench wafted into her nostrils, causing her to grimace and retch involuntarily. Damn it, system. Wasn't it agreed that you'd keep watch tonight? How could you slack off? Wu Yu pinched her nose and leapt up, internally screaming. The system, momentarily stunned, erupted in anger. This system has diligently kept watch, and yet you dare to accuse me of laziness? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's body suddenly stiffened, and after a moment, she laboriously lifted an arm. Before she could draw near, a foul stench wafted in, swaying unsteadily. What on earth is this ghastly aroma? Unable to endure her own repugnant odor any longer, Wu Yu seized a handful of hay and dashed towards the riverbank, leaving behind a trail of intoxicating scent. Along the way, she overwhelmed several half-orc warriors with particularly sensitive noses. Upon reaching the riverbank, however, Wu Yu hesitated, stretching her neck and lifting her legs. Yet she could not muster the courage to enter the water. Observing her cowardice, the system expressed its disdain with a scoff. Host. For the sake of harmony within the Snow Tiger tribe, please cleanse yourself post-haste. Wu Yu shivered. Nonsense. Do you think I don't want to bathe? It's just that I'm too afraid. Have you forgotten that grass carp with shark-like teeth from last time? That thing was deadly. The system retorted. Not bathing is also a matter of life and death, especially for those orcs and half-orcs. Rest assured, dear host, with the potent miasma emanating from your body, no fish would dare to approach you. Why not give it a try? The system urged. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Will you cast a disdainful glance at the plump fish, remarking, perhaps it's best to abstain once I finish my bath. The organisms in this vicinity will likely be unsuitable for consumption. The system emitted a lewd chuckle, teasingly responding, Host, have you forgotten yesterday's task? Wu Yu's eyes suddenly brightened as she gazed at the grass carp in the river, a green glimmer reflecting in her gaze. With great strides, she stepped into the water, exclaiming, My treasures, I have arrived. Prepare to receive the baptism of chemical weaponry. As her entire body submerged in the river, a magnificent scene unfolded. The surface of the water was dotted with the pale bellies of fish, creating a truly grand spectacle. While she collected the dazed grass carp into her system space, she kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances from her tribe members. Host, please hasten your actions. 2 more fish are about to float away. The system urged, appearing even more exhilarated than Wu Yu herself. After catching the last grass carp, which had turned belly up, Wu Yu began to scrub the deep, gray grime from her body with the dry grass she had just gathered from the cave. She spent a point to exchange for a pair of shorts that were not overly gaudy, fashioning a makeshift belt from some vines at the riverbank. Feeling refreshed, she made her way towards the tribe. Alas, could it be that a beast has appeared in the tribe? Upon reaching the edge of an open area, they observed a large gathering of tribe members, chattering animatedly about something. Host, let us go and see what the commotion is about, the system encouraged. API call failed with status code 429. Error code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Wu Yu shook her still dripping hair and remarked, It has been quite a while since I last bathed. I rose early today and decided to visit the river. She then gazed ahead, her brow furrowing in concern. What has transpired? Qing Chao questioned. It appears that the tribe has suffered an attack today, yet curiously, aside from a single patrolling orc who has fainted, no other tribe members have been harmed. And our food supplies remain intact. Chief, what is your perspective on this matter? An elderly orc inquired, his expression grave. The chief's eyes sparkled with intensity. To infiltrate the tribe and silently incapacitate a half-orc warrior certainly requires the prowess of a seasoned orc warrior. Chief A. Shu. Even the mightiest of orc warriors could hardly penetrate our tribe so effortlessly. A female voice chimed in, gentle as the caress of a feather brushing against one's ear, evoking a tingling sensation. Wu Yu absent-mindedly reached up to her ear, then stood on tiptoe to peer into the circle. Goodness, what is the meaning of disillusionment? Today, she truly comprehended this notion. One can only say that online romance must be approached with caution. Soft, mellifluous voices are not solely the domain of adorable girls, but may also belong to statuesque women towering at 1.80 meters. She sorrowfully rubbed her slightly reddened eyes. Observing her distress, the nearby Qing Chao approached with concern. You, what troubles you? I heard that your health is quite fragile. Are you feeling unwell again? Wu Yu lowered her hand and gently patted the arm of Qing Chao, saying, I am fine, just feeling a bit of irritation in my eyes. Qing Chao tilted her head, inquiring, Irritation in your eyes? Wu Yuegon chuckled softly. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sun, and it stirred a desire to shed tears. The innocent grass seemed to comprehend. Ah, I see. Indeed, father. It may be due to a traitor lurking within our tribe. As those words echoed, an ominous premonition welled up in Wu Yu's heart. This individual was once again plotting against him. Truly, as the saying goes, a woman's intuition is so precise that it can even instill fear within themselves. It must be that new female. Such occurrences had never transpired in our tribe before. Aya's voice brimmed with disdain, while the nearby female with a sweet, girlish tone cast a hesitant glance toward the chieftain. Chieftain, Aya is correct. Perhaps we should summon that female for inquiry. Wu Yu found the situation utterly absurd. Upon witnessing the chieftain actually sending a nearby orc to search for her, she approached directly and said, There is no need for such trouble. I am right here. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Qing Chao followed closely by her side and added, Chieftain, you went to the river for a bath early this morning. Moreover, the half-orc possesses formidable strength, while Yu's physique is rather frail. Even foraging for wild vegetables poses a risk of injury to her. How could she possibly harm him? Wu Yu's lips twitched. Dear sisters, there is truly no need to mention the possibility of injury while foraging for wild vegetables. Do I not possess any pride? The surrounding females nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could a delicate little female possibly harm a formidable half-orc warrior? Last time, Aya had persistently sought out Wu Yu's flaws during her foraging, and it seemed she was deliberately doing so again this time. Yuduo was also assisting her, both of them displaying less than admirable character. Wu Yu's waist was still not as thick as a half-orc's thigh. The chatter of the females filled the air, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were all the same ones who had exchanged meat with her the previous day. Wu Yu expressed her gratitude with a smile, then calmly turned her gaze towards the chieftain. What do you think? The petite female appeared frail and slight, as if a mere finger could easily topple her. Yet her eyes shone with resolute brightness, a testament to the strength of her inner spirit. When it concerns the safety of our kin, I shall overlook not a whisper of doubt. The chieftain's voice resonated deeply. Aya's expression turned smug, casting a malevolent glance at Wu Yu. Beside her, Yuduo anxiously regarded Wu Yu, saying, "Is it that the members of your former tribe have coerced you into this? Speak freely, we shall support you." Wu Yu cast a deep glance at the golden female Yido, utterly astonished that the beastly realm harbored such a scheming white lotus. Paying no heed to the two barking creatures, Wu Yu strode directly to the unconscious half-orc. "If I awaken this half-orc, the truth shall be revealed." The clan leader furrowed his brow. "We have already attempted to rouse him, yet he remains unresponsive. Perhaps his injuries are too severe. We are on the verge of taking him to the shaman." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Wu Yu tilted her head to look at Aya, who was gripping her wrist tightly. "You're hurting me," she complained. Aya smirked coldly. "Do you even feel pain, you venomous female who harms your own kin? How shameless." In response, Wu Yu tore off the animal hide wrapped around the half-orc's foot and slapped it onto Aya's face. An unusual odor immediately permeated the air, causing Aya to gag uncontrollably. She screamed and released Wu Yu's wrist, instinctively flinging away the hide that exuded an intoxicating scent. A piercing scream, potent enough to send birds and beasts scattering, erupted from her. The formidable female, in a frenzy, began to claw at the source of the peculiar aroma, bending over and sobbing while retching violently. It was unclear what she had consumed prior, but the scent mingled intriguingly with the hide, creating a bizarre bouquet. The surrounding tribespeople recoiled, covering their noses and mouths, retreating as if fast-forwarding through a scene of horror. Within mere steps of the raging female, not a soul remained. Wu Yu noticed that even the half-orc males, who had been fawning over her moments before, were hastily fleeing. Aya, suppressing her scream, cast an awkward glance at her retching friend. She extended a claw but ultimately lacked the courage to approach and offer assistance. It was simply too overwhelming. Even the half-orcs couldn't bear it. After a moment of her complexion shifting from pale to greenish, Aya seemed to have an epiphany. She whipped her head towards Wu Yu, her expression twisted with rage. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't smeared that foul hide on my face, Leaf Blossom wouldn't be in this state. It's all you're doing." Aya's hysterical demeanor was utterly unflattering. Wu Yu chuckled coldly. "I advise you to keep your distance. If you provoke me again, next time it won't be just an animal hide that comes flying your way. I have endured your provocations time and again out of respect for the chief. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied?" Wu Yu's delicate face turned slightly cold, and her voice lowered in a manner that was indeed somewhat intimidating. The surrounding tribespeople cast peculiar glances at Aya and the chief. It was true that Aya, relying on her status as the chief's child, had often marginalized the elders and the frail members of the tribe, yet everyone had chosen to overlook it for the sake of the chief's family. Suddenly implicated, the chief's expression darkened, particularly as he was acutely aware of his offspring's character and had privately admonished her numerous times, yet to no avail. He and his partner felt considerable distress, observing Aya's face flush with anger. He thought it might be beneficial for her to realize that not every tribe member would tolerate her behavior. Feeling the unusual gazes of the surrounding tribespeople, Aya's eyes turned crimson, and she was engulfed in an inexplicable sense of shame. Why were both her father and mother formidable beast warriors? While she API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Wu Yu covered her face, realizing that playing ball had led the little ones astray. However, what did your recent ada and the nose-wiping gesture signify? Wu Yu, I shall grant you another chance to speak properly. With such a dashing gesture just now, how could it possibly resemble the act of wiping one's nose? When one strikes, the exertion is even greater. Oh, you truly possess an abundance of knowledge. It feels as though I have unexpectedly garnered a little admirer. How dare you strike me? The shrillness of the voice seemed poised to pierce through the eardrum. Wu Yu furrowed her brow and mockingly scratched her ear, sneering, "Are you jesting? You're allowed to strike me while I must simply endure? Should I just stand here and await your blows? How absurd!" Aya shouted in disbelief. "When have I ever struck you?" She had merely lunged forward, not even making contact with that wretched female. Qing Chao frowned and quipped, "Are you hoping to caress you? Your mouth was agape just now, looking quite ferocious as though you intended to devour someone. I could even see the wild greens lodged between your teeth." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, muffled laughter erupted among the crowd. Even the chief's stern visage trembled slightly with suppressed mirth. It was as if he had just realized that his offspring had been struck, while he, as a father, was here stifling laughter, prompting him to discreetly cough into his fist to cover his amusement. "Chief, shouldn't we be addressing the matter of the half-beast warriors being ambushed?" A delicate voice, tinged with a hint of fragility, broke the tension, drawing everyone's gaze toward the formidable female, Yi Duo. At that moment, she was embodying the essence of a golden Barbie, attempting to charm like a fawn, and Wu Yu felt a wave of nausea rising within her, nearly overwhelming her. Yi Duo continued, turning her attention to Wu Yu. "You, not only do you wish to take the opportunity to slay the half-beast warriors, but you also injured Iya. Has the Snow Tiger tribe treated you poorly?" With that, she gazed at Wu Yu with an expression of profound disappointment, as if her heart were aching from Wu Yu's actions. "Mei meow? Green grass, what is this creature saying? The tribespeople, Yidwa must have lost her mind. I. Cough, cough, not this little female." A coarse voice resonated from behind Mei and the others. It was the half-orc warrior who had been unconscious. He suddenly woke up. The tribespeople rushed forward, holding their breath as they lifted the half-orc warrior away from the vicinity of Yedwa's vomit. The chieftain approached, crouching beside the half-orc. "What on earth happened? How did you faint?" The half-orc warrior scratched his head. "I was on patrol when an indescribably foul odor suddenly assailed me from somewhere. Due to my keen sense of smell, I was overwhelmed and fainted. In retrospect, it resembled the stench of that ferocious beast, the skunk, but was far more potent and suffocating. Likely an exceptionally formidable skunk." Beside him, Mei's expression stiffened. "System, why do I feel that this exceptionally formidable skunk the warrior speaks of seems to be me?" The system sighed deeply. "Host, be more confident. Remove the seemingly." Wu Yu cast a furtive glance at the half-orc, who appeared visibly shaken, a reflection of her own disorientation from the events of the morning. With the half-orc's testimony in hand, Wu Yu was decisively acquitted. Upon returning to the cave alongside Qing Tian, she noticed the lingering gaze directed at her, filled with unspoken words and a hint of sympathy. Wu Yu, filled with confusion, remarked, "Qing Chao, you have been acting rather strangely since earlier. If you wish to express something, please do so." Qing Chao pressed her lips together and replied, "What are your plans for the future?" This question came as a surprise to Wu Yu, leaving her utterly perplexed. "Why do you ask? Has something happened?" Qing Chao paused in astonishment. "Are you unaware? The clan responsible for the salt exchange is returning, and this cave belongs to a half-beast. Once they arrive, you will no longer be able to reside here." Wu Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this? I thought this would be my cave from now on. But you were telling me it's merely a temporary shelter?" Observing her stunned expression, Qing Chao scratched her head and suggested, "Perhaps I should return and inform AMU. You could stay in our cave for the time being." As she uttered these words, Qing Chao felt a pang of unease. For her family's cave was only slightly larger than the one Wu Yu currently inhabited. It had become considerably more spacious only after her sister moved out. But with Wu Yu's presence, they would likely find themselves crowded together once again. "Is your family's cave quite spacious?" Wu Yu inquired. Qing Chao chuckled and pointed to the small cave behind them, replying, "It's about the same size as yours. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. A thatched hut? Although her ideal choice remained a cave, having a temporary refuge was certainly acceptable. Qing Chao guided Wu Yu to the residential area of the Pure People. A vast cluster of thatched huts. Each hut stood approximately at her waist height, modest in size. As they passed one of the huts, Wu Yu caught a glimpse of a pure people child sprawled out, sound asleep inside, winding through the paths. They arrived at a more spacious area near the edge of the tribe, where Qing Hua stood in front of one of the huts, observing them. Qing Chao pointed to 3 interconnected huts, saying, "This is my elder sister's home. She lives here with her partners." Qing Hua turned and fetched some dry grass from within the hut, casually laying it on the ground. "Please, have a seat." During her few days here, Wu Yu had gradually grown accustomed to this unrestrained manner of sitting. "Sister has already informed you about the caves, hasn't she?" Qing Hua offered her a shriveled fruit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu glanced around at the lowly grass huts, realizing that individuals without a distinguished status or significant contributions, like herself, would henceforth reside in slum areas. What a deplorable qualification for refugees. With a hint of stubborn hope, she inquired, "What must one do to acquire a cave?" Qing Chao tugged at Wu Yu's arm, saying, Perhaps you should abandon the thought of a cave. In the Snow Tiger tribe, aside from the shaman, no pure human has ever possessed their own cave." Qing Hua nodded in agreement, adding, "The shaman once mentioned that if a pure human could bring back 3 beast crystals, they would earn the right to dwell in a cave. In the face of fierce beasts, both orc and half-orc warriors suffer casualties, let alone us pure humans. It is simply an impossible condition to fulfill." Observing her despondent expression, Qing Hua, who is usually stern, rarely allowed a faint smile to grace her face. "Find a place to build a thatched shelter without worry. This condition was proposed by Wu, and no one is exempt. Not even Aya." Qing Chao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aya resides in the thatched shelter in the center, unless her future partner is an orc or half-orc. It seems she shall remain forever without the hope of living in a cave. In the silent, sunless May, gazing at the sky, it became evident that, regardless of the time, the real estate industry remains an exceptional realm. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and fixed her intense gaze upon Qing Hua. "Why are the thatched huts in the tribe so low? Can't they be a bit taller?" Qing Hua's expression grew grave in an instant. You must remember that while the size of the huts is not regulated within the tribe, their height absolutely must not exceed a certain limit. If they are too tall, wild beasts or ferocious creatures may enter the tribe, and we would be in grave danger. Indeed, one should never underestimate the wisdom of the people, regardless of the circumstances." Wu Yu expressed her understanding. "So, as long as the height of my thatched hut is the same as yours, I can decide the size and other aspects myself, correct?" Qing Hua nodded teasingly. "Huts of such dimensions have been passed down through generations by our ancestors. There are indeed clan members who wish to construct larger ones, but once the area is expanded, it becomes prone to collapse." Wu Yu chuckled softly, recalling that Eminem once spoke of an extraordinary grass hut. "I intend to construct one and see for myself." Noticing her resolute expression, Qing Hua ceased her persuasion, saying, "Very well. When do you plan to build it? My partner and I will come to assist." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Wu Yu gazed around, it was evident that vast expanses of land lay uninhabited by her kin. "Qinghua, where do we reside during the winter?" Wu Yu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Qinghua responded assuredly, "Of course, we dwell in caves. During winter, ferocious beasts and predators pose a significant threat to the tribe. Residing in thatch huts would be perilously unwise. Thus, in this world, caves are indeed the most suitable refuge." After bidding farewell to the 2 sisters, Qinghua and Qingxiao, Wu Yu returned to her cave dwelling. She had long believed that those thatched huts were merely the abodes of slaves, only to discover that they were inhabited by pure humans, who would also become her future neighbors. "Host, do not lose heart. Sustenance will come, and caves will be available. Might this be an opportune moment to contemplate submitting the grass carp task?" The system's voice was tinged with flattery, recognizing that the host was feeling somewhat despondent. As a competent system, it felt compelled to instill a glimmer of hope in her life. urging her to regain her spirits. Feeling an inexplicable sense of grandeur, Wu Yu eagerly submitted the grass carp task. Her eyes brightened instantly as she gazed at her modest grass nest, filled with anticipation. Catch 20 grass carp. Task completed. Reward, 1 cutting board. Please continue your efforts, esteemed host. As the system's voice faded, a stone slab, roughly the size of a laptop, materialized within the cave. The familiar patterns and textures evoked a sense of nostalgia. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu, with a sidelong glance, expressed, I am more sorrowful than it. I grant you an opportunity to persuade me. I wish to comprehend its remarkable qualities. The system, with a sycophantic chuckle, responded, Firstly, this cutting board is remarkably lightweight, making it easy for you to carry. Secondly, well, if you do not believe me, why not give it a try? Wu Yu cast a dubious glance at the robust chopping board, tentatively lifting one corner. Oh? Indeed, though the board appeared unremarkable, it was surprisingly light. Most importantly, gazing at the chopping board, which was slightly larger than her palm. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. The folding feature was rather commendable. The system wiped the cold sweat from its forehead, finally feeling content. Host, shall we sell all the remaining grass carp for points, aside from what is necessary for the task? Recalling the origins of those grass carp, Wu Yu decisively nodded. Sell, 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 leave not a single one. Ding. The sale of grass carp has yielded 21 points. Your account now totals 37 points. Please continue your efforts, host. Wu Yu was filled with delight as he inquired, System, how many points does this grass carp yield? 1 point per fish. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he secretly resolved to catch more grass carp to sell to the system when time permitted. He activated the long-term quest food to seek out a type of sustenance absent from the snow tiger tribe, with a reward of 10 times the points and the method for crafting a carrying basket. The mechanical voice resonated once more, and the ensuing reward made Wu Yu's heart race with intensity. The method for crafting a carrying basket was indeed a genuinely valuable reward. System, I hope to see more tasks like this in the future. The system, seemingly at a loss for words, responded, Dear host, this task is a main quest. The tasks you previously undertook were merely trigger tasks, and thus the rewards are incomparable. Wu Yu stared at the dog in bewilderment. Are rewards stratified? The system replied with disdain, That is inevitable. The host's current points can only unlock the lifestyle portion of the main storyline. In the midst of a weary existence, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could there be any thrilling main quests? The system responded with its indifferent tone. Weak host, please strive harder. A beautiful life awaits you. With a hint of disdain for the system, Wu Yu placed the soon-to-be top-ranked foldable cutting board aside and turned her gaze toward the wilted, bitter vegetables in the cave. Life is exhausting and bitter. The bitter vegetables are truly bitter. Singing a tuneless melody, Wu Yu began to prepare dried bitter vegetables using the method she recalled. The cutting board surprised her, and she felt confident that the stone pot would not disappoint her either. In the polar forest, a hunting party from the snow tiger tribe raced through the jungle, led by 2 massive beast-shaped snow tiger warriors, followed by a group of brawny half-orc warriors. Sherlin, what on earth are you carrying? One half-orc approached Sherlin and poked at the small beast-skin pouch on his chest. A rare topic emerged amidst their monotonous journey, drawing the attention of the surrounding half-orc warriors. It wouldn't be food prepared by a little female for you, would it? Teased by his companions. Sherlin felt a bit embarrassed as he cautiously touched the pouch. Inside are precious herbs, which I exchanged from the new little female before I left. Herbs. The half-orcs gasped in surprise, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the pouch. The 2 leading beastmen also overheard Sherlin's words, and one of the white-furred tigers bellowed. Are those herbs real? Is that new little female a shaman? The surrounding warriors looked at Sherlin with burning curiosity. After all, only shamans possess knowledge of herbs, while ordinary pure humans do not. Sherlin replied respectfully, The little female's mother is a shaman. She learned from the shaman before. These herbs were taught to her by her mother. He nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Captain, the little female used these herbs when she was injured, and in just a moment, the bleeding stopped, and there was no swelling. They are effective. Upon hearing this, the warriors' eyes brightened, their gazes growing increasingly fervent toward the pouch on Sherlin's chest. Brother Sherlin, could you spare me some of those herbs? Our bond is strong. A nearby warrior shamelessly inched closer. Sherlin scratched his head. I can't share. The little female didn't find many herbs. I exchanged some, and we should use them together. Oh dear little Sherlin, you are too kind. A coy voice echoed within the group, causing the warriors to shiver simultaneously. Behave yourself. A slap landed on the head of the oddly voiced half-orc warrior. Despite the playful banter, the group did not slow their pace and soon vanished into the jungle. Meanwhile, at the edge of the polar forest, Yuan Lang observed the two bumbling fools before him. His gaze deep and contemplative. General, I just heard from the brothers that there are many females around here, Tung Qian said, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Yes, General, and as powerful beast warriors like us, we can have as many companions as we can handle, haha. Watching their lewd demeanor, Yuan Lang felt a sense of affirmation. Their carefree nature is indeed a rare gift stemming from their beggar origins. As long as you are happy, he replied with a meaningful tone. The two fools, lacking the memories of their beastly heritage, held great expectations for the so-called females in this world. However, Yuan Lang chose not to reveal the truth. Reality would teach them the lessons they needed. Yuan Lang, when shall we set off? A middle-aged beast man approached the trio. Upon seeing Tung Qian and Tung Kuan, he rolled his eyes. You two rascals, you are the ones most afraid of Yuan Lang. Why are you suddenly so keen to be near him after getting hurt? With a kick to each of their backsides, he added, go help collect the prey. Stop slacking off. The two, clutching their backsides, scampered off, chuckling as they approached their kin. Oh uncle, we are adult male beasts now. Kicking us like that in front of the little females is quite inappropriate. The middle-aged beastman shot them an annoyed glare, but suddenly burst into laughter as he sat beside Yuan Lang. Look at these two rascals. They've only just matured and are already thinking about the little females. A strange expression crossed Yuan Lang's face. They simply do not understand the power of the females. His eyes held a detached calm, devoid of the excitement that typically accompanied discussions of females, as if he were speaking of mere prey. The middle-aged beast man was startled by his thoughts, shaking his head and looking at him. When shall we depart? The remaining beastmen have improved significantly. Let the tribe take turns carrying the loads. Yuan Lang nodded. The injured will stay in the center, while the strong will clear the path and protect the rear. We cannot afford to lose more tribe members. This time, 6 beast warriors had already lost their lives during the salt exchange. Casting a glance at the rough yellow salt wrapped in beast skin before him, Yuan Lang pursed his lips, realizing that life here was likely harsher than that of frontier farmers. The following day, as the leader of the salt exchange team, Yuan Lang organized the beastmen to advance toward the tribe once more. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan stayed close behind him, ensuring the safety of the rear. The middle-aged beastman led several robust warriors ahead, clearing the path. In an effort to minimize noise, the beastmen refrained from transforming into their beast forms, running in their human shapes, which suited Yuan Lang and his companions well. On the evening of the third day, the middle-aged beastman abruptly halted, his ears twitching as he listened intently to the sounds of the jungle. Suddenly, a faint yet foul odor wafted through the breeze, and his expression changed dramatically. It's a ferocious beast. This low growl echoed throughout the party. Yuan Lang sprinted from the back of the group. The instincts of his beastly form compelled him to flare his nostrils. The familiar stench pierced his senses, causing his brows to furrow. It's a pack of saber-toothed boars. I'll stay behind with some tribe members to hold them off for a moment. Uncle, you take the injured to safety and wait for us. However, the middle-aged beast man shook his head resolutely. Let me stay this time. Seeing Yuan Lang about to refuse, he raised his hand to interrupt. You are all young beasts. You are the hope of the tribe. Besides, we old ones have far more experience and are better suited to stay behind. A pack of saber-toothed boars could contain adult ferocious beasts. If Yuan Lang and his companions remained, it would only lead to their demise. Yuan Lang, hurry and take the injured away. Find a safe place to settle them before returning to help us, urged the other warriors beside the middle-aged beast man. They were prepared to face death, just as Yuan Lang had been when he insisted on providing support. Dangerous tasks should not always fall on Yuan Lang alone. Yuan Lang glanced at the middle-aged beast man and turned to shout, the remaining tribe members, follow me quickly. The warriors understood the gravity of the situation, though reluctant. They shouldered the injured and gritted their teeth as they followed Yuan Lang's lead. Just as they had not run far, the air erupted with the ferocious roars of beasts behind them, wild and merciless. The warriors' faces grew somber, tightening their grips on the bundles before them, suppressing the urge to look back as they continued to sprint forward, the occasional glimmer of tears betraying their restless hearts. Stop! Yuan Lang uttered a low growl as a series of rustling sounds echoed from the dense jungle ahead, suggesting the frantic movements of numerous beasts. Suddenly, a magnificent white tiger leaped from the thicket, landing squarely on Yuan Lang, giving him an unexpected face wash. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the majestic creature bounded aside, and in a flash of light, a robust middle-aged beastman materialized before the crowd. With a hearty laugh, the middle-aged beastman threw an arm around Yuan Lang's shoulder, exclaiming, "My boy, do you miss your father?" Behind them, suppressed chuckles emanated from Tung Kuan and Tung Qian, prompting Yuan Lang to wriggle free from the beastman's grasp. Emerging from the direction the middle-aged beastman had just come from were several half-beast warriors, who, upon seeing their long-lost kin, erupted in joyous exclamations. "My boy, where is Dashur?" the middle-aged beastman asked, surveying the area and noticing the absence of his old companion. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, Sherlin rushed over from the crowd. "Brother Yuan, where is my father?" As Yuan Lang tightened his grip on the stone spear in his hand, he glanced at the two and waved to the uninjured kin behind him. "Half-beast warriors, remain here to tend to the wounded. The beastmen will accompany me to find Uncle Dashur." With that, he surged back into the jungle from whence they had come. The middle-aged beastman's expression tightened upon hearing his words. He called upon his old companion, and together they transformed into their beast forms, swiftly following Yuan Lang and the others. Sherlin, along with a cluster of half-beast warriors, encircled the injured kin, standing vigilant. Although the central region of the polar forest was not a common haunt for ferocious beasts, its proximity to the inner depths meant that encounters were still possible. Thus, vigilance was paramount. As Yuan Lang's group approached the area where they had previously encountered the saber-toothed boars, the sounds of battle grew increasingly distinct. The middle-aged beastman's furry visage betrayed no emotion, yet his eyes reflected a deep seriousness. "My boy, what kind of beasts have you encountered?" From the sounds of the conflict, they must be formidable. Yuan Lang felt as though he were being brainwashed by the incessant repetition of "my boy." "They are not ordinary beasts. They are a pack of saber-toothed boars." The middle-aged beastman and his companion gasped in astonishment. A mere distance away, they quickly returned, the aftermath of the skirmish evident as the surrounding trees bore the scars of battle, clearing a swath of land. Blood splattered across fallen trunks, and the middle-aged beastman, alongside the remaining beastmen, continued to fight valiantly. Yuan Lang let out a furious roar and charged toward a particularly large saber-toothed boar. The middle-aged beastman bellowed behind him, "My boy, your father is coming to assist you." The middle-aged beastman Dashur, who had initially paled at their arrival, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing his familiar old friend. Reinforcements from the tribe had arrived. The two adult saber-toothed boars, already wounded, found themselves besieged by the relentless warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe, ultimately meeting their demise with anguished cries. "Captain, Uncle Dashur is injured," came the alarmed shout of a beastman, drawing everyone's attention. The once formidable middle-aged beastman now sat pale against a tree trunk, a gaping wound the size of a beastman's palm on his thigh, from which crimson blood flowed incessantly, saturating the ground beneath him. The surrounding kin wore expressions of sorrow. Such severe injuries would be difficult to heal, even for a shaman, without a beast crystal. Beast crystal, the middle-aged beastman suddenly recalled, hastily partially transforming. And with his sharp claws, he dispatched several saber-toothed boars. However, to his dismay, he found no beast crystals. Uncle Dashur's consciousness was fading, the loss of blood too great. Yuan Lang approached with a vine, bending down beside Uncle Dashur, and tightly bound the vine above the wound on his thigh. The onlookers regarded Yuan Lang with confusion, unsure of his intentions. "Blood, blood," slowing, murmured the beastman's voice tremulously, prompting the surrounding kin to gaze at Uncle Dashur's injury. Indeed, the once torrential flow of blood had begun to diminish. Yuan Lang rose and looked at his father beside him. "Did you bring any herbs?" The middle-aged beastman shook his head. Yuan Lang frowned. Soldiers on the battlefield should recognize a few simple external healing herbs, yet the flora in this world was unfamiliar, and he dared not recklessly gather them. "Doesn't Sherlin have herbs?" A coarse voice interjected, belonging to the beastman uncle who had accompanied the middle-aged beastman. The middle-aged beastman's eyes brightened suddenly. "Yes, a few days ago, I heard Sherlin mention he had traded for some herbs from a young female in the tribe, which worked wonders for treating wounds. Given the overwhelming stench of blood here, we should carry Uncle Dashur to reunite with the others." Although moving Uncle Deshur in his current condition was ill-advised, it was certainly preferable to remaining stationary and risking his life. Meanwhile, Sherlin and the others, anxiously waiting, raised their stone spears in caution upon hearing the chaotic footsteps. Only when the familiar scent wafted into their nostrils did they explode with excitement. Their kin had returned. It smells of blood. Is someone injured? Sherlin, upon hearing this, quickly clutched a small animal skin pouch to his chest. Yuan Lang emerged, carrying the middle-aged Beastman into the clearing, prompting exclamations of, "It's Uncle Deshur." Sherlin's face drained of color as he rushed forward to support the unconscious Uncle Deshur. "Father! Father!" His voice trembled with urgency, and in his haste, he forgot the animal skin pouch clutched tightly in his hand, letting it drop at his feet. The middle-aged Beastman approached and patted Sherlin's shoulder. "Sherlin, your father is not in immediate danger, but his wounds are severe and require treatment. Where are the herbs you brought?" Sherlin immediately looked down to see his father's thigh wound seeping blood. He quickly retrieved the animal skin pouch from the ground. "The herbs are here. I listened to the young female and ground them into powder. Just sprinkle it on the wound." With that, he carefully opened the tightly wrapped animal skin pouch, revealing the herbs he had meticulously protected along their journey. The light yellow powder, nestled within clean large leaves, emitted a faint herbal aroma, accompanied by a small, smooth wooden board. Sherlin used the wooden board to scoop the powder, evenly distributing it across the bleeding wound. Initially, the flowing blood washed away the newly applied powder, causing the onlookers to grow grave. Despite his own tension, Sherlin persisted, repeatedly sprinkling the powder until, gradually, the yellow powder began to take hold around the wound, finally halting the flow of fresh blood. The assembled Beastmen gasped in astonishment, embracing one another in celebration, leaving some of the powder for Uncle Deshur. Those with more severe injuries also received the precious treatment. Their expressions were filled with gratitude towards Sherlin and the life-saving herbs, as well as towards the dog system. "Please clarify for me. This bitter herb has squandered my goodwill, my firewood, and my sunlight. It is entirely natural and unpolluted. Does it not deserve a premium price? 1 pound for a mere point. Do you not think you are being rather hasty?" With a dissatisfied growl, Wu Yue confronted the system, which smugly reclined with its legs crossed. "Let us clarify this matter. Is the spark something you wish to reclaim? Surely not. Did you chop the firewood yourself? Absolutely not. Did you create the sun? Most certainly not. Did you gather the bitter herbs on your own? The vast majority, I presume, is also a resounding no. Thus, apart from being a source of inexpensive labor, you have contributed nothing to the costs. Is it too much to grant you a mere point? Do not be ungrateful." Feeling reduced to nothing more than cheap labor, Wu Yue gazed at the pitiful 50-odd points on the panel, her heart sinking. Are you there?" The sound of grass rustling outside the cave pulled Wu Yue from her despondency. "Dog system, just you wait. Our affairs are far from settled. I shall return to settle the score with you." With that, she rose and exited the cave. The pit you requested has been excavated. Sister sent me to bring you to see it." The voice of the grass was filled with excitement. The two made their way to the new home Wu Yue had previously selected. The once even ground now bore a pit towering to the height of an orc. Above the pit, there stood a slightly shorter earthen wall than the surrounding grass huts, with a rise in the center. A few small ones chattered animatedly nearby, adding to the lively atmosphere. Today, only 2 male members of the Qinghua were working, while another had ventured out to hunt for the day's provisions. The area around the pit had been meticulously leveled, and a smooth layer of white mud was evenly spread over it. Wu Yue recalled watching Vietnamese videos of people digging houses in the wilderness, where waterproofing was achieved by mixing termite mounds with wood ash and applying it to the walls. Thus, the occasional indulgence in such videos proved useful, did it not? The system sneered. "Host, may I inquire what similarities you find between the termite mound you discovered and those depicted in the videos you previously viewed?" In May, Wu Yu expressed her embarrassment, pleading with the system not to douse her pride with cold water during her moments of elation, fearing it would lead to a bout of melancholy. The system scoffed lightly, remarking that the world was already steeped in depression and that Wu Yu was a remarkable anomaly in the realm of self-indulgence. Wu Yu, frustrated with the system, wished to silence its incessant chatter. Under Wu Yu's guidance, the two began excavating the steps, constructing an equally elevated earthen wall. They then commenced the roofing, crafting a gabled roof supported by a sturdy wooden framework, layered with large leaves, hay, a mixture of hay and mud, and finally adorned with a thick woven grass curtain secured by wood. Remarkably, In just one afternoon, Wu Yu's house was completed. Gazing at her semi-subterranean dwelling, she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that she finally possessed a home of her own. Once the house was finished, Wu Yu joyfully led her friends on a tour of her cozy abode. Though referred to as a small nest, it was considerably larger and more spacious than the grass huts belonging to Qinghua and her companions. The steps connected to the interior were generous, ensuring that the house did not feel dim. Upon entering, Qinghua and Qingxiao were instantly enamored. With sparkling eyes, Qingxiao exclaimed, Your house is much larger than our cave." She dashed around the interior, declaring, "I want to build a house like this too. You must help me, Yu." She excitedly shook Wu Yu's arm, causing her a headache. Wu Yu quickly acquiesced, "Of course, I'll help, both you and Sister Qihua." At that moment, Qinghua's companions shed their previous disdain, their earlier discontent evaporating as they felt gratitude upon hearing this young female's desire to assist them in constructing such a beautiful grass hut. It was a known struggle for the robust males to reside in a hut barely large enough for one person to lie down in. Only when expanding their living space did they appreciate the advantages of dwelling on the outskirts of the tribe. Qinghua's family had ample open space around their home, and they chose a new plot for their dwelling. This time, Wu Yu designed 4 rooms centered around a staircase, with 2 rooms on each side. With the design established, the remainder of the construction was entrusted to Qinghua's partners, while Wu Yu merely offered guidance during the roofing process. Once Qinghua's house was completed, it ignited a sensation in the purely human residential area, and Wu Yu's name gradually spread throughout the tribe. Everyone came to know that the new, slender human female could construct remarkably enchanting houses that adhered to height regulations, yet were spacious and aesthetically pleasing, allowing even the tall orc warriors to stand upright within. Now that she had her own cozy nest, Wu Yu began to unpack her belongings. Looking at the few bundles of bitter herbs in her hands, she felt a pang of sadness, realizing how truly impoverished she was. The bare house, with only a small stash of food in the corner, left her feeling despondent as she wiped her face, muttering to the system, "In this life, I see no hope for joy or celebration." The system chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Ding ding ding, dear host. Your adorable, beautiful, kind, and understanding system is back." Surprised? Unexpected? Wu Yu's expression of indifference. "Oh, the ruler, and then?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As May swept away the lingering shadows of depression, she sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling like a hound catching sight of a bone. "Oh, handsome TKO, I simply adore you. So, what magnificent news do you bring?" After a haughty snort or two, TKO began to divulge. "Congratulations, host. On completing the long-term main quest reside, you have successfully acquired your own dwelling in the Snow Tiger tribe. You are awarded 10 points and a simplified woodworking manual. This tome is in electronic format, and you may access it through your panel." Wu Yu squinted. The carpentry manual is simply a carpentry manual. Why is it labeled as a simplified version? Tongzi mockingly replied, "Host, what occupies your mind? Bitter herb juice. In such an environment, would a modern version even be of any use to you?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's lips twitched. "Songzi, why do I feel as though you resemble a pimp?" Songzi. Dog host. "This system has resolved to restrict your free time." With that, it fell silent in a huff. Wu Yu touched her nose, realizing that the temperament of the commander was becoming increasingly irritable. "You, are you there? Come out quickly." A familiar voice echoed from above. Resonating with the essence of fresh grass, Wu Yu rose and brushed off the dust from her backside, peering out from the door with curiosity. "What's the rush?" she inquired. The somewhat lean face of Qing Chao was flushed with excitement. The Salt Exchange tribe is about to arrive. The hunting tribe encountered them in the forest and returned early with the news. Let us hurry out to greet them. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. The Salt Exchange team? She recalled hearing from Qing Chao that this group had set out long before the onset of winter, embarking on a long journey to the White Sand Salt Sea, all for the precious salt that sustains the lives of the orcs. With her eyes shining like a myriad of stars, Wu Yu dashed to Qing Chao's side, tugging at her arm as they raced toward the entrance of the tribe. The atmosphere in the tribe was electric. The Salt Exchange team had returned, and the warriors were back. The two of them struggled to push their way to the front of the crowd, where the chieftain awaited alongside a host of orcs. However, It was an elderly man, thin and wrapped in vines, standing before the chieftain that caught Wu Yu's attention. He held a staff taller than himself, and atop that staff, goodness. Wu Yu's expression was one of shock. Could someone please tell her what that staff was emanating? A gentle blue luminescence? Master, come quickly and save your host. I feel as if I might faint. Wu Yu murmured. Given the gravity of the situation concerning her canine host's well-being, the system dared not hesitate and swiftly came online. What is the matter? What is happening? Wu Yu gazed intently in the direction that had shattered her illusions. I have already fallen into a state of severe illness. Experiencing delusions, I just witnessed the cane of that dark, shadowy old man emitting a strange glow. System, a weary canine host sighed deeply. After taking several breaths of fresh air, she remarked, So, on the very first day when I endeavored to impart fundamental knowledge of the beastly realm, were you perhaps wandering in your sleep, O canine host? Wu Yue wore a puzzled expression. Did you really say that? The system gritted its teeth. If I hadn't, I would go live and eat excrement. That dark-skinned old man is the shaman of the beast world. And what he holds is not the cane used by elderly people in your past life, but a shaman's staff. The staff does not emit light. What you see is the shamanic power radiating from that dark-skinned sorcerer. Wu Yu's mouth formed an O shape in astonishment. How impressive. The system replied with a cold chuckle. Indeed, it is impressive. Therefore, host, you must quickly accumulate points. The cultivation system requires a total of 100 points to activate. After the system's words, it was surprisingly met with silence from the dog-like host, which left it feeling rather uncomfortable. After fidgeting for a moment, it finally spoke up. Host, are you there? What are you doing? Hello? After a flurry of chatter, Wu Yu seemed to regain her senses and let out a piercing scream in her mind. Dog system. What did you just say? I can cultivate too? Is that true? Is it? The system replied. So, you have been silent for such a long time just to digest this information. Once the cultivation system is activated as a pure human, the host can indeed cultivate witchcraft. Moreover, the original host, AMU, was already a disciple of witchcraft. So it will be quite easy for you to be accepted as a witch in the future. Wu Mei's starry eyes sparkled, dog-like. Oh no, dear system. You truly are the unparalleled and extraordinarily handsome system of the universe. The system chuckled. A woman's words are but a deceiver's charm. They've returned, they've returned. The orc warriors are back. Qing Chao exclaimed, filled with excitement and pride. Look, you. Have you ever seen so many orc warriors before? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, in May. With a rigid expression, she questioned. So not only did you nearly strangle me with your embrace, but you also continue to inflict psychological humiliation and disdain for my stature? The love has faded. You are no longer the beloved creature I once cherished. A resounding roar echoed through the surrounding forests of the snow tiger tribe, causing the very ground beneath her to tremble. From the dense woodland emerged familiar silhouettes of half-beasts, their excited howls reverberating like thunder. Even Wu Yu, who was only acquainted with Shilin, was swept up in the exuberant atmosphere, joining in the chorus of joyous screams alongside the verdant grass. Soon, magnificent white tigers materialized, their robust bodies and powerful limbs leaving colossal paw prints upon the earth. Facing such a majestic creature for the first time, Wu Yu felt her heartbeat racing beyond comprehension. However, she rubbed her eyes, sensing that she might be witnessing some grand display of bewildering behaviors. The last 3 tigers seemed to be walking with a peculiar limp. Or perhaps not. Wu Yu was not mistaken. At this moment, Yuan Lang, Teng Qian, and Tung Kuan sensed the profound malice of this land towards them. They had encountered tigers in the Emperor's beast garden before, majestic in their stride, yet docile as kittens. However, it was only when they transformed into tigers that they realized, what majesty? Transitioning from 2 legs to 4 proved to be their first challenge. Tung Kuan, do I look better now? What nonsense, I'm still limping. Tung Qian growled in frustration. What is this? Why is walking so difficult? Which leg do I move first? As the 2 tigers debated their gait, their rounded ears perked up with a sudden flutter. Tung Qian's eyes sparkled as he turned to his younger brother. Tung Kuan, listen. Is that a woman's voice? Tung Kuan, upon hearing this, instantly directed his large tiger eyes toward the source of the sound. I heard it too. The 2 tigers, their ears quivering with excitement, revealed broad grins. It truly is a woman's voice. Roar, roar, roar. Observing the two overzealous tigers charging ahead, Yuan Lang quietly sidled behind his adoptive father, though his enormous white tiger head peeked out curiously. He was eager to see the expressions on the faces of those two upon encountering the so-called woman. As the two tigers approached the entrance of the tribe, the jubilant cheers of the clan's folk momentarily halted. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan slid to a halt before the tribe, their faces meeting a sea of robust, pitch-black figures. How to put it, quite the surprise. Exchanging glances, the two large tiger heads leaned closer together. Brother, why do we hear a woman's voice but see no sign of her? Tung Kuan shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Their bewildered eyes turned toward the returning clansmen, who had mentioned many females were present in the tribe. Where are the females? Ah, the two cubs exclaimed. You two have finally returned. Do you know how worried Amma was about you? What if you had perished outside? If a ferocious beast devoured you? There would be nothing left to find. And what if you encountered a savage tribe? Blah, blah, blah. A robust individual named Amma enveloped Ting Qian and Tung Kuan in a tight embrace, leaving them bewildered. Was this person a former friend of their original selves? Meanwhile, Wu Yu looked at Amma with a gaze that could only be described as horrified. What kind of family was this, raising two limping tigers? And the first thing this grandmother did upon her son's return was to recount the 108 ways he might meet his demise. Tung Qian struggled to peek out from the embrace of the Beastmen, cautiously addressing him. You are. Roar. Before he could finish, a large white paw pressed down on his head. Amma, when they returned to the tribe with me, they were injured by a ferocious beast and have lost all memory. After a moment of stunned silence, Amma inquired, did they injure your paws or anything? Yuan Lang's tiger mouth twitched. No, they just don't remember anything from before. With a hearty wave of her hand, Amma replied, as long as it doesn't hinder hunting, it's fine. They never remembered anything particularly useful anyway. Wu Yu. This grandmother, you truly possess a remarkable outlook. Tung Qian stealthily raised his head to glance at his general. What? Yuan Lang. Who is this? Beside him, Tung Kuan also obediently squatted like a little kitten, nodding his large head, eager to know. Yuan Lang's mouth curled into a teasing smile. She is your AMU. Hey, AMU? Yuan Lang must be deceiving us. The female elder delivered a punch. You two little rascals come back from trading salt and suddenly act all tough, not even recognizing your AMU. The two beasts looked back at the calm-faced Yuan Lang, their eyes filled with reproach. So, was the reason the general spoke of females so nonchalantly because of this? Scanning the surrounding tribespeople, they finally recognized the presence of females in the tribe. Those with notably more developed pectorals were indeed female. Oh my! The two great tigers initially wore expressions of disillusionment, then transformed into looks of utter despair, which greatly amused Wu Yu. The expressions of these sly tigers were indeed quite expressive. Beside them, Qing Chao gazed starry-eyed at the two howling tigers. You, look at them. How imposing and robust they are. If I could become their mate, it would be the greatest blessing from the beast god. Qing Chao's voice was not quiet, nor was there any need for it to be small, as the surrounding females displayed similar infatuated expressions. However, Qing Chao's voice, rising amidst the throng of females, stood out somewhat. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan felt disheartened, lamenting the lack of a suitable lady in this harsh new world. Yet, despite their disdain, they could not help but feel elated by the females' praises. Shaking their round ears, the two large cats proudly directed their gazes towards the female who uttered those words. Upon noticing the two great cats looking her way, Qing Chao instantly grew excited and hid behind Wu Yu. The two great tigers turned to see merely a withered bean sprout. The pity in their massive eyes was undeniable. This female must be from a struggling family. Otherwise, how could she have grown to such a state? With disheveled hair, a waxy complexion, and sunken cheeks, the two tigers involuntarily shivered. Mother, she looks like a ghost. The ghostly Wu Yu. What was that expression on the two sly tigers just now? Am I some unsightly human weapon of mass destruction? Having not looked in a mirror for a long time, Wu Yu was oblivious to how her frail body sported a golden-haired Lion King hairstyle that was utterly shocking. Roar. A deafening roar echoed from behind. It was the chief summoning the tribe members. The Beastmen who returned from trading salt transformed into formidable tigers, squatting in the clearing before the chief and the shaman. The dark, old shaman moved steadily forward, raising high the staff emanating with mystical shamanic power, chanting a series of enigmatic incantations. As he lifted the staff higher, the light of shamanic power intensified. Finally, with a low shout, A blue shamanic aura enveloped every Beastman warrior who had returned from the salt trade. Witnessing the Beastmen seemingly cloaked in a veil of blue, Wu felt a profound impact on both her vision and spirit. Host, this is a shamanic blessing, a fundamental skill of every shaman. The system explained timely. It is truly beautiful. At this moment, the mysterious shamanic blessing ignited Wu Yu's determination to become a shaman. Meanwhile, Yuan Lang and the others were equally shaken. Although it was Yuan Lang's first encounter with a shamanic blessing after accepting the memories of the original self, the rapid healing of his minor wounds made his heart race involuntarily, not to mention the two sly ones, who watched in awe as the wounds on their arms transitioned from slight itchiness to healing. Even though the larger wounds showed only slight improvement, it left them utterly astounded. Is this what is known as a celestial being? This is a shamanic blessing. That elder is a shaman. Such grand shamanic blessings consume immense shamanic power. Hence, they are only performed during significant rituals or momentous occasions, Yuan Lang explained softly. Ting Qian and Tung Kuan instantly felt a deep reverence for this new world they were to inhabit. Their restless hearts calmed somewhat, prompting them to earnestly contemplate their future lives here. Warriors, under the protection of the beast god, you have returned safely, bringing life-giving salt to your tribe. You are the warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe. The shaman's voice, imbued with shamanic power, resonated deeply in the ears of all the tribespeople. Today, we gather here to bid farewell to those who have returned to the embrace of the beast god during this salt trade. As he brought his raised staff down, it struck the ground heavily, sending ripples of blue light cascading outward. The crowd seemed to hear the roars of the Snow Tiger Beastmen from those waves of blue light, their eyes brimming with tears. The mood in May gradually grew heavy and bittersweet. Here, the orcs enjoyed the highest and best treatment within the tribe. Yet they bore the most perilous and burdensome responsibilities. What they sacrificed was their very lives. In this realm where the average lifespan of an orc spans several centuries, their remains lay forever interred in foreign lands for the survival of their kin. Surrounding them, the sounds of muffled sobs began to emerge, emanating from the relatives of the orc warriors who could not return to the tribe. Following the somber farewell, the chieftain announced a grand feast for the tribe that evening. The orcs bellowed as they surged into the forest to hunt, while the females returned home to retrieve the finest and freshest provisions. Wu Yu cast a disdainful glance at the drooping grass beside her and remarked, "Do not dwell in regret. There is still a gathering this evening. Simply present yourself well then." The grass, filled with sorrowful thoughts, looked up at Wu Yu and said, "You, am I perhaps too timid? I should have stepped forward at that moment. They must have mistaken you for me." The orc warriors hold a particular aversion to frail females. They are bound to perceive me as lacking vitality. Wu Yu, my dear, while I can understand your candidness, could you extend a measure of empathy towards my fragile heart? Do I not also have my pride? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu sensed that their friendship was on the brink of dissolution, and she intended to bid farewell to the blade-wielding green grass. However, as fate would have it, the declaration of severing ties was soon followed by the resounding sound of slaps to the face. The two, who had vowed to part ways, found themselves reunited that very evening. The reason? Qing Hua had come to Wu Yu's home and earnestly revealed something that caught her quite off guard. The cave where you previously resided belonged to the orc warrior Yuan Lang, and you should prepare some food as a token of gratitude. Wu Yu's small face was filled with distress. Is there really such a regulation? Qing Hua and Qing Chao exchanged a glance of exasperation. What do you know? This is a rare opportunity to engage with the orc warriors. If you leave a favorable impression on the Yuan Lang warrior, he might even choose you as one of his companions. Oh my goodness. Wu Yu stared wide-eyed, perplexed by the notion of being one of several partners. Is this not a polyandrous society? Why is it not he who becomes one of my companions? Her Navi words lingered in the air, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. The two females gaped at her, their astonishment nearly overflowing from their eyes. Qingtiao stammered. Your idea is quite intriguing. Perhaps you could elevate the hay beneath your head while you sleep. Qi Hua candidly remarked. Only the powerful possess the privilege of choosing their partners. You, given your frail nature, it is already fortunate that a male would desire you, let alone a formidable warrior of the beastly kind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded, expressing, I do not impose any demands. If he cannot have me as his sole partner, then I shall not desire him." Both individuals were taken aback by Wu Yu's proclamation. Was she truly contemplating the cessation of her existence? Wu Yu was acutely aware of the ideological chasm that existed among them. Thus, she deftly shifted the topic. "What kind of food should I send to the warriors of Yuan Lang?" Qin Xiao and Qing Hua cast a glance around Wu Yu's home, their eyes landing on a shelf in the corner where some spoiled, bitter vegetables lay. Qin Xiao looked at Wu Yu with a hint of disapproval. You have more bitter vegetables than you can consume. They could be given to the elders and young ones in the tribe who are unable to procure food. Why allow them to rot here?" Beside her, Qin Xiao's expression was equally complex as she gazed at the pile of bitter vegetables. A look of regret etched across her face. Her lips twitched as if she wished to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Nonetheless, Wu Yu discerned a flicker of disappointment in their eyes. Was it disappointment directed at her? She found herself caught between laughter and tears. Approaching the corner, she picked up a handful of the dried bitter vegetables and cheerfully presented them to the two. "These are not spoiled bitter vegetables. Look, this is the dried bitter vegetable I prepared." Upon hearing this, Qinghua and Qin Chao paused momentarily, feeling somewhat awkward as they reached out to take a sniff. It truly has no foul odor. But have these bitter vegetables been rendered inedible by drying?" With a mysterious smile, Wu Yu remarked, "Of course. I can prepare a dish using these dandelion greens to present to the Yuan Lang warrior. What do you think?" Qinghua playfully poked her forehead with her finger and replied, "Perhaps it's best not to. Orc warriors are notoriously averse to wild vegetables. Today, AMU has brought a piece of meat, and I shall fetch it for you shortly." Wu Yu was acutely aware of the rarity of a meaty feast for Qinghua and the others, and thus could not accept their offer. She swiftly waved her hand, insisting, "No, you have worked so hard to enjoy a meal of meat. How could you possibly share it with me? Moreover, I have no desire to become the companion of that Yuan Lang warrior. He must also be cognizant of the challenges faced by those in the human community. The bitter herb I sent is merely a token of my goodwill. If he chooses to accept it, he may partake, and if not, so be it." Seeing her earnest expression, Qinghua could only let out a resigned sigh and mutter, "You are truly foolish, little female, to turn down such a splendid opportunity that lies before you. It will be quite difficult for you to approach the Yuan Lang warrior in the future." Qin Chao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you may not realize this, but the Yuan Lang warrior is exceptionally handsome, robust, and an exceptional hunter. Many females within the tribe aspire to become his mate." She then added with a hint of indignation, "That insufferable Yedwa has yet to find a partner because she desires to be the first mate of the Yuan Lang male." Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting to Yi Duo's formidable figure, then to the tall and handsome Yuan Lang. She felt a pang of guilt towards her language teacher, as the imagery in her mind left her at a loss for words. After a brief shudder, she casually remarked, "What does it matter? Perhaps the warrior Yuan Lang prefers someone like Yi Duo." Qing Chao scoffed, "He surely does. Yi Duo is undoubtedly the most sought-after female in the tribe among the males." Wu Yu shrugged her shoulders, pondering what she could possibly say. She could only lament the peculiar tastes of the Beastmen, which she found hard to appreciate. The beast warrior hunters had returned, creating a lively commotion by the riverside. One by one, they transformed into their beast forms, quietly crouching in the water, obediently allowing the river to wash away the bloodstains from their bodies, before swiftly leaping out of the water. Their eager demeanor brought a smile to Wu Yu's face. Indeed, they were like great cats, with an innate aversion to water ingrained in their very bones. Beside her lay a small cooking stove constructed from 3 stacked stones, upon which rested a crude stone pot, her reward from the previous task of selling bitter vegetable greens. This pot could be manipulated into various shapes and sizes at her whim. At that moment, the stone pot appeared rather rudimentary, seemingly excavated by a young cub. She gathered some embers from the blue-flamed fire and ignited her little stove, adding water to prepare a meal for the Yuan Lang warriors. Meanwhile, Yuan Lang and the Tung Qian and Tung Kuan brothers sat in a neat row. 3 large tigers with their heads resting, their fur floating gracefully in the water, creating a picture of elegance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu smiled and pointed at the plump grass carp swimming around them. "Could you help me catch a couple of fish?" Although she had undergone a transformation due to the pills, her exterior remained unchanged. At this moment, she appeared frail, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Not particularly attractive. Tung Qian curled his lip and splashed his paw in the river. The only dry spot on the faces of the two nearby tigers was soon soaked as well. Roar. Tung Qian, are you seeking death? Yuan Lang, standing in the middle, did not miss the glimmer of amusement in the small female's eyes on the riverbank. He lifted his right paw and pushed Tung Qian's head under the water. This fellow was indeed more of a hindrance than a help. After releasing him with a flick of his paw, two plump grass carp landed on the grass at Wu Yue's feet. Picking up the two fish, which had already been dazed by the sheer force of the beastman's grip, Wu Yue smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance. I'll be making fish soup today. Would you like some?" The three of them paused, then nodded in unison, yes. Heaven knows that the previous meal of roasted meat had already caused them considerable discomfort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Wu Yu quickly suppressed the smile at the corner of her lips and said, "All right, I will deliver it to you shortly." With that, she hurriedly picked up the fish and departed. Behind her, the resounding roars of three large tigers mingled with the rhythmic splashing of the river, indicating that these tigers were not easily intimidated by water. After Wu Yu's departure, two figures emerged from behind a large tree by the riverbank. "That wretched female dares to flirt with the Yuan Lang warriors," came the voice of Yi, her gaze towards Wu Yu filled with jealousy and resentment. Beside her, Yi Duo's expression was equally grim, her complex feelings directed towards the orc in the river. In the past, when she spoke with Yuan Lang, he would at least glance at her or respond with a simple acknowledgement, but upon returning and seeing her this time, he had turned and walked away with an odd expression. Did Yuan Lang know about her mating with other males? The thought filled Yi Duo with anxiety. "Yi Duo, what troubles you? Are you merely going to watch that wretched female seducing our male?" Yi growled. Upon hearing the words "our male," a surge of anger ignited within Yi Duo. The female of the Yuan Lang warrior could only be herself, and only she could bear his children. Was there truly another female in the tribe worthy of such a formidable orc as Yuan Lang? With this thought, Yi Duo's earlier panic dissipated, and the corners of her mouth lifted once more. "Yi, what are you afraid of? That unattractive and inept female? Surely you do not believe the powerful Yuan Lang warrior would take a liking to her?" Her words dripped with disdain. Yi paused, then gradually began to laugh. "Ha. Indeed, orc warriors prefer strong and capable females." Yi Duo picked up some meat and headed towards the gathering spot by the river, saying, "Thus, we need not concern ourselves with that weak female. Our focus should be on those robust or capable gatherers. Yi Duo, do not forget. Once you become the primary partner of the Yuan Lang warrior, you must allow me to be his partner as well," Yi urged anxiously. Her physique was not robust enough, and while her gathering skills were commendable, orc warriors seldom consumed wild vegetables. Most importantly, her father did not hold high hopes for her becoming the partner of the Yuan Lang warrior, claiming that a pure human like her would be bullied by the warrior's future mate. Yet, Yi Duo was also a pure human female. The Yuan Lang warrior was aloof toward all females, but only Yi Duo could engage him in conversation. The tribespeople claimed that the warrior favored Yi Duo, which was why he sought to befriend her. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, who was diligently processing the grass carp under the system's guidance, remained oblivious to the brewing conflict between the females. "System, do you mean to say that the entire fish head needs to be chopped off?" Wu Yu lamented as she gazed at the sizable fish head in her hands, for she had a particular fondness for fish heads. The system replied with a serious tone. "The head of this grass carp secretes a highly irritating liquid, which is also the reason they go berserk upon sensing blood. Thus, this fish head is inedible. Cooking it may have minimal effects, but consuming it raw could lead to madness. Excessive consumption would ultimately result in organ failure and death." Wu Yu's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the shell knife, her smile rigid. "Tongs, I believe it is quite beneficial for the long-term meat-eating beastmen warriors to occasionally consume some wild vegetables to prevent constipation and a series of other embarrassing issues." Noticing her timidity, the system replied calmly, "And then tomorrow, it will spread like wildfire that the new female from the Snow Tiger tribe presented the Beastmen warriors with a pot of unpalatable vegetable soup." After saying this, it sighed with genuine concern. "Rumors can be more ferocious than tigers. Dear host, please consider your actions wisely." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Wu Yu felt a touch of awkwardness. Who could have anticipated that the boiled bitter greens would yield not a soup, but a thick paste? She herself had no appetite upon seeing it. Nevertheless, despite its unappealing appearance, its flavor was surprisingly delightful. She spoke no falsehood. The taste was indeed quite pleasant. With the remaining fresh bitter greens, she bartered with her fellow tribesmen for some fruits, which she then added to the bitter green soup. To her astonishment, in addition to the aromatic bitterness, there was a hint of sweetness in the broth. She scooped a spoonful and offered it to Qinghua, saying, "Sister Qinghua, do give it a try." Qinghua's eyes reflected a clear reluctance, yet upon meeting Wu Yu's hopeful gaze, she could not bring herself to refuse. With a stiffened arm, she accepted the offering under the admiring gaze of the grass. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head and extended her tongue to taste. Wu Yu, although it may not be the most pleasant thought, why do I feel as if I am compelling Qinghua to consume something repugnant? How does it taste? Wu Yu inquired with a hint of anticipation. Qinghua, taken aback by the surprisingly palatable flavor, handed her spoon to her sister beside her. "Qi Chao, do give it a try. It is truly quite delightful." Eventually, despite the skeptical gazes exchanged between Qinghua and Qi Chao, Wu Yu, expressionless, clutched her rough stone pot and followed the two towards the communal dining area. Yuan Lang and the others stood before a gruesome slab of raw meat, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Eating raw flesh, while tolerable on occasion, was hardly sustainable as a daily fare. More importantly, they craved something beyond mere meat. Was it too indulgent to wish for variety? The voice of a slightly hoarse female warrior broke the silence, prompting Yuan Lang to lower the wooden stick he held and glance ahead. 3 tribal females approached, one of whom had solicited their assistance in fishing earlier that afternoon. Upon spotting Wu Yu, their eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that she had come to deliver fish soup? Noticing the trio's gaze fixated on the stone pot she held, Wu Yu instinctively stepped forward and placed the pot in front of Yuan Lang. "Yuan Lang, I had initially intended to prepare fish soup for you, but my kin informed me that the grass fish is toxic and inedible, so I made a porridge of wild vegetables instead." As she spoke, she lifted the large leaves that covered the pot. Yuan Lang's attention faltered as he regarded the young female before him, pondering for a moment. Ultimately, he concluded that the original inhabitant did not recognize this young female. Was she yet another admirer? With a hint of aloofness, he replied, While he wished not to nurture any false hopes in the young female, he found himself genuinely interested in tasting the wild vegetable porridge. Wu Yu retrieved 3 borrowed stone bowls and filled them with porridge, handing them over with a somewhat awkward expression. Although it may not appear appealing, the taste is rather delightful. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan leaned forward, peering into the pot at the verdant, viscous substance, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Is this truly made from wild vegetables?" Wu Yu nodded, stating, "I made this from dried bitter herbs. I initially intended to prepare a bitter herb soup, but it inadvertently turned into a paste." Yuan Lang brought the stone bowl to his lips and took a delicate sip, discovering it to be surprisingly sweet. Although it was labeled as bitter herb paste, it bore no trace of bitterness. He nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Not bad." Upon hearing this, Tung Qian and Tung Kuan eagerly raised their stone bowls and began to consume the contents, convinced that if the general deemed it palatable, it certainly could not be considered a meager meal. Observing the bitter herb paste, now devoured by the orc warriors, alongside the untouched cuts of beast meat before them, Qinghua and Qing Chao swallowed hard, suddenly questioning their own existence. Had orc warriors developed a taste for wild vegetables? The adage "a mouthful is worth a favor" seemed to hold some truth. Gazing at the now empty stone pot and the frail little female squatting by its side, Yuan Lang felt a flicker of conscience that had long been extinguished. He reached out to slice off a portion of the substantial meat before him and tossed it into the little female's stone pot, saying, "This is for you. Do not think that because I have tasted your wild herb paste, you are now indebted to me. I have reciprocated, and we owe each other nothing." To his surprise, the small female, after a moment of shock, removed the meat from her pot and placed it on the large leaf in front of them. "I cannot accept your meat. You may not recognize me. I am." Yuan Lang furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening as he regarded the little female with the lion's head, declaring, "To be frank, I have no desire to know who you are. Wu Yu, what on earth is this called Yuan Lang? Is that a defensive glare? What does it mean? Does he think I've taken a fancy to him?" I suddenly feel like rolling my eyes in exasperation. How absurd. Overthinking is an ailment that needs remedy. Without further ado, I said, "I am a newcomer to the tribe, and I have temporarily taken residence in the cave where you previously lived. This bowl of wild vegetable porridge is a token of my gratitude." After finishing my explanation in one breath, I produced a small bundle the size of my palm. These are some herbs I gathered myself, now ground into powder. Also as a token of thanks. With a sigh of relief, I concluded, "Thank you for the cave. I shall not disturb your meal any longer. We are leaving now." With that, I stood up, taking Qinghua and Qing Chao along as we departed. It wasn't until the three of us disappeared into the crowd that the three large cats finally reacted. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan instantly embraced and burst into laughter. "General, were you just being overly sentimental?" Tung Kuan chuckled. "It seems the little female merely came to express her gratitude. Perhaps we thought too much. I can endure my own embarrassment, but I cannot tolerate your blatant remarks. Do I not have any dignity?" After a moment, Yuan Lang sat contentedly by the fire, roasting meat, while the two bruised cats huddled together, trembling. "Why? Everyone is foolish, yet why can't they match even one of the general's prowess?" Yuan Lang. A soft and melodious voice called out by the fire, contrasting sharply with Yuan Lang's suddenly darkened expression. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan instantly lifted their sparkling eyes to look over. "Oh, the little female's voice is truly delightful. What is this?" Seeing the robust figure before them, Tung Qian and Tung Kuan swiftly retreated to another fire pit, while still embracing one another, laughing at the bewildered Beastman. "Brothers, may we join your feast?" The Beastman waved graciously. "Of course, if you wish to eat roasted meat, help yourselves. If you prefer raw meat, tear it apart yourselves." In stark contrast to the merriment over there, Yuan Lang's area felt like winter had arrived prematurely. Yi Duo looked somewhat aggrieved at the towering Beastman opposite her, tears welling in her eyes. "Yuan Lang, what is wrong? Why have you ceased speaking to me upon your return? Have I done something wrong?" At that moment, Yuan Lang's heart was racing with 1,000 wild horses as he thought of the robust female before him. Yuan Lang felt utterly unwell. The original host even desired to bond with such a female. Absolutely not. He refused, seeing that he had expressed his sentiments so clearly. Yet the Beastman remained unbothered, continuing to roast meat. The tears in Yi Duo's eyes accumulated further. "Yuan Lang, do you wish to ignore me?" Unable to endure the sight of a masculine female jabbering before him, Yuan Lang glanced up. "Are you blind?" Yi Duo stared in daze at the Beastman's handsome face illuminated by the firelight, her gaze burning. "What?" Yuan Lang scoffed. "I said you are blind. Can't you see that I am not fond of you? Do not linger around me any longer. It is tiresome to behold." Reflecting on the female's intentions, Yuan Lang felt a wave of displeasure. The original host was foolish, always thinking this delicate female needed protection, weeping to elicit sympathy. He even made excuses for her when she schemed against other females in the tribe. But Yuan Lang was no longer that simple-minded Beastman. Such trivial tactics were the realm of ladies, noble women, and even housewives. He had seen plenty of such vile methods. The surrounding noise suddenly fell silent. Many tribe members were aware of the matters between Yuan Lang and Yi Duo, yet most of it stemmed from Yi Duo's own proclamations to the tribesfolk. Yuan Lang, focused on hunting and growing stronger, neither refused nor responded, leading others to believe he silently acquiesced. The tribe members assumed Yi Duo would certainly become Yuan Lang's mate. So when they saw her approach him, they instinctively paid attention, eagerly awaiting the moment she would announce the good news to celebrate. It had been a long time since the tribe held a bonding ceremony, and everyone was delighted at such a joyful occurrence. However, while the beginning was predictable, the conclusion was anything but. Yuan Lang's disdain for Yi Duo was genuine, indicating that all previous sentiments were merely her own illusions. Yuan Lang had no intention of becoming her mate. Yuan Lang's father and mother glanced awkwardly at a middle-aged Beastman couple nearby, who were none other than Yi Duo's parents. They had intended to settle matters between Yuan Lang and Yi Duo today, believing Yuan Lang was of an age to find a partner and bear offspring. But alas, what is this troublesome cub doing now? Before the salt exchange, he had inquired about Yi Duo, claiming she was quite good. Why does he now look as if he has encountered a pile of dung? Yi Duo snapped back to reality from her infatuation. The surrounding silence mingling with the disdain in Yuan Lang's eyes made her toes curl, her face flushing. Yuan Lang, what did you say?" She could hardly believe her ears. She was the most favored pure female in the tribe, aside from the female Beastman warriors. Now that the female Beastmen in the tribe had found their mates, did Yuan Lang not want her, perhaps seeking to share a female Beastman with those other males? "I said for you to vanish from my sight." Looking at this pretentious female, Yuan Lang felt a deep-seated revulsion. During today's hunt, he had overheard another half-beastman male speaking with companions, mentioning that this female, who had promised to wait for the original host's return, had already mated with other males the very next day after the original host left to exchange salt. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang felt pity for the original host and coldly stated, "We have merely exchanged a few words. There are many females I have conversed with. Do you expect them all to become my mates?" The females who had spoken with Yuan Lang all looked at him with hopeful expressions. "Really? Does that mean anyone I've spoken to could become your mate?" Tung Qian and Tung Kuan, now abandoning their meal, rushed back to Yuan Lang's side, striving to defend his virtue. Each one of them was deluded. The female tribe members understood the underlying meaning of Yuan Lang's words, holding on to a hint of hope. Now realizing the prospects were bleak, they relinquished their ambitions and turned to enjoy the unfolding drama. Yuan Lang, the female beastmen in the tribe have already found their mates. And they are all considerably older than you. Who else in the tribe besides me has the right to be your mate? Yuduo exclaimed, persuading herself all along. However, the beastman's cold expression seemed to mock her the most. Regardless of qualifications, it certainly will not be you. Beside them, Wu could hardly contain her excitement. Almost leaping up to applaud, this beast man was truly remarkable, his words cutting sharply, showing no mercy even to females. His tongue was indeed venomous. While it was gratifying to witness him confront others, it would not be as pleasant when the tables turned. Best to keep a distance in the future. Is there anything else? If not, please step aside. You are blocking my light. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu silently covered her mouth. It appeared she had indeed been betrayed. Wasn't the recent song somewhat fitting? The moment Yuan Lang's words fell, the surrounding clan's people erupted in an uproar. Their expressions, particularly those of the half-orc warrior and Yi duo, were utterly grim. Although it is not uncommon for single males to mate with females, the half-orc warrior had already committed to a female partner, and Yi duo had been the subject of much speculation alongside Yuan Lang. With such news suddenly surfacing, how could the crowd remain calm? A slightly shorter female, her eyes reddened, rushed before the half-orc. Is what the warrior Yuan Lang said true? The half-orc warrior's lips moved, as if he wished to speak. The female gazed intently at him. What you have said can be heard by the beast god. Tell me, is it true? The half-orc's back seemed to bend under the weight of an unseen burden, his gaze filled with guilt as he looked at the female. I'm sorry, it is true. The female let out a cry, leaping forward to deliver a kick between the half-orc's legs. He crouched down with a howl, tears of pain welling up. Yet, the surrounding clan's people did not reproach the female. Instead, their eyes turned coldly toward the half-orc warrior. A male who betrays his future mate is deemed unacceptable by all females. Yuan Lang's father and mother suddenly wore expressions of discontent, their earlier embarrassment replaced by a piercing glare directed at Yi duo's parents. This was not merely a case of their offspring changing their mind. It was revealed that Yi duo had been entangled with another male who was already promised to her. No, it's not like that. He forced me. I love Yuan Lang. How could I mate with another male? Tears shimmered in Yi duo's eyes as she cast a pitiful glance at Yuan Lang. In the past, when she looked at the orc in such a manner, he would always comfort her, claiming he could not bear to see her cry. Yuan Lang chuckled. The bitter herb has revealed itself between your teeth. Have you no sense to wipe your mouth after eating before appearing? After a moment of stunned silence, the tribe erupted in laughter. Yi duo had anticipated Yuan Lang's reaction upon learning of her mating with another orc, but she had not expected him to address her so publicly before the entire tribe. With a cry, she covered her face and ran away. The clan's people exchanged glances before returning to their respective fires to continue their celebrations. The half-orc was led away by his father and mother, who had firmly grasped his ear. Wu gazed at the contented Yuan Lang warrior roasting meat by the fire, and silently stepped back several paces. This male was truly formidable, almost a predator to females. Suddenly, a slogan crossed her mind. Mom no longer needs to worry about my studies. Could it be altered to? Mom no longer needs to worry about my prospects for companionship. How chilling. She glanced at the enormous piece of meat in the orc's hand, then at the green, bitter herb dumpling in her own. The disparity between the orc and a pure human was indeed vast. Noticing Wu lost in thought while staring at the Yuan Lang warrior, Chihuahua and Qishao exchanged a quiet sigh. Xinhua gently patted Wu's shoulder in consolation, saying, You We truly did not anticipate that the Yuan Lang warrior would possess such a foul temper. Do not be disheartened. There will surely be admirable males who will appreciate you. Indeed, if you were to have a partner like a Yuan Lang warrior, you would undoubtedly meet the beast god sooner than expected. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu stood up. Although her physique was considerably more slender than that of the two females, she exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. The matter of collection is not for you to decide, she asserted. Yuduo scoffed. Unfortunately for you, the captain of the collection team you are to join tomorrow happens to be my mother. If I say you cannot go, then you shall not. Wu cast a dispassionate glance at her. You harbor animosity towards me, she asserted with unwavering conviction. Yuduo's expression instantaneously twisted into a grimace. Animosity? You are the one who informed the Yuan Lang warrior about my dealings with the half-beasts. She advanced step by step towards Wu. Realization dawning upon her. How could one remain unscathed when trouble descends upon them unexpectedly? Wu met Yuduo's gaze without flinching. What concern is your affair to me? Whom you choose to associate with is of no relevance to my existence. Have you offered me sustenance or bestowed upon me pelts? Am I so idle as to observe your life? She added disdainfully, have you inflated your own significance? I am not one of those mindless males who linger around you all day. This familiar exchange, this resonant sensation, enveloped Yuduo as if she were once more confronting Yuan Lang. The manner in which this female spoke bore an uncanny resemblance to the warriors of Yuan Lang. To claim they were unrelated would be an implausible assertion. With a fierce countenance, Yuduo lunged at Wu. You shall not speak of me in such a manner. As Wu watched the formidable figure of the golden Barbie pass by her, she absent-mindedly picked at her nails. Do the females here revel in such frivolous skirmishes? What are you all doing? A commanding voice suddenly resonated, halting Yuduo and several other females who had just prepared to charge at Wu. Wu turned her gaze and noticed a stern-looking middle-aged woman approaching. Yuduo, what are you doing? The woman directed her displeased gaze at Yuduo. Instantly, Yuduo's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandma, it was this wretched female who informed Yuan Lang about my involvement with that half-beast. It is all her fault, Wu. As she spoke, the once fierce-looking golden Barbie unexpectedly sank to the ground, wailing loudly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu. Oh, dear grandmother, do not utter such baseless accusations. How could a person of my integrity engage in such sordid actions? The surrounding tribespeople fell silent, followed by a ripple of subdued laughter. Yuduo's expression darkened once more. Grandmother, why do you show favoritism towards this outsider? I am the one who has grown up within the Snow Tiger tribe. The middle-aged grandmother waved her hand dismissively. I care not for the reasons. I have already clarified the matter of you and Yuan Lang with your father and mother. A partner like you would not only be rejected by my family Yuan Lang, but also by his father. Wu Yu's astonished expression revealed the undeniable truth. Like mother, like son, it became apparent that Yuan Lang's sharp character was inherited from his mother. Henceforth, this young female would join my gathering team, becoming an official member. Turning to my companions behind me, I inquired, do you have any objections? The group of females erupted in laughter, declaring, whatever the captain says goes. We have no objections. It is only fitting to take care of the poor little female. Indeed, the little creature appeared exceedingly frail. The remnants of the beast carcass discarded by my partner yesterday contained more flesh than this young female. The conversation quickly veered off course, shifting from Yuduo's reprehensible nature to Wu Yu's pitiable state. Furthermore, when comparing her meager physique to the discarded bones, might I request a modicum of respect from this elder? After bidding farewell to the elders, Yuduo and Iya departed together, but before leaving, Yuduo cast a particularly cold and menacing glance at Wu Yu. One must never underestimate those who harbor animosity towards you. Wu Yu engraved Yi Duo's presence into her memory, resolving to remain vigilant of this individual. The small campfire shared by the three once again fell into a tranquil silence, with Qing Hua and Qing Chao gazing at Wu Yu with a hint of reluctance. Wu Yu has now officially become a member of the gathering team, and henceforth, she will spend significantly less time with her companions, Grandma Huashu's gathering team. In contrast to King Ko's sentimental nature, Qing Hua exhibits a more rational demeanor, more than feeling reluctant. She is genuinely happy for Wu Yu. You, congratulations. Although I am uncertain why Grandma Huashu has chosen to include you in her gathering team, this is a splendid opportunity for you. You may not realize that only the strong are permitted to join the tribe's gathering team, and as a delicate young female, you would have had no chance otherwise. She sighed. Even my mother was unable to persuade the team to accept you. Now that you have found a gathering team that welcomes you, your future sustenance is secured, and you need not fear starvation. Observing her two sincere friends, Wu Yu felt touched. Thank you for taking care of me. Without you, I can only imagine where I would be now. As she spoke, she raised her slender hand and patted her chest, proudly declaring, once I grow stronger, I will certainly protect you both. Qing Hua burst into laughter. You, with your petite frame. You might struggle to shield even Qing Chao. We maintained a rigid expression, cautioning against the frequent remarks regarding physique, asserting that they could still remain friends. The gathering lingered on until the late hours, and upon returning home, Wu performed a brief cleansing ritual before lying down in her grass nest and succumbing to slumber. After a day filled with activity and encounters with an eccentric individual, fatigue had set in. Meanwhile, within the depths of a cavern, a fire flickered in a pit, illuminating the otherwise dark surroundings. Wu, seated upon a protruding stone bench, clutched her staff with a solemn demeanor. The clan leader stood gravely beside her. A large animal hide spread upon the ground where a weakened orc lay. Sherlin knelt beside the hide, concern etched upon his face as he gazed at his father. Father, though the bleeding from his leg had ceased, the orc remained unconscious, causing great anxiety among the others. Wu observed the herbal powder resting on a leaf in her hand and leaned down to inhale its scent. Indeed, it is herbal medicine. I have seen this herb from the previous shaman, but there was no time for him to pass it on to me before he met the beast god. I never anticipated encountering it again. She then turned her gaze to Sherlin, kneeling on the ground. The method of hemostasis employed by Yuan Lang, along with this herb, has saved your father's life. He is merely weak at present. He shall awaken by tomorrow. With that, she extended the herb to Sherlin. This is the finest hemostatic herb. You may administer it to your father daily and even brew it in water for him to consume. Wu's voice was deliberate and measured. Yet Sherlin absorbed each word, a smile breaking across his face upon hearing that his father would be all right. He felt immense gratitude towards Yuan Lang and Wu Yu for saving his father's life. Have you ever seen this herb in its unground form? Wu queried. Sherlin nodded. I have. I intended to gather some, but upon discovering that the area had been depleted, I sought to trade with a female. Wu chuckled lightly, nodding in understanding. Very well, take your father home now, and ensure he consumes tender meat for the next few days. After Sherlin departed with his father, Wu turned her profound gaze towards the clan leader. That young female, is she not a shaman? The leader shook his head. She is not. But her mother is a disciple of a shaman. Upon learning of her knowledge of herbs, I sent a clan member to the small tribe. The leader of that tribe mentioned that her parents hail from outside the forest and that while her mother is a shaman disciple, little else is known. A shaman disciple. Wu sighed, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. Her voice dropped to a somber tone. Are we truly destined to become extinct in this generation? The Snow Tiger tribe has yet to witness a pure human exhibiting shamanic power, indicating that such individuals are alarmingly rare. Shaman, your lifespan is still considerable. We require your guidance, the clan leader implored, kneeling with unwavering resolve. Wu rose to her feet and approached a stone wall etched with an abstract depiction of a white giant tiger. The awakening of shamanic power in disciples, alongside formidable orc warriors, constitutes the future of a tribe. Turning to face the leader, her expression grew grave. You must understand, the lion tribe, the eagle tribe, and the black wolf tribe already possess shaman disciples. Should they successfully awaken their powers upon reaching maturity, new shamans will emerge, ensuring the continuity of tribal heritage. The four tribes of the polar forest have historically coexisted in harmony, attributed to the relatively balanced strengths among them. Should any tribe produce a second shaman, the tranquility may be irrevocably disrupted. The clan leader fell silent, aware of the implications. The presence of pure humans with shamanic energy was indeed scarce. At the next totem sacrifice, we shall test all underage pure humans, Wu declared resolutely. The clan leader gasped, your shamanic energy. Can your body endure such prolonged exertion during the ritual with so many underage pure humans? Wu gazed at the white giant tiger on the wall, murmuring, the legacy of the snow tiger tribe must not fade during my watch. Wu Yu remained unaware of the intricacies woven within these tribes. When she next opened her eyes, dawn had arrived, the sounds of clan members bustling about creating a natural alarm. After donning her grass-woven attire and taming her unruly hair, she mused. This hair truly requires some attention. It is quite bothersome. Though she had attempted to bind it with grass rope, it invariably unraveled, leading her to leave it cascading freely. Have you risen yet? Just as she completed her preparations, the voice of Qing Chao rang out from outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu. Could you please lower your voices when discussing such matters as exposing oneself? The sight of bare skin running about, and the frequent mishaps during collection, is truly beyond my comprehension as a modern soul. I wiped my face. This morally bankrupt society is indeed a bitter plight. The three of them made their way to an open area, where Wu Yu bid farewell to the two. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the imposing figure of the flower tree matriarch, surrounded by numerous females who occasionally exchanged hushed laughter. Upon noticing Wu Yu, the matriarch beckoned her with a wave. You, over here. Her voice resonated loudly, catching the attention of the tribespeople in the vicinity. Yedwa, standing silently behind her matriarch, cast a dark glare at the frail female, her eyes swirling with resentment. All the hatred she harbored due to Yuan Lang had now transferred onto the innocent Wu Yu. The hunting party, composed of orcs, also heard the matriarch's booming voice, but they were accustomed to such calls and showed no reaction. Only Yuan Lang, now a newly appointed cub of the flower tree, and his two companions, turned their heads toward the sound. Familiar robust matriarch, familiar lion-headed, young female. Yuan Lang. When did Lionhead start associating with your matriarch? Yuan Lang shot him a glare. How would I know? Get up quickly. We are preparing to set off for the hunt. There will be no food if we do not hunt here. The two large brain axes jumped up and down. Yuan Lang, there is too little salt here. If we catch something too large, we won't be able to preserve it. It will spoil. Yuan Lang frowned and regarded the two for quite some time. Just as they awaited the general's profound command, Yuan Lang declared, then catch something smaller. Tung Qian. Just like that? Yuan Lang. Just like that. Tung Kuan. Is that all? Yuan Lang. That is all. The two exchanged glances and promptly turned their backs to their general. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the group she would be living with long-term, greeting everyone before quietly standing to the side. The matriarch, however, was exceedingly warm and frequently approached her with remarks, while some young females expressed interest in the small woven bag at her waist. Curiously, despite being part of the same gathering team, the atmosphere among the tribespeople felt entirely different. The flower tree matriarch stood at the forefront, her demeanor serious as she raised her hand to address the crowd. Instantly, the gathering team fell silent. Today is public collection day. Everyone must gather diligently. More is better. This time, our collection team must secure first place, and all the food will be at our disposal. Do we agree? The matriarch's voice, inherently authoritative, grew even more commanding during her rallying call. Even Wu Yu, who had just joined, couldn't help but raise her slender fist in agreement. Seeing the group's spirits uplifted, the matriarch nodded in satisfaction, poised to turn and lead the way when, as if struck by a sudden thought, she pointed at a female beside Wu Yu and exclaimed, Shui, since Wu Yu hasn't been in the tribe long, you should explain the details of public collection day to her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu took the familiar leaf, which resembled that of a dandelion. However, Wu Yu glanced at the female beside her in confusion and asked, Water, why is there only a single leaf? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wuyu nodded, affirming, indeed, we consume a considerable amount of meat. If one experiences pain from growths in the mouth, it is beneficial to ingest more of this herbal remedy. The other females regarded her with deep respect, while Shui cautiously edged closer to Wu Yu, inquiring, are you a shaman? Wu Yu smiled wryly. I am not a shaman. My mother was once a disciple of one, thus I possess some knowledge of herbs. Occasionally, when I accompany her to gather, she teaches me to identify them. The females around him sighed in relief and began to discuss wild vegetables with Wu Yu. In this realm, the orcs collectively referred to all edible plants as wild vegetables. Even the bitter herbs Wu Yu had gathered were named by him. And thus blue flowers and green grass were also designated as such. Upon Wu Yu informing them that this wild vegetable is called dandelion, the females gazed at the leaves in the sailor's hand with a sense of bewilderment. This wild vegetable does not resemble the eagle orc at all. The names bestowed upon herbs by shamans are indeed peculiar. The females chattered animatedly about the name dandelion, while the astute Wu Yu gracefully withdrew from their discussion. Otherwise, it would certainly lead to an endless stream of inquiries. After walking for approximately half an hour, Elderflower Tree finally halted in front of a grove. Listen carefully. Once we enter the forest, do not stray too far from the group, and avoid venturing beyond the patrol range of the males. Although we are not far from the tribe, wild beasts may still roam here. Is that understood? The females responded loudly in affirmation, and Elderflower Tree ceased her chatter, gesturing for everyone to disperse and gather freely. She then summoned Wu Yu to her side. You, this is your first time accompanying our group for gathering. Come with me this time. As she spoke, she led him to a cooler spot. I heard from Leaf Blossom that you were injured while gathering wild vegetables. Wu Yu nodded awkwardly, saying, I have been in poor health since childhood, which is why my father and mother did not allow me to participate in the tribe's gathering activities. Thus, the last gathering was my first experience, and that led to my injury. Huashu nodded in response. You must adapt quickly. You are still without male support. If you do not diligently hone your gathering skills, you shall face hunger. Wu Yu replied, I understand. Thank you, Grandma Huashu. Huashu waved her hand dismissively. In a few days, we must go to the chieftain to exchange for salt. Each tribe member has a designated amount, so you must accumulate enough food to trade for your share. If your provisions suffice for only a portion of the salt, the remainder will be claimed by those with ample food. With a playful wink at Wu Yu, she added, like my family. After their exchange, the two shared a knowing smile. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Yu had not realized that salt in the tribe must be acquired through food exchange. Now, it seemed that the bitter herbs she had gathered would be of little use. With a silent sigh, she quickened her gathering pace. Moments later, some females from the gathering team returned to the meeting spot, their animal hides too small to carry anything further. This is the largest hide I have at home. One female lamented. I managed to bring back 2 more hides, but they are still insufficient, another added. I saw Yiduo departing with several large hides in her arms. Are we destined to lose again in this communal gathering? As more females returned, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. After filling her small woven pouch at her waist, Wu Yu began assisting Grandma Huashu in gathering. They were among the last to return. Observing the animal skin bundles surrounding the other females, Grandma Huashu's expression darkened slightly. As they were about to leave, she noticed that the animal skins of the other 2 teams were indeed significantly larger than theirs. Captain, everyone has brought the largest animal skins from their homes, the females lamented. It was then that Wu Yu recalled the public gathering day that Shui had mentioned after leaving the tribe, and she felt a pang of anxiety for her team. System. May I exchange points for the weaving method of the carrying basket? Wu Yu silently summoned the system. Where there are points, there is the system. Upon hearing the mention of points, the system promptly activated, displaying a courteous demeanor. Your system is now online. Carrying basket weaving method. Level 1, 100 points. Would the host like to purchase on credit? Wu Yu. The system is truly taking advantage of the situation, demanding 100 points for merely a method of weaving a carrying basket. The system, leisurely sharpening its teeth, replied, such matters are beyond the purview of a mere system. The pricing is fixed, and I am powerless to alter it. Might I inquire, dear host, if you wish to redeem this offer? The system's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Subtly coaxing Wu Yu into accruing debt, while perusing its personal shop. Just the other day, it had set its sights on a splendid little suit, conveniently planning to pilfer 50 points from the host to procure it. I shall not purchase it. Be gone. With that, Wu Yu promptly blocked the system. The price was exorbitant. It seemed he would have to devise a solution on his own. The females, resting and whispering amongst themselves, were filled with discontent. They were not lacking in strength for gathering. It was simply that they could not transport the collected food back home. It hurts. My hand aches. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry shattered the tranquility, causing the females to rise in alarm, glancing nervously in the direction of the sound. Two males were assisting a frail female who stumbled towards them, her strength seemingly drained as she was dragged along, wailing mournfully. Hua Shu, with a grave expression, hurried over. What has transpired? The two patrolling males wore solemn faces. We are uncertain. We heard her cries during our patrol and found her in this state. Upon inspection, her fingers are red and swollen, yet there are no signs of bites from snakes or insects. Hua Shu knelt beside the trembling female, who was huddled on the ground, clutching her arms. Hong, what exactly happened? Were you bitten by some beast? Upon hearing Hua Shu's voice, the weeping female's emotions appeared to calm slightly. While gathering, I was scratched by a thorny branch, but it did not seem serious, so I paid it no mind. However, after a while, it felt as if flames were igniting at the wound, and the pain has intensified. With her uninjured hand, she clutched Hua Shu's arm tightly. Grandma, am I going to die? Hua Shu furrowed her brows. Such scratches from thorny branches were common during gathering. If the wound was minor, it would heal on its own in a few days. For more severe injuries, one could seek a half-beast warrior to provide some relief, and it was typically not a grave issue. However, seeing Hong in such a state of redness and pain was indeed a first. Wu Yu stepped forward and spoke. Grandma Hua Shu, it appears that the injury was caused by a thorny tree containing toxins. We should investigate the type of thorny tree involved. We ought to bring back a sample of this particular thorny wood, as it is essential for the shaman to know what caused her injury during the treatment. Grandma Hua Shu sighed and rose to her feet, directing her gaze towards the two males behind Hong. You too, accompany Hong and me. Turning to the females behind her, she instructed, you shall remain here, do not wander off. Given the recent events concerning Hong, everyone felt a sense of unease and dutifully stayed put, refraining from moving. Just as Grandma Hua Shu was about to suggest that Wu Yu remain behind, she noticed that Wu Yu had stepped forward. Grandma Hua Shu, my aunt taught me quite a bit about herbs. I would like to accompany you. Perhaps I can help uncover something. Upon hearing Wu Yu's knowledge of herbal medicine, Grandma Hua Shu's eyes sparkled with hope. She had not informed Wu Yu that, given the circumstances of Hong's family, they could not afford to summon a shaman for her treatment. Hong had ceased her wailing, her mouth filled with a handful of wild greens. Prolonged cries could attract wild beasts, and for the safety of the group, this was the most prudent course of action. The group made their way to the location where Hong had gathered, which was not far from where the others were resting. However, this area was marked by several clusters of tall, thorny plants, reaching the height of a male. Upon sighting these thorny bushes, Hong became visibly distressed. Tears streaming down her face as she struggled, her uninjured arm gesturing towards them. Is it these thorny bushes? Grandma Hua Shu inquired. Hong nodded vigorously, her eyes reddened and swollen, her injured arm appearing even more inflamed than before. Grandma Hua Shu turned to Wu Yu, stating, this is a common thorny tree. Our tribe has been injured by it numerous times, but it typically heals quickly. Wu Yu furrowed her brow and gazed at Hong, inquiring, why is Hong in such a dire state? The flower tree grandmother shook her head, admitting her own uncertainty. Hong, have you remained in this area without venturing elsewhere? Wu Yu asked softly. Hong struggled to nod, her eyes brimming with a plea, yearning for Wu Yu's assistance. Wu Yu could only press her lips together, revealing a faint smile as she resolved, I will do my utmost. With that, she began to explore the verdant jungle around her. This place was nothing short of a paradise for dandelions, abundant and sprawling. Wu Yu, be cautious. Do not let the thorny trees harm you. Cautioned the elder of the flowering trees, her voice tinged with concern. With Red already in such a condition, she wished for no further injuries among the females of their group, especially since the cause of Red's pain remained a mystery. Should anything untoward happen to Red during this gathering, they would be barred from returning to this bountiful source of sustenance. Suddenly, a striking flash of red caught Wu Yu's eye. This finger-sized crimson fruit. Wu Yu first surveyed her surroundings and, finding no immediate danger, proceeded forward. She reached down to pick up the vibrant red fruit and brought it closer to her nose, where a familiar, pungent aroma wafted towards her. its intensity revealing the potency of the chili pepper. What a delightful surprise it was to discover such a spice in this place. Suddenly, the smile at the corners of Wu Yu's mouth faltered as she turned towards Hong, lifting the chili pepper to a height where Hong could see it. "Did your injured hand just come into contact with this?" she inquired. Upon seeing the familiar hue in Wu Yu's hand, Hong's eyes widened in shock, and she emitted muffled sounds of dismay. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu even spotted 2 tiny ants on top. She stood up and gazed at Granny Flower Tree, saying, "This red fruit is known as chili pepper. It is an edible fruit, but one must only consume it in moderation. Eating too much can lead to an intense burning sensation, as if one's mouth is ablaze. The chili pepper I hold in my hand is the most potent variety I have ever encountered. The pain from the red wound is likely due to contact with the chili pepper." After speaking, she glanced at the swollen, reddened eyes and inquired, "Is there a water source nearby?" Granny Flower Tree nodded. "There is a small stream at our resting place." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu gestured for Hong to kneel down, then took her injured hand and submerged it in the cool stream. The water in the forest was particularly frigid, and as soon as she made contact, a shiver involuntarily coursed through her. In contrast, the tear-streaked Hong blinked in confusion, momentarily taken aback. Wu Yu reached out to take the wild vegetable dumpling from her mouth and discarded it, yet Hong did not emit a mournful cry. "Is it better now?" Wu Yu inquired with a smile. Hong, using her other unscathed hand to wipe away the mucus and tears from her face, nodded with a sob. "It only feels a bit warm now, not as painfully sharp as it did before." Wu Yu chuckled softly. "Just sit here. Let your fingers linger in the stream until you feel better, then take them out." Hong obediently nodded, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wu Yu. Nearby, the flower tree grandmother and 2 males stood in astonishment, watching the docile Hong by the stream and Wu Yu approaching them, all 3 wearing bewildered expressions. The flower tree gazed at Wu Yu in shock. "Hong, has she recovered?" Wu Yu shook her head, stating that she still required some time. However, she would feel much more at ease after soaking in the stream. The flowering tree gazed at the young female before her, exclaiming, You are truly remarkable." With a smile, Wu Yu placed the chili pepper into the woven bag at her side, saying, "It's nothing extraordinary. When I was young, I once had chili juice sting my eyes, though that pepper wasn't nearly as potent." The group turned to observe the red figure by the stream, who evidently felt much better now, occasionally withdrawing the injured finger from the water for a moment, only to return it when discomfort returned. The other hand was engaged in playfully twirling the nearby vine. "Wait a moment. The vine." Wu Yu swiftly approached, grasping a sturdy vine beside Hong. After giving it a hearty tug, her eyes sparkled as she turned to the approaching Hua Shu. "Grandma, this vine is remarkably strong. We could weave it into a bag to carry back the wild vegetables we gather." Hua Shu's eyes brightened, glancing at the woven bag at Wu Yu's waist. "Just like the one you have at your waist?" Wu Yu nodded. "The bag I have woven is crafted from dry grass and lacks sturdiness. However, the vines are resilient and can bear greater weight, allowing us to create a larger vessel that can hold more." The flower tree was delighted and immediately summoned the females. Conveying Wu Yu's idea, "I believe this method proposed by you is feasible. Let us first create a prototype. If it proves effective, we can split into 2 groups, one for gathering and the other for weaving. Should this bag succeed, we shall undoubtedly return with the most food on the communal gathering day." The females buzzed with excitement, their gazes toward Wu Yu akin to that of treasured possessions. After preparing the collected vines, Wu Yu began instructing the females on how to weave a simple bag, not necessarily beautiful, but sufficient to hold wild vegetables. The first completed woven bag was quite large and deep, yet the wild vegetables collected by the elder females barely filled it. The females fell into silence, gazing at the still somewhat vacant bag. Wu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering whether the bag was perhaps too large and how long it would take to gather everything. Moreover, if it was too heavy, it would be cumbersome to carry back to the tribe. Her concerns were abruptly interrupted by the jubilant cheers of the other females, who embraced one another, their voices muffled in the forest as they stifled their excitement. Yet, the thrill embedded within their hushed exclamations was palpable. The The smile at the corner of Huashu's mouth could not be contained. All right, everyone, please quiet down. The females eagerly turned their gazes toward Grandma Huashu, awaiting her guidance. Now, I want you to divide into two groups as I instruct. One group will stay here to weave bags, while the other will focus on gathering. The gathering team must hasten their pace. Today, we shall return with the most food of any gathering party. Observing the animated and industrious figures of the surrounding females, Wu Yu couldn't help but twitch her lips. How foolishly she had worried for nothing. Their fervor was unmistakable. You, come here for a moment. Huashu beckoned to her with a warm smile. Wu Yu set down the vine in her hands and approached Grandma Huashu. Grandma, is there something you need? Grandma Huashu smiled and gently patted her shoulder. You, if we triumph today, it will be entirely due to your invaluable contributions to the gathering team. Therefore, upon our return, I shall bestow upon you an entire bag of wild vegetables, and you shall also receive your share in future gatherings. This is the rightful reward for our clan members who have made significant contributions. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. I am also a member of the collection team and do not require additional provisions. However, there is one matter I would like to request your assistance with. The flower tree grandma furrowed her brows and gazed at her with curiosity. What is it? She inquired, perplexed. Could there be something more significant than food? Wu Yu let out a bitter smile. Upon returning to the tribe, if any can inquire. Shall we say that the idea of the vine bag was conceived by the female members of our gathering team? Before we exchange the salt, I wish to avoid drawing too much attention from Aya and Yi Duo towards myself. Reflecting on the troublesome matters between those two vexing females and you. Huashu nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall advise the females to refrain from spreading this matter for the time being. Wu Yu smiled gratefully. Once she had gathered enough food to exchange for salt, she chuckled. If Aya and Yi Duo dared to provoke her again, they would soon understand the reason behind the vibrant blossoms. The enthusiastic females swiftly wove their vine bags, almost establishing an assembly line on the spot. Time always flew by during busy moments, and soon the elder of the flower tree began to summon the females who had been foraging in various areas to gather. Reluctantly, the females gazed at the wild vegetables they had yet to collect, ultimately dragging their hefty woven bags away. After securing their bags, the elder offered some final words of advice before leading the gathering team toward the tribe. This time, the members of the gathering team had their animal skins tied around their waists with a vine. Their dark faces gleamed with excitement as they engaged in lively conversations, taking larger strides than on any previous communal gathering day. Watching them, Wu Yu suddenly recalled a song, "The Serfs Rise Up and Sing." The clearing of the tribe was already bustling with activity, as the hunting males processed the game they had brought back. The gathering teams assembled in various locations, piling their collected food into small green mounds. The females sat around their respective mounds, laughing and chatting loudly, occasionally glancing at the vegetable heaps of other teams and making discreet comparisons. If their mound was smaller, they would beam with joy. If it was larger, they would retrieve their animal skins, attempting to find an extra wild vegetable or two to bridge the gap. Meanwhile, in the river that flowed through the tribe, the returning males washed the blood from their bodies. 3 large tigers sat by the river, allowing the water to cleanse them. Yuan Lang, today is communal gathering day. If your mother's team wins, will you treat us to a meal of wild vegetables? Tung Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Tong Kuan beside him gazed at their general with similar enthusiasm. Yuan Lang lazily glanced at the two. If you want to eat, let your mother prepare it. Are wild vegetable dumplings so difficult to make? Just mix and shape them. Aside from the last pot of bitter vegetable mush, his mother made simple dumplings that were often eaten raw. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang felt his fur tinged with a hint of green. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan lowered their heads in disappointment. Roar, I want to change my mother. Tung Kuan echoed, me too. Their mothers would rush over whenever they saw them eating wild vegetables, forcibly extracting the food from their mouths. Strangely, they wouldn't discard it, but would merely shake it off and eat it themselves. To be eaten by themselves. Reflecting on the lingering discomfort from today, the two pondered their future bowel movements with concern. Yuan Lang stood up, shook off the water from his body, and walked toward the shore. He had gradually become accustomed to this body, and as for the dark history of the crooked tiger, he chuckled. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the direction of the tribe's entrance, accompanied by the astonished gasps of the tribespeople. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan, eager for excitement, quickly stood up from the water, shook themselves dry, and scampered toward the entrance. At the entrance, the half-beast guards gazed in astonishment at the familiar large group approaching from afar, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Can someone tell us what the females of the Flower Tree Elders gathering team are carrying?" one guard exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The elder shot him an annoyed glance. "What new food? Is new food so easily discovered? This is the wild vegetables we gathered today." With a wave of her hand, she disregarded the other females surrounding her and settled down in a nearby open space. The gathering team rested, placing their wild vegetables down. The area around them was crowded with curious members of the Snow Tiger tribe, all eagerly discussing the contents of the vine bags behind the elder. Had they discovered new food? It certainly seemed so. Such a significant contribution could earn them the privilege of residing in a cave. "Oh dear, Hong. Could you help me with this heavy bag on my back? It's simply too burdensome." Shui called out dramatically to Hong beside her, as though fearful that no one could hear her. Hong, equally excited, rushed to Shui's side, drawing the attention of the tribe members who were eager to see what was inside. As the vine bag was about to be placed on the ground, Hong suddenly fumbled, causing the large bag to tumble down. Lush green vegetables spilled out in a rush from the open bag, as if eager to inhale their first breath of fresh air. The once lively chatter among the tribespeople fell silent, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. Wu Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could these two individuals be any more theatrical? Just moments ago, they strutted around with their oversized vine bags, exuding confidence and even letting out exaggerated cries, as if they were on an adrenaline high. Yet, upon arriving at the tribe, they suddenly began to feign weakness. Clearly, they had intentionally exposed the wild vegetables within their vine bags for the gathering team to see. This is an astonishing amount. What did they think? Hadn't they seen every female carrying a hefty load? Perhaps the commotion was too loud for even the chief, who was busy processing game, was drawn to the scene. What is everyone doing here? The chief's reprimand was abruptly halted as he was taken aback by the sight before him. Flower Tree had already instructed the females to unload their vine bags and pile them together. If the wild vegetables collected by the other gathering teams resembled small hills, then the bounty gathered by Flower Tree's team was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Ting Qian and Tung Kuan gazed at the amassed vine bags on the ground and remarked on the cleverness of the young females here. Yet, beside them, Yuan Lang's expression darkened considerably, a hint of confusion flickering in his deep, tiger-like eyes. Thanks to the memories of his previous life, he understood clearly that his adoptive aunt had never emerged victorious on public gathering days. But this time, his penetrating gaze locked onto the lion-headed female standing beside his aunt. Her companions referred to her as you. If there were to be any changes, it would likely be due to her influence. Observing the multitude of woven bags laid out, Yuan Lang silently noted this unassuming female in his mind. Such an abundance. Yi Duo's adoptive aunt stared in disbelief at the verdant mountain of wild vegetables, her mouth agape. Meanwhile, the grass and blue flower, who had accompanied their aunt, were equally astonished. As they glanced at you beside Flower Tree, an absurd thought simultaneously blossomed in their minds. Could you possibly be the envoy of the beast god? The last time they ventured out, they discovered precious herbs, and now, she had contributed to another victory on public gathering day. The sheer volume of food meant they would have their share, inciting envy among the surrounding females. When it came time to distribute the food, Flower Tree generously allocated an entire vine bag to Wu Yu, while the other females from the gathering team continued to add portions from their own supplies into Wu Yu's bag. As she stared at the vine bag that now towered over her, Wu Yu felt a wave of frustration. This wretched beast world even looked down upon her with a mere vine bag. Noticing her disheartened expression, Flower Tree couldn't help but chuckle. But when Wu Yu shot her a resentful glance, she quickly assumed a serious demeanor. She beckoned her son, Yuan Lang, over. The large cat, initially engrossed in the spectacle, was caught off guard by his mother's call and ambled over lazily. He peered down at his mother, inquiring, "What is it?" Flower Tree, exasperated, glared at him, wishing she could kick a dozen of such troublesome cubs. Taking a deep breath, she said with feigned annoyance, "You has too much food. You'll help her carry it back." With that, she tossed the hefty vine bag into her companion's arms and strode confidently toward their cave, leaving the two strangers in stunned silence. Yuan Lang glanced at the seemingly destitute female, who resembled a refugee, and instantly transformed into his beastly form. Lifting the enormous vine bag, "Lead the way." Oh, it's this way," she stammered, stepping forward to guide him. The lion-headed female, despite her pale skin, appeared gaunt and unattractive, and Yuan Lang found it hard to believe she hailed from the same world as he did. Perhaps the notion of woven bags from vines was indeed an idea conceived by the females here? Yet, all his hopeful speculations shattered upon seeing Wu Yu's house. The door, the stone-paved steps, the shape of the building, and the sun-dried, bitter vegetables in the corners. All of it signified that this disheveled female was indeed like him. A newcomer from another world. Yuan Lang felt as though 1,000 grass-mud horses galloped through his mind, leaving behind a cacophony of mocking laughter. Wu Yu gestured towards a patch of grass mats in the corner. "Let the wild vegetables be placed here," she said. Yuan Lang narrowed his slightly and remarked to Wu Yu, "Your home is distinct from that of other clansmen, yet it possesses a unique beauty." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu hastily shook her head. Certainly not. My father and mother hail from a tribe beyond the polar forests, and such a dwelling is unique to that region. The small tribe where she previously resided is not far from the Snow Tiger tribe, should this fierce warrior inquire further. Her true identity would undoubtedly be revealed. She glanced at the vine bag on the ground, a flicker of gratitude gracing her slender face. "Thank you for bringing me the wild vegetables. Now that the vegetables have arrived, should you not take your leave?" For some reason, today's Yuan Lang warrior appeared markedly different from the last time she beheld him. An unsettling aura enveloped him, instilling in her an irresistible urge to flee. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Yuan Lang's deep-set gaze shifted away from her, and he turned to leave, stating, "I shall take my leave now." As soon as the words escaped his lips, his towering figure vanished from the room. Wu Yu stared blankly for a moment, her mouth slightly agape. Oh, this person truly acts with remarkable decisiveness, leaving at a moment's notice. Is he not going to stay and warm your bed? The system's mischievous voice suddenly echoed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu smirked slyly. I never claimed it was vulgar. How do you know the purity of the child? The child replied. Is it still possible to play dead now? Oh, host, are you about to submit a task? In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, the conversation was deftly redirected. Noticing the system's retreat, Wu Yu felt a refreshing breeze tonight. She decisively retrieved a chili pepper from her side bag, her thin face brimming with pride. I submit the task. The system eagerly responded, completing long-term task food. First item, find a food item not present in the Snow Tiger tribe. Reward, 10 points. Reward for basket weaving method. The basket weaving method can be viewed on the panel. Congratulations, host. You are ever closer to 100 points. Such a sycophantic system was truly rare. Wu Yu decided to show mercy and refrain from teasing it. All right, you may leave now. The host needs to prepare for rest. The system silently raised a gesture of defiance towards Wu Yu, then quietly withdrew. During this period, it was prudent to remain low profile, lest the dog-like host leverage today's events against it. Meanwhile, Grandma Huashu looked disdainfully at the lazy tiger cub occupying her grassy nest, her expression sour. Don't you have your own nest? Beside her, Yuan Qi tore a piece of tender meat into small bits, placing them on a large leaf in front of his partner, sharing the same look of disdain towards the cub that had claimed their beloved little nest. Raising a male beastman is truly troublesome. They lack the charm and thoughtfulness of female beastmen. Ignoring the disdain of his indulgent parents, Yuan Lang, with an impressively thick skin, rested his large tiger head on his front paws and closed his eyes. Yet, his round ears twitched occasionally, clearly eavesdropping in the most blatant manner. Huashu and Yuan Qi exchanged glances, chuckling. This cub is too naive to compete with us. How is that fellow Dashi doing? Huashu asked, tossing a piece of meat into her mouth while looking at her partner. Yuan Qi nodded. Much better, but the shaman advised him to rest as much as possible. Huashu agreed. Then, as if struck by a thought, raised an eyebrow playfully at her partner. The little female you mentioned who brought medicine to Sherlin is now part of our gathering team. Yuan Qi paused, astonished. Could it be that your team's success during the last gathering was due to this little female? Huash smiled and nodded, recounting the events of that day, exclaiming, If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened today? She reached back to touch her vine pouch, adding, I feel this little female will bring me even more surprises. Outside the cave, Yuan Lang, curled up in the corner, wore a smug expression, still hoping to overhear their private conversation. Humph. Not having obtained the desired information, he was unwilling to leave easily. After all, he was a general who had once infiltrated enemy territory to steal defense plans. His tiger face beamed with pride. It seemed this little female had arrived in this world around the same time as them. Yuan Lang raised a paw to scratch his chin. This pose was not particularly dignified. He had intended to strike a mysterious pose, but his tiger form betrayed him. Eavesdropping discreetly, Yuan Lang perked up his round ears to listen closely. Good. No tribe members were in sight. He hastily retreated. Not far off, beneath a large tree, the tribe leader watched an orc warrior retreating with an awkward posture, his expression a mix of incredulity and amusement. It was merely a salt exchange. What had these young cubs experienced? The two partners, who had been happily eating, suddenly sensed a familiar orc presence. Yuan Chi set his meat aside, looking towards the cave entrance with a smile. Since when did you walk so slowly? The tribe leader chuckled as he entered the cave. I just saw Yuan Lang waddling out. Have you taught him a lesson again? The two exchanged knowing glances. They were certain the cub had been eavesdropping outside the cave. Well, it seems he's made considerable progress. Even his father couldn't sense his presence. The tribe leader remarked, Yuan Lang must now be a second-tier copper-level beastman. Yuan Lang's strength was already formidable among the younger generation of the tribe. Each year, the salt exchange served as a rite of passage, after participating in the adulthood ceremony. Second-tier beastmen could ascend directly to third tier, if he could swiftly cultivate to the 10th tier. The tribe leader's gaze grew fervent at this thought. Preparations for the post-ceremony beast crystal must commence, as it would enable Yuan Lang to rapidly advance to silver-tier warrior status. Yuan Chi nodded. Before the salt exchange, I discussed with Dashi and the others. Once food supplies are ample, we will set out to hunt fierce beasts. The tribe leader nodded, a smile gracing his features. It's good that you have a plan. His expression then turned solemn as he addressed them. This upcoming adulthood ceremony for the Beastman warriors is not the most crucial matter. Huashu and Yuan Chi were taken aback. Is there some significant event in the tribe? The tribe leader confirmed, during this ceremony, the shaman will conduct a spiritual ritual for all undeveloped pure humans. Their backs straightened in response. The shaman. The previous tranquility had vanished, replaced by a hint of panic on their faces. The tribe leader shook his head, the shaman as well. They exhaled heavily. But with 3 other tribes already possessing shaman disciples, if someone were to awaken spiritual power during this event, the tranquility of the polar forest would be shattered, and the snow tiger tribe would find itself in the most perilous position, due to the absence of shaman disciples, and the inherent ability of shamans to engage in mutual conflict. A tribe devoid of shamans inevitably faces extinction, as it lacks the means of inheritance. In stark contrast to the somber mood surrounding the 3 individuals, Yuan Lang returned to his cave and sprawled comfortably like a tiger pancake. With a contemplative expression adorning his feline visage, he pondered the necessity of observing the little female named Yu. Should she prove to lack any significant allure, there would be no need for acknowledgement. After all, his current 2 subordinates, albeit somewhat dim-witted, possessed commendable combat prowess. Yet, it is often the case that a person's sentiments may undergo a dramatic transformation in an ephemeral moment. At this very instant, Yuan Lang, an imposing tiger, sat by the riverbank. His demeanor clouded with melancholy as he gazed at the verdant tuft of fur encircling his muzzle reflected in the water. Green fur. He sensed an unsettling change within himself. Why did the wild vegetables prepared by the benevolent AMU always tantalize his senses so? Resolutely, he resolved to cultivate the little female named Yu as his subordinate. One to brawl and one to gather sustenance. He firmly decided to forego the wild vegetables from MU's abode, opting instead for a diet of grass. Submerging his striking tiger face in the water for a moment, he watched as the green hue faded slightly. Turning, he made his way back to his cave, where he recalled there being a piece of meat, an opportunity to forge a closer rapport with the little female. Meanwhile, Wu was lost in thought, gazing at the bountiful dandelion harvest that sprawled across her floor. It appeared that today would bring an immense workload. Are you awake? The voice of grass called from outside, rousing Wu Yu from her reverie. She rose and opened the door, only to find Grass peering eagerly through the small entrance. Upon seeing Wu Yu emerge, a broad smile lit up Grass's face. You won yesterday, didn't you? Did you bring back plenty of wild vegetables? I'm here to help you with them. With that, Grass bounded joyfully through the small door and into the open air. Wu Yu expressed her gratitude by embracing her adorable companion. Ching Chao, you are truly wonderful. I was just fretting over how to manage all this food. The 2 of them chuckled as they entered the house, dragging out an entire sack filled with dandelions. In the courtyard, Wu Yu spread out large leaves and began to meticulously sort through the contents. Ching Chao tossed a small twig aside and murmured, Why do you insist on picking through everything? It would be so much easier to just eat it all. With such an abundance of wild vegetables. How long will it take for us to sort through them? Wu Yu gazed at her companion, expressing her concerns. During our foraging, we encountered numerous branches and unfamiliar wild grasses. What if we inadvertently consume a poisonous plant? That would be perilous. Upon hearing this, Qing Chao's expression shifted to one of gravity. She regarded the unknown grass in Wu Yu's hand and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. In the past, when she and her sister collected wild vegetables, they would merely discard the larger plants, while the smaller leaves and roots were crushed and formed into little clumps. Now, she meticulously began to sift through the dandelions, her diligence surpassing even that of Wu Yu. May I trade some of your wild vegetables for mine? Suddenly, a familiar voice called from the gate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu smiled and said, "Come in, take as much as you need." As she spoke, she gestured towards the pile of carefully selected dandelions. Mu Jing and Chao Yuan entered the courtyard, observing the two distinct heaps of wild vegetables, and inquired, "What is the difference between these two piles? Why are they separated?" Nearby, Qing Chao quickly explained, "The smaller pile is the one that you and I have meticulously sorted, free from any weeds or twigs. It is quite pristine." Upon hearing Wu Yu's earlier suggestion to take from the clean pile, Mu Jing and Chao Yuan felt an increasing fondness for her. Chao Yuan then retrieved a small pouch made of animal skin from her embrace, emptied its contents of bitter herbs, and added an equal amount of dandelions. Neither Mu Jing nor I have ever tasted these wild vegetables, as we have always been part of Aunt Qing Chao's gathering team. It is the perfect opportunity to try them this time. If they are delicious, we shall return to exchange with you in the future, she said with a playful smile. Mu Jing promptly added, "We will also ensure to select the bitter herbs carefully." Wu Yu smiled as she glanced at them. "Well, it seems I shall have my share of as well." The four young females chatted merrily for a while, after which Chao Yuan and Muxing returned home with the exchanged dandelions. The two families' mothers were dividing the spoils and could not help but chuckle upon seeing them arrive. "Have you been gone so long just to trade for some wild greens?" Chao Yuan and Muxing exchanged sly smiles. "We had a little chat with you." With that, they unfurled the furs in their hands, revealing a bountiful collection of dandelions that far exceeded the quantity of they had traded. "We are off to prepare wild vegetable dumplings now." Muxing's mother called out to them. "Make some of both types of wild vegetable dumplings." The two responded cheerfully before chattering away into the cave. Meanwhile, Wu Yue and Qin Chao busied themselves until afternoon, finally sorting through all the dandelions. To their surprise, they discovered a wealth of items, including Sichuan pepper and ginger. They placed the sorted dandelions into a woven bag and dragged it back inside, preparing to make some simple to eat. However, they were suddenly startled by a cacophony of cries coming from the courtyard, which was exceedingly noisy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu furrowed her brow and directed her gaze at Mu Jing. What on earth is happening? Just as Mu Jing was about to respond, the middle-aged woman interjected with a shrill voice. "Did you mix poisonous herbs with the wild vegetables you gave to Mu Jing and Chao Yuan today?" Wu Yu's expression abruptly turned cold, her gaze icy as she regarded the middle-aged matriarch. "Do you possess any evidence?" Under her frigid stare, the matriarch hesitated slightly. Yet her thoughts quickly returned to the ailing Chao Yuan AMU lying in her home. The matriarch steeled herself once more. "Today, Chao Yuan and Mu Jing came here to exchange for wild vegetables. After we finished our meal at noon, Chao Yuan's AMU began to suffer from severe stomach pains." "How can you claim it was not your doing?" Her weathered, darkened fingers, calloused from years of labor, waved threateningly before Wu Yu, coming perilously close to her face more than once, as if to poke her cheek. Upon hearing her words, Wu Yu erupted into laughter, though the chill within her mirth was palpable to all present. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, and the gaze of the assembled clan members converged upon the diminutive, slender female figure. Suddenly, she raised her hand and, with a sharp clap, swatted the matriarch's hand away. "Your hand nearly struck my face." Then, she turned her attention back to the matriarch. "You claim that you all consumed the wild vegetables exchanged from me." The matriarch retorted sharply. "Yes, we all ate them. Those wild vegetables were indeed traded from you. Do you dare to deny it?" Wu Yu coldly nodded with a sneer. "Naturally, it was exchanged from me." The people in the small courtyard immediately began to murmur. Could it be that this little female had mixed in some poisonous herbs? That seemed unlikely. Mu Jing and Chao Yuan had maintained a good relationship with you. However, Wu Yu's increasingly frigid voice rang out once more. Could this elder tell me why Chao Yuan aunt, who consumed my wild vegetables, is experiencing stomach pain, while none of you seem to be affected? Upon hearing this, the courtyard fell silent for a moment, followed by the crowd casting puzzled glances towards the middle-aged elder and the two behind her, Chao Yuan and Mu Jing. The middle-aged elder stood there in shock. This is indeed perplexing. Why are they all fine, yet Chao Yuan aunt has encountered an issue? What could have happened? The voice of Elder Hua Shu resounded from outside the courtyard, prompting the crowd to part and create a path. Behind the imposing Hua Shu, a tall and handsome beastman strode in. Yuan Lang, holding a piece of meat, glanced at the icy-faced little female, feeling secretly pleased. He was indeed a clever little one. His beloved aunt was particularly protective. Upon seeing Elder Hua Shu, Qing Chao hurriedly approached and recounted the recent events. Hua Shu turned to the middle-aged female. You all consumed the wild vegetable dumplings together, yet only Chao Yuan aunt has fallen ill. This indicates that the vegetables are not the issue. It must be a problem with Chao Yuan aunt's health. Instead of seeking a shaman for treatment, you come to trouble you. Do you truly believe she is without support? With that, she stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Wu Yu, exuding an aura of dominance. Yuan Lang stood nearby, joyfully observing the unfolding drama while holding his meat. Indeed, the unreasonable females required another, even more unreasonable female to set things right. Hua Shu remarked, "What a troublesome situation. Who wishes to take on such a burden?" Chao Yuan and Mu Jing hurriedly approached Wu Yu to apologize before leading the middle-aged female away. Hua Shu turned back and patted Wu Yu's shoulder. If you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. We are all part of the same gathering team." Wu Yu's slender face radiated a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Grandma Hua Shu, I understand now. We're going to make grass dumplings. Please stay and have some." Hua Shu waved her hand dismissively. "You enjoy yourselves. I'm off to eat some meat." With that, she strode away with great strides. "Moon, Grandma Hua Shu is truly remarkable, isn't she?" Qing Chao said, her face filled with admiration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu smiled and nodded. Yuan Lang. Do you have something to say? Yuan Lang narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly. I believe you ought to express your gratitude, little female. After all, it was I who summoned AMU. Therefore, should you not prepare a delightful meal to show your appreciation? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu glanced at the slightly stiff little face beside her, suppressing the laughter that bubbled within her, and nodded. Of course. As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed a distinct gleam flicker in the orc's profound eyes, and the smile playing at the corners of his mouth became even more pronounced, revealing his cheerful disposition. This prompted Wu Yu to recall the pot of bitter vegetable porridge she had previously gifted him. It seemed that this orc had a fondness for wild greens. Leading them to her home, Wu Yu kindled a fire in the small kitchen at the foot of the steps. Suddenly, a refreshing scent of river water wafted through the air, mingled with a hint of grass. "Let us cook this piece of meat as well," came the deep, resonant voice of Yuan Lang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. She retrieved her small knife and sliced off a portion of the fatty meat to render oil later, while the remainder was cut into slices for future use. Regarding the grass clumps, Wu Yu pondered for a moment, recalling that she had some fruits at home, and decided to prepare a refreshing salad. Meanwhile, Yuan Lang leaned casually against the wall, observing the young female as she prepared the food. The more he watched, the more he felt that his decision today was indeed astute. This young female was undeniably a splendid assistant. As the tender, ivory-colored fat was placed into the stone pot, it emitted a sizzling sound, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Not only Yuan Lang, but even the wild greens that had been tidying up indoors poked their heads out, their petite noses wrinkled, resembling that of a little cub searching for food. Yuan Lang, inhaling the familiar scent, felt his throat tighten with anticipation, acutely aware of his salivary glands working overtime. What delightful dish are you preparing? It smells divine. As May flipped the slices of meat in the pan, she remarked with a smile, I never anticipated such a delightful aroma from merely the meat. The stir-fried meat was enhanced with ginger and Sichuan peppercorns she had collected while foraging for dandelions, along with a hint of chili pepper, the enticing fragrance permeating the air. She retrieved a stone bowl to serve the sautéed meat, then added a splash of water to the pan, bringing it to a vigorous boil to blanch the dandelions. After rinsing them in cold water several times, she squeezed the juice of 3 fruits into the mixture, followed by the crushed chili and other seasonings, culminating in a drizzle of hot oil. The sweet and sour aroma, laced with spice, instantly enveloped the small space. Lacking a table, May divided the prepared dish into 3 portions. Gazing at the cold wild vegetable salad and the stir-fried meat before her, Yuan Lang felt a surge of joy, a subtle satisfaction reflected in the corners of her eyes and the curve of her brow. Wu held 2 finely polished wooden sticks in her hands, while the nearby grass was greedily grasping food from a bowl. Yuan Lang, however, had his gaze fixed on the chopsticks in the small female's hand and, feigning ignorance, asked, What is this? Noticing his attention, Wu Yu smiled and replied, The food is too hot. It is much better to use this to eat. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yuan Lang's eyes as he said, I want one too. Wu Yu, esteemed Beastman, is it truly appropriate for you to exhibit such an air of entitlement? Though my heart is brimming with retorts, in this era where the status of Beastmen is exalted, I can only present the meticulously crafted pair of chopsticks I have prepared for you. I attentively guide this Beastman on the proper use of the chopsticks. After several clumsy attempts and a few accidental drops, he ultimately succumbs to the allure of the food, transforming momentarily into a divine beast. With adept grace, he skillfully maneuvers the chopsticks, transferring the delicacies from the bowl to his mouth. He nods in satisfaction, radiating an aura of contentment that elicits a chuckle from me. Nearby, Qin Chao, who has already finished the contents of his own bowl, observes our interaction and cannot help but imagine the unspoken complexities between a beastman and a pure-hearted female. Delicious. Yuan Lang nods in satisfaction. The culinary skills of this young female are commendable. Could it be that she hailed from a family that operated an esteemed tavern before arriving in this world? Wu Yu chuckled softly, expressing her gratitude for the compliments. Afterward, she gathered the stone bowls and the pot used for cooking, handing them over to Yuan Lang. Yuan Lang's expression turned to one of disbelief. What does this mean? Is this little female truly expecting the esteemed general to wash the dishes? Noticing his stiff demeanor, Wu Yu raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. We both gathered the ingredients and prepared the meal. It's only fair that you wash a bowl, isn't it, Yuan Lang? Yuan Lang's deep gaze fell upon the petite female seated across from him, his inner thoughts screaming in protest. Is this truly a bowl? It shouldn't be this way. Doesn't she understand the traditional roles, where the male ventures outside while the female manages the household? Shouldn't these trivial domestic tasks be relegated to women? However, acknowledging that this was an entirely different world, Yuan Lang begrudgingly lifted the stack of stone bowls along with the pot. After casting a shadowy glance at the smiling female, he departed. Meanwhile, the nearby grass remarked, resting her chin on her hand, You actually made a beastman wash the dishes. Wu Yu calmly gazed at her companion and inquired, What is the matter? Is this not a perfectly ordinary occurrence? We prepared the meal, and he is washing the dishes. I find it quite equitable. After all, if he does not come here to dine in the future, he naturally shall not need to wash the dishes. I do not seek your opinion. I desire my own. At the entrance, an orc, poised to abandon his stone bowl, stiffened at her words. He glanced at the soiled bowl in his hands, contemplating the delectable dishes crafted by the little female. With a mutter of exasperation, he resolutely strode towards the river. Could washing dishes possibly daunt a formidable general? Preposterous. Huashu was busy cleaning wild vegetables while sharing laughter with several females nearby. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure crouched by the riverbank, scrubbing something. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked again. Indeed, it was her troublesome little tiger cub. That vexatious creature, who typically lounged at home, was now solemnly scrubbing a collection of stone pots and bowls. Huashu felt as though her jaw had dropped. She turned to the female beside her. Shui, please check for me. Is that not my troublesome cub? Upon hearing this, Shui turned to look. Oh my goodness. Good gracious. With an astonished expression, she exclaimed to Huashu, It truly is your cub. He is indeed washing stone pots and bowls. Am I seeing this correctly? Huashu chuckled coldly. You are not mistaken. It is that rascal. While his mother toils in washing wild vegetables, he has ventured into the wilderness. Rather than assisting his own mother, he is helping some little female instead. As General Yuan Lang murmured his grievances by the riverbank, he suddenly felt an intensely fervent gaze sweeping over him, causing his broad back to tense. Grasping the stone bowl, he frowned deeply. Could it be that a beast had infiltrated the tribe? A voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed from behind him. Yuan Lang. His expression stiffened at the sound of that familiar tone. It was undoubtedly his troublesome mother. You are mistaken. I am not Yuan Lang, he retorted sharply, hastily grabbing the cleaned pots and preparing to flee. However, a somewhat coarse hand seized his ear. Still pretending? You are my own flesh and blood. How could I not recognize you? Huashu, in a fit of anger, playfully kicked his rear. Now, confess honestly, have you been trying to woo some little female again? This little tiger cub, once full of bravado and courting females, had seemingly only sharpened his tactics. The esteemed orc was now assisting a little female in washing pots and bowls. Let go, Yuan Lang protested, struggling while scanning the surroundings. At such a humiliating moment, he could not allow any familiar faces to witness this disgrace. Hey, Yuan Lang, what are you doing? Why are you taking so long to wash something? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Will you turn to Grandma Huashu, saying, Grandma, my parents once conveyed the same to me. They acted accordingly. I comprehend the customs of our tribe and hope you can appreciate my steadfastness. I shall refrain from allowing the Yuan Lang warriors to dine with me in the future. This occasion was merely to express my gratitude for your support. There shall be no subsequent instances. Moments ago, she discerned the displeasure in Grandma Huashu's eyes regarding her request for the Yuan Lang to wash the dishes, along with a hint of wariness. Reflecting on the Yuan Lang's identity as a beastman and her own status as a pure human female, Wu Yu quickly grasped the roots of Grandma Huashu's caution. Furthermore, she harbored no special feelings towards the Yuan Lang warriors. Thus it was prudent to clarify her position. Grandma Huashu, being an astute female, readily understood the implications of Wu Yu's words. The tension in her heart dissipated instantly, although she held a fondness for the young female named Yu. Such affection could not alter the reality of her being merely a pure human girl. She had conferred with her partner. While the Beastman females of the tribe were already mated, there were still opportunities with outsiders. The union of Beastmen was more likely to produce offspring of their kind. And as for you, should Yuan Lang find a Beastman female, it would be feasible for you to become his second mate thereafter. Grandma Huashu smiled and remarked, Indeed, each tribe possesses its own customs. You have only recently arrived, and it is understandable that no one has enlightened you about them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted after bidding farewell to Grandma Huashu and Shui. Wu Yu grasped Qi Shao's hand and made their way home. At the riverbank, Yuan Lang gazed into the distance, his deep-set eyes reflecting an enigmatic contemplation as he watched their figures fade away. Huashu approached him, inquiring, Do you have affections for this little female, Yu? A flicker of intrigue crossed Yuan Lang's mind. If this little female were to become his mate, he could naturally expect her to provide him with sustenance in the future. His eyes brightened at this thought. Noticing this, Grandma Huashu's heart skipped a beat, and her tone turned serious. Your first mate cannot be you. If your feelings for her are genuine, she may become your second mate, but only after you have bonded with a female orc. Yuan Lang's handsome face was etched with rejection. All the females in the tribe are already paired. He feared that he would not be able to perform at night, facing females that were even more robust than he had been in his past life. Grandma Huashu shot him a disapproving glance. You foolish child. While the females in our tribe are indeed mated, there are still unbonded female orcs from other tribes. With a meaningful pat on his shoulder, she continued, Our previous agreement regarding you and Yedwa was based on the fact that her parents are orcs. Thus there was a reasonable chance of producing strong offspring. However, given Yedwa's recent actions, a union with her is no longer feasible. Although Yu possesses admirable qualities, her mother is purely human. Her parents desire your future offspring to be formidable orc warriors. Do you understand? Yuan Lang's profound gaze met Huashu's. My mate must be someone I genuinely care for, regardless of whether she is a female orc. If the sole purpose is to bear an orc child, then why don't you and Grandpa have more sons and daughters? Huashu's expression stiffened. How can you speak so? Your parents are only looking out for your best interests. A strong partner will undoubtedly ease your life. Yuan Lang responded with pride. I shall naturally become the mightiest orc warrior. My mate need only bask in my protection. He then cast a significant glance at Grandma Huashu, adding, You and Grandpa are still young. Perhaps you should consider having a few more children. The more orc brothers I have, the more I can stride confidently within the tribe. Enraged, Huashu picked up a nearby hide and hurled it at him. You little rascal. How dare you meddle in your parents' affairs? Yuan Lang nimbly leaped to safety, waving his hand with nonchalance. I am off to hunt. With that, he transformed into his beast form and vanished into the distance in a series of agile bounds. Only then did Huashu lower the hide, sighing with a hint of melancholy. Her child had grown, developed his own thoughts, and no longer seemed to need them. Meanwhile, Shui approached and patted Huashu's shoulder. Huashu, you are being overly controlling. Let us not forget that Yuan Lang has reached adulthood this year. Surprised, Huashu chuckled ruefully. Indeed, I still perceive him as that little fluffball from his childhood. Upon reaching adulthood, orcs become independent, and parents cannot interfere excessively in their lives. I believe Yuan Lang is correct. You and she should seriously consider having a few more young ones. There is only one youngling in the tribe among you few. As Huashu thought of her unreliable child, the idea of having another seemed increasingly compelling. Her steps quickened as she returned to the cave. After all, if the child was disobedient, having another would suffice. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Qin Shao arrived home. Qin Shao stealthily observed Wu Yu's expression, her small demeanor utterly amusing. Wu Yu suddenly turned her head to look at her. What are you sneaking around watching me for? Qin Shao chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Are you angry because of what Grandma Huashu said? Wu Yu shook her head, saying, There is no reason to be angry. I did not grow up in the Snow Tiger tribe, so I am naturally unfamiliar with the customs here. With a playful wink, she added, However, I will not change my mind. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she proclaimed, I will grow stronger in the future. Perhaps my partner will even have to listen to me. Qin Shao reached out and lightly touched her forehead, asking, Are you feeling unwell? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu and Chao Chang exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat peculiar, yet she proceeded to unlock the door. Chao Yuan's eyes were slightly swollen, while Mu Jing stood behind her, wearing an expression of deep remorse. The typically cheerful female seemed rather dejected at that moment, evoking a sense of pity. Qing Chao glared at the pair, coldly remarking, What brings you here? Surely, you aren't here to trouble you again, are you? Chao Yuan's eyes instantly welled with tears, and the guilt in Mu Jing's gaze intensified. We have come to apologize to you, Chao Yuan said as she pulled Mu Jing forward. We just visited the shaman, who assured us that the wild vegetables are not poisonous, hence it must be an issue with my mother's health. Mu Jing stepped forward, looking at Wu Yu with deep regret. Chao Yuan's mother is my mother's biological sister, which is why she was so anxious. She intended to come and apologize to you herself, but since Chao Yuan's mother is unwell, she stayed behind to care for her. As she spoke, Mu Jing retrieved a piece of brown animal hide from behind her and offered it to Wu Yu. My mother said that since you are new to the tribe and have no family here, you might lack some resources. This is a fine piece of hide from our home, without any holes. My mother insisted I bring it to you, hoping you would accept it. Wu Yu let out a light laugh, extending her hand to accept the animal skin from her companion. I shall gladly accept this animal skin. After all, we are good friends, and it is sufficient to resolve our misunderstandings. As she spoke, she gestured for the grass behind her to open the door, turning her gaze towards Chao Yuan and Mu Jing. Please, come in and take a seat. Wu Yu's abode, though not spacious, appeared quite expansive and immaculate due to the mere presence of a grass bed and a wicker bag filled with sustenance. The two young females were utterly astonished. Chao Yuan and Mu Jing, being rather uncomplicated in their thoughts, engaged in conversation with the four of them for a while, rekindling their camaraderie. Wu Yu's generosity once again garnered the affection of two young females, who increasingly relished her company. At noon, She prepared some vegetable pancakes using the remaining animal fat, which, having been pan-fried, exuded a rich, meaty aroma. The outer layer of vegetables was crisp and fragrant, making it utterly delectable. She served each of them a pancake, and as they indulged, their mouths glistened with oil. With sparkling eyes, they exclaimed, You are truly remarkable. How do you create such delicious food? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gazed at the round, chubby little female, who, despite her playful banter, bore a shadow of sorrow between her brows. Chow Yuan sighed softly. After AM finished her meal, she has been complaining of a stomachache. However, even after we took her to the shaman, the herbs provided were unable to cure her. Even the shaman's powers only managed to alleviate her pain slightly. Beside them, Mu Jing nodded. Grandma appears to be in considerable discomfort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gazed at the two of them, cautioning that it is best to avoid consuming both bitter herbs and dandelions together. For those of robust constitution, it may be tolerable, yet for the more fragile individuals, ingesting both wild vegetables simultaneously could lead to distress. Akin to the plight of Chow Yuan. In a surge of emotion, Chow Yuan leaped to her feet, spinning fervently on the ground, with a face etched in anxiety. She grasped Yu's arm tightly. Since you are aware of the reason, is there any remedy to alleviate my AMU suffering? She is in great pain, she implored. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Yu sighed. I do not possess much knowledge. She had merely heard some folk remedies while watching rural programs, uncertain of their efficacy. Yet at this moment, Chow Yuan seemed to cling to her like a lifeline, pleading, regardless of whether it can cure, I implore you to give it a try. Beside them, Qing Chao nodded in agreement. Shall we not go and see? Poor Chow Yuan is so pitiable. Yu rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. Doesn't Chow Yuan feel pitiful? What about me? After all, she had been scolded by Mu Jing's mother earlier. Nevertheless, Yu ultimately followed Chow Yuan to her dwelling, clutching the last remnants of pepper in her bundle. Today, the middle-aged female who had stormed into Yu's home appeared somewhat weary, seated against the wall, holding the hand of the female nestled in the grass nest. Her eyes were slightly red, indicating she had shed tears. Mother, Yu is here, Mu Jing softly murmured into the ear of the middle-aged female. Startled, she suddenly awoke and turned her gaze toward the young females before her. Her fatigued expression was laden with deep remorse as she addressed Yu, little female. Today it was my fault. I acted rashly without understanding the situation before causing a disturbance at your home. She took a few steps forward and grasped Yu's hand. I sincerely apologize, and I hope this incident will not tarnish the bond between you all, allowing you to remain good friends. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yu nodded, noting that Cao Yuan's grandmother was not in as good health as the others. Furthermore, it is advisable to avoid consuming bitter herbs and dandelions together, as such combinations could lead to the symptoms she was experiencing. Her sharp, slender chin gestured towards Cao Yuan's grandmother. I possess a method to alleviate her discomfort significantly, but it requires some salt. Rest assured, I will return the salt to you afterward. Upon hearing this, Mu Jing's mother was overjoyed and promptly instructed Mu Jing to fetch the salt. Moments later, Mu Jing entered with several tall men, led by two robust middle-aged gentlemen. Each carried a bulging bag, and Yu recognized that it contained coarse salt. Please light a fire. I need it, she stated. No sooner had she spoken than a sturdy young man adeptly stepped forward to kindle the flames. Yu took out her multifunctional stone pot and poured in the coarse salt brought by Chow Yuan's father. She then added several handfuls of Sichuan peppercorns before commencing to stir-fry incessantly. Only when the coarse salt began to heat up did she gesture for the young beastman to fetch a piece of beast skin, onto which he poured the scalding salt. With the beast skin bag in hand, she made her way to where Chow Yuan's mother lay sleeping. First, she placed a layer of beast skin over her abdomen. then set down the beast skin pouch filled with coarse salt. The warmth radiated steadily from above her belly, and the middle-aged female, previously pale within the grass nest, gradually relaxed, letting out a comfortable sigh. She slowly opened her eyes. Her slumber had been restless, and she had vaguely overheard the conversations within the cave. Realizing that it was this young female beside her who had alleviated her suffering, a smile flickered across her frail face. "Thank you, young female. I felt as if I were cradling a block of ice just moments ago, but now I feel warm and much more at ease." Wu Yu chuckled softly, advising, "Do not consume bitter greens and dandelions together in the future, lest you encounter such discomfort again." She gestured towards the animal skin resting upon her abdomen, filled with coarse salt. "Should your belly continue to trouble you, this method may provide relief. However, it is prudent to limit your intake of bitter greens and dandelions." Grateful. Grass round Mu grasped Wu Yu's hand, exclaiming, "I am truly thankful, dear female. I occasionally experience stomach discomfort, particularly during the annual consumption of bitter greens. Yet, it has never been this severe before, which is why I dismissed it." Grass round knelt beside the middle-aged female, saying, "Mu, let us seek other foraging teams to exchange for wild vegetables you can consume." Grass round's father, already seated nearby, took his partner's hand and remarked, "If bitter greens are to be avoided, then we shall resort to meat." The young male who had just ignited the fire chimed in, "Mu, you shall dine on meat from now on, for both my father and I are here to support you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Wu Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "You can just call me Wu Yu." After a brief farewell to Chao Yuan, Mu Jing, and the others, she departed. Beside her, Qing Chao turned to Wu Yu and asked, "You, Chao just introduced himself to you. Why were you so indifferent?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon returning home, Wu Yu retrieved 2 cooked dandelions and hung them on the wooden pole outside to dry. A notification was triggered. Task initiated. Prepare dried dandelion greens. Task reward, 10 points. Wu Yu rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, system, were you being negligent just now?" The last food ration task was not delayed like this. The system, with its little feet raised, playfully picked at its dainty nostrils, retorting, "I am a diligent and responsible system. Please do not question my professional integrity." Wu Yu chuckled coldly, remarking, "Your system's face is marred with the marks of countless wheels, yet you still speak of professional integrity." The system, visibly agitated, thought to itself that this audacious host had grown increasingly arrogant, brazenly criticizing its own creator. It was simply intolerable. Just as it prepared to unleash its wrath, it noticed the host exuding an air of unfounded confidence. Suddenly reminded of its own unforgotten past transgressions, it promptly shifted the conversation. "Host, is it true that you only prepare 2 of these dried vegetables?" It gazed at the pitifully scant 2 sprigs of dandelion greens, barely sufficient to fill a gap between its teeth, and wore a face of disdain, despite the absence of any such gaps. Wu Yu chuckled coldly, "Oh, system, don't blame me for playing tricks when you dig your own grave." With gritted teeth, she continued, "Last time, fresh bitter herbs were worth a mere 0.1 points. I painstakingly transformed them into dried herbs, yet you purchased them by the pound at a ridiculously low price. If I had even a modicum of sense, I would not have made so many dried herbs. I am not completely foolish." When the incident of corruption was brought up, the system chose to remain silent. After a moment, sensing the host's breathing gradually steadying, it timidly emerged. "The system is also quite helpless. The prices are predetermined." Its voice was laced with an innocence that was almost palpable. Wu Yu chuckled coldly, dismissing the pitiful act of the dog system. She no longer paid attention to the pretentious system that had reached the pinnacle of its capabilities and made her way to the vine pouch. "System first. Grant me 100 points. I wish to activate the cultivation system." Upon hearing this, the system instantly perked up, wishing it could sprout a few little feet to swiftly dart to its host's side. The host currently possessed 73 points, having sold 270 dandelions. with a current account balance of 100. Ding. Points sufficient. Activating the cultivation system. Detection in progress. Host identified as a pure human. Activating the magical cultivation system. System activation in progress. Deducting 100 points. Cultivation system successfully activated. Dear host, do not hesitate to begin your training. The system's cheeky voice echoed once more in her mind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu felt a lump in her throat. System, can we speak properly? Host. Would you like to activate the cultivation system and take a look? The system's voice brimmed with excitement. Hearing its tone, Wu felt a surge of anticipation. How do we begin? With a mischievous chuckle, the system presented a familiar interface before her, now adorned with an additional cultivation module. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu surprise. This is simply a real-life version of an upgraded game. Tongzi chuckled. Host, did you notice that 10 at the back? Wu nodded. Is it true that advancing to the next level requires 10 experience points? The laughter of the Tsung carried a hint of schadenfreude. Although the host possesses a display panel that provides a clearer understanding of your cultivation status. Your practice is akin to that of the witches here, lacking any distinctive qualities. The arrow on the panel points towards the golden bar. This experience value is a manifestation of your daily training, designed in accordance with the cultivation methods of the witches in this world. For every 5 hours of cultivation, the host earns 1 experience point, and upon accumulating 10 experience points, an upgrade will occur. These display bars are merely intended to enhance the host's comprehension of their cultivation progress. Wu stood there in a state of bewilderment, utterly dumbfounded. After a prolonged silence, she stammered F5. 5 hours. Feeling a slight tremor in her calves, she cast a tearful glance at the panel. How do the witches in this world cultivate their powers? She secretly hoped that it would not be the answer she feared. It seemed her emotional turmoil was too palpable. After a moment of silence, the system suddenly erupted into a boisterous laughter. You are not mistaken, host. It is precisely as you envision. Meditating for 5 hours, and it must be a meditation that connects with the witchcraft of this realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu, with an expression of indifference, replied. I shall not go, for I have no points. The system persisted. Our service is far more considerate than that of certain well-known platforms. And we offer a dazzling array of products. Are you truly certain you do not wish to take a look? Wu maintained her cold demeanor. I shall not go, for I have no points. The system, undeterred, continued. We also provide exceptionally courteous service, with a 5-star customer service representative at your beck and call. Are you absolutely certain you do not desire this? Once again, Wu responded with indifference. I shall not go, for I have no points. After a moment of silence, just as Wu believed the system had finally relented, it suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, Dear host, I implore you to take a look. I am currently working part-time as a customer service representative in the mall, and if I fail to achieve any results, my points will be deducted. Wu extracted a crucial piece of information. The system possesses its own points? The cries abruptly ceased, and the system stated solemnly, the points are exclusive to the system, and the host is unable to utilize them. Wu, you sly system, I succumb to your deception. Open system store. Seeing its pathetic pleas, Wu, in a moment of magnanimity, opened the store it so fervently recommended. But, you deceitful system, emerge. I assure you, I merely wish to caress your canine cranium, not obliterate it. Gazing upon the solitary witch spirit pill on the store's interface, Wu felt an overwhelming urge to wring the system's neck. Deceitful system, how much did your benefactor compensate you for this flamboyant and elaborate advertisement? System, slyly it wasn't much, merely that the host glance at it daily, so that the pitiable little system may accrue a single point to purchase sustenance. Uninterested, Wu opened the mystical elixir and immediately regretted it. Wishing she could sever her own hand, Consuming it would grant 10 experience points, yet it required a staggering 100 points. Gazing at the exorbitant price of the potion and then at the 2/3 of a pouch of dandelions remaining in her corner, Wu Yu decisively closed the deceitful shop. Indeed, the impoverished had no right to indulge in such lofty elixirs. Their path to cultivation lay in the humble practice of meditation. That evening, Wu Yu settled onto the straw mat in her room to embark on her first meditation session. However, if mastering witchcraft were truly that simple, her predecessor, Mu, would not have remained a witch apprentice for so long. After numerous intermittent attempts, each time she felt the intangible force, she would awaken, leaving Wu Yu feeling quite disheartened. I advised the host not to be overly eager for quick results. The system chimed in with a small yawn. Rest early. Tomorrow, there will be more to toil for. Reflecting on the gathering tasks ahead, Wu Yu lay down, succumbing to a gradual slumber. At the break of dawn, the first chirp of a bird echoed, and Wu Yu hastily organized her backpack. With her improved small basket slung over her shoulder, she exited her dwelling and made her way toward the clearing. There, a multitude of both female and male figures had already assembled, and to Wu Yu's astonishment, numerous orc warriors were present as well. During her previous collection outings, she had only encountered pure human males or half-orc warriors for protection, never orc warriors. Could there be a special gathering task at hand? You, over here. Just as she pondered this, a voice called out from ahead. A figure, with a large vine pouch slung behind her, waved cheerfully in her direction, her face alight with enthusiasm. Wu Yu also revealed a broad smile as she briskly approached her. Suddenly, a jarring voice echoed in the clearing. Although she had not heard it for several days, Wu Yu was exceedingly familiar with this sound. Judging by the tone, it was evident that the speaker was not there to invite her for foraging. A flicker of annoyance appeared in her gaze as she coldly directed her attention towards the source of the voice. However, the scene before her was rather surprising. The once carefree Aya, who had always been seen with her arm around Yi Duo, was now standing behind the imposing figure of Jin Gang Yi Duo, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Wu Yu felt a surge of astonishment, and a hint of vigilance began to surface within her. What could possibly be amiss? Her expression remained composed as she regarded Aya and Yi Duo, her demeanor utterly unremarkable. However, Yi Duo, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance, suddenly faltered, her countenance darkening in an instant. Wu Yu, are you attempting to provoke me? She exclaimed, incredulous. Wu Yu, taken aback, pondered the absurdity of the situation. Who do you think you are? The moment her words fell, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. The orcs and females stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixated on this calm, slender female, incredulity etched across their faces. Yi Duo's face flushed crimson as she let out a disbelieving growl. Do you even realize whom you are addressing? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yu's expression momentarily froze, her gaze fixed intently on the haughty Yi Duo, rendered speechless. Noticing her silence, Yi Duo scoffed, are you afraid now? Wu Yu's lips twitched momentarily before she could no longer contain her sarcasm. I suggest you visit the witch first to check your brain. With that, she disregarded the two of them, her little face set in a cold expression as she made her way towards Grandma Huashu. This left the two behind in a state of exasperation, howling in frustration. Upon her arrival, Grandma Huashu stifled a smile at the corners of her mouth, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. It would be best for you to avoid those two in the future. Wu Yu furrowed her brow and said, Grandma Huashu, as you can see, it is not I who provoke them. These two always come to trouble me. Huashu gently patted her arm and sighed. I understand that you feel distressed, but you may not be aware that when Yi Duo went to the witch for treatment yesterday, she was discovered to have fluctuations of witch power within her and has already become a disciple of the witch. Wu Yu secretly curled her lips. Are the shaman disciples truly remarkable? I am also a shaman disciple now. It is merely a matter of becoming a shaman disciple. It does not equate to successfully awakening shamanic powers. Other shaman disciples in the tribe are not as arrogant as Yi Duo. Huashu sighed repeatedly in response. This is precisely the issue. She solemnly gazed at Wu Yu. Do you know you? That our Snow Tiger tribe currently has only one shaman disciple? Her eyes were profound, and Wu Yu looked at Grandma Huashu in disbelief. Do you mean to say? She pointed towards the direction behind her. Yi Duo is the sole shaman disciple? Huashu nodded. Indeed. Wu Yu recalled the horrified gazes of her clansmen directed at her, wondering if she had truly offended the future shaman of the tribe. The thought of Yiduo becoming the shaman of the Snow Tiger tribe made Wu Yu feel as if she would rather subject herself to a humiliating live broadcast than face such a fate. Noticing her unusual expression, Hua Shu sighed inwardly and decided to change the subject. Recently, large wild beasts had frequently appeared around the tribe, so our gathering teams would remain in close proximity to one another. Although there were orc warriors providing protection, it was crucial to stay vigilant and not stray from the group. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Yu realized that a single swipe could easily crush 3 or 4 creatures. Today, she resolutely decided to prioritize her safety, choosing not to flirt with danger on the precipice of survival. After all, life is a singular gift, while opportunities to discover new sustenance abound. A notification appeared. Mission assigned. Discover and collect a new food source. Points 50. Gazing at the numeral following the petite icon, Wu Yu felt a surge of excitement akin to a groundhog's exuberance. She incessantly prodded her system. Why are the points for this mission so exceptionally high? Her system responded languidly. Perhaps it is due to the fact that a mere misstep on your part could lead to a rather precarious encounter. Wu Yu. I find myself rather fond of visiting Lai Lai. But with that thought, she quickly spat out her words, reprimanding herself for such folly. She must live well. There is no need to meet with Su Su or Lai Lai. Lionhead, what are you doing? Suddenly, a very familiar voice echoed from behind her. Wu Yu turned to see one of the hunchback tigers. After a fleeting glance, she turned away, for the creature was not calling her. Lionhead. Why are you ignoring me? The Beastman's voice rang out again. Wu Yu stifled a laugh. Who possessed such a bold personality to disregard a warrior of the Beastmen? Surely, it couldn't be that Yuan Lang warrior from before. After a moment, she noticed that the surrounding gathering team females were looking at her with amusement. Wu Yu's lips twitched as she turned away. Indeed, the Beastman was staring at her with a look of dissatisfaction. He extended his thin, bony finger towards himself, inquiring, "Were you just calling me?" Ting Qian, with a sullen expression, replied, "Yes, of course it was you. Just look around. You are the only one who resembles a lion head." Wu Yu felt a surge of energy, as if wielding an 80-meter-long blade, ready to strike. "You resemble a lion's head," he scoffed, "and so does your entire family. Thank you for the compliment." With that, he stomped away, as if stepping on something he wished to obliterate, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Tung Qian stood there, bewildered, pondering why the young female was so enraged. He turned to his companion, Tung Kuan, and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Tung Kuan, with a stern expression, replied, "Brother, you look like a shoehorn." Tung Qian retorted, "If I don't interrupt your 5th pair of tiger legs today, then I am not your brother." Before he could act, Tung Kuan's next words struck him. "You, a man, are infuriated by my comment about your resemblance to a shoehorn, yet you just claimed that the young female looks like a lion's head. How could she possibly be pleased?" He shot Tung Qian a disdainful glance and added, "Consider yourself fortunate that this young female is not from the same place as us. Otherwise, she might very well turn your flesh into braised lion's head." Meanwhile, Yuan Lang, who had been secretly observing Tung Qian's interaction with the young female, raised an eyebrow, secretly rooting for him. It was indeed a pity that this young female was from the same background as them, which meant she was familiar with the dish of braised lion's head. Reflecting on this, Yuan Lang regarded Tung Qian with a subtly altered gaze, suddenly feeling that Tung Qian had become rather portly. After Wu Yu stormed away, she approached Shui. Observing her indignant expression, Shui chuckled and said, "You do not mind those males. They are incapable of comprehending the beauty we females possess." Wu Yuet chuckled softly, preferring to bask in her own beauty for a while longer. Moments later, the gathering team set off, and Wu Yue soon realized that this location differed significantly from the previous two. Upon halting, she was taken aback to discover that they had ventured remarkably close to the tribe, arriving after only about an hour. The wild greens here were unfamiliar to Wu Yue. As the females deftly plucked the leaves, their hands creating fleeting shadows. The leaves exuded a delicate fragrance that was utterly delightful, prompting her to sample one. The subtle aroma instantly enveloped her senses, sharpening her awareness and filling her mouth with the refreshing scent of the foliage. In her heart, she reveled in the thought that she might have found a natural toothpaste. Heaven knows, during the past few days, she had resorted to using tree roots for brushing her teeth, which possessed a hint of bitterness. Each time she cleaned her teeth, she felt utterly unwell, and it significantly detracted from the taste of her meals. "You, come here quickly," the voice of Huashu called out, prompting Wu Yue to rise. Huashu stood alongside Yuan Lang and several unfamiliar females. Though puzzled, Wu Yue approached them. "Grandma Huashu, what is it?" she inquired, and upon drawing nearer, she realized that, apart from Yuan Lang, all present were the leaders of various gathering teams. After exchanging brief greetings with the leaders, she turned her attention to Huashu. A clear smile graced Huashu's face as she said, "Come with us." With that, she led Wu Yue behind a large tree. As they rounded the stout trunk and beheld a familiar expanse of crimson leaves, Wu Yue comprehended the reason for their summons. "Look, are these not the herbs you mentioned last time that could heal wounds?" Wu Yu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, these are hemostatic herbs." No sooner had her words left her lips than the surrounding females surged forward in unison. Wu Yu and Yuan Lang stood transfixed, watching in astonishment as a multitude of leaders scrambled and clutched their heads in bewilderment, vying for that minuscule patch of hemostatic herbs. It became evident that the art of female contention had already evolved to such an extent from a remarkably early time. Wu Yu secretly clicked her tongue. "Little female, do not take to heart what I am said that day." The deep voice of the orc beside her resonated, causing Wu Yu's delicate ears to twitch slightly. It was somewhat pleasant to hear. Turning her gaze towards the tall and imposing orc, she replied, "Grandma Huashu is right, and besides, I believe it is safer to keep my distance from you." A peculiar smile flickered in her eyes. Yi Duo has now become the only shaman apprentice in the tribe, holding a significant status. Since she is so fond of you, she will undoubtedly appear before you more often. She clicked her tongue. The Yuan Lang warrior is quite fortunate. Yuan Lang. Although he was aware that the previous incident had likely upset this little female, he did not anticipate her to hold such a grudge. Reflecting on what she mentioned about Yi Duo, Yuan Lang concluded that as long as he had no shame, the embarrassment lay with others. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. "It is better for the little female to remain gentle. It is more endearing." Gazing at the tall and handsome orc, Wu Yu felt a sudden impulse and blurted out, "In the future, I intend to possess numerous strong and handsome males." Yuan Lang's expression abruptly stiffened, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the little female beside him. Good heavens! He was utterly astonished. He began to doubt his previous judgment. Was this little female truly from the same place as him? Had she perhaps let herself loose upon arriving in this world? Noticing his incredulous demeanor, Wu Yu felt a surge of pride. "Ha! Who do you look down upon?" After a while, Grandma Huashu returned contentedly, her beast skin bag full. However, upon turning to see her child and Yu, her expression stiffened. She had completely forgotten that this little one had an interest in Yu. She hurried over to Yuan Lang's side, handing him the heavy beast skin bundle. "It's too heavy. Help me carry it." Turning, she linked her arm with Wu Yu's and walked away, inquiring about the hemostatic herb as they went. Yuan Lang felt his mother's grip tightening, realizing she was about to reclaim her subordinate. Heaven knows what kind of days he had been enduring lately, with those green, dying vegetable balls and mushy greens. The sturdy male was weeping. He longed for stir-fried meat and cold dishes. "Yuan Lang, you haven't developed a liking for that lion-headed one, have you?" Ting Qian interjected with a curious expression. Yuan Lang narrowed his dark eyes. "Shoehorn, what did you just say?" Ting Qian exclaimed dramatically, "I'm telling you, General, you have changed. Love will disappear, right?" Yuan Lang shot him a chilling glance. "Love does not vanish, it merely shifts. Furthermore, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal, male, with an affinity for females." Tung Qian gazed at him with the expression of a jilted lover. "So your affection has shifted to that lion-headed one?" Yuan Lang regarded him with a profound gaze, akin to looking at a fool. Ting Qian, seemingly reveling in the performance, theatrically clutched his chest. "You truly have fallen for that lion-headed one." Wu Yu, who had just returned with Grandma Huashu, interjected, "Why do your romantic entanglements involve me?" Hearing the footsteps behind them, Yuan Lang and Ting Qian turned around, bemused. How to say? It's quite unexpected. Unlike Grandma Huashu, who was deeply affected by her childish chatter with a male, Wu Yu looked directly at the tall and handsome orc, her tone indifferent. "Do not love me. It leads nowhere." Yuan Lang, are you perhaps under some misapprehension about yourself? Tung Qian, confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance can be troublesome. Just then, Grandma Huashu suddenly exclaimed, "No, my Yuan Lang is handsome, well-built. I have checked on him when he bathed as a child. He has ample masculine qualities and is undoubtedly the best choice for a partner." There must be a conclusion. Wu Yu cast a disapproving glance at the visibly frightened Grandma Huashu, who had previously vehemently opposed her association with Yuan Lang. Now, she appeared akin to a brothel madam auctioning off a maiden's first night. What on earth was happening? Indeed, at this moment, Grandma Huashu was utterly distressed. She had never imagined that her offspring would be attracted to the male gender. Moreover, it was someone as peculiar as Ting Qian, a somewhat dim-witted male. How could such a formidable beast warrior consider a male partner? What was to be done about her little one? Thus, upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Grandma Huashu instantaneously conveyed her unwavering support. Although the chances of a pure human female giving birth to a little beast man were exceedingly slim, she cast a shifty glance towards Ting Qian, who was squatting foolishly to the side. Compared to a male, as long as it was a female, that was certainly preferable. Yuan Lang approached Wu Yu and Grandma Huashu, his long legs striding with grace. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of his elongated, muscular limbs caused Wu Yu's gaze to wander. However, an inappropriate glimmer in her eyes was thwarted by someone's animal hide skirt, preventing it from crossing into forbidden territory. Sensing this somewhat offensive scrutiny, Yuan Lang halted, his deep-set eyes fixing upon the wandering-eyed female. Do not gaze indiscriminately without results, or you may find yourself held accountable. Yet, Wu Yu was not one to be easily intimidated. She embodied the principle that if one were to feel awkward, it should be the other party who bears the brunt. With an expression of indifference, she glanced at his well-defined abdomen and remarked, "Wasn't it your intention to be seen dressed like that? Oh, what a lowly statement." She inwardly scorned herself. With a huff, she turned to leave. Though her steps were somewhat brisk, Yuan Lang lowered his gaze to his own attire, merely clad in a hide skirt, and suddenly felt a tad too exposed. He pondered that upon returning, he ought to find something to cover up. Such attire was hardly appropriate. Grandma Huashu slyly inched closer. "My dear child, do not lose heart. Isn't the little female delightful? Why the infatuation with a foul-smelling male?" Yuan Lang looked down at his cheap aunt and replied, "Delightful? I have yet to taste." With this astonishing remark, he pivoted and made his way towards the outskirts of the group. His mood soured. His little underling had not deceived him, but to think he had not returned, and now his cheap aunt misunderstood him to be harboring feelings for his own gender. Was today not a suitable day for him to venture out? Meanwhile, after parting ways with Grandma Huashu, Wu Yu proceeded to assist Shui. Given the abundance of offspring at home, Shui consistently gathered the largest quantity of resources within the team. Even with Wu Yu and several other females lending a helping hand, her vast vine bag was only 2/3 full. The group engaged in light chatter while hastening their collection efforts. For these days were marked by the frequent presence of wild beasts, leaving little time for leisurely gathering. Should they dawdle, they would scarcely collect enough food. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from the fringes of the group. Wu Yu was already well acquainted with the roars of the snow tiger tribe, yet amidst these cries, she discerned unfamiliar sounds intermingling. Wu Yu felt a sudden tension coursing through her nerves. Could it truly be that misfortune had struck so soon after her departure? Encountering a beast attack? The nearby young females clutched their vine bags tightly, their expressions fraught with anxiety. After a brief moment, the cacophony of roars gradually subsided, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Had the beast been vanquished? While a few were huddled together, whispering among themselves, they noticed the formidable figure of Grandma Huashu pushing through the throng with a grave expression. "It is safe now. You may continue gathering," she proclaimed. Turning to Wu Yu, she added, "You, please accompany me. I require your assistance." Observing the seriousness of her demeanor, Wu Yu nodded in acquiescence and followed her to the edge of the gathering team. They eventually halted by a small river, where a multitude of beast warriors had congregated. The greengrass AMU was also present nearby. To Wu Yu's astonishment, in addition to the warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe, there were several towering beast warriors with golden hair at the riverbank. Noticing her surprise, Grandma Huashu murmured, "They are warriors from the Wild Lion tribe. Our Snow Tiger tribe's territory borders theirs. The relationship between the two tribes is relatively amicable." Wu Yu nodded, realizing it was a neighbor. Yuan Lang stepped forward and said, "You, come and see if this orc warrior can still be saved." Upon hearing the words, Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean? Asking her to save someone? It was absurd. She was neither a shaman nor a physician. Wasn't this a form of deception? The sharp-eyed orcs from the crazy lion tribe turned their piercing gazes upon Wu Yu. Was she a shaman's disciple? Yuan Lang shook his head. No. But her mother is a shaman's disciple, and she is the only one here who has some knowledge of medicinal herbs. The orcs from the Crazy Lion tribe furrowed their brows, hesitating as they regarded the frail Wu Yu. Yuan Lang frowned. There is no need for hesitation. Either let her take a look or quickly return to the tribe. As he spoke, his profound gaze fell upon the orc warriors of the Crazy Lion tribe. Let it be clear, you are aware of this orc's condition, and the young female is merely attempting to help. Should you become reckless and attempt to harm our tribe's kin, I will not hesitate to sever your necks before you make a move. The orcs of the Crazy Lion tribe stiffened at his words. Yet their recent skirmish had instilled a sense of trepidation as they gazed upon this formidable orc warrior. Just as they were about to speak, the orc warrior lying on the ground, pale and ashen, suddenly began to convulse. They hurriedly looked towards Wu Yu. Young female, we implore you to save our kin. He has been bitten by a venomous serpent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In this moment, Wu Yu vowed that she had never felt such joy upon hearing the voice of the dog system. With a calm demeanor, she approached the still convulsing orc warrior and said, "You hold him down. I lack the strength to subdue him." Upon hearing this, the orc from the Savage Lion tribe immediately stepped forward to restrain the warrior's limbs. The orcs were clad only in leather skirts around their waists, allowing Wu Yu to easily see the dark, oozing wound on the warrior's thigh, seeping with black blood. What a serpent it must have been. The two venomous bites had penetrated so deeply. This snake was quite formidable, yet orcs possessed self-healing abilities, so he could endure for a while longer. The host should inquire about the whereabouts of the snake, and we shall venture forth to seek herbs. At this moment, the dog system exhibited a steady and reliable demeanor. Wu Yu gazed at them and inquired, "Where is the habitat of that serpent beast? I must go there to search for medicinal herbs." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded helplessly. There is hope, but if you continue to inquire in this manner, he may not hold on until we return with the herbs. Upon hearing this, the orc immediately stepped forward. "We shall escort you. The area where the serpent beast roams is not far from here." He approached and extended his arm. "The path through the forest is treacherous, little female. Allow me to carry you, for it would expedite our journey." Given the gravity of the situation, Wu Yu did not hesitate and was about to reach out. However, unexpectedly, her body was suddenly enveloped in a warm, solid embrace. The orc's deep, resonant voice echoed above her. "The little female of the Snow Tiger tribe shall be carried by our warriors." Yuan Lang boldly declared, lifting his chin, "Lead the way." A few warriors from the Savage Lion tribe smirked, finding the orcs of the Snow Tiger tribe overly cautious. They had intended to cultivate a rapport with this knowledgeable female in herbalism, perhaps to consider her as a second mate. Yet, it appeared that this orc was exceedingly vigilant, leaving no opportunity at all. In the dense forest, the orcs raced forward with remarkable speed, as if nothing could hinder their progress. Wu Yu nestled her head in Yuan Lang's embrace, seeking refuge from the branches that threatened to mar her already unremarkable visage. "You little vixen are utterly lacking in decorum. Do you truly wish for the attention of the males from the outer tribes?" The orc's voice, tinged with discontent, resonated in her ears. Wu Yu disdainfully pursed her lips, retorting, "Your thoughts are far too convoluted. I merely wish to expedite the search for herbs to save a life." Moreover, she glanced up at the orc's chiseled jawline, adding, "What difference is there between being held by them and being held by you?" My word. Yuan Lang felt a pang of frustration resonating through his very being. This little vixen was indeed a master at inciting annoyance. He flexed his muscular arm, suddenly yearning to hurl this troublesome creature away. Yet, the thought of the fierce and attentive lions of the tribe lurking ahead tightened his grip even more. Sensing the tension emanating from her lower back, Wu Yu's lips twitched as she remarked, "I suspect you are taking advantage of me." Yuan Lang responded with a cold smirk. "Your suspicion is well-founded, for it cannot possibly be true. If I wish to take advantage of you, I might as well return to my cave for some solitary indulgence." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu leapt down from Yuan Lang's body, casting a disapproving glance at the decidedly unchivalrous orc before striding ahead. The commander, displaying remarkable diligence, promptly logged in and began to search the vicinity. The orcs observed the small female cautiously scouring the area, yet after a considerable time, there was still no sign of success, which caused a growing sense of urgency among them. Just as an orc from the lion tribe was about to step forward to inquire, Yuan Lang grasped his arm, remarking, "There is an abundance of grass here. It will require some time to search thoroughly." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu finally regained her composure and nodded. Let us proceed a few more steps. If we do not find it, we shall seek another direction. Several orcs nodded in agreement and continued to follow her. Host. Beneath the tree to the left ahead, there lies a herb with black leaves, extending several vine-like tendrils. That is the one. The system suddenly interjected, startling Wu Yu. Yuan Lang, noticing her sudden stiffness, swiftly moved forward to shield her, casting a vigilant gaze ahead while softly inquiring, "What did you see?" The expression on the young female's face suggested she had encountered something terrifying, and Yuan Lang instinctively thought of venomous snakes. After all, was not a woman often fearful of snakes, spiders, and rodents? Seeing him unhesitatingly positioned in front of her, Wu Yu's impression of him improved slightly. She whispered, "It is not a snake. I merely discovered a medicinal herb." As she spoke, she leaned out from behind the orc, her slender fingers pointing towards the herb with black leaves beneath the large tree. "That herb there, with the black leaves, is capable of antidoting snake venom." Upon hearing this, Yuan Lang glanced over, his dark brows slightly furrowing. "Are those the only ones?" Wu Yu nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this direction holds only these few trees. In other directions, we likely lack the time. If we do not return soon, that orc may not endure much longer." Upon hearing this, Yuan Lang decisively nodded. "Let us proceed." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu. Such words are laden with reason, leaving her utterly speechless. Upon their return, the two conveyed the location of the herbs to several orcs from the savage lion tribe. The distance was not great, and the orc warriors swiftly retrieved the herbs with a few agile leaps. Yuan Lang naturally accepted the herbs from the orcs and handed them to Wu Yu, saying, "You should study their application first." Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms and dashed back in the direction they had come. The orcs from the savage lion tribe stood in bewilderment, staring at their empty hands, pondering what had just transpired. "Why are you in a daze? Let us go," one of the orc companions chided, patting the bewildered one on the shoulder before leading the way. Thanks to the assistance of the system, their search for herbs was relatively smooth. Wu Yu instructed the orcs to chew the herbs and feed them to the poisoned warrior. Then, she had his kin extract some toxic blood, finally bandaging the dark, festering wound. "That should suffice," she exhaled, turning her gaze toward the savage lion tribe warrior seated on the ground. She extended half of the herb in her hand toward him. "You've helped him extract the poison. You may also be at risk of poisoning. Please consume this herb." The orc glanced at her and, pursing his lips, accepted it. "Thank you, little female." This orc appeared to be quite young, his face still bearing a hint of youthfulness, and his golden hair lent him the allure of a handsome young lad from the West. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu rose and seated herself beside the old woman by the flowering tree, gazing at the black herb in her hand with a quiet joy. The dog system. Could this be considered a new plant? The system scoffed. Host. Did your language education come from a physical education teacher? Please read the question carefully. The task issued by the system is to seek a new food. Is there some misunderstanding on your part regarding food and herbs? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu, with a hint of sulkiness, chose to disregard the canine system. Noticing her less than pleased expression, Grandma Huashu approached her quietly and asked, "You, what troubles you? Was it perilous during the herbal gathering just now?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yu shook her head. "It is not dangerous. The Yuan Lang warriors are here to protect me. Moreover, the task of gathering herbs is undertaken by the orcs of the fierce lion tribe." Grandma Huashu cast her gaze upon the precious herbs in Wu Yu's hand. "You and that Yuan Lang lad should gather more of these valuable herbs. They may prove useful in case someone in the tribe is bitten by a serpent beast." Speaking of serpent beasts, Grandma Huashu could not help but shiver. "You have no idea. Every year, there are tribe members who perish from serpent beast bites. Most of the time, They are bitten while foraging or hunting, and they do not have the time to seek a shaman's aid, leaving them with no chance of survival. With a sigh, she continued, as you can see, the orc warriors, due to their robust physiques, can endure for a while after being bitten. However, if a pure human were to be bitten today, they would not even have the time to wait for your return. Wu Yu nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Without the regenerative abilities of the Beastmen, one might have long since met the beast god. Henceforth, exercise caution whenever you venture out to gather or engage in any activity. You may summon Yuan Lang, for that rascal is perpetually idle, with little to occupy his time. As she spoke, she began to extol the virtues of her offspring once more. A deep voice emerged from behind the flowering tree elder, echoing softly. I fear I might have been picked up. Realizing her promotional efforts had been uncovered, the elder awkwardly chuckled twice, feigning a pressing matter with Grass Uncle, and swiftly vanished from sight. Indeed, one must admit, her agility was not something an ordinary young person could rival. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu smiled and nodded, expressing relief that all was well. She then handed over the remaining herbs in her hand, saying, although the bodies of the Beastmen are formidable, the venom of the snake beast is still quite potent. Take these herbs back and consume one each day for a swifter recovery. After accepting the herbs and bidding farewell to the Beastmen of the Lion tribe, Wu Yu and her companions returned to the gathering spot for their tribe's collection efforts. The other foraging teams had already assembled at their designated resting area, yet the group, led by Granny Huashu, continued their enthusiastic labor. Strangely enough, Wu Yu felt as though the other foraging teams were watching them closely, which seemed to spur her team to work even more swiftly. Granny Huashu approached Wu Yu with a triumphant expression, her smile rather mischievous, and remarked, hee hee. I relish the thought that they can't stand me but still can't surpass me. In the shadowy depths of May, a peculiar sense of twisted delight enveloped the atmosphere. Without further ado, the two individuals joined the throng of laborers. However, Qingsa discreetly summoned her two offspring, Qingsa and Qinghua, to her side. Come here, my dears. I have matters to discuss with you. After a hushed conversation among the three, Qingsa and Qinghua stealthily approached Wu Yue. Wu Yue, Granny Huashu, a familiar voice chimed nearby. Turning her head, Wu Yue was delighted to see Qingsa and Qinghua. What brings you two here? Qingsa chuckled and began assisting Wu Yue in gathering resources, while Qinghua nestled beside Granny Huashu. Granny, my mother sent us to inquire if your gathering team could weave us some vine bags. We are willing to offer compensation. A glint of cunning flashed in Granny Huashu's eyes, but she feigned reluctance. Dear child, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. As you can see, we are all busy gathering and truly lack the time. In a low voice, Qinghua countered, my mother mentioned that if you help us weave the vine bags, we will provide your gathering team with 3 bags of food in return. Upon hearing this, Granny Huashu's eyes brightened, yet she reluctantly raised 2 fingers. We shall weave 6 vine bags for you, but you must provide us with 5 bags of food. After a moment's hesitation, Qinghua nodded resolutely. All right, I will inform my mother immediately. Granny Huashu nodded with a smile. Hurry along then. With remarkable speed, Qinghua rushed back to her mother. As Granny Huashu communicated with the nearby females, she soon spotted Qinghua sneaking back. Granny, my mother has agreed. At this, Granny Huashu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she beckoned the fastest weaver from the recently selected team to head towards the vine-laden area. Wait here, we shall bring the finished bags to you. Qinghua nodded obediently and squatted down to assist with gathering. The other gathering teams looked on in bewilderment as Granny Huashu departed, with some females attempting to follow, only to be halted by the vigilant members of Granny Huashu's team, who wore mysterious expressions. Moments later, the others understood the secretive actions of Granny Huashu's gathering team, as they spotted Kingso's team hastily carrying familiar vine bags towards the gathering site. Expressions turned to stone. So, did you two gathering teams engage in some clandestine transaction? Yuduamu's face darkened as she scrutinized the bustling teams, harboring resentment. Her subordinates had been stripped of several leaves. Those wretched individuals must be envious of my Yedwa becoming a shaman disciple, hence their targeting of us. Several team leaders nearby wore equally grim expressions. Granny Huashu has held a grudge against Yedwa due to past events, and she surely harbors animosity towards us. Teaching the method of weaving to the Greenwater team, but withholding it from us. We all gather for the tribe. Why should we be excluded? Yaduma scoffed upon returning. I will seek the chieftain. This Granny Huashu, with her numerous warrior sons, clearly looks down upon us. A nearby female chimed in, warrior sons are noble. Yet they pale in comparison to the tribe's sole shaman disciple. Once Yedwa awakens her shamanic powers, she will surpass Granny Huashu in prestige. Yaduamu's chin lifted proudly, as if Yedwa had already ascended to the status of tribe shaman. Meanwhile, not far from them, behind a great tree, Yuan Lang's profound gaze was tinged with a shadowy intensity. These old women are exceedingly arrogant, daring to conspire against AMU right under my nose. They shall soon learn that the king of horses possesses many eyes. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a petite female gathering leaves in the distance, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Today's leaf-gathering activity was a veritable blessing for Wu Yue. Why, you ask? Because it required no effort. As she diligently gathered, a sudden impact struck her calf. Frowning, Wu Yue glanced down to find a small stone, clearly out of place, lying at her feet. Her round eyes narrowed as she surveyed her surroundings. Finally, her gaze halted upon a tall figure behind a tree. The self-absorbed warrior, grinning and beckoning her, was undoubtedly Yuan Lang. Wu Yu let out a disdainful sneer, decisively turning away and continuing her collection with her back to Yuan Lang. The gentle smile on the orc's face instantly froze. How dare this little female pretend she hasn't seen him? He unconsciously touched his face, wondering if his attractiveness had diminished. Since subtlety was not an option, he adjusted his pristine white animal skin skirt and, with his long legs crossing, strode towards Wu Yu. Upon reaching the audacious little female who dared to turn her back on him, he unhesitatingly picked her up and began to walk away. As he departed, he arrogantly proclaimed, I'll borrow your collection, team member. The expression on Flower Tree Grandma's face resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, her voice tinged with an inexplicable anticipation. No need to be polite. Feel free to use her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu warily regarded the orc before her eyes brimming with suspicion. Yuan Lang, observing her demeanor, cast her a disdainful glance and reassured her, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. However, upon encountering the furtive gaze of the petite female, he chose to remain silent. I require your assistance, he continued. A glint of cunning flickered in the orc's eyes, which did not escape Wu Yu's notice. She scrutinized him suspiciously. Are you concocting some nefarious scheme? Yuan Lang smirked. It is not I who first entertains wicked ideas. With that, he recounted to Wu Yu the information he had gleaned from several team leaders during his recent endeavors. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile reminiscent of Yuan Lang gracing her lips. They are merely disciples of the witch. They seem rather overconfident. Whether they can successfully awaken is still uncertain. Having said that, she turned to Yuan Lang and inquired, what assistance do you require? The orc responded with a cool smile. Are you familiar with poisonous herbs? Wu Yu's face was one of astonishment. Goodness, is this creature truly a snow tiger and not a snow fox? In an instant, she began to question the breed of Yuan Lang. However, recalling those troublesome matters concerning Yi Duo Am, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes, feeling a spark of mischief ignite within her. She nodded resolutely, stating, if we encounter it, I shall certainly recognize it. After all, we have the guidance of the commander by our side. Yuan Lang extended his long arms and replied, let us be off. I shall lead you. Gazing at him for a fleeting moment, Wu Yu remarked, couldn't you assume your beast form and carry me? Dressed so scantily. Being in your embrace feels akin to embracing a nude man. Her eyes betrayed unconcealed disdain. Yuan Lang gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and scooped up the petite female into his arms. I don't complain about your bony frame, yet you dare to find fault with me. Is my physique not up to par? His words were laced with a palpable, grinding resentment. Wu Yu let out a cold snort. It's not like I asked you to carry me. If you're capable, just set me down. Yuan Lang cast a profound glance at her, his heart scoffing. You might as well revel in your little triumph. It is only because I find you useful that I treat you kindly. Once your utility wanes, he abruptly swallowed the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue, recalling the little female as healing methods. The two continued their swift journey until they arrived at an open area surrounded by slightly lower bushes. Yuan Lang turned to her and said, during my patrol, I noticed a wealth of vegetation in this vicinity. See if you can identify any poisonous plants. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's heart screamed in turmoil. For heaven's sake, Tongzi. You cannot treat me this way. Just moments ago, when she was boasting, there was no intervention. Now that they had arrived, the silence was deafening. As if it were a matter of life and death for her. Observing her contorted expression, Yuan Lang furrowed his brow and approached her. What troubles you? Wu Yu wiped her face and said, It's nothing. The grass in this area is rather abundant, and it may require some time. Yuan Lang casually waved his hand, replying, There's no rush. Take your time to search. In May, with a rigid expression, she exclaimed, You may not feel anxious, but I am. However, could she voice her concerns? All she could do was walk away with a face full of bitterness, pretending to be occupied for the time being, hoping that perhaps, at a crucial moment, the commander would make an appearance. She cleared her throat a few times and turned to Yuan Lang beside her, saying, Don't just stand there in a daze. I will search this side, you explore the other side. If you come across any herbs of peculiar colors, bring them to me for examination. Yuan Lang nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable, but do not stray too far from me. This place is not safe. With resolute affirmation, Wu Yu nodded, exhibiting prudence in safeguarding her humble existence. Witnessing her rare acquiescence, Yuan Lang rolled his eyes, retorting with a touch of exasperation. Such a fragile mortal you are, little female. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu vigorously waved her small fist behind her, as if she could shatter the orc's head before her with sheer determination. After bouncing around for a while, she called out to the sovereign countless times, yet still received no response. With gritted teeth, Wu Yu vowed that once she accumulated enough points, she would certainly exchange them for a comprehensive guide to the flora of the beast world, thereby discarding the unreliable sovereign. Let it fend for itself. As she mentally berated the insidious little dog system, she was suddenly startled by a familiar grunt emanating from the thicket ahead. This sound, her expression instantly stiffened. No way. Could it be a wild boar? Stealthily retreating, she lamented her misfortune. There stood a robust orc warrior. Why was it grunting in front of me? A delicate little female, instead of its own kind? I certainly could not hunt it down for meat, and besides, Wu Yu felt a profound sense of despair. If it were truly a wild boar, it was uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Suddenly, the grunting ahead came to an abrupt halt, causing her heart to clench tightly. Her gaze fixated intently on the direction from whence the sound had emanated. Could it be? Reality seldom disappoints the fortunate. The underbrush began to tremble violently, and the wild boar's grunts took on a menacing tone, heading directly towards her. Wu Yu inhaled sharply, exclaiming in disbelief, What nonsense about retreating discreetly at this moment? Without hesitation, she turned on her heel and sprinted towards Yuan Lang's direction, crying out, Yuan Lang, save me. No sooner had she shouted than a massive figure burst forth from the thicket behind her. Wu Yu glanced back and nearly fell to her knees before that imposing figure. Goodness, was that a shaggy mammoth with the face of a wild boar? It was simply enormous. The wild boar's two gleaming tusks were menacingly raised, their lethality beyond question. As the beast took a few steps, Wu Yu felt herself enveloped by a massive shadow, the heavy scent of the creature causing her hair to stand on end involuntarily. Yuan Lang, where on earth have you gone? I'm in dire straits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the month of May. Wu Yu was suddenly struck by an intense wave of energy from beside her, accompanied by the anguished cries of a beast echoing behind. Instantly, she opened her eyes and turned to look, revealing a robust snow tiger crouching beside a ferocious wild boar. The enormous paw of the tiger rested leisurely upon the boar's head, exuding an air of effortless contentment, as if the creature beneath its grasp were merely a diminutive insect. Utterly insignificant, the paw pressed against the boar's head continued to move back and forth, while the furry visage of the tiger bore a distinct hint of pride. Wu Yu's indifferent expression. Could this be what is known as being pressed to the ground and rubbed? Little female, are you all right? Wu Yu chuckled. Is everything all right? I nearly frightened myself to the point of losing control. A certain beastman trembled his front paw, almost releasing the pig's head beneath it, hastily reclaiming it. He gazed in astonishment at the petite female before him, exclaiming, "I was so startled." After uttering this, he cast a disillusioned glance at the exposed legs of the small female. However, he found no suspicious traces of water. Lowering his tiger head slightly, he inhaled the scents in the air, his feline visage reflecting confusion. There seemed to be no peculiar odor either. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In Wu Yu's eyes lingered a glimmer of hope. Quickly speak of another day. Why seek out poisonous herbs? Would it not be more delightful to simply deliver a sound thrashing? If a problem can be resolved through force, why resort to the search for toxic plants? The robust snow tiger tilted its head slightly, pressing down on the wild boar's claw while lifting it just a tad. A flicker of joy seemed to pass through the wild boar's dark, beady eyes. Could it be that this beast man intended to set it free? What a rare stroke of fortune for the life of a pig. Beside them, Wu Yu's round, glistening eyes mirrored that same astonishment. Were they to slay this pig and then return? Though their eyes bore different shapes, they shared the same glimmer of fortunate anticipation. However, as the snow-white tiger's paw lifted slightly, it then descended with even greater force. The wild boar, still reveling in its earlier luck, barely had time to raise itself before its head lolled to the side, breathless. The beastman shook his paw, remarking, "And thus, there is no trace of bloodshed." As a dignified general of a nation, slaying a pig without spilling blood was merely a matter of moments. The tiger's visage radiated triumph. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Wu Yu approached the thicket, he unexpectedly encountered a wild boar. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lang turned and said, "Let us go. I shall accompany you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu trailed behind the orc, traversing the thicket. These wild boars are indeed quite destructive. Her gaze suddenly fixed upon a dark, earthen clump. Although it appeared to be merely a clod of soil, it seemed as though it had been gnawed by the wild boars, revealing a pristine, milky white surface. This object bore an uncanny resemblance to taro, save for its size. Furthermore, the fact that wild boars could consume it indicated that it was devoid of toxins. System, submit the task of discovering a new food source. Ding. Please hold on, host. The system is currently conducting an analysis. Wu Yu. So, dog system, why did you not respond to my call just now? Detection complete. Containing slight toxins in the rhizome food. Please name it. You truly are a splendid dog system. Only answering questions pertinent to tasks and maintaining a strictly businesslike demeanor. Wu Yu let out a cold snort. Taro. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of discovering a new food not found in the Snow Tiger tribe, earning a reward of 50 points. The current points balance is 50. The host is encouraged to continue striving for excellence and to achieve even greater accomplishments. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a sense of assurance, Wu Yu gazed at the taro in her hand, her expression brimming with pride. She called out to the orc who was still advancing ahead. Yuan Lang. The tall and imposing orc turned at the sound of her voice. What is it? His deep-set eyes scanned the surroundings, and upon perceiving no imminent danger, he then turned to approach Wu Yu. With a light laugh, Wu Yu extended the half taro in her hand towards him. As Yuan Lang reached out to accept it, to his surprise, the petite female grasped his hand directly. This root is toxic. You should take the intact part instead. Her slender fingers could only wrap around 4 of his fingers, appearing exceedingly small. Yuan Lang's gaze deepened. So, this is the poisonous herb you have discovered? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu glanced at the taros scattered around and crouched down to gather them together. Yuan Lang, observing this, frowned and remarked, "Just a couple more will suffice. We cannot possibly utilize an excess." Wu Yu smiled at him, saying, "The sap of this tuber is only toxic when raw, yet when boiled or roasted, it transforms into a delectable delicacy. Let us take some back. Yuan Lang gazed at her and replied, once you bring it back, my aunt will undoubtedly be aware. The stir caused by new food will be immense. Therefore, the news of the poisonous raw taro cannot be concealed, and won't ye duo, and the others then realize it is connected to you? Wu Yu furrowed her brow as she gazed at a small pile of taro on the ground. Let us keep this under wraps for now, and we can discuss it later once things settle down. However, I must take some back to enjoy, she declared, casting a mischievous glance at Yuan Lang. Having helped you with such a significant task, wouldn't it be fair for you to fetch me some taro as a token of gratitude? Yuan Lang chuckled lightly. Just a bit of taro, of course, that poses no problem. He then crouched down to gather the taro and placed it into Wu Yu's small backpack before hoisting it onto his back. He extended an arm towards her. Let us be off. Time is of the essence, and we must not tarry too long. Upon their return to the gathering site, the sight of them carrying a wild boar stirred quite a commotion, with the gazes of several young females fixating on Yuan Lang, their interest intensifying to the point of leaving him feeling quite uneasy. At that moment, the foraging teams were nearing the end of their tasks. Huashu, noticing their return, approached with a bright gleam in her eyes, casting an enigmatic look at her offspring, a hint of unspoken sympathy swirling in her gaze. Yuan Lang felt a sense of foreboding. Experience told him that this seemingly affectionate elder was likely up to no good. Sensing Huashu had something to discuss with Yuan Lang, Wu Yu, perceptive as ever, took the initiative and cheerfully remarked, Huashu, I shall take my leave first. Huashu beamed with a radiant smile, you must be tired. Go and rest well. Flustered by Huashu's sudden affection, Wu Yu hurriedly made her way toward the resting area of the foraging team. Meanwhile, Yuan Lang instinctively took a step back from Huashu, who was eyeing him with an unusual expression. With a guarded tone, he inquired, is there something amiss? Why do you regard me in such a manner? What is the meaning of that sympathy in your gaze? I am a tall and valiant general. What is there to pity? Huashu poked at his sturdy bicep with a slender finger. My dear, do tell me, is there something lacking in your capabilities? Yuan Lang, staring incredulously at the seemingly youthful female before him, scratched his ear in disbelief. What did you just say? His handsome features contorted in confusion. Surely, Huashu could not mean what he thought she did. Huashu, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, how can you be so devoid of your mother's wit? Is this not clear to you? Yuan Lang's lips twitched in a mix of disbelief and frustration as he gazed down at Huashu, who barely reached his chest. Surely, she must have some misunderstanding about herself. Was not his intelligence inherited from his previous life? Huashu leaned in closer, her tone insinuating, weren't you just mating with you? The duration seemed rather brief. Her gaze, laden with implications, drifted to a certain area of his anatomy. Yuan Lang's expression darkened considerably. What the? I can't believe this. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Me? Inadequate? Brief? He glared at Huashu, clenching the taro in his hand, inhaling deeply as he muttered under his breath, endure it, endure it. She is my own flesh and blood. Huashu, with a melancholic gaze, addressed her child, do not be disheartened. Such things are beyond our control. Perhaps we should take our catch to the shaman for guidance. This is a matter of great importance. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in from behind. Indeed, Yuan Lang, this is a significant issue. Let us consult the shaman. If food is scarce, I can lend you some. Just return it later. We cannot ignore this. Males with insufficient duration are rarely favored by females. Rest assured, we shall keep this confidential. Faced with the throng of orc heads behind him, Yuan Lang sneered. I think it would be safer to smash your heads into bits. Regrettably, he wanted to slap himself for letting such words slip, as they indirectly confirmed the very rumors he wished to dispel. Surely, he had become a fool. The orcs dispersed in an instant. Huashu patted her son's arm, sighing as she departed. At that moment, Ting Qian and Tung Kuan approached, their expressions grave as they regarded their general. General, is there something amiss with your physique? Perhaps you should consider a replacement? Tung Kuan suggested. Tung Qian kicked him in response. Do you even know how to speak? The general might be in dire straits. Whether he returns is uncertain. Yuan Lang, feeling the weight of their concern, muttered darkly, is there not a single soul wishing me well? In a chilling tone, Yuan Lang declared, whether I return remains to be seen, but if you two continue, you certainly will not. The two fell silent, promptly becoming mute as they feigned innocence. Meanwhile, Yi Duo and several team leaders conferred, and ultimately decided to seek Huashu's advice on teaching them the method of weaving vine bags. At that moment, the atmosphere in the gathering area felt palpably tense. Huashu, unflinching, faced the familiar females across from her with a mocking smile. Though you are not particularly attractive, your aspirations are quite lofty. When our foraging team lacked sufficient hides to gather food, where were you to lend a hand? Now you wish to take advantage of us. Huh. Such a notion is exceedingly naive. The implications of her refusal were unmistakable. Yi Duo's expression darkened. Huashu, you would do well to choose your words carefully. My family is not one you can offend at will. You have taught Greenwater's team how to weave vine bags, yet refuse to do the same for us, jeopardizing the entire tribe's foraging efforts. Huashu scoffed. Enough of this tribal talk. I did not teach Greenwater the method of weaving bags. I merely assisted them in crafting a few. Besides, she chortled coldly, even if you inform the tribe leader, it will be futile. The method of weaving bags belongs to our foraging team. If I choose not to teach, no one can compel me. Those who defy the will of the beast god, even if they are disciples of the shaman, shall face consequences. In stark contrast to Huashu's resolute demeanor, the expressions of the opposing females were darker than the taro in Wuyu's backpack. Yiduo's chest heaved with indignation, and after a heavy huff, she turned and departed with her companions. Huashu tossed her disheveled hair triumphantly and coldly huffed. You wish to learn our weaving methods? Dream on. With that, she led her foraging team away to regroup. The group returned to the tribe later than usual, almost prompting the leader to organize a search party. Upon seeing the majority return, he approached to inquire about their exploits. Yuan Lang recounted the events concerning the Mad Lion tribe and Greenwater's foraging team. As he mentioned Yi Duo, the tribe leader furrowed his brow. I see. Go eat your fill. After reporting the situation, Yuan Lang felt a sense of contentment as he made his way to the open area, eager to nourish himself. However, he couldn't shake the peculiar glances from the surrounding tribesfolk, which held an unsettling familiarity, reminiscent of the sympathetic gaze Huashu had cast upon him earlier. What on earth was happening? As if struck by a sudden thought, he approached the orcs stationed at the gathering today, his gaze dark and foreboding. I must tell you, Yuan Lang appears to be in a serious condition. It ended almost as soon as it began. Indeed, we all heard it directly from Grandma Huashu, who mentioned taking Yuan Lang to see the shaman. How could this happen? Yuan Lang, with such a tall and robust figure, how could? A small female orc lamented sorrowfully. The orc beside her, with a glint in his eyes, reached out to comfort her, saying, Do not weep. None of us anticipated this. Hee. It seems tonight's long hours will not be spent in solitude. Before his lewd expression could settle, he received a kick to the rear, landing face first in the dirt. Stunned, he spat out the mud, slowly turning to see the imposing figure of Yuan Lang, causing him to shudder. Oh no, this is not good. Indeed, it was not good. Yuan Lang's countenance was as dark as storm clouds, seemingly capable of squeezing out water. The orc forced a laugh. Yuan Lang, why does your face look so grim? It resembles someone who has eaten excrement. An orc nearby covered his face, exclaiming, You truly have a way with words. Yuan Lang scoffed. I have not tasted it, but I remain quite curious about its flavor. With that, he advanced and seized the orc, his dark eyes surveying the surrounding warriors. You all sit. I will take him to sample it first. The orcs trembled at his words. Sample? What was there to discuss? Each nodded awkwardly. Indeed. We must sample it. Being this age and not knowing the taste is unacceptable. The surrounding orcs nodded in agreement. Yuan Lang cast them a strange glance before leading the orc away. The orcs had yet to recover from their fear of Yuan Lang when the nearby females fled in a panic. What on earth is happening here? Have all the tigers tasted excrement? The thought of pairing with one who has is unsettling. The females expressed their dismay. Never underestimate the power of rumors. As Wu Yue arrived with her little stone pot in hand, the news of Yuan Lang's condition had already spread throughout the entire tribe. As a witness to Yuan Lang's plight, she now found herself the recipient of sympathetic glances from her kin. Wu Yue, perhaps it is best to reconsider Yuan Lang. An orc warrior unable to satisfy a female partner is not desirable. Chi Chao frowned and approached Wu Yue. The nearby Chao Yuan and Mujing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wu Yue. If you seek an orc partner, you could consider my brother. He mentioned he quite likes you. Chao Yuan remarked, unflinchingly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu shook her head, declaring that her future partner could only have her as his sole companion, should he dare to seek out mistresses. She would ensure he experienced the swift retribution of Little Li's flying dagger. Yuan Lang, who was mending the great maw of an Orcish beast by the river, suddenly felt a chilling sensation creep up his spine, casting an even more sinister gaze upon the orc. Chao Yuan pursed his lips, resignedly acknowledging that his elder brother's chances with you were non-existent, given her resolute expression. After the meal, perhaps owing to the warming weather, a gentle warmth permeated the evening breeze. Wu Yu dragged a tall wooden tub from the corner of the room, carved from a tree large enough for two to embrace. This was a token of gratitude from Lin, for her medicinal herbs had saved his father's life. Seizing the moment when the temperature was just right, she yearned for a soothing bath. As for the river, the mere thought of those ferocious grass fish made her resolute in her decision to avoid it at all costs. After countless trips back and forth, she finally collected enough water. She tossed several sturdy logs into the fire pit and secured the door before shedding her grass-woven attire and patterned shorts to step into the tub. Although the water had been sitting for a while, its icy chill sent a shiver down her spine. After scrubbing for a while, Wu Yu glanced at the murky water in the tub and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Its color, one might mistake it for a medicinal bath. Observing the water, she couldn't shake the peculiar notion that she was engaging in some strange form of healing. Startled by this thought, Wu Yu promptly climbed out of her herbal bath, donned her previous soiled garments, and fetched another bucket of clean water. After repeated washes, it wasn't until the third round that the water appeared significantly clearer. At this moment, Wu Yu gazed at the pile of dark clumps on the ground, shivering with concern. The extent of her hair loss was alarming. Would she become prematurely bald? After changing into fresh, grass-woven clothes, a poignant thought struck her. Hair on the pillow, on the clothes, on the comb, yet none upon my head. An inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over her. As she haphazardly disposed of the dirty water from the tub, her once unruly mane now lay obediently behind her. A familiar orc voice resonated from outside the door, calling her a little female. Startled by the sudden sound, Wu Yu retorted, "Why are you not asleep at this late hour? Are you up to no good?" The exuberant Yuan Lang found himself inexplicably scolded by the little female, feeling quite wronged. Nonsense. How could a general like him entertain such a feeble sentiment? Though he felt a lingering discomfort nonetheless. "Little female, are we not a well-acquainted duo engaged in mischief?" he inquired. "There are wrongdoings to undertake together, thus. I intend to deliver the taro juice to ye duo Amu and her companions. Come along. Your ally has extended an invitation to partake in some delightful mischief." The presence of Tongzi was never absent when it came to stirring up trouble. Mischief indeed, targeting ye duo Amu and her entourage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, in an instant. Wu Yu's smile faded. "Shut your mouth. Yuan Lang. How should I put it? It feels as if this underling is excessively arrogant." To prevent any unintended exposure during their actions, Wu Yu decisively exchanged for a two-piece suspender outfit from the system's marketplace, expending a total of 4 precious points, which left her feeling quite distressed. Clad in her woven ensemble on top, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. A certain orc stood tall and elegant. What nonsense! Is there truly a noble figure who is only adorned in a fur skirt? That would indeed be utterly disillusioning. Upon her emergence, Yuan Lang raised his brow in mild discontent, ready to voice a complaint, but he was momentarily stunned upon catching sight of the delicate, fair visage of a certain little female. "Are you a female serpent beast?" His voice carried a hint of astonishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu's black face. "If I truly shed my skin, I would become a blood corpse. Have you never read the tomb rating notes?" Upon speaking, he suddenly froze, glancing at the bewildered Beastman before him, who indeed had never encountered the tomb rating notes. He could only wave his hand dismissively. "How do we proceed? Do you have a plan?" Yuan Lang raised the corner of his lips. "It's merely dealing with those few. What further plan is necessary? We can simply charge in." "That's quite reckless, my friend." Yuan Lang arched an eyebrow. "Let us go." With that, he grasped Wu Yu's hand and stealthily made their way toward the cave area. The two skillfully evaded the patrolling Beastmen and arrived at Yuduoam's cave, hiding in a corner outside, observing a certain Beastman as proficient maneuvers. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes and whispered, "You seem quite adept at this." Yuan Lang's body stiffened momentarily. Casting a profound glance at the female, it is the nature of Beastmen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu let out a cold laugh, mocking the system for its cowardice. Observing the little female's indignant expression, Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow with a sense of pride, having spent considerable time among the seasoned veterans of the military. He had acquired some experience himself. Come on, hurry up. Can you manage it? If not, I shall seek another. Their mutual disdain was palpable when suddenly, a series of indescribable sounds echoed from the concealed cave. Yuan Lang exclaimed, "Damn it, my ears." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu. Being interrupted at such a moment, that scoundrel Yuan Lang is truly inconsiderate. The towering figure of the orc emerged from the cave, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at Wu Yu. So, is it quiet now? Wu Yu, haha. The two of them stealthily interrupted numerous intimate moments, leaving an indelible psychological mark on countless males and females. After administering the potion, they returned to their respective homes, each seeking solace in their mothers. In a state of bliss, they slumbered soundly until the break of dawn, when the first rays of morning light heralded the day. The air was pierced by the cacophony of female shrieks, shattering the final remnants of darkness before dawn. I feel so itchy. What is happening? Witch, hurry and find the witch. Even though the gathering of the collection and hunting teams had yet to commence, the tribe was already abuzz with excitement. Yiduoam's partner gazed at the red welts adorning her face, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strike. Who wouldn't feel a surge of emotion upon encountering such a visage so early in the morning? Wu Yu was abruptly roused from her slumber by the verdant grass, and the little female seemed exceedingly exhilarated, her tiny mouth chattering incessantly. She was expressing her discontent regarding the unfortunate predicaments of Yiduo and several leaders of the gathering teams, until, grass, hasten home. AMU has developed those terrifying red lumps as well. Qinghua rushed in, her face etched with urgency. In an instant, the grass sprang up from its nest, exclaiming, "How could this be? AMU too has succumbed?" After uttering those words, she turned to Wu Yu, saying, "You, I must return home now. I shall visit you another day." Without waiting for a response from Wu Yu, she dashed out alongside Qinghua. Has Granny Green Water also fallen ill? Wu Yu furrowed her brow, recalling distinctly that she had not administered that liquid to Granny Green Water yesterday. After a moment's contemplation, she rose to tidy up and proceeded directly to Yuan Lang's cave. At that moment, the orc was dutifully hanging his ears low, listening to his MU's admonitions. Though the sight of Hua Shu Granny scolding while baring her teeth was quite a comical one. Wu Yu arrived at Yuan Lang's cave, calling out several times but finding no trace of the orc. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she wondered, could it be that he has gone to seek Flower Tree Grandma? Gripping a small rhizome in her backpack, Wu Yu frowned slightly, cursing the orc under her breath before making her way to Flower Tree Grandma's cave. Upon reaching the entrance, she was greeted by the familiar sound of Flower Tree Grandma's scolding, which instantly lifted her spirits and filled her with joy. "Flower Tree Grandma, is Yuan Lang here?" The playful tone of her voice radiated a palpable glee. Inside the cave, the orc lifted his eyelids, thinking to himself, "Here comes someone eager for entertainment." Hearing the familiar voice, Flower Tree Grandma struggled to suppress the discomfort and stood up to step outside. Upon seeing this, Yuan Lang's eyes brightened, and he considered seizing the opportunity to slip away, but the female, just reaching the doorway, suddenly snapped back to reality. "What are you doing hunched over? Stay right there. I haven't finished speaking yet." Yuan Lang's shoulders slumped as he gazed helplessly at the cave ceiling. Indeed, this female's incessant chatter was consistent across any realm. Flower Tree Grandma. Her face contorted as she scratched her arm, felt an increasing disdain for her own cub. As she stepped out of the cave to greet Wu Yu, she was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar young female standing at the entrance. "Who are you? Where is you? Wu Yu? How should I put it? It is rather awkward. I merely took a shower. If one were unaware, they might assume I underwent cosmetic surgery overnight after witnessing your reactions." She scratched her head. "Hua Shu Grandma, I am you." Hua Shu's mouth fell open in astonishment, in disbelief. She simultaneously scratched her itch while circling around the fair-skinned figure before her, whose visage was impeccably clean and whose hair was styled elegantly. Were it not for the identical voice, she would hardly believe this was you. So this is how you truly look, you, Huashu, Grandma exclaimed in wonder. Wu Yu. The harm is minimal, yet the insult is profoundly intense. She initially came to witness the lively atmosphere of Yuan Lang, but now she perceives a twinge in her knee. Grandma Huashu drapes her arm around Wu Yu's shoulders, saying, "Come, let us enter the cave. Allow me to tell you about my troublesome offspring." What followed was an endless stream of complaints about Yuan Lang, which did not cease even in his presence. Observing the innocent look of the little female beside her amiable mother, who occasionally gasped in surprise, Yuan Lang chuckled softly. Indeed, the tongue of a woman is a deceiver's tool. What happened to the camaraderie we shared last night during our mischievous escapades? Has she perhaps fallen victim to some unknown beast? He felt an unusual weight upon his back, his handsome visage marred by a slight frown directed at the little female near his mother. Ultimately, he bore the burden alone. Grandma Huashu, are you unwell? Why do you keep scratching? After a thorough cleansing, the petite female's eyes appeared even more glistening, evoking a tender response from onlookers. Grandma Huashu cast a loving glance at Wu Yu before turning to glare fiercely at her troublesome tiger cub, Yuan Lang. He suddenly began to question the lineage of this body. After casting a disapproving look at Yuan Lang, Grandma Huashu took Wu Yu's small hand and said, "It's all because of this little rascal. Yesterday, he got himself into some kind of mess with a certain substance, and aside from me and Lu Shui, the other gathering team leaders all fell victim. He returned boasting, and to avoid suspicion, Lu Shui and I had to apply some ourselves." While speaking, she continued to scratch, exclaiming, "Why does it feel increasingly itchy?" Wu Yu turned her head and revealed a bright smile, showcasing her pearly white teeth to Yuan Lang. What was initially a smile filled with mischief appeared to be irresistibly charming in the eyes of the orc. The orc's deep-set eyes suddenly darkened, and his large hand, which had been toying with the blades of grass nearby, clenched tightly. Only he was aware of the fervent rhythm of his heart at that moment. After a brief pause, a wickedly mischievous smile surfaced on the orc's handsome face, and his gaze towards Wu Yu took on a profound significance. His eyes burned with intensity, as if intending to scorch the petite female not far away. Sensing a wave of searing heat behind her, Wu Yu turned to find the orc maintaining a calm demeanor while observing her. With a slight pout, she retrieved a small piece of earthy-colored root from her satchel and sliced it into thin pieces with her shell knife. Taking the hand of the old herbalist, she began to apply the slices to the patches of redness on her skin. Although she was unaware of the purpose behind this action, Wu Yu understood that the herbalist had some knowledge of medicinal herbs. Thus, while awkwardly rubbing her other arm, she curiously inquired, "You, what is this?" Wu Yu smiled and said, "This is ginger. I heard from AM that some rashes can be alleviated by applying this, so I thought I would let you try it." After treating one side, Wu Yu proceeded to apply it to the other arm of Grandma Huashu. After a while, the unbearable itchiness began to subside, leaving Grandma Huashu astonished as she gazed at her arm, which appeared unchanged from before. If not for the lingering rash, she might have doubted whether the previous discomfort was merely a dream. Looking at the earthy yellow rhizome in Wu Yu's hand, she exclaimed, This ginger is truly remarkable." With that, she rose and took Wu Yu's hand, urging her to hurry outside. "Let us go to the witch and tell them that this ginger can relieve that pain and itch." However, Wu Yu firmly grasped Grandma Huashu's sleeve, saying, "Grandma, we cannot go." Grandma Huashu's expression turned grave. "Why not?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Wu Yu. I apologize for overestimating your integrity. So, what you truly cherish is the green water you have forcibly tainted, correct? The orc behind her chuckled, revealing his teeth. He was well aware of his cheap amused disposition. Any enemy of his would face dire consequences. The young female was still too naive. After silently wiping her face, Wu Yu placed the ginger pieces into her small backpack. "I shall handle this. Although these rashes are no longer painful or itchy, they will linger for some time. You need only maintain your demeanor before your kin, as you always have. I will convey the same to Grandmother Greenwater." Grandmother Flower Tree's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "This method is excellent. As long as Greenwater recovers, what does it matter about the rest?" She expressed her disdain with a slight curl of her lips, her expression akin to having dirted her hands with filth. With a meaningful pat on Wu Yu's shoulder, she added, "My dear Yu, let me impart some wisdom. Never be overly kind. To our family and companions, we should be as fervent as the summer breeze. But to our enemies, we must be as piercing as the winter's ice and snow." Wu Yu, this phrase sounds so familiar. Yuan Lang, does the cheap aunt have such talent? Could it be that she has summarized her insults from all the times she scolded others? Suppressing the bewilderment within her, Wu Yu chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, flower tree grandma. I'm not a soft-hearted person. I can be quite wicked." Yuan Lang glanced at Wu Yu with his deep-set eyes, realizing that this little female harbored a wickedness akin to a sieve. As she turned to walk towards the cave entrance, Yuan Lang's dark eyes flickered, and he swiftly rose to follow her, his figure darting past the cheap aunt like a gust of wind. "Aunt, it's a bit dangerous for you to go alone. I will protect her." As his words fell, the cave was already devoid of any beastmen. Flower tree grandma sneered, "Little tiger cub, do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? Just now, I saw the glint of envy in that little female's eyes. You thought you concealed it well, didn't you?" It's just that she didn't notice. After a moment of sarcasm, she disregarded the troublesome matter and entered the cave. "Oh." Looking at her arms covered in red rashes, Flower Tree Grandma's playful spirit surged, and she loudly lamented a few times. However, apart from a few grasshoppers occasionally hopping by, no one heard her, leaving her to call out in solitude. On the other side, Wu Yu observed the tall and robust Beastman beside her with a look of disbelief. To avoid being nagged by Flower Tree Grandma, "You have really gone to great lengths, even fabricating a lie about protecting me." Saying this, she pointed to the cave just a few steps away, at the short distance. "Do you think I could be snatched away by a ferocious beast?" Yuan Lang, upon hearing this, leaned closer to Wu Yu, lifting her delicate, pale face in her astonishment. Without any courtesy, he pinched her lips with his thumb and forefinger, and after closely examining her for a while, he remarked, "Your teeth aren't that long, are they? Wu Yu, what the hell is this?" Casting a fierce glare at the orc, she lowered her head and vigorously wiped her lips that had been touched by him. With a heavy snort, she turned and strode towards a nearby cave. Behind her, the orc stood with a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze deep and dark as if it were about to engulf her slender figure ahead. He lifted the finger that had just brushed against Wu Yu's lips and lightly tapped his own thin lips. The tingling sensation he had just suppressed now resonating deep within him. A low chuckle drifted away with the wind. Where can she possibly run to? It was unclear whether he was referring to his finger or something else entirely. After savoring the thought, he lazily began to pursue Wu Yu's silhouette. Not long after their departure, two towering orc figures suddenly emerged from behind a large tree. "Has the general left?" Tung Kuan whispered. Tung Qian, annoyed, gave his younger brother a light smack on the head. "Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself?" After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I never expected our esteemed general, who once appeared so formidable and aloof, a figure whom the princess sought the emperor's permission to marry and was disregarded, to possess such an undisclosed hobby." Tung Kuan, with a massive tiger head, interjected, "What undisclosed hobby?" Tung Qian, exasperated, rapped his brother's head. "You fool." He then pointed to the spot where Yuan Lang had just stood. "Did you not see the general gnawing on his finger right there?" He then demonstrated by placing his own slightly stout finger into his mouth and sucking on it for a moment. Tung Kuan looked at him with disdain. "I'm not blind. The general merely tapped it. He didn't suck on it. Besides, the gesture was rather graceful. But you, brother, appear especially lewd." Tung Qian. "Apologies, everyone. I must take my leave for a moment to give my oblivious younger brother a good thrashing. Please forgive my rudeness." With a wicked chuckle, he grabbed his brother by the scruff of his neck, ready to find a spot to unleash his wrath. However, the brave Tung Kuan suddenly exclaimed, "I just remembered something particularly important." Seeing his brother's conflicted expression, Tung Qian, annoyed, hit his brother's head again. "Speak quickly. Once you're done, I'm going to thrash you." Tung Kuan glanced at his brother's finger, which had just been sucked. "Brother, you didn't wash your hands after wiping your behind, the one you just sucked." Tung Qian. "What the hell?" At that moment, he had no mood left to punish his foolish brother, retching as he sprinted towards the riverbank. Left behind, Tung Kuan shook his large tiger head in confusion and galloped after his brother. "Brother, wait for me. I didn't wash my hands either." The surrounding Snow Tiger clan members. How should one put it? It feels as though these two tigers have become even more foolish since returning from their errand. Meanwhile, Wu Yu had just entered the cave of Granny Greenwater when she felt a sense of crowding. Inside the cave, Granny Greenwater and her three partners, Greengrass, Greenflower, and their companion, were all squatting on the grass mat with expressions of concern. Granny Greenwater was being held by two partners, her face etched with pain. Her arms bore several long, frightening gashes, appearing quite alarming. API call failed with status code 429, error. Code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Although Wu Yu had never truly experienced the excruciating itch and pain, as someone who would be tormented for a considerable time by even a single mosquito bite, she could grasp the essence of the discomfort. At that moment, she opened the small pouch beside her and retrieved a few slices of earthy yellow ginger, holding them delicately in her hand. These ginger slices are remarkably effective in alleviating such itchiness and pain. I have just applied them to Grandma Huashu, and she is already feeling better. Allow me to assist you as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui sat up from her partner's embrace and decisively extended her arm forward. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Wu Yu, caught in a mix of laughter and tears, quickly rose to intervene. Grandma Greenwater, I have plenty of food left. However, this dandelion can be beneficial for your wound, if crushed and applied. It will hasten your recovery. Grandma Greenwater opened her mouth, and after a long pause, she found her voice again. Can wild vegetables also be used for healing? Wu Yu nodded, saying, not every wild herb is suitable, but dandelions can be beneficial for your wound. The male, who had just risen to his feet, immediately turned and retrieved a few wilted dandelions from the corner of the cave. After mashing them in a stone bowl, he carefully applied the mixture to the arm of Granny Greenwater. Lacking any bandaging materials, Granny Greenwater could only lie in a nearby grass nest, accepting the care of her companions. Once her wound had been tended to, Wu Yu reminded her to change the dressing on time before rising to leave. As she stepped out of the cave, she unexpectedly collided with a warm embrace. Wu Yu felt as though her nose had been struck by a clumsy fist, a dull ache resonating within her. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up, only to catch sight of the orc's resolute jawline. How infuriating! Were all the orcs in this world raised on hormones? Taking a couple of steps back, she intended to gaze once more, but suddenly felt an arm encircle her waist. Before she could utter a word, the owner of the arm exerted a gentle force, pulling the petite female into his embrace. A deep, gravelly Orcish voice resonated above her, his warm breath stirring her hair, sending a tingling sensation through her. Why does the little female's legs seem so weak? Wu Yu endeavored to suppress the peculiar feeling within her, lifting her foot to kick at the orc's calf. What a weakling! You dare to attack me and take advantage of me. With a swift motion, she arched her back and extricated herself from the orc's embrace, raising her fist to strike against his robust chest. Observing the indignant little female before him, Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Little female, is this feeble strength meant to tickle me? That familiar voice, it belonged to Yuan Lang. That insufferable cur. Wu Yu cautiously stepped back a few paces, casting a wary glance at the towering orc. Speak up. Do you harbor any ill intentions towards me? I can't shake the feeling that you exude an overwhelming aura of flamboyance. Yuan Lang, with his strikingly handsome features, suddenly stiffened. How on earth could I possibly exude flamboyance? Do you not perceive that this general is handsome and dashing, exuding an air of commanding presence and charm? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Wu Yu, my vision is 2-0 thank you. Yuan Lang, dare you utter a phrase that I can comprehend? Wu Yu sighed. You see, we are unable to communicate effectively. Perhaps it is best we cease our companionship. Observing the obstinate female before him, Yuan Lang's gaze darkened suddenly. He wrapped his powerful arms around her slender waist and swiftly dashed beyond the tribe's confines. The wind carried away Wu Yu's frantic cries, which soon faded into silence. At the forest's edge outside the tribe, Wu Yu clung tightly to a tree trunk, nearly twice her own girth, her slender legs trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. With tear-filled eyes that flickered with defiance, she glared at the orc below, exclaiming, Yuan Lang, you cowardly dog, If you possess any courage, release me, and let us engage in battle for 300 more rounds." Yuan Lang, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and raised an eyebrow. Which kind of battle does the little female refer to? Wu Yu, filled with indignation, suddenly realized and looked at the orc beneath the tree with a face of disillusionment. "Were you just driving?" The speed was so fast that I couldn't react in time. The wheel nearly rolled over my face. Yuan Lang, puzzled, asked, "What is a car? Is it a ferocious beast? How does one operate it?" Wu Yu gazed at him with profound significance. "In the future, you shall understand that there are myriad ways to drive. You will eventually discover your ideal partner and unlock various driving postures." As her words faded, the Beastman, agile and robust, ascended the tree and enveloped her in his embrace. Silence. Someone approaches. Yuan Lang's deep voice resonated in her ear, causing Wu Yu's body to stiffen abruptly. At that moment, she heard a cacophony of voices growing ever nearer, until the underbrush below was parted, revealing two familiar figures, Yiduo and the half-beastman with whom she had mated. "Yiduo, you cannot do this. The cub does not preclude you from becoming the tribal shaman. Please bear him," the half-beastman implored, his gaze pleading as it met the female's. Yet, this typically gentle female regarded him now with palpable disdain. "The first cub of a female must belong to her foremost partner. Should I bring this cub to term, you would become my primary mate. Given my current status, you are unworthy of me." Her eyes were icy as she regarded the half-beastman. "I am to be the shaman of the Snow Tiger tribe. Only formidable beast warriors may stand beside me, and not merely one. As for you, you are merely a half-beast. This cub must be eradicated. If you comply, I might consider allowing you to be one of my mates. Should you persist in this uproar, do not seek me again." With a disdainful huff, she turned and strode away, quickly vanishing from sight. The half-beastman buried his face in his hands, sobbing in anguish. Yet, in an instant, he wiped away his tears and hastened after her. Yiduo, still carrying the young cub, was alone in the forest, a perilous situation. Their figures faded into the distance, while the beastman remained resolute, unwilling to release his hold. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu was left utterly speechless. Yiduo seemed like a frivolous woman who only sought pleasure without any sense of responsibility. Listening to Yuan Lang's words, Wu Yu inexplicably thought of the concubines from those palace dramas. They were either plotting your demise or conspiring against your offspring. A chilling thought indeed. Suddenly, she found herself entertaining conspiracy theories. Could it be that Yiduo possessed the cunning intellect of those palace women, intending to eliminate this young one while simultaneously harming a rival? As for who this rival might be, she instinctively turned her gaze towards Yuan Lang behind her. "Who do you think Yiduo despises the most in the tribe?" Yuan Lang's profound eyes met hers, his handsome face etched with confusion. "ISNT at you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Wu Yu's lips quivered as she took a deep breath, finally uttering, "I urgently need to relieve myself." Yuan Lang, somewhat perplexed, guided her to a remarkably stout tree. He instinctively moved to the side, finding another tree robust enough for two to embrace, and began to claw at it. Ultimately, the grand tree let out a mournful groan as it toppled, causing Wu Yu, in the midst of her relief, to nearly stifle herself. Yuan Lang thought to himself, "Surely, in our past lives, we were not destined to align." Just as he emerged from behind the tree, he noticed the orc meticulously crafting a large wooden tub, nearly as tall as his own legs. The walls of the tub were polished to a smooth finish, and beside it lay two smaller tubs, each adorned with holes suitable for threading a rope. Wu Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as she gazed longingly at the two exquisite small buckets, momentarily forgetting the tumult of love and hate that had just transpired. With a sycophantic demeanor, She approached, asking, Yuan Lang, did you craft these beautiful little buckets? Yuan Lang straightened up, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. If it weren't mine, then what could it possibly be? The wind rustled through the forest, creating a soft, soothing sound. Wu Yu's scalp tingled as she seized the beast skin skirt at the waist of the orc. Of course, it's yours. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow. Yes, I made them. What about it? Observing her expression, which suggested she was feigning ignorance, Wu Yu chuckled. I simply wish to inquire if you might part with one of those small buckets for me. I can offer an item in exchange. Her sincerity was palpable on her cherubic face. Yuan Lang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Parting with one is certainly feasible, but you see, after each hunt, I yearn for some delectable wild vegetables to change things up, yet there is no one to prepare them. He sighed, disappointment evident as he smacked his lips. With genuine curiosity, he turned to Wu Yu. I wonder if you might have any clever solutions? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In May, there was a sudden sensation akin to bargaining at the bustling market. Yet. Do not be so impatient, I have yet to finish my words. Yuan Lang exclaimed in astonishment, my dear lady. Is impatience truly the correct term to express such a sentiment? In a previous world, such a phrase might easily lead others to believe that this general is a mere libertine. Perhaps realizing her choice of words was somewhat inappropriate, Wu Yu offered an awkward smile and said, well, I can assist you in preparing some food. But should I require tools in the future, I would appreciate your help in return. Yuan Lang felt a surge of joy within, yet his handsome visage remained devoid of any indication of his inner delight. Of course, that is entirely agreeable. By the time the two returned to the tribe, it was nearly time for the evening meal. The news of several gathering leaders consuming toxic food had begun to circulate throughout the tribe. After assisting Wu Yu in setting down the wooden bucket, Yuan Lang lifted the polished wooden bucket crafted by the stone forest from her abode, saying, you may use the smooth one. I shall take this one. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu and Yuan Lang exchanged glances, well acquainted with that voice, as it had not been long since they last heard it. They turned around, and indeed, Yu Duo stood there with a menacing expression, flanked by the haggard Aya and several half-orc warriors. Wu Yu gazed at her with indifference, inquiring, what brings you to me? Yu Duo's eyes brimmed with jealousy, nearly spilling over, yet she took a deep breath, striving to suppress it. Are the red welts on my mother and the grandmother's bodies you're doing? Her voice was laced with animosity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu chuckled, pondering what this could possibly signify. Perhaps it was merely an inadvertent mixing of toxic plants during the collection process. The surrounding tribespeople nodded in agreement, and an elder matriarch remarked, there have been instances in our tribe's history when similar occurrences took place, resulting in the unfortunate demise of some members due to the consumption of poisonous wild herbs. Furthermore, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. You have been a disciple of the shaman for quite some time now. Perhaps it was you who secretly planted this poisonous herb. After all, I lack the authority to enter the caves of so many gathering leaders. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Indeed, if this little female had truly been sneaking around to plant poison, the Beastmen would have discovered it long ago. Exactly. I wonder what Yi Duo is thinking. It's quite frightening to consider. If our future shaman possesses such a mindset, could our snow tiger tribe face extinction? Someone in the crowd voiced this concern, and the tribe members immediately began to fervently discuss the implications. The two most pivotal leaders of the tribe, the chieftain and the shaman, were at risk of allowing Yi Duo to become the tribe's shaman. With her temperament, any male she fancied would surely be at her mercy. Indeed, my young one might be coerced into becoming a mate by an older female before even reaching adulthood, or perhaps they would be born with a blemished face. Isn't that a bit cruel? The exchange, though hushed, resonated with every tribesman present. As the discussions grew more intense, the atmosphere thickened with trepidation. Ears perked up in alarm. Suddenly, some females found themselves inexplicably identifying with the situation, clutching their young tightly. They glanced at the robust Yu Duo ahead, contemplating the prospect of this female, not much older than themselves, becoming a mate for their offspring. This was unacceptable. They resolutely opposed the idea, prioritizing the purity of their young. The females erupted in outrage. No, a female like Yuduo cannot become the shaman. The great beast god would never allow it. The shamaness lifespan is lengthy, and our snow tiger tribe can afford to wait. We absolutely cannot let such a female assume that role. We must protect the innocence of our young and firmly resist Yuduo. The males quietly distanced themselves from the furious females. Yet they still echoed a few supportive shouts behind their own mates. Although they had once admired the tribe's most beautiful female, the thought of Yuduo favoring their young instead was difficult to accept. As the situation spiraled into chaos, the tribe members charged toward the chieftain's cave, led by several powerful female beast warrior fighters. Wu Yu gazed ahead at Yuduo's pallid face, secretly feeling a sense of apprehension for her. You were so boastful. And now look at the predicament you've landed in. With no defenses to shield her, she should have kept a low profile instead of flaunting her supposed blush. As she watched Yuduo's hurried departure, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, she had sought trouble with her. And now it seemed the tables had turned. Why hide? Come out. A deep voice from beside her suddenly resonated. Wu Yu turned to the speaker, puzzled. What do you mean? Yuan Lang replied nonchalantly. Just a troublesome situation. She then observed two familiar, towering beastmen emerging from behind the trees. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu was taken aback. So it was you who caused the recent commotion? Tung Qian, beaming with pride, replied, indeed. Upon hearing about several team leaders this morning, we immediately suspected it was Yuan Lang's doing. That man is truly nefarious. Just as he finished speaking, he received a swift punch to the head, letting out a pained yelp. My poor head. Yuan Lang's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Indeed, it is a poor head. Ting Qian remarked, well, it seems this wave of malice has come rather unexpectedly. He cast a mournful glance at his general. Ever since the arrival of this lion-headed figure, they had ceased to be the general's favorite subordinates. Wu Yu stroked her chin, gazing thoughtfully at the two towering figures before her. Indeed, one becomes influenced by their surroundings. Associating with a cunning orc like Yuan Lang, could one expect anything less than complexity? How naive. The pallor of Yuduo's face, having been deceived by these two, brought Wu Yu to a fit of laughter. You can't even fill your belly, let alone wear clothes without exposing yourself. Yet you're intent on engaging in the palace intrigues of ancient women? Who has time for such games? Better to focus on nurturing a comfortable life. She thrust the wooden bucket into the hands of the two before her, saying, This is the wooden bucket crafted by your elder brother. I shall take my leave now. With that, she thought it wiser to retreat from meditation and cultivation rather than mingle with these obviously dim-witted males. As she hurried away, Yuan Lang's eyes darkened in contemplation. Suddenly, Tung Qian sidled up. General, are you perhaps smitten with that lion-headed female? Yuan Lang shot back. Call her lionhead again, and you'll discover what a true lionhead is. With that, he cast a cryptic glance at Tung Qian's head, which sent a chill down the back of his neck. Although Tung Qian had his moments of foolishness, his instincts for danger were quite sharp. He quickly grabbed his dim-witted brother and dashed off towards the main troop, declaring, General, I'm off to stir up some trouble. Rest assured, I will make sure that Yuduo, the burly one, has a hard time. With that, he vanished. Yuan Lang remained lost in thought, pondering why this petite female showed no signs of affection towards someone as striking and formidable as himself. Had she been surrounded by too many handsome men in the past? He scoffed at the notion. Could there be a man more handsome and imposing than himself? Impossible. Shaking off the stray hairs from his forehead, he picked up several wooden buckets and clattered back to his cave. Meanwhile, the liveliest scene in the Snow Tiger tribe unfolded outside the chief's cave. The leading female orcs stood at the forefront, facing the imposing chief. I will discuss the matters you've raised with the shaman, and we will consider them carefully, he said, his expression grave as he looked at everyone. The shaman has never claimed that Yuduo will be the future shaman of our tribe. Although we have detected shamanic energy within her, we cannot ascertain that it will remain, so you may return. We will not make decisions harmful to the Snow Tiger tribe. The chief was known for his fairness and authority, and his words reassured the tribe's people. Chief, since Yuduo is already a shaman's disciple, you and the shaman should manage her well. She has indeed gone too far, especially regarding Yuan Lang, always targeting the new female in the tribe. The young female has discovered several medicinal herbs beneficial to the tribe, while our collection team has rewarded her as the team leader. I cannot stand idly by while she is bullied, declared grandmother Hua Shu with conviction. Indeed, Chief, everyone knows how she joined our tribe. Many orcs were present at the time. It was a beast crystal. We cannot allow her contributions to be overshadowed by such treatment. The shelter she constructed is spacious and practical. Even the pure humans have started building theirs. This young female has brought countless benefits to the tribe in such a short time. We will not permit you duo to be mistreated, another chimed in. It was her medicinal herbs that saved my father's life. The sentiments of the tribe rallied around Wu Yu, a fact the chief had not anticipated. Wu Yu was well aware of the matters concerning the tribe, and he was taken aback to discover the affection that the tribe members harbored for her. He solemnly stated, I am aware of what you have said. You all should return swiftly, as there is nothing more to be done, is there? Upon hearing the chieftain's words, the others understood that he had taken their concerns to heart and departed contentedly. Along the way, one could occasionally hear the sounds of females instructing their young ones. Whenever you hear the name Yiduo, unleash your 4 tiny paws and run without looking back. Do you understand? The little cubs, with their watery eyes, gazed up at their mothers in confusion. Huh? What is Yiduo? Is it something to eat or drink? Amused by their offspring's innocence, the females affectionately ruffled their little heads. The young cubs, with their sad tiger faces, worried that such treatment might lead to their premature baldness. Nearby, a snow tiger beastman stroked his thick mane, reassuring them, Fear not, my offspring, I have been petted this way since childhood, and my locks remain plentiful. However, upon seeing the clumps of fur in the female's hands, he added sheepishly, if the young ones do end up bald, it would surely be hereditary from their mother. When it comes to shifting blame, no one in the snow tiger tribe dares to rival the Beastmen. Upon returning to her cave, Yiduo was consumed with worry. The events of the day had taken her by surprise. She had not anticipated being the sole disciple of the shaman within the tribe. And yet the tribe members showed her not a shred of respect, even going so far as to report her to that insufferable outsider female. Yiduo, the shaman requests your presence in his cave, announced a half-beast warrior. Yiduo felt a shiver run down her spine. She stood up nervously, biting her lip. Her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Ultimately, she took a few deep breaths and walked toward the shaman's cave. Inside the cave, the chieftain was engaged in conversation with the shaman. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, he looked up to see Yiduo standing at the entrance. Come in, the shaman's voice was hoarse and deep, resonating with an authoritative energy. Unbeknownst to Yiduo, this was the result of his prolonged use of shamanic power. She stood obediently within the cave, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual brashness. We have heard from the tribe regarding today's events. While you are the only pure human discovered to possess shamanic energy, it remains uncertain whether you will be the tribe's sole shaman disciple in the future. Do you grasp my meaning? Yiduo's face paled as she attempted to smile. But her efforts were in vain. She merely nodded obediently. I understand, shaman. I will be cautious moving forward. The chieftain turned his gaze toward her. The tribe knows the reasoning behind your situation with Yuan Lang. That young female has contributed significantly to the tribe. She is now a member of our snow tiger tribe. As a shaman disciple, you must regulate your own conduct. Yiduo felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame, her entire being uncomfortable and in distress. Yet she nodded obediently. I understand, chieftain. She resolved not to trouble that wretched woman again, but she vowed that when the day came for her to become a shaman, we would not have it easy. The shaman's dark eyes regarded her. Have you entered a meditative state in recent days? Yiduo's face flushed slightly as she shook her head gently. Not yet. For some reason, every time I sense shamanic energy, I abruptly awaken from that state. The shaman nodded calmly. It is common for this to occur before one becomes a shaman. Your current task is to diligently absorb more shamanic energy. Only by accumulating enough will you successfully awaken during the coming rite of passage. He fixed her with a serious gaze. Do you comprehend? For reasons unknown. Yiduo felt a fine sheen of sweat break out across her body under his intense scrutiny. She quickly nodded respectfully. I understand, shaman. The shaman waved his hand. Very well, you may leave now. Once Yiduo exited the cave, the chieftain turned to the shaman, frowning slightly. Yiduo, does she lack talent? Though the cultivation of shamanic power differs from that of beast warriors, there is a similarity. Both require the absorption of energy, shamans from shamanic power, and beast warriors from the power of divine beasts. Some highly gifted beasts can absorb divine energy at a rate comparable to silver-tier warriors even while still at the copper tier. Surely the cultivation of shamans is also contingent upon talent. The shaman sighed, his expression dimming, though Yiduo possesses shamanic energy. And my previous tests indicated her potential is quite good. Her intentions are not pure. Distraction is the enemy of meditation. and her lack of focus prevents her from achieving a meditative state. While the two leaders pondered the tribe's future, 3 separate teams from other major tribes in the polar forest departed their territories with a shared destination, the Snow Tiger tribe. The time for the Snow Tiger tribe's sacrificial ceremony was approaching, during which new beast warriors would come of age, and possibly new shaman disciples would emerge. Their purpose was to attend this grand ceremony and discreetly ascertain if a new shaman disciple would be born. Meanwhile, in Wu Yu's grass hut, he inquired, "Dog system, how many experience points do I currently have?" After several rounds of training, Wu Yu finally recognized the challenges of cultivating shamanic power. Each time he entered a meditative state, he would become abruptly aware of his surroundings, unable to absorb much shamanic energy. This left Wu Yu feeling quite dejected. Observing the host's despondent demeanor, the system chuckled internally but maintained a serious tone. "Your current experience is 2. 5. Please continue to strive for advancement." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In May, she could distinctly perceive the system's momentary hesitation. After a brief pause, it stammered, "Of course, the task can be submitted, but please do not tell me that this is the legendary dandelion greens." The system's timid voice bore a hint of insecurity, and upon witnessing the appraisal results, it truly began to doubt whether its identification system had encountered a malfunction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nonchalantly waved her hand, dismissing the concerns. Why bother with all that? As long as the task is completed, that is sufficient. The mischievous system had tricked her into consuming a plethora of bitter herbs last time, and she certainly would not fall for such a ploy again. The system was exceedingly cunning, undoubtedly hoarding some trivial rewards for itself, oblivious to the impending collapse of its own fragile foundation. The system lamented as it collected the 2 unsightly pieces of dried vegetables. It was evident that it was quite dissatisfied with this acquisition. Its voice tinged with frustration. Task completed by the host. Dandelion dried vegetables produced. Task reward. 10 points have been credited. Current points, 56. Please continue to strive, dear host, to achieve even greater accomplishments. Internally, it whimpered while biting on its tiny handkerchief. Oh dear, the host is truly unbearable. As a pitiable system devoid of freedom, what harm is there in granting it some modest points? Is it too much to expect a little care, as one would for a cat or dog, without demanding food in return? With a wave of its delicate handkerchief, it added, "Dear host, my little heart feels a bit uncomfortable. I shall take my leave and rest early today. Farewell." With that, it fell silent. Wu Yu touched her nose, feeling somewhat frugal. Thus, she decided to offer Tongzi some wild vegetables tomorrow. How many should she give? Her eyes suddenly lit up. 10 stalks would suffice. She truly was quite generous. Tongzi, I sincerely thank you. The following morning, as Wu Yu was just waking from her slumber, her door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, and Qing Chao rushed in like a gust of wind. "Moon, rise and shine. I have the most magnificent news to share with you." With a blob of something indiscernible at the corner of her eye, Wu Yu, sporting a freshly minted bird's nest hairstyle and bearing the marks of a night's restful sleep on her face, gazed in bewilderment at the excited Qing Chao, who seemed to be in a frenzy. What on earth was going on? Qing Chao, with a mischievous grin, exclaimed, "Let me tell you. Today my aunt attended a meeting in the chief's cave. The chief announced that all underage pure humans in our tribe will participate in the upcoming ceremony, and we shall all receive the blessings of the shaman." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Are we not snow tiger orcs? Can we truly coexist with orcs from other tribes? Is this not hybridization?" Qing Chao gazed at her with sympathy, remarking, Your former tribe was indeed feeble, for you were unaware of such matters. As long as a female receives the blessing of a shaman after conceiving young, all offspring born will be snow tiger orcs." Wu Yu marveled at her capabilities, exclaiming, "How impressive my shaman is." Yet, she suddenly hesitated at the thought of becoming a shaman herself. Why must a shaman oversee everything? They manage rituals, heal the sick, and now even perform ultrasounds. She pondered, what else is beyond the shaman's purview? The adage with great power comes great responsibility applies universally, and she believed the host understood this as well. Upon sensing the host's desire to abandon her duties, the shaman quickly sprang into action. Having a lazy and unmotivated host made the shaman's role exceedingly challenging. In preparation for the most significant ritual of the Snow Tiger tribe, the entire tribe busied themselves, with gathering activities escalating from once every few days to a daily occurrence. Amidst this rare abundance of food, the tribe members visibly plumped up. Even the little cubs grew round and chubby, often seen in playful chases, their speed occasionally causing them to trip over their own pudgy legs. They would roll over, bump into their companions, shake their dazed little heads, and continue to scamper about, their chubby posteriors wiggling joyfully as they followed their friends. Beneath their windblown fur, their rounded bellies were evident, no longer resembling the mere ribs seen before. Occasionally, the little ones would leap onto the feet of the Beastmen, who would gently nudge them aside, their movements light and playful. Experiencing the sensation of swinging, the cubs, with their shiny black eyes, gathered around the Beastmen, eagerly awaiting to be playfully kicked away. Such parent-child activities were truly a rare sight. Will you come help? The thunderous call of Grandma Flower Tree echoed across the clearing, prompting Wu Yu to retract her gaze from the little cubs and hurriedly rush over. The female members of the gathering team were employing the methods she had previously taught them, using dried grass to neatly organize the wild vegetables into tidy bundles. Currently, Grandma Flower Tree's gathering team was the most sought after in the tribe, boasting not only large vine bags capable of holding numerous items, but also beautiful and practical wicker baskets. Other gathering teams would need to barter food to acquire such baskets. The wild vegetables were neatly arranged within the wicker baskets, and Grandma Flower Tree, along with several females, began to carry them. Wu Yu also stepped in to assist. The wild vegetables were not heavy, and the size and weight of the baskets were manageable for her. Grandma Flower Tree, where shall we place these wild vegetables? She inquired. With a smile, Grandma Flower Tree replied, of course. We'll store them in our gathering team's dedicated food storage cave. A nearby female playfully poked Wu Yu's arm, saying, you haven't been to our gathering team's storage cave yet, have you? Let us show you today. Chattering excitedly, the females made their way toward the cave area. After winding through numerous paths, a vast clearing appeared before them, revealing several enormous caves, each guarded by half-beast sentinels. Grandma Flower Tree led them directly to one of the caves. Although dark inside, Wu Yu found she could perceive the surroundings. The cave walls were adorned with a plethora of food items, predominantly wild vegetables, with only a few pieces of meat and fruit. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the cave gradually dropped. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded, yet her heart was filled with astonishment. The power of witchcraft possessed such remarkable effects, truly extraordinary. Indeed, the wonders of witchcraft are beyond the imagination of the host. What you witness now is merely a fraction. Once you ascend to the status of a great witch, you shall personally experience the marvels of this mystical force. The overseer re-established connection. Wu Yu rolled her eyes in silence, acknowledging, I understand, you can withdraw now, dog system. I shall refrain from casually discussing my lack of cultivation. With her frail physique, without diligent training in this world where strength reigns supreme, she would likely be left to suffer ignominious fates. In stark contrast to her nonchalance, at this very moment, Yuan Lang was leading his small team in a spirited chase across the territory of the Snow Tiger tribe. Yuan Lang stood among the younger generation of orcs as one of the most formidable. Each time he ventured out for a hunt, he returned with not one, but multiple prey, employing a method that spared the creatures from bloodshed, thus allowing them to carry their spoils without the stench of gore. Yuan Lang. I am increasingly aware of my own formidable beast form, Ting Qian remarked, gazing at his own tiger-like body with a hint of narcissism. Yuan Lang chuckled in response. I fail to see where your prowess lies. Is it perhaps in your intellect? Tung Qian retorted, no beastly attacks, please. After a haughty snort, the proud tiger settled on a small hill, elegantly grooming his fur. In the distance, a group of shadowy, indistinct orcs concealed themselves behind a thicket, eyeing the conspicuously fluffy white figure. Chieftain, that appears to be an orc from the Snow Tiger tribe, one observed. With a massive black paw, the chieftain dismissively replied, I am not blind. It should be a female orc. A female orc. The eyes of the other orcs gleamed with excitement, judging by her physique. She was undoubtedly the type they favored, and they were determined to pursue her. The chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe, fully aware of the lecherous intentions of his kin, nodded with an air of calm. Send a wolf over to engage her, and ascertain if there are more from the Snow Tiger tribe nearby. After deliberation, the most handsome male of the wolf tribe was chosen. He grinned, displaying sharp fangs. I shall go, await my good news. However, just as he was about to prance towards the hill, a colossal paw slammed him to the ground. Stay down. The chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe regarded the young orc with disdain. To dare refer to me as younglings is to court disaster. With a dismissive wave of his paw, he pointed to another orc. You go. The selected orc, startled yet exhilarated, dashed off. Gazing at the snowy white figure atop the hill, he internally howled, little female. Strong warrior orc is coming. Not far from them, at the foot of the hill, a group of golden-maned orcs from the Mad Lion tribe observed the spectacle with mixed expressions. Chieftain, should we offer a friendly warning? Why are the Black Wolf tribe orcs as foolish as ever? The chieftain of the Mad Lion tribe crossed his legs, reveling in their misfortune. Foolish orcs led by a foolish chieftain possess little intelligence. No warning is necessary. Let us simply enjoy the show. Moments later, a series of anguished howls echoed across the hill. The Black Wolf male cried out in despair. Damn it, brothers, it's a male. You fools. The concealed members of the Black Wolf tribe shrank back, peering at their unfortunate comrade in silence. Thank goodness I didn't go over. One of the handsome wolves sighed, casting a grateful glance at their chieftain. Chieftain, your wisdom is unparalleled. The chieftain, momentarily caught off guard, regained his composure, of course. You are the most handsome orc of the tribe. It would be a waste to let you be humiliated. Yet internally, he cursed profusely, puzzled by the antics of the Snow Tiger orcs. Come forth, orc warrior. We have not previously encountered the members of the Black Wolf tribe, and it seems I have unintentionally caused a ruckus, Yuan Lang stated, standing beside Teng Qian, scratching his ear with insincerity. Before him stood the howling Black Wolf orc. Clearing his throat, the chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe rose and led his followers forward. My apologies, my kin intended to greet you, but it seems we inadvertently. Damn it, the orcs of the Snow Tiger tribe are truly excessive. Can one not even discern a wolf when they see one? A chorus of laughter erupted from the onlookers, mocking the absurdity of the situation. Teng Qian, frustrated, thought to confront them. But his gaze fell upon the golden beast markings on the chieftain's arm, causing him to retreat behind Yuan Lang. Boss, you take the lead. Yuan Lang grimaced at his insufferable subordinate. I could easily obliterate you. To bully the weak and fear the strong seems tailored for you. Teng Qian chuckled. Indeed. It is your teachings that guide me. Yuan Lang surveyed Teng Qian and then the still howling Black Wolf orc, bemused by their striking similarities. The chieftains have arrived early. I am Yuan Lang, a warrior of the Snow Tiger tribe. He introduced himself with a composed demeanor. Our hunt has concluded. May I inquire if the members of your tribes are assembled? The chieftain of the Mad Lion tribe responded with a hearty laugh. Indeed, we are all present. He then turned to the chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe, whose fur was darker than the shadows around them. Old Black, and you? The Black Wolf chieftain replied with a chuckle. We are also fully assembled. Before he could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps emerged from the forest behind them. Chieftain, we just went to relieve ourselves and nearly got lost. The Black Wolf chieftain could only stare in disbelief, feeling the embarrassment wash over him. Yuan Lang, too, couldn't help but twitch at the awkwardness of the moment. Well, since everyone is here, please follow me. I shall escort you back to the tribe. Having spoken, he transformed into a colossal snow tiger and proceeded toward the direction of the tribe. As he neared the settlement, Yuan Lang emitted several resonant roars that echoed toward the Snow Tiger tribe, met with a spirited response from the same direction. Upon the arrival of the crowd at the entrance of the Snow Tiger tribe, the tribe's chieftain and numerous Beastmen were already awaiting them. To their surprise, standing beside the chieftain was Yuduo, her expression adorned with a gentle smile. In the midst of the gathering, Wu furrowed her brow. Recognizing the high regard in which Yuduo, the sole disciple of the shaman, was held within the tribe. At the very least, in such a moment, Yuduo represented the tribe's dignity. Previously, the Snow Tiger tribe had been perceived by other tribes as lacking a shaman disciple. However, they had now shed that reputation. Observing the strong and cheerful Yuduo, the Beastmen from both tribes exhibited fervent gazes. The chieftain of the Wild Lion tribe stepped forward and inquired, Tiger, who is this female? The chieftain of the Snow Tiger tribe remained as composed as ever, replying, This is Yi Duo, our shaman disciple from the Snow Tiger tribe. Wu Yu observed with keen perception that the expression of the leader of the lion tribe was visibly hardening. A transformation mirrored in the demeanor of the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, who exhibited an air of unease and astonishment. Your tribe has disciples of the shaman as well? The leader of the Snow Tiger tribe responded with a serene smile, of course. Do not your tribes also possess such individuals? The two leaders shared a bemused glance, pondering the stark differences in their circumstances. For they had arrived with the intention of witnessing a spectacle. Little did they know, rather than entertainment. They were met with the disconcerting revelation of the Snow Tiger tribe's shaman disciples. Do not linger here. Come inside. The leader of the Snow Tiger tribe gestured invitingly. The two leaders wore expressions akin to having tasted something unpleasant, while the orcs from their tribes cast deeper, more contemplative glances at Yuduo. This news was indeed grave, particularly for the two tribes. Leader, the Snow Tiger tribe has actually acquired its own shaman disciples. The matters we previously discussed. In the cave allocated to them by the Snow Tiger tribe, the orcs, who had been lively during the day, now wore complex expressions. The leader of the Black Wolf tribe, his gaze deep and penetrating, interjected, "This is the Snow Tiger tribe. Refrain from speaking of matters that should remain unspoken." His eyes bore a distinct warning, and the orcs fell silent. The realities of life in the polar forest had grown increasingly complicated. Not only did the orcs require territory for survival, but they also faced formidable beasts vying for sustenance. As the orcs thrived, so too did the fierce beasts, igniting territorial disputes that pitted tribes against each other and orcs against beasts. "We need not rush," the leader of the Black Wolf tribe asserted. "Our tribe is not in close proximity to the beast's territory. It is the Lion tribe and the Eagle tribe that should feel the urgency." It was a revelation that none could have anticipated. The seemingly simple-minded leader of the Black Wolf tribe was, in fact, a cunning strategist. As anticipated, the orcs of the Lion tribe and the Eagle tribe, occupying the adjacent caves, bore expressions that could rival the richness of the fur of the Black Wolf tribe. The leader of the Lion tribe addressed his warriors. "I have heard that Yuduo is without a mate. Your task is to befriend her, to impede her training. She is nearing maturity, and as long as you ensure she does not awaken her shaman powers during the coming rite of passage, you will have succeeded. Do you understand?" The orcs gazed at their leader with admiration, recognizing the ingenuity of such a despicable scheme. The leader of the Lion tribe chuckled, his lion-like visage displaying pride. "If you comprehend my directive, be astute in your endeavors. The target is Yuduo. Spare no effort in securing her." The orcs nodded solemnly, understood. Unbeknownst to them, a small black chicken stealthily retreated from the entrance of their cave. In the cave of the Eagle tribe, the leader observed the little black chicken that had slipped in. What news from those treacherous lions? The black chicken shook its feathers and immediately transformed into a tall orc. "They are plotting to ensnare the female Yuduo of the Snow Tiger tribe and delay her training." The leader of the Eagle tribe scoffed. "They are but foolish beasts, adorned with shimmering fur yet lacking in intellect. The Snow Tiger tribe will not permit her to develop unchecked." Laughter erupted among the orcs in the cave, mocking the Lion tribe's folly. The leader of the Eagle tribe chuckled derisively. "Let us conserve our strength and observe what chaos those golden lions will conjure." With only 2 days remaining until the rite of passage for the Snow Tiger tribe, Wu gazed at the experience bar on the panel, feeling a sense of despondency. "System, you promised that I would successfully level up before the rite." The tone was one of deep lament. The system chuckled awkwardly. "Well, this cannot solely be blamed on me. It is your own shortcomings that hinder progress." Reflecting on this, Wu felt a surge of resolve, invigorated by the realization of their own potential. "Indeed, I was not mistaken. With such a lengthy duration, had you shown more diligence, gaining experience at even a modest rate, I would have long since leveled up and could now be honing my skills, becoming formidable." Wu Yu, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "I find your words rather rhythmic. System. Gaining experience points daily. Do you think it's as simple as relieving oneself? Just a little push and it's out?" The system replied, "Host, you are now perceived as a delicate little fairy. It's rather unbecoming to casually speak of relieving oneself in such a manner." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. May could hardly contain her frustration. Wishing to spray that fellow with a mouthful of soda. That guy looked at me with such disdain, as if I were mere refuse. The system regarded the direction of the Yuan Lang cave with the expression of a weary father observing a foolish child. "My dear, even your father cannot salvage your kindergarten-level emotional intelligence. The notion of bullying those one admires has truly fallen out of fashion. At this moment, Yuan Lang was no longer just sulking. He felt as if the very essence of the tiger within him was faltering. Gazing at the blushing Yi Duo before him, his heart was a tumultuous storm, echoing with familiar mockery. The clan leader, with a grave demeanor, addressed the strongest young orcs of the tribe gathered before him. I do not care what transpired before, but now Yi Duo is the most precious female in our snow tiger tribe. You are the future of this clan. During the sacrificial period, I expect you to take turns ensuring her safety. Remember, it is imperative that no orc from other tribes approaches her, understood? The young orcs responded with fervent joy, understood. Their gazes towards Yi Duo were ablaze with ardor. Internally elated, they reveled in Yi Duo's newfound beauty and more amiable disposition. If she were to become the tribe's shaman, or perhaps his mate, the orc blood surged through their veins. Upon finishing his speech, the clan leader turned his serious gaze towards the aloof Yuan Lang. Yuan Lang, did you heed my words? Yuan Lang glanced at Yi Duo, his eyes clouded as if by some insidious taint. Before swiftly averting his gaze, isn't it sufficient that so many capable orcs are protecting her? What significance does my presence hold? The clan leader internally screamed. Of course, it matters. He surveyed the excitable young orcs surrounding Yi Duo, then placed a strong arm around Yuan Lang's shoulder as they walked away. Once they were at a distance from the cave, he meaningfully patted Yuan Lang's shoulder. Yuan Lang, I know you harbor no fondness for Yi Duo, but you are unaware that when those 3 despicable tribes arrived today, I observed them closely. Those vile orcs have ulterior motives. Did you not notice how strikingly handsome each of them appeared? They must be here to pursue the females. Now that they know our tribe's shaman apprentice is female, their primary target will undoubtedly be Yi Duo. Among the impressive young orcs in our tribe, you are the most handsome. If not you, then who? The clan leader bore a serious expression, as if daring Yuan Lang to refuse, for that would imply a disregard for the clan. Inside the cave, the young orcs were fawning over Yi Duo. Clan leader, do tell us, how could we possibly compare in looks? Yuan Lang's face darkened. Are you asking me to sell my appearance? The clan leader chuckled. Fear not. As long as you maintain Yi Duo's safety and prevent her from being wooed by orcs from other tribes, that is all that matters. He earnestly patted Yuan Lang's shoulder and whispered, rest assured, I have placed one of our own among those young orcs who will assist you, ensuring that Yi Duo does not take advantage of you. Yuan Lang replied coolly, I thank you. The clan leader waved dismissively, no need for thanks. It is my duty as the clan leader. Yuan Lang retorted, am I, then, commending you? Noticing Yuan Lang's enduring discontent, the clan leader awkwardly chuckled and made his exit. I have faith in you. It's in your hands now. Watching the clan leader's hasty retreat, Yuan Lang felt his head spinning. General, what is there to admire about that old fool? Tung Qian suddenly emerged alongside his ever-present companion, Tung Kuan. Yuan Lang's previously gloomy expression brightened instantly as he turned seriously to Tung Qian, Deputy Commander Tung. Although it had been a while since he had addressed his subordinate so formally, both Tung Qian and Tung Kuan stood at attention, seriousness written across their faces. At your service, General. The 2 youthful voices echoed, and Yuan Lang nodded in satisfaction. I now entrust you with a task vital to the Snow Tiger tribe. Can you accomplish it? The 2 orcs felt their blood surge with excitement. Please give your orders, General. We would lay down our lives to fulfill your command. Yuan Lang's heart swelled with pride at their enthusiasm, yet he maintained a facade of gravitas. Orcs from external tribes seek to eradicate our shaman lineage. Your mission is to safeguard Yi Duo. Do you understand? Tung Qian, Tung Kuan, observing the bewildered expressions on their faces. Yuan Lang sighed. I know what you are thinking. Fear not. Your lives will not be required. Your sole task is to prevent Yi Duo from mingling with the warriors of other tribes. Tung Qian, skeptical, queried, General, is this not a task assigned by the clan leader? Yuan Lang's expression stiffened. Though the audacity of his lineage prevented them from discerning his discomfort, this is merely one of my duties. His tone turned serious. I have a more significant responsibility, to protect all females in the tribe. Do you wish to safeguard one Yi Duo, or all the females? The 2 orcs exchanged glances and nodded decisively. We shall protect Yi Duo. The notion of gazing upon one Yi Duo was one thing. To behold a multitude of them was an entirely different challenge. Yuan Lang nodded, while keeping an eye on Yi Duo. You must create the illusion that you are enamored with her. He recalled how the sergeant of the 3rd Battalion often spoke of courting women, knowing that these 2 were particularly fond of such tales. Now is your opportunity to put those lessons into practice. Captivate Yi Duo. ensuring she has no chance to be lured by orcs from other tribes. Do you understand? The two orcs hung their heads, looking disheartened. Oh. Yuan Lang waved them off. Hurry along. I trust you will execute the task I have assigned with excellence. Watching the two despondent orcs, Yuan Lang couldn't help but smirk slyly. Retreating into the shadows, he resolved to observe Yi Duo, that seemingly lascivious female, ensuring she would not have the opportunity to covet his form. 2 days later, the eager trio from the external tribes finally ascertained the location of Yi Duo's cave and approached with renewed confidence. Ah, Yi Duo, you are the sun in the sky, radiant and illuminating my heart. You are the beautiful flower, vibrant and adorning my chest. Ah, beautiful Yi Duo. Tung Kuan stood by, his expression one of sheer embarrassment as he watched his brother make a fool of himself, wishing he could shield his face. It was utterly humiliating. The three orcs from different tribes observed in dismay as a tall, muscular male orc stood outside Yi Duo's cave, foolishly proffering his heart while spouting romantic drivel. What is this absurdity? They exchanged incredulous glances. One orc from the wild lion tribe remarked, this Yi Duo female surely cannot prefer such antics. The black wolf orc, with a stiffened demeanor, added, I fear I may disappoint the clan leader. This task seems insurmountable. In the eagle tribe, an orc exclaimed, what more is there to say? Swiftly, I must take flight to report this significant discovery to the chieftain. Meanwhile, Yi Duo sat at the mouth of a cave. Her face flushed with delight as she gazed at the tall and robust Ting Qian, her heart brimming with sweetness. How had she never realized that this orc, Ting Qian, possessed such a commanding presence and charm? His words brought her immense joy. Concealed in the shadows, Yuan Lang observed his subordinate trying to impress. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he muttered to himself, is this what the former centurion, renowned for his escapades, taught Ting Qian? To charm women with such trivialities? Looking again at the smitten expression on the female's face, Yuan Lang could only chuckle silently. It was evident that a turtle had taken a fancy to a false green bean. Quietly waving his hand, Tung Kuan noticed his general and brightened, racing over. General, my brother said that the centurion noted that women who have seen little of the world respond best to such approaches. Yuan Lang nodded appreciatively. Indeed. You are undoubtedly my most capable deputy. Tung Kuan puffed out his chest, of course. I must now protect the other females. Please inform Ting Qian that he is doing well and should persist in securing Yi Duo's affection. With confidence, Tung Kuan assured, rest easy, General. My brother will have no issues. Tung Qian, however, thought to himself, if you think you can do better, then go ahead. I find myself unable to enjoy the sight of Yi Duo. Meanwhile, within the cave of the lion tribe, the chieftain's face twitched as he asked, is this true? Yi Duo actually favors this sort of approach. The lions nodded glumly. Chieftain, please do not send us. We cannot manage it. The chieftain, recalling his warriors chattering at the entrance of a female's cave, trembled with indignation, his eyes burning with frustration. The tiger among the chieftains was indeed the most cunning, appearing dignified while being the most shameless of them all. In the snow tiger tribe, the atmosphere was solemn as it was the day of the great ritual. All orcs of the tribe had gathered in the clearing, except for the patrolling half-orcs. At the center of the gathering, a shaman stood upon a stone platform, wielding a staff that radiated a shimmering blue light. Surrounding him were robust orc warriors, followed by half-orc fighters, and finally, pure humans and slaves. Today, Wu Yu adorned herself in a pristine garment crafted from the beast hide previously gifted by Mu Jing. As she emerged, she was met with envious glances from numerous females. In an era where most individuals roamed unclothed, a piece of beast hide attire was indeed a luxury. As other Beastmen families reserved their hides for gathering or for warmth during the winter months. Upon the stone platform stood not only the shaman, but also the clan leader and Yi Duo. At this moment, Yi Duo exhibited a demeanor of utmost obedience. Positioned behind the shaman, mirroring his movements with an air of reverence that made her resemble a shaman's apprentice quite convincingly. The shaman's voice remained as husky as ever, softly murmuring enigmatic incantations, while waves of shamanic energy radiated from him, enveloping the entire snow tiger tribe in a mystical aura. At that moment, the three beastmen from external tribes raised their heads in astonishment. Although their location was not shrouded by the shaman's energy, the magnitude of this ritual was unprecedented. What was the shaman of the snow tiger tribe contemplating? Such a vast display of shamanic power, if excessively depleted, could adversely affect his lifespan. The leader of the mad lion tribe spoke gravely. The black wolf leader nodded in agreement, stating, Our tribe has never conducted such an elaborate shamanic ritual. Neither have we, added the leader of the Flying Eagle tribe. At this point, Wu Yu sensed a stir within her, as though the minuscule amount of shamanic energy she had cultivated was being summoned forth. Anxiously, she called upon the system. System, I feel as if my shamanic energy is about to be drawn out. The system replied calmly, do not worry, host. This is merely a resonance between your shamanic energy and that of the shaman. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Wu Yu felt her shamanic energy settling into tranquility. She exhaled softly, knowing all too well the arduous journey of cultivating shamanic power. Were it to be siphoned away by the shaman, she would have no solace in her tears. As the ritual concluded, the shaman's complexion was tinged with pallor, yet his heart bore a deeper shade of desolation. Although several adult beastmen had emerged from the tribe, including Yuan Lang and others who successfully ascended to the silver tier during the ceremony, no new shaman apprentices had materialized. In stark contrast to the shaman's melancholy, Yi Duo was brimming with uncontainable excitement. The anticipation that hung heavily before the ritual finally dissipated. She remained the sole shaman apprentice of the tribe. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was left bewildered, exclaiming, Dog system, come forth. What is the meaning of this? Why is there still no fluctuation of shamanic energy within me? The system hesitated. I feel rather guilty. Host, this is not my fault. I am but a fledgling system. Who could have foreseen that your shamanic energy fluctuations would only be detectable upon your formal initiation as a shaman? Wu Yu said, speak to me properly. Tongzi, with an expression of sincere apology, replied, Host, I assure you I will thoroughly read the instructions next time. Wu Yu nodded helplessly. I understand. You may leave now. The system remarked, the host truly shines when given a glimmer of sunshine, yet the erroneous system must now quietly retreat and await an opportunity for redemption. Following the sacrificial rites, a grand celebration commenced, drawing together the orc tribes. The vast open space had transformed into the most vibrant locale of the entire tribe. The chieftain of the Mad Lion tribe furrowed his brow and inquired, what has come over the great tiger and the shaman to initiate such an extensive ritual? You should have offered some counsel. The Snow Tiger chieftain replied with a wry smile, how can I alter the shaman's decree? Can any of you? With that, he seized a tender piece of beast meat and began to gnaw upon it. The other three chieftains fell silent. Indeed, the shaman's decisions are beyond even the chieftain's authority to amend. Wu Yu sat beside the campfire with a melancholic expression, holding a stick over the flames to roast meat. Qing Chao, drenched in sweat, dashed in from the center of the clearing, her face flushed with excitement. You, what troubles you? Why do you appear so lackluster? Wu Yu lazily lifted her eyelids, perhaps due to yesterday's excitement leading to a restless night, leaving her somewhat listless. Qing Chao noted her lack of vigor, yet she vividly recalled bursting into the room earlier, her face radiant, having just awakened from a pleasant dream. Just then, a series of powerful roars from the orcs echoed, causing Qing Chao's eyes to gleam with understanding. She seemed to grasp the reason behind Wu Yu's lethargy and promptly removed her own curtain, casting it aside before plopping down beside her companion. You, do not let those males bother you. They are enamored with robust females like Yi Duo. Once you become stronger, the males who will be attracted to you will undoubtedly surpass those drawn to Yi Duo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu suddenly began to grasp the feelings of Yuan Lang when faced with unfavorable rumors. At that moment, she longed to rise and proudly declare, my waist is perfectly fine. I could engage in 300 rounds without issue. However, recalling the unintended glimpse of male exhibitionism she had witnessed earlier, she prudently chose silence. Life is indeed precious, and she opted to keep her mouth shut. Did your waist give out? A familiar orc voice resounded at that moment. Wu Yu, with a stiff expression, shook her head in denial. I am perfectly well. It's merely that big-mouthed Qi Chao spreading nonsense. Just as she prepared to retort further, she realized she could not locate Qi Chao anywhere. Yuan Lang settled beside her, saying, I just saw Qi Chao leaving with an orc from the Savage Lion tribe. Leaving? And your companion's waist is in disarray, yet you depart with another orc? As for where they might be going, she scoffed inwardly. Ultimately, it was a misplaced investment of emotions. The image of Qing Chao reveling with abandon that day was too much for her to contemplate deeply. Congratulations on becoming a silver-tier orc, Wu Yu remarked, glancing at the tall orc beside her, where a distinct silver pattern was now visibly etched upon his well-defined forearm. Yuan Lang chuckled lightly, merely saying congratulations will not suffice. I have a favor to ask of you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yu nodded, of course, as long as you do not mind the simplicity of my herbs. She then turned her gaze toward him. How long will you be away this time? And how many orc warriors are accompanying you? Yuan Lang, his eyes deep and profound, looked at her and replied, there are approximately 10 or so orc warriors. We must continue hunting until we obtain the ferocious beast's core, though it remains uncertain how long this endeavor will take. As you are aware, not every ferocious beast possesses a core within its body. Wu Yu nodded, as she was quite aware of this. The new task involved successfully joining the hunting team of Yuan Lang and acquiring a crystal core. Task rewards, 100 points and 1 intermediate strengthening pill. Dear host, do not hesitate to embark on this journey, for abundant rewards await you ahead. Wu Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Oh, I can only express my disbelief at your audacity. You expect me to accompany the orcs on a hunt for ferocious beasts? Are you certain this isn't merely an invitation for me to serve as a meal for those creatures? The system's voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, responded, Host, this is not my fault. The system's tasks are inherently capricious. The little female's expression shifted to an odd one, prompting Yuan Lang to furrow his brow and lean in closer. What troubles you? Gazing at the orc's handsome face, Wu Yu chuckled nervously. Well, I was just wondering if you could take me along this time. Yuan Lang's perfectly chiseled brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at the petite female before him. Hunting ferocious beasts is perilous. Even we males cannot assure our safe return. Wu Weigon chuckled. Doesn't that mean you should take me along? I am quite familiar with various herbs, though the selection around our tribe is rather limited. This time, as I accompany you, I hope to discover some other herbs and also assist in treating the injured orcs. She added with a bashful giggle, of course. If we manage to gather a substantial number of crystal cores, it would be splendid if I could receive one. Yuan Lang furrowed his brow. This expedition is led by my father. I shall inquire with him, and if I receive any news, I will seek you out tomorrow. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Wu Yu's lips twitched. Where is the bird? Take it out and show me. Yuan Lang was momentarily taken aback by the words, and then involuntarily glanced between his own legs. As Wu Yu followed his gaze, her eyes landed upon the sight concealed by the beast's skin skirt, and her face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, I was referring to birds that can fly. Yuan Lang awkwardly touched his nose and replied, Yes, the kind that can soar. Little female, haha, we have finally found you, boomed the jovial laughter of the orc, which shattered the awkward silence between the two. Several golden-haired orc warriors approached, their faces adorned with smiles. In their hands, they carried several beautifully patterned beast skins, and they settled down near Wu Yu's campfire. The leading orc, with a broad grin, gazed at Wu Yu with an unusually intense fervor. Little female, do you still remember me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A smile graced Wu Yu's face as she exclaimed, Oh, it is you. I did not get to see your face last time because you were injured in the thigh. The orc, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, I have been searching for you for quite some time. The clan members mentioned that the one who saved me resembled us orcs, a female. However, after searching everywhere, I could not find you. It was only after inquiring with your tribe's people that I discovered it was indeed you. Little female, you are far more beautiful than they described, though a bit frail. You ought to consume more meat. Wu Yu, are you here to express your gratitude, or to offend me on behalf of the entire lion tribe? What do you mean by saying I resemble you? Such an unflattering description reminds her of Teng Qian's earlier remark, that unfriendly lion's head. Huh, I truly appreciate it. The orc chuckled, scratching his head. No need for formalities. You saved my life. It is only right that I repay you. With that, He gathered several animal skins from the hands of other orcs and placed them before Wu Yu. These are the skins I obtained through my hunts. The orc's expression was earnest. Thank you for saving me. As Wu Yu was about to decline, Yuan Lang unexpectedly pressed her small hand. Gazing with a cheerful expression at the orc from the savage lion tribe, since it is a token of gratitude, you shall graciously accept it. The orc, taken aback, glanced at Wu Yu and remarked, the kind and intelligent little female. It is indeed surprising that your mate is a formidable orc warrior. Wu Yu was about to speak, but the subsequent words from the orc startled her into silence. I was planning to go to the chieftain and propose that you become my second mate. His face was etched with regret. The orcs from the savage lion tribe around him cast looks of disappointment toward Wu Yu, lamenting, what a pity. This fellow is the chieftain's offspring, and he cultivates at an impressive pace. After this tribal ritual, he will ascend to the rank of silver-tier orc. In the month of May, with a radiant smile, Wu Yu grasped Yuan Lang's arm, exclaiming, what a pity. I shall have but one female companion, and he is a silver-tier beastman. It was quite infuriating. Were it not for having just seen her own reflection that morning, she might have doubted whether the words I wish to be a mistress were inscribed upon her visage. Since her arrival in this beastly realm, the calls for her to assume the role of a mistress had been incessant. What a society this is, where being a mistress is regarded as a prestigious occupation. Feeling the warmth radiating from his arm, Yuan Lang's heart seemed to be tenderly kneaded by small hands, both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Despite his earnest attempts to maintain composure, the warmth on his face betrayed him. How could it be? The illustrious and strikingly handsome him, blushing? Such a delicate demeanor manifesting upon him? After receiving an abundance of gifts, he bid farewell to the numerous warriors of the wild lion tribe who had relentlessly prodded him with their sharp blades. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu, puzzled, touched her head. Is it that time of the month? One cannot fathom the thoughts of an orc. No matter how one guesses, the truth remains elusive. As she caressed the animal hide beside her, her spirits inexplicably lifted. With a playful hum, she roasted the meat, her mood exceedingly buoyant. Tung Qian, since you fancy me, I desire that piece of meat. Please tear it into thin strips for me, as it's too large for me to consume. Yi Duo nestled beside Tung Qian, her voice soft and sweet, as if it could coax water from stone. Tung Qian glanced down at Yi Duo, his expression betraying a mix of reluctance and amusement as he grasped the chunk of meat on the leaf, activating his mechanical arm. Internally, he scoffed, with that gaping maw of yours, how can you claim the meat is too large? He urged, come now, open your mouth, huh? Externally, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, though inwardly he was distressed, suppressing his frustration. Yi Duo was quite the pretentious lady, and Tung Qian feared for his innocence. In the distance, a bumbling figure approached. Upon closer inspection, it was his own simple-minded companion, Lao Hu. Agu, the fruits you requested have arrived. Tung Kuan announced from several meters away, clutching a large leaf adorned with a few wilted fruits. Tung Qian's face hardened. Bring them closer. Seeing Yi Duo eyeing him with predatory intent, Tung Kuan trembled and hastily dropped the fruits before bolting away. Tung Qian. Yi Duo. The silence was palpable. Tung Qian, why did your brother suddenly flee? And why did he scream so pitifully? Yi Duo pouted, her expression one of displeasure. Tung Qian's face remained stiff. Surely, he was upset at the sight of you so intimately leaning against me. That boy is quite petty. How annoying. Tung Qian. I truly adore your words, Yi Duo said, her face blushing as she buried herself in the orc's embrace. Oh no, General, when will this mission ever conclude? The revelry persisted until the late hours of the night, with the tribesfolk gradually returning home in small groups. After Wu Yu greeted Grandma Huashu, she departed from the open space and returned home to commence her meditation. The system indicated that once she truly became a witch, she would be able to enter a meditative state with unwavering stability, unlike her current experience, where even the slightest distraction would jolt her from that enigmatic realm. Host, you are merely 1.5 experience points away from attaining the status of a genuine witch. The system's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Wu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Tongzi, will new items appear in the store once my witchcraft level increases? The system responded with a cheerful tone. Of course. That spirit elixir is merely a basic potion. As you elevate your level, the store will refresh, revealing items that will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Wu Yu clenched her claws. pondering when Yuan Lang and the others would embark on their journey. She hoped to become a true witch before their departure, calming her excited heart. Wu Yu nestled into her cozy nook, layered with soft animal pelts, and drifted into slumber. The following day, as she prepared her meal, a familiar scent of clear river water and fresh grass wafted around her. Such a fragrance. Yuan Lang, do you walk without a sound? A deep, resonant laughter from the orc echoed nearby, his profound brows and eyes radiating joy, while the curve of his lips revealed his cheerful disposition. I spoke with my father yesterday, and the uncles have also consented to your joining us. However, once we enter the forest, you must stay by my side and refrain from wandering off. Wu Yu glanced back at him, her expression one of incredulity. Do I appear to be someone of unsound mind? The perilous nature of the Arctic forest made her question just how inflated his confidence must be to engage in such reckless behavior. Yuan Lang chuckled softly, swiftly retrieving a piece of fragrant stir-fried wild vegetables and meat from the sizzling stone pot, promptly placing it into his mouth. As he blew on the scalding morsel, he could hardly contain the urge to chew and swallow the delectable food. Wu Yu chuckled coldly, tempting you, are we? Suddenly, she cast a dark glare at the orc's elongated fingers. Have you washed your hands? Yuan Lang's deep-set eyes glimmered momentarily, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Wash my hands. I just came out from the toilet. With that, he made a concerted effort to suppress the flicker of anticipation that danced in the depths of his gaze. Wu Yu was preparing to pour the food from the pot onto a nearby leaf for the unwashed-handed orc to take and eat. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar glint in the orc's eyes, a cold smile creeping into her heart. Yuan Lang, that cunning fellow, concocted such a deceitful lie simply to indulge in her food, thinking she wouldn't notice his subtle excitement. Tossing a piece of meat into her mouth, she raised an eyebrow proudly at the regretful orc's face. You little rascal, dare to scheme against me. With that, she huffed and carried her small stone pot back inside. Outside, Yuan Lang clicked his fingers, still holding onto the lingering flavor, shaking his head in disappointment. Today's females are getting harder to deceive. Inside the cave of the Mad Lion tribe, the orcs were animatedly discussing something. Suddenly, a hurried figure dashed in from outside. Chief, trouble is brewing. The chief of the Mad Lion tribe instantly stood up, his expression grave as he looked at the orc. What has happened? A few orcs had not returned the previous day, a situation not uncommon in the past, often due to mating escapades with females they fancied. The orc's face darkened. Our tribe's orcs lured that Yedwa female away while she was squatting outside. But it turned out that this Yedwa female was pregnant, and in their excitement, they accidentally lost her younglings. The chief of the Mad Lion tribe felt his head spin. What kind of female goes out to frolic while pregnant? The orc lamented. She must have just conceived. So our tribe's members didn't catch the scent. Yet, Yedwa, being a female, surely knew but did not inform our tribe. The chief of the Mad Lion tribe paused, then looked at the orc. Do you know who the father of the young is? The orc nodded. It seems to be a half-orc warrior. A half-orc warrior? The chief of the Mad Lion tribe narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming on his lips. Come with me to find the chief of the Snow Tiger tribe. This Yedwa female indeed has a clever scheme, thinking she could manipulate our Mad Lion tribe's members. Does she believe herself to be easy prey? Meanwhile, within Yedwa's cave, the half-orc warrior gazed sorrowfully at the dark pool of red on the ground. That was his young, lost before it even saw the light of day. His face was etched with grief, while Yedwa, lying weakly in her grass nest, wore an expression of impatience. Could you please clean up this blood? I'm quite exhausted and wish to rest. The half-orc stiffened, incredulous as he glanced at her. Seeing her impatience calmed his frayed nerves. He carefully took the only hide from his cave, gently scooping up the bloodied earth, casting one last look at Yedwa before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Yedwa shrugged dismissively. Just a half-orc, she thought. In the past, she might have cared, but now she was a disciple of the tribe's shaman, with orc warriors flocking around her. She had no need for a half-orc warrior. At that moment, the chief of the Snow Tiger tribe, sitting across from the chief of the Mad Lion tribe, felt a headache coming on. Internally cursing Yedwa for her scheming nature, he thought, is it unbearable for you to go a day without causing trouble? This matter, if you simply asked that half-orc, would provide clarity. Since your tribe's shamanist does not wish to bond with the half-orc warrior, she ought to exercise restraint. They should not blame our tribe's orc warriors when trouble arises. The chief of the Snow Tiger tribe's eyes were inscrutable. I still need to inquire with Yedwa and the half-orc warrior. As for the truth of your claims, I will verify that as well. The chief of the Mad Lion tribe rose. I shall await your news, tiger." With that, he departed with his followers. Once the Mad Lion tribe's orcs were out of sight, the chief of the Snow Tiger tribe stood in fury. "Yedwa, you truly know how to stir up trouble." He stormed towards Yedwa's cave. After listening to Yedwa's lamentations, he sought out the half-orc warrior, finally learning the truth of the situation from him. The thought of having such a ruthless shamaness in his tribe sent shivers down his spine. He turned towards the shaman's cave, determined that this matter must be brought to the shaman's attention. At this moment, Yedwa was blissfully unaware in her cave, fast asleep, as the impression she left on the two tribal leaders once again sank to new lows. At the entrance of the tribe, members of the Mad Lion tribe, Black Wolf tribe, and Flying Eagle tribe were bidding farewell to the Snow Tiger tribe, as the ceremony had concluded, and they needed to return to prepare for the impending, grueling rainy season. "Tiger, does your tribe plan to migrate to higher ground this rainy season?" inquired the chief of the Mad Lion tribe. The chief of the Snow Tiger tribe shook his head with a wry smile. "If it were a smaller tribe, it would be manageable, but for larger tribes like ours, where would we migrate? If we leave the caves and are exposed to the rain, the younglings and elder orcs will fall ill and perish." The chief of the Flying Eagle tribe, with keen eyes, offered, "If you need assistance, you can send members to seek us out." The chiefs of the Black Wolf tribe and Mad Lion tribe nodded in agreement. Unlike the Snow Tiger tribe, the orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe resided on high cliffs, naturally untroubled by the floods of the rainy season, while the Mad Lion tribe and Black Wolf tribe were not as secure as the Flying Eagle tribe. They were not as precarious as the Snow Tiger tribe. The chief of the Snow Tiger tribe nodded. "Rest assured, if it becomes unbearable, we will certainly seek you out." Once the orcs from the three tribes had departed, the chief of the Snow Tiger tribe furrowed his brow once more, turning his gaze towards the caves within the tribe. Heavy-hearted, the rainy season, the thought of the torrential waters that could engulf caves and orcs alike, along with the ferocious and numerous giant claw beasts, sent waves of pain through his head. In contrast to the chief's worries, Wu Yu, having recently arrived in this world, had yet to experience the terrors of the rainy season. In fact, her previous small tribe had resided on elevated terrain and had not encountered such horrors. Currently, Wu Yu had tightly shut her small courtyard and the door to her house, sitting intently in her grass nest, deep in thought. She clutched her recently beloved handkerchief, eagerly watching the experience bar inching towards completion. At last, the experience bar filled to the brim, fulfilling her anticipation. As Wu Yu sensed, the mystical energy she had previously absorbed seemed to be enveloped by an enigmatic force, gradually making its way to her heart. The once scattered and wandering energy began to coalesce, slowly compressing together. With this compression, a lustrous orb emerged at the center of the energy vortex, radiating a soft yellow hue, both exquisite and captivating. The moment the orb formed, Wu Yu felt as if the energy surrounding her was ensnared, and then the orb pulsated in synchrony with her heartbeat. It began to inhale and exhale the mystical energy within her. A cheerful voice echoed in Wu Yu's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to a low-level yellow stage which. You have completed the first phase of your cultivation task. Task reward, 1 witch spirit pill. The witch spirit pill, the invaluable elixir worth 100 points in the system's marketplace, was indeed the reward for her cultivation task. System, I adore you. You are such a delightful little angel." With that, she promptly consumed the freshly minted witch spirit pill. As time ticked away, Wu Yu felt a pang of confusion. "Why haven't I leveled up?" The system, with a touch of exasperation, urged her, "Please, host, carefully examine your information panel. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded, stating that the herbs were no longer a concern. The quantity gathered over the past few days should suffice for a considerable period. Moreover, upon venturing out, they could collect additional herbs from the forest, so there was no need for worry. She turned to Yuan Lang and inquired whether the snake beasts that had previously injured the warriors of the lion tribe posed a danger. Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow, explaining that those snake beasts were not particularly worrisome. Despite their potent venom, one could avoid harm with sufficient caution. It was likely that the tribesmen of the lion tribe had inadvertently stumbled upon their nest. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could you help me capture a few of those serpent beasts and, if possible, bring back some herbs to counteract their venom? Yuan Lang nodded in agreement. Of course, I shall venture out with the Beastmen this afternoon. The Beastmen were swift beyond measure. While Wu Yu was still preparing stone bowls to contain the serpent venom, Yuan Lang and his companions had already returned with the serpent beasts. Confronted by the writhing, entangled serpents, Wu Yu timidly retreated behind Yuan Lang, managing a nervous chuckle. I still need your assistance. I desire their venom. The more, the better. It was a rare sight to witness her in such a timid state, prompting Yuan Lang to raise an eyebrow and chuckle softly. His deep laughter resonated in Wu Yu's ears, burrowing into her heart. Her gaunt face flushed slightly, and in a fit of embarrassment, she shot a glare at the Beastmen. The collected serpent venom was placed into the prepared stone bowls. After Yuan Lang departed, Wu Yu summoned her system. Do you have any containers suitable for holding serpent venom? The system proudly lifted its chin. I possess everything here, provided the host has points for exchange. Glancing at her balance, Wu Yu eagerly inquired, what options are available? With the prospect of points to be earned, the system instantly perked up and swiftly opened the interface of the system marketplace. From bamboo tubes to exquisite glass vessels, a plethora of choices lay before her. Wu Yu cast a glance at the snake venom on the table and resolutely opted for the glass vial priced at 10 points. System, do you dare to deceive me further? The system protested indignantly, exclaiming, don't wrong me, dear host. This price was not set by the amiable and benevolent system. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu leaned in and embraced her companion, assuring, I will be just fine. After all, there are the Beastmen to protect us. So you need not worry. After waving goodbye to her friends, the group arrived at the edge of the forest, and Wu Yu was taken aback by the mode of transportation for this hunting expedition. Gazing at the large white tiger that had bowed down before her, her small face displayed astonishment. Right on it? Yuan Lang chuckled lightly. This is faster. The rainy season is approaching, and we must return before it arrives. The surrounding beastmen exchanged knowing glances at Yuan Lang's words, as they all understood the implications. Only Wu Yu, with her innocent trust in him, obediently climbed onto the beastman's back. Tung Kuan, have you noticed how cunning the captain has become? We never realized it before. But this lion's mane looks rather good once tidied up. The tone was dripping with envy, almost unbearably sour. Tung Kuan gazed enviously at the general, who was merrily carrying the little female, feeling a pang of jealousy in his heart. There was only one adorable little female, and now she had been claimed. He and Agus certainly had no chance left. Life as a tiger was indeed dismal. The group of beastmen swiftly traversed the forest, and this was Wu Yu's first time venturing such a distance from the snow tiger tribe. Observing the unfamiliar jungle around her, she realized that the grand forest she had envisioned was vastly different from the reality before her. The trees were densely packed, and the air was humid and stifling. Within a short span of time, the animal hide clung tightly to her skin, causing discomfort. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, making her feel increasingly suffocated. In such a damp and warm environment, it was certain that snakes, insects, and vermin were abundant. She retrieved a small pouch from her side basket, sprinkling some white powder over herself, releasing a subtle fragrance of herbs into the air. The beastmen had keen senses, and Tung Qian and Tung Kuan sniffed the air before hastening to Yuan Lang's side. The massive tiger had lifted, casting a curious glance at Wu Yu on its back. Little female, what is this? It smells rather pleasant. Wu Yu chuckled lightly. This is a powder for repelling pests. Given the humid and warm environment here, it is certain that there are many venomous snakes, insects, and rodents. With this powder, you need not worry. Moreover, she shook the small package in her hand. The scent of this powder lingers only for a brief moment. It will dissipate shortly and will not affect your sense of smell. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded. I have yet to encounter a ferocious beast. Yuan Lang chuckled softly. This time you shall indeed behold one. Though the creatures are rather unsightly, do not let their appearance frighten you. Wu Yu lightly hummed. Well, I am quite looking forward to it. The closer she ventured to the inner edge of the polar forest, the more scarce the light became, until eventually, she could no longer discern whether it was day or night. This time, she finally noticed a peculiar change within herself. The dim light did not impair her vision in the slightest, and she could perceive her surroundings with remarkable clarity. Dog system. Could this body possess some extraordinary abilities unknown to us? Last time, in the food storage cave, I realized that the lack of illumination had little effect on me. Wu Yu's voice carried a hint of excitement. As she donned her shorts, the system nearly tripped over a pant leg, its lips curling in silent exasperation. Dog host. Have you been indulging in too many apocalyptic novels? Where do all these supernatural abilities come from? It remarked, recalling how frail her body had been before. Merely surviving had been a challenge, let alone possessing extraordinary powers. Sensing her rising irritation, the system quickly added in a servile tone. This is all due to your diligent cultivation of witchcraft. Otherwise, do you think such abilities are easily attainable by anyone? Wu Yu felt a surge of excitement. The practice of witchcraft was truly wondrous. You, bend low and rest upon my back. The deep voice of the Beastman resonated before her. The deeper we venture into the forest, the denser it becomes. Be cautious of the branches that may harm you. Wu Yu bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Obediently resting upon the Beastman's back, time passed, and she gradually drifted into slumber, only to awaken to the realization that the Beastmen were still in motion. This made her involuntarily squint her eyes. Yuan Lang, how much longer must we run? In response, Yuan Lang spoke softly. I just heard Father say that it will take us another half day to reach the hunting grounds established by our tribe. There, powerful beasts do not roam, and the general level of ferocity among the creatures is relatively low, making it an ideal place for us to hunt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu's lips twitched. System. Are you certain that what you have found is not some peculiar party drug? System. Gritting its teeth. This system firmly opposes the trafficking of harmful substances. Please adjust your attitude, host. Wu Yu, my stance is quite upright. It was your earlier introduction that caused the misunderstanding, if I may say so. Now, please tell me. How many points does each beast power pill cost? Let us establish this clearly, for if it is excessively priced, I shall certainly decline. My own points are rather limited. And with the uncertainties that lie ahead, I must ensure some form of security. Moreover, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Wu Yu's voice faded, Yuan Lang felt the weariness within him dissipate instantaneously, as if he were imbued with boundless energy. He proceeded to distribute the pills to the surrounding young orcs. Several middle-aged orcs gazed in bewilderment at the young orcs, who had just been panting like exhausted hounds, now appearing as invigorated as if they had encountered a charming female. Each of them surged forward with renewed vigor, howling with enthusiasm. What on earth was happening? Tung Qianhu, brimming with pride, approached his adoptive father and began to boast. Just moments ago, I felt as though my tiger legs were about to give way, but that young female bestowed upon me a pill, claiming it would replenish my stamina. Oh my. He continued, gleefully bouncing around the middle-aged orcs. I can feel my lost energy rushing back, and I could easily sprint back to the tribe without a hitch. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged orcs were instantly captivated. The fathers of Ting Qian and Tung Kuan dashed toward Yuan Lang. their tiger faces filled with longing as they looked at Wu Yu on Yuan Lang's back. Young female, why were those miraculous pills not given to us old fellows? Wu Yu chuckled. Am I to say that there aren't enough? The robust and vigorous elders, in no need of stamina-enhancing pills, were merely concerned for the younger orcs, who appeared fatigued and might impede their progress. It must be said that flattery proves effective at any moment. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged orc cast a proud glance at his offspring, proclaiming, "Did you hear that? It's because of your weakness that you receive such aid." With a flick of his slightly curled tuft of hair, he briskly returned to the rear of the group. Shortly thereafter, the sound of triumphant laughter from the middle-aged orcs echoed behind them. The previously boastful young orcs fell silent, hastily rushing forward with cries of dismay. Their faces were devoid of pride. They understood that diligent training was essential for their future. Bolstered by the stamina pills, the young orcs regained their strength, quickening their pace. To everyone's surprise, they arrived ahead of the location previously mentioned by Yuan Lang. It was a secluded little canyon, home to several caves. The moment Wu Yu dismounted from Yuan Lang's back, she felt as though her legs had been stretched in splits all day, aching intensely. While the orcs busied themselves organizing the caves, Wu Yu, as the sole female in the party, was naturally cared for, taking a seat on a nearby stone to rest. There were only 2 caves, and perhaps due to the infrequency of orc visits, one had been claimed by a few small wild beasts. When the orcs drove them away, the little creatures chirped in protest, yet they were too timid to mount a defense. Wu Yu felt as though she had stumbled upon a group of disgruntled individuals protesting against their forced relocation, which elicited a bemused smile from her. The day's meal consisted of a sizable stag, meticulously prepared by the orcs. The meat had been divided into portions, allowing one to effortlessly tear away a piece without excessive bloodshed. As Yuan Lang offered her a piece of the raw meat, Wu Yu shook her head, declaring, "I do not consume raw flesh." She then raised her hand, revealing a wild vegetable pancake emitting a subtle, toasty aroma. "I thought that during your hunt for ferocious beasts, you might not have the opportunity to make a fire, so I brought some provisions." Yuan Lang chuckled softly and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he too was unaccustomed to raw meat. However, in the territory of the savage beasts, it was prudent for them, as orcs, to maintain a low profile. Their first night was spent amidst the haunting roars of beasts, perhaps due to the differing schedules of the ferocious creatures and the orcs. The forest, which had been tranquil by day, erupted into a cacophony of sounds by night, with the frantic running and howling of wild animals sending shivers down their spines. On the night of May, sleep eluded me despite being surrounded by the orcs. A lingering fear gnawed at my mind, worrying whether a ferocious beast might intrude into this secluded valley. I remained in a half-conscious state until dawn, finally rising to meditate for a brief moment to restore my spirit. Our objective this time was a pack of saber-toothed boars dwelling in the vicinity of the gorge. We had previously conducted reconnaissance and discovered that among the boars, 4 had reached maturity. These 4 adult saber-toothed boars were designated for us, seasoned warriors, while the remaining juvenile boars would be entrusted to you younger ones. Yuan Chi cast a glance at the young orcs beside him. Yuan Lang and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. Speaking of boars, I couldn't help but recall the encounter with wild boars during a herb-gathering expedition with Yuan Lang, where I had heard that ferocious beasts were even more brutal than wild animals. We raced onward, and it seemed the territory of the saber-toothed boars was not far from the gorge. I had barely taken in my surroundings when the orcs came to a halt. The saber-toothed boars were alarmingly close to the gorge. A few middle-aged orcs furrowed their brows. Yuan Chi nodded, stating, "It is precisely for this reason that we chose to hunt them first. If these creatures reached the gorge, our future kin would be in peril." As we descended from Yuan Lang's back, amidst the shimmering halo, the tall and robust orc had already taken his place beside her. "I shall place you atop that grand tree ahead. Remain there and do not move. Should any danger arise, simply call out to us." Wu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The orc, with his powerful arms, embraced her waist and, with a few agile leaps, landed upon a massive tree branch. After setting Wu Yu down and offering her some final words of caution, he descended to join the other orcs. Gazing at the tree trunk beneath her, which measured over 2 meters in width, Wu Yu marveled at the wonders of the beastly realm. She summoned her shamanic energy, enveloping her form in a nearly invisible, pale yellow membrane. This ethereal layer would mask her scent from the creatures inhabiting this land. Indeed, Uncle Yuan Chi's words rang true. As midday approached, a familiar grunting sound echoed from a distance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Will you observe that wherever they had passed, it appeared as though a layer of earth had been scraped away. As the saber-toothed boar approached, its enormous size made Wu Yu involuntarily anxious for the orcs. Its robust limbs were undoubtedly taller than the orcs themselves, perhaps sensing something amiss. The leading male saber-toothed boar let out a fierce howl and charged toward the hiding spot of the Tingqian brothers. Before the two could react, several towering figures emerged from the nearby thicket, the middle-aged orcs. The remaining saber-toothed boars, sensing a delectable meal before them, paid no heed to the meager tufts of grass on the ground, rushing forward with feral cries, poised for battle. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, the middle-aged orcs maneuvered skillfully, managing to inflict numerous wounds upon the adult saber-toothed boars while minimizing their own injuries. In contrast, the younger orcs faced a more perilous situation. Although they too could inflict damage upon the beasts, their efforts were often clumsy, and they frequently sustained injuries. The scent of blood emanating from the orcs heightened the boars' excitement, bolstering their ferocity. A foul wind stirred, swirling leaves and dust around Wu Yu, obscuring his vision. The two razor-sharp tusks resembled enormous, lethal scimitars, thrusting menacingly toward the orcs. By a stroke of ill fortune, Tung Qian found himself directly in front of the wild boar, becoming its primary target. He let out a series of frantic cries, scampering towards Yuan Lang while comically clutching his backside. Just as the boar's tusks seemed poised to pierce him, he adeptly dodged to the side, leaving the heavy beast unable to halt its momentum, and its lethal weapons plunged straight into a sturdy tree trunk. Yuan Lang's eyes gleamed with a cold light, as the power of the beast god coalesced upon his right claw. With a swift upward motion, his sharp claws carved through the boar's neck. The boar emitted a short, pained wail before a gaping wound opened on its neck, blood spurting forth in a crimson spray. Its once fierce gaze dimmed, and it collapsed lifelessly. As Yuan Lang concluded his encounter, several other battles in the vicinity were also reaching their climax. Quickly check for crystal cores. We must depart swiftly, he urged. This skirmish had been exceedingly bloody, the stench of saber-toothed boar blood enveloping the jungle and gradually spreading outward. Beasts are highly sensitive to API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a sigh, Wu Yu stepped forward and said, if that's the case, allow me to give it a try. After all, the worst that could happen is simply shifting to a misaligned direction. The orc replied, little female, why does your statement make me feel so anxious? Changing directions merely involves a misalignment. It's not your legs that are being severed, so how can you remain unperturbed? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded and crouched beside the orc's leg. It will surely hurt, so brace yourself and try not to kick me, she advised. The orc, drenched in cold sweat, nodded reassuringly, don't worry. Just as Wu Yu was about to proceed, she suddenly turned to Yuan Lang. Help me hold him down. If he moves his leg, we will have to knock him unconscious. The orc interjected, little female, must you be so cautious? Are you truly serious about knocking me out? Yuan Lang nodded and squatted beside the orc, his deep gaze fixed intently on the orc's leg, exuding an aura that suggested he would take action at the slightest provocation. The sight of him made the injured orc increasingly anxious. Wu Yu chuckled softly as she gazed at him, reassuringly stating, there is no need for concern. Although this is my first time taking matters into my own hands, I possess great confidence in my abilities. With a sense of self-assurance, she patted her chest and continued. It is important to recognize that no challenge is insurmountable for me. The injured orc responded with a hesitant silence, while Yuan Lang remained speechless. The assembly of orcs collectively felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu awkwardly touched his nose. attempting to inject a timely touch of humor into the situation. Yuan Lang, with his head bowed, was subtly shaking his shoulders in amusement. Wu Yu leaned closer to him and asked, "Are you mocking me?" The orc suddenly lifted his head, and in his typically profound eyes, devoid of emotion, there now gleamed a hint of mirth. "You should stick to using your hands and refrain from speaking," he warned, "for if you continue, he may very well find himself summoned before the beast god." The surrounding orcs erupted into unrestrained laughter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded and glanced at the orcs behind him. "Please fetch me 2 straight wooden sticks and some sturdy vines. I shall need them for securing him shortly." Tung Qian and Tung Kuan, fully aware of the purpose, rose and made their way outside. "We brothers shall take care of it," they assured. In the forest, branches and vines were in abundance, and the 2 thoughtful tigers even took the time to clean them thoroughly before returning. Under the guidance of Tongzi, Wu Yu finally succeeded in reconnecting the severed leg bone of the Beastman. Despite encountering a few unforeseen incidents earlier, the other Beastmen did not take it to heart, as someone had already mentioned it was their first attempt and that they were not particularly adept at it. Regardless of how arduous the process may have been, what truly mattered was the outcome. Naturally, recalling the harrowing screams of the Beastman that nearly summoned a ferocious beast, the other Beastmen cast fleeting glances at the bundle of hay in his mouth. Yuan Lang had indeed been quite precise in his actions. As for the incident where the Beastman almost harmed the young female due to excruciating pain, they all remembered how he had been knocked unconscious with a swift blow from Yuan Lang just as he had lifted his leg. The Beastmen pretended not to notice and turned their heads away, pondering instead, what shall we have for dinner tonight? What to eat? You only think about food. Let us consider which ferocious beast we shall hunt next." Thus, while engaging in what seemed to be a serious discussion, the cave was suddenly devoid of the presence of the Beastmen. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yuan Lang, inquiring, "Am I truly terrifying when I administer treatment?" Yuan Lang decisively shook his head, asserting, "Not at all. It cannot be deemed as terrifying." Regarding the recent treatment, he could only express that if the little female were taken back to the criminal department, there would undoubtedly be no criminal she could not extract confessions from. Do not doubt it. His confidence was palpable. In the following days, Wu Yu took it upon herself to care for the injured Beastman alongside several others who remained in the cave. Meanwhile, Yuan Lang and his companions traversed the forest daily, gathering intelligence on the whereabouts of various ferocious beasts, subsequently choosing the most vulnerable targets. The Beastmen's self-healing abilities were remarkable within just a few days. When the commander conducted a thorough examination, it was evident that the bones had already begun to mend. As she gazed in admiration, the Beastman, displaying a touch of pride, remarked, "This is nothing. We Beastmen possess a unique method specifically designed for recovery." Wu Yu naturally looked at him with curiosity, inquiring, "What method?" The answer she received was the extraordinary ability to sleep soundly for 3 consecutive days without waking. Later, she learned that an orc's body possesses the most formidable restorative powers during slumber. Observing the orc sleeping deeply within the cave, Wu Yu was suddenly reminded of her own school days. Although she had not acquired any particular skills at school, she had certainly mastered the unique talent of sleeping soundly throughout the day without any sedatives and dancing energetically at night without any stimulants. Thus, it seemed that this orc's divine capacity for sleep was indeed innate. Suddenly, the voices of the orcs echoed outside the cave, prompting Wu Yu to spring up and rush out. There, she found several orcs animatedly discussing something, while only Tung Qian appeared pallid. Wu Yu stepped forward and gently patted the creature's arm. "What troubles you? Everyone else appears quite joyful, yet you wear a frown." Perhaps her inquiry reached his ears, for the surrounding orcs erupted into laughter. "Today, we venture to investigate the territory of a ferocious beast known as the Shun Yuan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Wu Yu was astonished. Is there only the female without the male? How do they reproduce? Yuan Lang's eyes sparkled with amusement. That is precisely the reason for Tung Qian's discontent. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu suddenly conceived a bold conjecture. "It can't be as I imagine, can it?" Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow. "What is it that you are imagining?" Wu Yu chuckled softly and said, "Could it be that those orderly monkeys seek out males from other clans for reproduction? Yuan Lang's deep laughter echoed in Wu Yu's ear. Clever. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu took out her wild vegetable cake and approached. Do not be angry. It's merely that you have caught the attention of the lecherous beasts. After saying this, she gestured towards the surrounding orcs. Their lack of attention signifies their unappealing appearance. Tung Qian glanced at her. You speak the truth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu wore a perplexed expression. Really? Such an ability for self-comfort is indeed formidable. Yuan Lang was just about to nod in agreement when a cacophony of howls erupted from the direction of the orcs behind him. Several orcs, with their arms draped around each other's shoulders, exchanged remarks accompanied by a lewd grin that suggested a shared understanding among them. The most boisterous laughter came from Tung Qian. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu chuckled softly as he cast a glance at the orc, whose exuberant laughter revealed a mouth full of teeth. What a foolish creature he was. The following day, the orcs prepared to launch an attack on the Shun Yuan, and surprisingly, it was Tung Qian who volunteered to act as bait. This individual stood flamboyantly at the front of the line, declaring, once I draw them in, you all can charge in and deal with them. Regardless of whether they comprehended his words, the orcs responded with resolute assurance. Rest assured. The orc who had been injured a few days prior stood beside Wu Yu. Although his leg had not yet fully healed, he was still capable of providing protection for the petite female. Additionally, he hoped to garner some favor with her, striving to make a favorable impression. The thought of such a remarkable female potentially becoming his partner filled him with delight. Lost in this reverie, he unconsciously wore a rather infatuated smile. Wu Yu, how should I put it? I've discovered that there are quite a number of brothers among the sand monks in the tribe. Although Tung Qian has a playful demeanor, he proves to be reliable when it comes to action. When he beckons one, it surely won't be just one. I initially assumed that the Shun Yuan were all female, and their appearances would align with their names, appearing more pleasing to the eye. However, life has a way of dispelling such fantasies. The Shun Yuan's development is beyond comprehension, with its dark, menacing fangs and claws. Its robust physique towering half a head above the orcs. The most astonishing aspect is that such a massive form possesses speed that rivals that of a snow tiger orc. Watching Tung Qian sprinting ahead, Wu Yu suddenly reflected on himself. If faced with such a scenario, he would wish fervently that his parents had endowed him with a few extra legs. What on earth are you doing? Hurry up. I'm going to be caught by this creature. Help. Just as the words left his mouth, a thick, clawed hand with sharp black nails seized the hair trailing behind him. Tung Qian instantly pivoted, his claws slicing through the strands. And he swiftly darted to Yuan Lang's side. Don't ask him why. His instinctive reaction in the face of danger is always to seek out his leader. The Shun Yuan, upon witnessing such a multitude of males, appeared momentarily stunned, but only for a brief moment before an ear-splitting roar of excitement erupted throughout the forest. This reaction, Wu Yu pondered, stroking her chin, and found her thoughts akin to a dream where the entire entertainment industry became her harem. Startled by her own conjecture, she adjusted her jaw, which felt as if it might dislocate, silently urging it to remain resilient. This obedient ape was indeed ambitious and aspirational. Was this not the legendary interspecies harem, or rather, romance? The orcs, seemingly offended by the ape's gaze, manifested sharp claws. Showing no regard for her as a female, they charged in, launching a collective assault. However, impulsiveness led to an unfortunate outcome. The ape held its ground among ferocious beasts, not merely due to brute strength, but also owing to formidable prowess. Infuriated by the unruly harem, its palm, larger than a fan, swiftly struck an orc. The speed was such that Wu Yu only glimpsed a fleeting shadow before hearing a muffled groan behind her. The orc had been smashed against a colossal tree, blood oozing from its mouth. The crowd gasped, while Tung Qian remained silent. Fellow tribesmen, do not falter. Consider the consequences of failure. After speaking, he shivered slightly. Encouraged, the previously astonished orcs now seemed ablaze with fervor, roaring as they lunged at the ape. Their choice was clear: either they vanquish it, or it would surely vanquish them. In the distance, a group of middle-aged orcs lay in ambush among the branches, stifling their laughter. Indeed, he bears a resemblance to his father. I recall our first hunting expedition. That ape had taken a liking to me as well, chuckled Ting Qian's father, prompting the other middle-aged orcs to stifle their giggles. Perhaps it was a reunion of the next generation, they mused. Below the tree, Wu Yu was taken aback. A reunion of the next generation? Is this some melodramatic tale of unrequited love, where your father has wronged me, and you are here to atone? Startled by her own vivid imagination, she shuddered. The battle intensified. Orcs were repeatedly flung aside, yet they kept rising to charge again. Wu Yu, puzzled, glanced around and noticed that Yuan Lang had mysteriously vanished. Had he taken refuge in some hidden spot to spectate? Draw this creature over here. Tung Kuen's voice echoed from behind. Wu Yu turned to follow the sound, only to see Yuan Lang and Tung Kuen standing there, their faces covered in dirt, continuously waving at the orcs. Perhaps having heard his voice, the orcs began to methodically guide the Shun Yuan towards the two men. The robust physicality of the Shun Yuan endowed it with formidable combat prowess, yet regrettably, its intelligence appeared to be quite lacking. It followed behind the orcs towards Yuan Lang and Tung Kuen. The younger orcs seemed to have conferred beforehand, as they refrained from engaging in direct confrontation with the Shun Yuan, opting instead to intermittently harass it, almost as if they were leading it into a trap. Indeed, when the Shun Yuan roared and leapt to attack one of the orcs, it landed not on solid ground, but in a deep pit filled with sharp wooden stakes. It was unclear how Yuan Lang and Tung Kuen had excavated such a hole, but it was evidently deep enough to accommodate two Shun Yuans. The injured Shun Yuan emitted a series of furious roars that echoed through the forest. The orcs howled in celebration. Yuan Lang raised his hand to interrupt their revelry. Quickly dispose of this creature and check for a crystal core. We must leave swiftly. If we attract a horde of Shun Yuan, we will be in grave trouble. The orcs nodded in agreement, and as they faced the trapped Shun Yuan, which was covered in wounds, they all revealed sinister smiles. This is what you get for targeting us. Go to hell. Despite the Shun Yuan's strength, it succumbed to the orc's grasp in a short time, soon crying out in anguish as it drew its last breath. Tung Kuen laughed heartily as he jumped into the pit. Leave the search for the crystal core to me. The young orcs anxiously formed a circle around the edge of the pit, watching as Tung Kuen struggled to turn the Shun Yuan's body over, his claws probing its chest. After a moment, he raised his head with a somewhat stiff expression. Seeing this, the orcs felt a wave of disappointment. It's fine. It's not common to find a crystal core on the first few tries. I heard from my father and the others that they had to hunt many ferocious beasts to obtain cores. Exactly. We haven't hunted nearly enough yet. Once we rest up, we can fight again. Observing the orcs encouraging one another, Wu Yu smiled gently. Suddenly, an unexpectedly boisterous laugh erupted from the pit, leaving the orcs dumbfounded as they turned to look at Tung Kuen. He stood there, his right hand stained with blood, triumphantly holding a white crystal. Its size and shape were so familiar to Wu Yu, it was unmistakably a crystal core. So, Tung Kuen had intentionally feigned difficulty. How infuriating. Yet the surrounding orcs seemed unconcerned with his antics, their faces alight with excitement as they eagerly pulled him up. Surprises always arrive unannounced. Before Tung Kuen could bask in his glory, the orcs suddenly changed their demeanor, each one shaking their fists and rushing towards him. Hearing Tung Kuen's cries of despair amidst the crowd, Wu Yu could only lament how fleeting moments of joy can be. Upon returning to the cave, the elder orc gathered the young orcs together to discuss the mistakes they had made during the hunt. This scene reminded Wu Yu of his past experiences in school. However, the education here was far more brutal, as one grew through repeated perilous trials, often at the cost of limbs or even their lives. Little female, do you have any pain-relieving herbs? That annoyingly familiar voice belonged to none other than Tung Kuen. Wu Yu turned to look at him, amusement flickering in his eyes. I recall that during the attack on the Shun Yuan, you didn't even get hurt on your face? Tung Kuen pulled at the corners of his mouth. It's these shameless beasts. They say one shouldn't hit the face, but they must be jealous of my good looks. He grumbled in indignation. Wu Yuamal. This foolish pig seems to harbor some misconceptions about himself. The matter of good looks is of no concern to you, is it? With a resigned shake of his head, Wu Yuamal rose and retrieved several herbs from his basket. These herbs, when crushed and their juices extracted, will alleviate the pain when applied to the affected area, and relief will come shortly. He then gestured toward the swelling and bruising on the pig's face. However, these marks will take until tomorrow to fade. Tung Qian, the pig, wore a most amiable smile. Thank you, dear lioness. Wu Yu wore a mask of indifference, not believing for a moment that I was unaware of her desire to call me Lionhead. In the following days, the young orcs ventured out to partake in the hunt, while the elder orcs divided into two groups. One group accompanied the young hunters, while the other took Wu Yu to gather herbs, simultaneously seeking information about the ferocious beasts. The last hunt had been particularly perilous, leaving Wu Yu with a sense of caution that compelled her to remain uninvolved. The orcs drew their strength from battle. Only through relentless training and advancement in combat could they grow ever stronger, a stark contrast to her own practice of witchcraft. Deep within the forest, the herbs revealed by the overseer astonished Wu Yu, an inexperienced companion. They were truly of a variety that defied imagination. There was no herb it could not produce. Seizing the opportunity while the orcs scoured the area, Wu Yu collected a significant number of herbs, discreetly stowing them away in her system space. Overseer, please organize these herbs for me and compile a compendium of herbal lore from the beast realm, marking the locations as well. The system replied in a sulky tone within her mind. Dear host, are you attempting to have your cake and eat it too? Due to your stinginess, I have not savored any delightful system-provided treats for quite some time. After assisting you in identifying such a plethora of herbs, can you not spare a thought for me? Treating me as something more than a mere cat or dog. Wu Yu let out a cold snort. Do not presume that I am unaware. In our previous transactions, you certainly profited handsomely. Do not feign pity. The system, with its waist so plump it was practically invisible, bounced around the interface, exclaiming, Host, you are truly heartless. I must remind you, being stingy is unwise. Our friendship's little vessel may capsize at any moment. Wu Yu, let us turn the page. For the great wheel of love is hardly as steadfast as one might hope. Even the Titanic met its tragic end. What are you still yearning for? Tongzi. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it was due to my conversation with Tongzi that Wu Yu failed to notice the encroaching stillness that enveloped them. Aside from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, the songs of insects and birds had mysteriously vanished. Come closer to us, little female. Yun Qi's voice suddenly broke the silence, prompting Wu Yu to acknowledge the unusual atmosphere. Her brow furrowing with concern. Uncle, is there a ferocious beast nearby? She inquired softly. Yun Qi's expression turned grave. We are yet uncertain of its nature, but the sensation is decidedly perilous. Only 3 middle-aged beastmen had emerged alongside them, and with Wu Yu's lack of combat prowess, the prospect of encountering a formidable beast left their spirits dampened. Tongzi, please retrieve that vial of poison from my space. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu. What the hell? What does it mean? It's just so bewildering. The orc crowd remained silent. Yuan Shi took a moment to regain his voice. Wu Yu, have you offended this Shun Yuan? Wu Yu chuckled softly. Uncle, you truly overestimate my significance. After all, this is our first encounter. However, despite the absurdity of the thought, she couldn't help but entertain a possibility. Could it be that these agile beasts regarded her as a companion for all the beastmen? Beyond that notion, she struggled to conceive of any other explanation. With a wry smile, she murmured, as the saying goes, why should women make things difficult for one another? If you have matters to discuss, you could easily approach those nearby instead of directing such hostility towards me. Beside her, a few middle-aged beastmen warriors wore expressions of deep discontent, responding, little female, as a member of the team. It is essential for you to divert some of the attention of the agile beasts on our behalf. Will you chuckle bitterly? This is no trivial matter. A few individuals were engaged in conversation, while the two dominant apes across the way were vociferously thumping their robust chests, striding over with their powerful legs. Yet, amidst the shifting gait, the stark contrast in treatment between the male and female was unmistakable. When glancing at the middle-aged beastmen, the demeanor was undoubtedly gentle and mild. However, when turning her gaze towards her, it transformed into a tempestuous storm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu gazed with a profound weariness at the approaching Shun Yuan, pondering. Have you ever witnessed a case of abduction where the bride is taken away as well? That would surely spell doom. The system responded with silence. Although my exposure to television dramas is limited, this notion resonates deeply with me. It seems these two Shun Yuan are habitual offenders, effectively sealing off every possible escape route for the group, their demeanor exuding an unwavering determination to seize the flesh of the few beastmen alongside Wu Yu's very life. Dog host, the system urged, this is not the time for lamenting misfortune. You must devise a means to escape with your life. The system expressed its desire to savor its little garments and snacks further, unwilling to meet an untimely end, yearning for survival. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu glanced at the backpack beside him, wondering how on earth anything could possibly fit inside without sticking out. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a shout, Wu Yu swiftly darted to the side. The orcs exclaimed in disbelief. If you fear death, that is one thing. But what assistance can you provide? Can you merely stand by and chant 666? The combat prowess of several middle-aged orcs was formidable, their synergy starkly more refined compared to the younger orcs of the previous day, displaying a deeper understanding of the Shun Yuan. As they coordinated their efforts, they continuously inflicted wounds upon the two Shun Yuan. Although they sustained some minor injuries, their performance was significantly superior to that of the younger orcs from yesterday. Yuan Qi, realizing the unsustainable nature of their situation, remarked, "This cannot continue. Our stamina will gradually deplete." The voice of the middle-aged orc trembled slightly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yuan Qi's countenance mirrored his concern as he contemplated the dire consequences of being captured by the Shun Yuan. No. If captured, better to take my own life. In the quiet of May, Wu Yu discreetly extracted the small bow and arrows from her basket. It seemed the system was indeed somewhat unreliable. The diminutive bow was aptly named, being scarcely longer than her forearm. Yet, gazing at the 10 rather crude arrows within the basket, she found herself devoid of even the inclination to jest. Was this truly a reflection of the society that produced such rudimentary tools? Both the bow and arrows bore a distinctly primitive appearance. Carefully, she retrieved a vial containing poison and immersed one of the arrows within it for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Wu Yu knocked the arrow to her bowstring. With unwavering focus, she aimed at a wound on one of the colossal monkey-like creatures, which appeared to have been inflicted by the claws of beastmen, oozing blood profusely. Strangely, the massive creature seemed oblivious to its injury, continuing to swing its enormous arms in attack against the middle-aged beastmen. The shameless creature dared to attempt my demise. Let us see who perishes first. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Wu Yu's heart tightened, she realized she had been discovered. In a hurry, She retrieved another arrow and dipped it into poison before drawing her bow once more, aiming at the Shun Yuan. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The Shun Yuan completely disregarded the arrow, which was barely the length of its palm, and turned to launch another attack. To Wu Yu's dismay, as it turned around, it brazenly wiggled its rear, effortlessly brushing the arrow aside. The fervor of its departure clashed starkly with the rawness of the outcome. Gazing at the arrow, now lying in the grass, having been dismissed by the Shun Yuan, she couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. What is this? She pondered. Just as Yuan Qi, who had leaped to evade the Shun Yuan's assault and was about to bend down to retrieve the arrow, Wu Yu's expression changed dramatically upon seeing him. She urgently called out, "Uncle Yuan Qi, the blackened tip of that arrow is poisoned. When you fight, aim to wound the Shun Yuan with that arrow. Perhaps we might still have a glimmer of hope." The other Beastmen rejoiced at her words. Yuan Qi casually grabbed a vine to wrap around his hand and picked up the poisoned arrow with determination, rejoining the fray. Yet, the arrow, despite its venom, was no match for the Beastman's claws. Time and again, Yuan Qi's arrow glided harmlessly across the Shun Yuan's fur, failing to inflict any damage. "Uncle, target its vulnerable spots," Wu Yu urged. In a state of urgency, Wu Yu accidentally released the arrow in her hand. The familiar sound of slicing wind emerged. And although the Shun Yuan initially intended to disregard it, the proximity of the arrow caused its fur to bristle with alarm. However, it was already too late. The sharp arrow pierced directly through, eliciting a brief, furious roar from the Shun Yuan, which swiftly transformed into anguished cries, witnessing the tragic fate of its companion. Another Shun Yuan appeared startled, instinctively retreating several steps and peering cautiously from behind a large tree, fearful that it might be the next unfortunate victim. A group of middle-aged orcs stood in disbelief, gazing at the black arrow that had lodged itself in the Shun Yuan's vulnerable spot. They exchanged complex glances with Wu Yu, and Yuan Qi suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So, the weak point you mentioned, Moon, is indeed the rear." "Wu Yu, no, please allow me to explain. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. I merely slipped my hand." After a brief pause, as the palm-sized wooden stick failed to reappear, the previously timid monkey swiftly leaped from behind the tree. It first scanned its surroundings, seemingly sensing the current harmonious atmosphere, and then let out a series of cries as it charged once more towards several middle-aged orcs. The speed and momentum it displayed suggested a readiness to seize one and make a quick escape. Yuan Qi and the others quickly evaded. "Wu Yu, fire another arrow." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu swiftly handed over the arrows soaked in venom, cautioning, "Beware of the poison." The orc responded with a low grunt, knocking the bow and releasing the arrow in a seamless, skilled, and impressive manner. As the arrow flew forth, the nearby Shun Yuan emitted a piercing cry of distress. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, at this moment. Wu Yu followed closely behind him, her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed at the two lifeless Shun Yuan. "Quickly, let us see if there are any crystal cores within them," she exclaimed, her tone brimming with anticipation. Yuan Lang cast her a bemused glance and replied, "If these two Shun Yuan possess crystal cores, they shall all be yours." Upon his words, not a single Beastman objected. They all understood that both the peculiar wooden stick and the poison used to slay the Shun Yuan were crafted by the little female, one of whom she had personally dispatched. Yuan Lang then stepped aside to retrieve a notably sharp stone, resolutely approaching the Shun Yuan, summoning all his strength to make a downward stroke. The scene was undeniably gruesome. Yet, what astonished the Beastmen most was the revelation that both Shun Yuan contained crystal cores within their bodies. In May, with a smile, she took two crystal cores from Yuan Lang's hand, playing with them for a moment before returning one to him. "Although my poison and small arrows contributed to the demise of these two Shun monkeys, the most crucial factor was your ability to restrain them, which afforded me the opportunity." She chuckled. "I truly need a crystal core at the moment, so I shamelessly accept this one." The orc warriors chuckled in response. Naturally, orc warriors will seize crystal cores through battle, yet we cannot disregard the kindness of the little female. With that, they playfully raised an eyebrow at Yuan Lang. "Enough chatter. Take the crystal core and leave swiftly. Do you intend to wait here for the ferocious beast army?" Yuan Qi's voice rang out, glancing at the crystal core in his offspring's hand, feeling a twinge of discontent. This ungrateful little rascal hasn't even touched a single crystal core during our outing. Perhaps due to the young orcs encountering numerous ferocious beasts today, injuries among them were also prevalent. However, thankfully, their expedition was not in vain. May's basket of medicinal herbs was still adequately stocked. After tending to the wounds of all the orc warriors, she surprisingly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and laid down in her grassy nest, drifting into slumber. During this time, Yuan Lang entered once, covering her with some dry grass before heading out to join the other orcs for their meal. Yet, this leisurely existence for the orcs did not last long. One day, while sorting herbs in the cave, May suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. The orcs have returned. She glanced at the sky. It was still early in the day. However, she soon discerned the reason for their return. Tunkuin was carrying an orc whose body appeared to have been severely burned by fire. The sight was alarming, causing May to shudder. Such grievous injuries. Could there have been a forest fire nearby? The atmosphere in the cave grew tense, and the faces of the orcs were grim. Several others, though not as severely burned as that orc, bore significant injuries as well. In light of this situation, we can only return to the tribe. Hoping he can hold on, Yuanqi's voice was laden with bitterness. Although loss of life during each hunt is unavoidable, when this reality confronts everyone, they all seem reluctant to face it. Uncle Yuanqi, should we apply some herbs to this orc warrior first? Wu Yu murmured. The atmosphere within the cave was exceedingly oppressive. She recalled the last time she foraged for herbs, when the master had mentioned several plants capable of treating burns. Yuan Qi shook his head. The injuries on his body were inflicted by a ferocious beast possessing innate skills. Such wounds could only be remedied with potions brewed using witchcraft. Applying ordinary herbs directly would lead to the rotting of the wounds. Wu Yu was taken aback. Potions brewed with witchcraft? Yuan Qi merely nodded, offering no further explanation. At that moment, the master's frustration resurfaced. Host, you must have been a poor student in your past life. Which potions involve gradually infusing the witchcraft energy from within you into the medicinal brew during the preparation process. Do you understand now? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Will you nodded? Then I shall give it a try. If I succeed, perhaps I can save the life of an orc. Exiting the cave, she set up a rudimentary stove outside and placed the humble stone pot she had been using upon it. The act of channeling her magical energy, usually a simple task, now presented her with considerable difficulty. Each time her energy mingled with the potion, it dissipated. The atmosphere within the cave remained tense. As the orc finally succumbed to fever by evening, let us depart tomorrow. He has already begun to burn with fever. If we delay any longer, it may truly be too late. The orcs solemnly voiced their concerns. At that moment, Wu Yu, her small face smeared with darkness, entered carrying the stone pot. Yuan Lang, who had just returned from foraging outside, hurried forward to take the scalding pot from her hands, frowning as he remarked, "You should have summoned the orcs to carry it." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. On the pitch-black little face of Wu Yu, a confident smile emerged, though it remained unseen by others. This is the witch medicine, which I had painstakingly experimented with for an entire afternoon. Although it may not be as refined as that crafted by a true witch, it should suffice. The melodious voice of the young female resonated through the cave, causing the orcs to freeze in astonishment, as if they had heard something truly extraordinary. Tung Qian pinched his younger brother beside him and forced a laugh while glancing at Wu Yu. Are you saying this contains witch medicine? He suddenly sprang to his feet and strode purposefully towards the cave's entrance. Could it be that a witch has passed through here? With that, he made to investigate. And Yuan Lang followed suit, his gaze deep and contemplative as he stepped outside. Wu Yu cast a bemused glance at them before turning to Yuan Qi and saying, Uncle Yuan Qi must have encountered a shamanic remedy. Why not come and take a look? Yuan Qi felt a tremor deep within his being, his heart and soul quaking in trepidation as he approached, almost in a daze. He first glanced at the small female beside him, then took a deep breath, cautiously lifting the large leaf that covered the stone pot. Indeed, the brown medicinal liquid shimmered with a faint yellow halo, a manifestation of the yellow tear shamanic power. In a moment of surprise, he fumbled, and the leaf slipped from his grasp, landing directly back in the stone pot. The pupils of the orc constricted in an instant. His throat felt parched, and he stammered, his lips parting in disbelief as he turned to the small female. Will you are a shaman. The last word emerged as a mere whisper, almost a groan from his throat, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every orc within the cave. A shaman, a small female, whom they had regarded as merely knowledgeable about rudimentary herbs, was indeed a shaman. At that moment, Tung Qian entered the cave. Having overheard Uncle Yuan Chi's revelation, he felt as though the ground had been pulled from beneath him. If the small female truly ascended to the esteemed status of a shaman, what of him? The orc who had always belittled her and mockingly referred to her as Lionhead, a sense of impending doom washed over him, and he could only hope that she would overlook his past indiscretions. Will you small, ebony face revealed a faint smile as she nodded and said, I only succeeded in breaking through the day before I left the tribe. She then gestured toward the medicinal broth simmering in the stone pot. We should administer the witch's potion to the orc warriors as soon as possible. My magical power is limited, and I cannot sustain it for long. All witch medicines possess a certain time constraint akin to an expiration date. Once the magical essence within dissipates, the efficacy will differ vastly from when it is infused with magical energy. After speaking, she wiped her darkened face and added, I will go wash my face first. I entrust the task of administering the medicine to you, Uncle Yuanqi. With that, she turned and departed from the cave. As Wu Yu departed, the atmosphere within the cave erupted instantaneously. The orcs rushed to the stone platform, standing a meter away from the unassuming little pot, craning their necks to peer inside. Truly, it is the power of a shaman. Has our tribe produced another shaman? One orc, with a foolish grin, appeared utterly daft. The surrounding orcs seemed dazed, oblivious to the passage of time. Could it be that the arrival of the young female in our snow tiger tribe has enabled us to acquire food, thus awakening the shamanic power? The orcs murmured in disbelief. Nonsense. The females in the tribe have always been well fed before maturity. Why have none awakened their shamanic powers? Regardless of food, the young female now belongs to our snow tiger tribe, and we have yet another shaman. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Upon hearing this, the orcs fell silent, the cave enveloped in an eerie stillness. Soon, however, raucous laughter erupted within the cavern. The orcs exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mischievous delight. I eagerly anticipate the reactions of the orcs from the other 3 tribes when they learn that we have produced another shaman. Hee, I too look forward to it. Roar. Howl. The sensation of having a shaman in our ranks is simply exhilarating. AMU no longer needs to worry about my safety. Just as the orc's excited voice faded, a melodious voice from the young female rang out at the cave entrance. Worry is still warranted. After all, my shamanic power is still minimal. Should you lose an arm or a leg, I may not be able to heal you. The orc was taken aback. Young female. Shaman? That surely cannot be considered a spell. Young female shaman? What a peculiar title. Wu Yu chuckled, shaking her head. Do not fret. It is merely a jest among kin. The young female remained as adorable and playful as ever, even referring to them as family. The orcs erupted into silly laughter, as if a circle of large golden retrievers stood before them, each one adorably foolish. Yet one among them appeared somewhat darker. Upon recognizing the black orc, Wu Yu felt a wave of frustration. The 2 dark orcs beside the injured one chuckled, scratching their noses. We thought it best to involve them in this joyous occasion. So tell me, you 2 simpletons, what deep-seated grudge do you hold against this orc? Quickly place him in a bed of grass. His injuries are severe, and he cannot be moved carelessly. Wu Yu sighed helplessly. The 2 orcs, realizing that their companion was gravely injured, hurriedly assisted him in lying down in the grass nest. At that moment, a faint, intermittent sound resembling the buzzing of flies echoed through the otherwise tranquil cave, reaching the ears of everyone present. The sound of Wu was so frail that it caused the orcs to instinctively hold their breath. The injured orc's eyes remained closed, not out of unwillingness to open them, but rather because his eyelids, scorched by a fierce beast's attack, had become stuck together. The 2 syllables he uttered were only possible because he had strained to part his lips, which were glued shut by flesh and blood. At this moment, fresh blood trickled down from his darkened lips. Suddenly, silence enveloped the cave. Wu Yu felt a pang of sorrow swelling in her chest, and tears began to well up in her eyes. In her heart, she believed that enhancing her strength was essential for survival in a world where one had to fight desperately even for sustenance. Yet, in that instant, it seemed as if something within her was fermenting, an inexplicable emotion accumulating in her heart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu, her eyes weary and swollen, rose abruptly. Quickly, set him down, she urged. With that, she turned and exited, returning with a clean leaf fashioned into a funnel. Kneeling beside the orc, she carefully inserted it into the gap of his open mouth, preparing to administer the medicine. Just as Yuan Lang entered the cave, he raised an eyebrow at her words and approached the stone platform. Kneeling on the opposite side of the grassy nest while holding a crude wooden spoon, the two worked in unison, diligently feeding the orc the entire contents of the medicinal concoction from the stone pot, spoonful by spoonful. Once he consumed the herbal infusion, the heat coursing through his body would gradually subside. With great caution, she extracted the leaf from the orc's mouth, ensuring not a single drop spilled onto his skin. Perhaps due to the prolonged squatting, she stumbled slightly upon rising. A large hand reached out beside her, steadying her arm. Be careful, he cautioned. The orc's bare chest contrasted with Wu Yu's simple tank top, their skin touching, and the warmth of the orc's palm was searing. Wu Yu's body trembled slightly as she cast a grateful glance at Yuan Lang. Thank you, she said, then unexpectedly grasped the orc's arm to ease her numbed legs. After a moment, she stood upright, declaring, all set. Observing her actions, the orc chuckled softly and gradually released his hold. The broth had been infused with soothing herbs, causing the orc's breathing to steadily become more tranquil. Wu Yu gazed at Yuan Shi and said, Uncle, in order to treat his wounds, I am in need of several herbs. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. You are a shaman, more knowledgeable than us in the art of healing. If you require specific herbs, the orcs can escort you outside to search for them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu compelled himself to ignore the occasional pained groans of the orc, while his mind persistently confirmed with the system the location of the herbs he needed to seek the following day. At dawn the next morning, Wu Yu rose early to assess the orc's condition. It was evident that the witch's remedy from the previous day had taken effect, as the orc exhibited no adverse symptoms. System, if we venture out for a day, he will be fine, won't he? The system adjusted the bow on its new attire and solemnly nodded. Rest assured, host. This marks your first step on the path of grandeur. I shall not hinder your progress. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu immediately felt a sense of relief as she stirred the wooden stick, gradually infusing the pale yellow witchcraft energy she had gathered into the medicinal soup. She had never been a foolish person, and crafting potions was certainly within her capabilities. Although her learning experience yesterday had been somewhat arduous, today, the process of potion making had become considerably simpler, taking less than half the time it had the day before. Is it ready? The deep voice of the orc came from behind her, startling Wu Yu, who nearly dropped the wooden stick into the small stone pot. A flicker of amusement crossed Yuan Lang's eyes as he stepped forward, grasping both the wooden stick and Wu Yu's hand in his own. Enveloped by his warm grip, Wu Yu felt a layer of fine sweat begin to form on her palm. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she sensed that Yuan Lang had been rather flirtatious these past few days. Regaining her composure, she smiled gently at the towering orc. It's ready. We can serve it to him once it cools down a bit. Initially, she had intended to ask Uncle Yuan Shi to find two orcs to assist in administering the potion to the orc, just as she and Yuan Lang had done the previous day. However, the robust orc warriors demonstrated a rather clumsy approach, proving that strength does not always equate to skill, which was indeed frustrating. After administering the medicinal soup, Wu Yu strapped on her small backpack and set off with Yuan Lang and the others to search for the additional herbs required for healing. Since their mission was solely to gather herbs, they avoided the territories of ferocious beasts. This time, the guiding spirit had been unexpectedly helpful, leading them to the growth locations of the herbs. By nightfall, they had successfully collected all the necessary ingredients. However, they had ventured too far and would likely be unable to return to the cave that night. We shall rest here tonight, one of the orcs said, as they settled down beside a robust bear beast lying on the ground. Upon entering the dark cave, all of them frowned in unison. The odor within the bear's lair was unbearable, a pungent stench that invaded their nostrils, even causing Wu Yue, who typically had a less sensitive sense of smell, to feel overwhelmed. Goodness, this is unbearable. I feel like I'm suffocating. Tung Qian was the first to voice his complaint, his expression contorted in disgust. The cave was not deep, and several orcs began to clear away the remnants of the bear's meals and other refuse. Surprisingly, Tung Qian was quite industrious, going outside to gather a large handful of grass to lay over the cleaned ground. Then, to the astonishment of the other orcs, he removed a piece of animal hide from his body and spread it over the grass, creating a surprisingly comfortable nest. Tung Qian, where did this concern for comfort come from? The orcs questioned, puzzled. In the past, during hunts, they would simply find a spot to sleep without such considerations. Tung Qian chuckled, and amidst the curious gazes of his companions, he approached Wu Yue, saying, Wu Yue, I've prepared a nest for you. Though it's not made of dry grass, it's topped with clean animal hide and quite soft. His eyes gleamed with eagerness to please. Of course, he had reason to be eager for her approval. Heaven knows how many times he had faced her wrath in the past. Wu Yue naturally discerned his subtle intentions and, with a hint of amusement, remarked, in truth, you need not be this way. I am not a petty person. When you act small-minded, it is unbecoming. Tongzi timely interjected with a sharp retort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yue smiled and nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude. Afterward, she casually settled onto the soft grass nest with her small backpack. Surprisingly, despite the orcs' somewhat clumsy demeanor, the bedding they provided was remarkably comfortable. Just then, a few orcs who had gone out to handle the hunt returned. The leader, Yuan Lang, immediately noticed the familiar beast skin beneath Wu Yue. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. In his hand, he held several tender fruits, glistening with droplets of water. The orcs in the cave had already ventured out to feast on the meat. Having endured a day of tension, they too desired to enjoy their meal and rest. Yuan Lang approached Wu Yue and offered her the fruits, saying, These are freshly picked from the forest, quite sweet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yue paused, gnawing on the fruit, and looked at him with confusion. A special beastman? Yuan Lang nodded. Yes. A beastman with a specific purpose, like him. With the animal skin, there must be a reason. My aim is you. Meanwhile, Tung Qian, returning from his meal outside the cave, was ready to increase his favor with the future shaman before sleep. But he found the animal skin beneath Wu Yue's feet oddly familiar. At that moment, wrapped around the slender body of the little female was a soft, clean, and strikingly white animal skin, far superior to his own. Damn, which unscrupulous individual has extinguished my last shred of survival instinct? He turned to his companions behind him, wondering who had so carelessly given their animal skin to the little female as a footrest. Tung Qian, come out and patrol. But before he could voice his inquiry, the voice of their leader rang out from outside the cave. With a pitiful glance at Wu Yue, who had already closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, he dejectedly stepped outside. Outside the cave, a tall and handsome beastman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the moonlight filtering through the branches, casting dappled shadows. Yuan Lang turned his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he reached for Tung Qian's shoulder. Come here. I need to discuss something with you. Thinking it was something important from their leader, Tung Qian nodded solemnly and followed. Moments later, a somewhat disillusioned beastman walked out behind Yuan Lang. The patrolling beastmen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. You two have gone too far this time. Yuan Lang maintained his composure, saying, if we were nearby, it would be troublesome if the Shun Yuan found us. A few beastmen paused, then recalled the male nightmare, Shun Yuan, and nodded resolutely. You're right. We will keep our distance. Tung Qian, however, looked meaningfully at his commander. Boss, I finally understand why you didn't like the princess. Yuan Lang turned, raising an eyebrow. Oh, why? Tung Qian winked lewdly, grinning. Because you prefer interspecies relationships. Ouch. Thus, in the dark of night, amidst the rustling leaves and chirping insects, a series of mournful, oppressive wails jolted the beastmen within the cave awake. The familiar sounds of pleas echoed. The beastmen's green eyes in the dark cave sparkled with curiosity. It sounded like Teng Qian. Given the intensity of the cries, it was evident he was being roughened up. As the long night stretched on, sleep became an impossibility. Might as well join in on the excitement. Consequently, the previously crowded cave was left with only 2 Beastmen, who were there to protect Wu Yu, and the one they were protecting. What on earth did Teng Qian do to provoke Yuan Lang? The Beastmen huddled behind a large tree, quietly observing the scene of the grand spectacle, each discussing animatedly. Teng Kuan, also hiding behind the tree, shook his head at his commander's fierce demeanor. That fool must have done something to seriously upset the boss. He shrank his head back. During such critical moments, one must ensure their own safety while enjoying the show. Life as a Beastman is not easy, so cherish it. Suddenly, the serene forest was interrupted by a series of beastly roars, startling everyone, including Yuan Lang, who was mercilessly tormenting Teng Qian, the latter being punished. And even the snow tiger beastmen hiding behind the tree, as well as Wu Yu in the cave. Yuan Lang's striking features were obscured in the darkness, his low voice providing solace to the others. Teng Qian, leave a few behind to protect the little female. The rest of you, follow me to investigate. The beastmen swiftly sprang into action, and Wu Yu, draped in the white animal skin, stood at the cave entrance. Be careful. The beastmen responded with radiant smiles, turning to follow Yuan Lang towards the source of the sound. The little female might not have understood the earlier sounds, but the beastmen recognized them as the cries of the Flying Eagle tribe. While there were often minor conflicts among the tribes in the Arctic forest, the ferocious beasts were a common enemy for all beastmen. In recent years, as the weather grew increasingly harsh, favoring the proliferation of ferocious beasts, their numbers began to threaten the survival of the beastmen. Thus, the tribes had a mutual agreement. During hunting season in the Arctic forest, they would unite against any beast attacks. Yuan Lang felt the tremors intensifying. Battle was imminent. The expressions of the beastmen darkened, for the survival rate of the Flying Eagle tribe was the highest in the Arctic forest. They could take flight when danger arose, while flying beasts were relatively scarce. Particularly on the outskirts of such dense woods, the likelihood of encountering aerial beasts was alarmingly low. Moreover, the initial call did not resemble the roar of a flying beast at all. Bang! Another heavy thud echoed, mingled with the roars of the beastmen. As the heavy object slid along, it was about to crash into a large tree when a shadow darted from the dark to catch it. The rescued beastman coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, the metallic scent of blood quickly permeating the forest. The snow tiger beastmen finally caught sight of the battlefield ahead, a pack of unicorn wolves. They couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Flying Eagle beastmen, as these unicorn wolves were notorious for their shamelessness. Their innate abilities allowed them to unleash flames from their horns, which could burn over a considerable distance. The Snow Tiger tribe's warrior had been injured by these very unicorn wolves just days prior. Moreover, the unicorn wolves excelled at ambush tactics. The sight of the Flying Eagle tribe's beastmen being roasted like helpless chickens was clear evidence they had been sneak attacked by these unscrupulous creatures. Leave one to protect him. The rest follow me. We won't engage head-on. We'll find an opportunity to retreat. Yuan Lang understood that their numbers were no match for the pack of unicorn wolves. However, one fortunate aspect was that it took time to unleash the unicorn wolves' innate skills. The Snow Tiger tribe divided into 2 groups, one to harass from the rear, while the other seized the chance to rescue the already weakened Flying Eagle tribe beastmen. Just then, a Snow Tiger beastman came galloping from afar. Yuan Lang, they're coming. Hearing this, Yuan Lang's lips curled into a cunning smile as he instantly transformed into his beast form. Roar! Little ones, prepare to retreat. At that moment, the group of unicorn wolves, caught up in their frenzy, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The lead wolf gave a puzzled howl, its massive rear end shrinking back. For some reason, it felt a strange sense of unease. Roar! Roar! The chorus of Snow Tiger beastmen's roars rang out in front of the unicorn wolves, each cry louder than the last. The leader of the unicorn wolves couldn't help but laugh. They were wondering where the beasts were hiding, only to have them expose themselves. Oh, let out a long howl. Little ones, charge. Capture a beastman, and great rewards await. Oh, I want the thigh. The meat is firmer. Oh, woo. I desire the upper body. I relish the taste of necks, and the flavor of claws is quite delightful as well. The pack of unicorn wolves grew exhilarated, each drooling as they pursued the fleeing Snow Tiger beastman. Yet, surprises often arrive unexpectedly. Just as they were howling, on the verge of seizing their coveted prey, a formidable wave of terrifying giant apes appeared before them. Recognizing that familiar silhouette, and inhaling the well-known scent, the unicorn wolves came to a synchronized halt. Those whose brakes failed even resorted to using their hindquarters to stop. After a moment of stunned silence, they tucked their tails and scurried back, howling in panic. Hurry, boss. A horde of thieving apes ahead is utterly terrifying. Their green eyes are enough to frighten any wolf. The lead wolf, poised to leap from the stone platform in a grandiose manner to reunite with his younger brethren, was suddenly jolted by the chilling cries of his pack. With a startled yelp, he dashed in the opposite direction. Quickly, little ones, follow me. In comparison to the dozen Beastman males and the throng of unicorn wolves, the thieving apes, though unable to count, were certainly capable of assessing scale. The stampede of unicorn wolves was thunderous, and capturing such a sizable group would suffice to sustain many offspring. The decision to abandon the least formidable Beastmen was made decisively, as they excitedly chased after the wolf pack. With the presence of the thieving apes, and not just one, the forest fell into an eerie silence, devoid of even the call of a male bird. Yuan Lang's lips curled into a slight smile. Bring them along, and hastened back to the cave. Wu Yu and the others did not rest any longer. Instead, they remained seated in the cave, awaiting developments. The sounds of the forest abruptly ceased following a tremor, leaving everyone with a sense of unease and apprehension. A roar echoed from the vicinity of the cave, the call of the snow tiger Beastmen. Though not loud, it was sufficiently audible for the clansmen within the cave. A glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of Tung Qian and his companions. Yuan Lang and the others had returned. Wu Yu, clad in animal hides, rose to her feet and followed behind the orcs as they ventured outward. Indeed, in the distance, shrouded in the cloak of night, approached Yuan Lang and his companions, accompanied by a dozen unfamiliar orcs. Wu Yu realized that these must be the orcs from the falcon tribe they had spoken of earlier. Is everything well here? Yuan Lang inquired as he approached Wu Yu, somewhat puzzled by his choice to ask her instead of Ting Qian. She soon recalled that she had revealed her identity as a witch in their presence, which made his query less surprising. With a gentle smile, she nodded. Everything is fine on our end, but you all seem a bit disheveled. Have you sustained any injuries? A hint of concern laced her voice, which further uplifted Yuan Lang's spirits. Our kin are unharmed. It is the orcs of the falcon tribe who are injured. Upon hearing the words, Wu Yu turned to gaze at the unfamiliar orcs resting in the clearing before the cave. To his astonishment, half of the orcs were lying there with feeble breaths, their injuries strikingly familiar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu gazed at the orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe, pondering whether they had been ambushed. Thank you, warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe. Several lightly injured orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe stepped forward, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Yuan Lang and his companions. Yuan Lang chuckled softly. Have you also come to hunt the beast course? A tall, lanky orc at the forefront managed a wry smile. Indeed, we arrived here just a few days ago, and we never anticipated such misfortune, encountering an attack from a unicorn wolf. Suddenly, a few orcs behind him poked him in the side, accompanied by hushed exclamations. The orc turned in confusion. What is the matter with you? His kin pointed behind him, exclaiming there is a female. As the words left his lips, the surrounding orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe gazed in astonishment in the direction indicated. At that moment, Wu Yu had stepped out from behind Yuan Lang, draped in a cloak of pristine white fur, rendering her conspicuously visible among the orcs. A female. The orc, evidently a leader of the Flying Eagle tribe, was taken aback. You came to hunt cores yet brought along a female? And a pure human female at that. Had she been an orc female, the orcs would not have been so astonished, for some orc females possess combat prowess that surpasses that of their male counterparts. Yuan Lang smiled gently. Yu is knowledgeable about herbs. We brought her along as a precaution. You are aware, hunting ferocious beasts is a perilous endeavor. Knowledgeable about herbs? The captain of the Flying Eagle tribe's hunting team looked at Wu Yu with sudden intensity. Are you the newly initiated shaman disciple from the Snow Tiger tribe? Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she chuckled lightly. You know me? The orc laughed heartily. Of course. I know you. The disciples of the four tribe shaman are destined to inherit the shamanic positions of their tribes, and they are worthy of the utmost respect from all orcs. He scratched his head a bit shyly. I only learned of your existence because I overheard the chieftain speaking, so I didn't catch your name clearly. I think it was something like a flower or a lump. As he spoke the latter, he cast a somewhat anxious glance at Wu Yu. for it would indeed be rather unflattering for a young female to be called a lump. At that moment, the true lump of the snow tiger tribe suddenly sneezed, calmly rubbing her nose. She scoffed. It must be those little vixens talking ill of me again. Standing before the orc, Wu Yu appeared composed, yet internally, she was nearly bursting with laughter. Goodness, a lump. What a divine name. This orc warrior, given the splendid name you bestowed upon the duo, I have decided to treat you a bit better. A smile graced her face as she said, You remembered correctly, it is indeed a lump. However, she added with a hint of embarrassment, this name isn't particularly pleasant. So I prefer others to call me when private. But when we meet in larger gatherings, it's better if you still address me by my name. The orc looked at her with delight and nodded. Rest assured, we will remember. After all, it wouldn't be fitting for a young female to have such a name, especially since she is a shaman disciple. Nearby, Yuan Lang watched the naive orc being charmed by Wu Yu, feeling inexplicably proud. Truly, she was the clever and astute young female he had chosen, which filled him with satisfaction. Are your kin returning to the tribe for treatment after being injured by the ferocious beast's innate skills? Wu Yu spoke gently, not suggesting assistance in healing, as she had previously stated that she was merely a disciple of the shaman. Moreover, whether the orcs required help was another matter altogether. Yuan Lang turned to the orc, saying, You have far too many injured kin. It is perilous to remain in this dense forest. It would be wiser to accompany us. Wu Yu felt a twinge of confusion regarding Yuan Lang's invitation. They still needed to tend to their own wounded kin, and bringing these orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe back would indeed be quite inconvenient. To be frank, ever since witnessing the enthusiasm of the orcs from the external tribe towards Yi Duo during the last ritual, Wu Yu had resolved to discreetly develop her own abilities. Yuan Lang discreetly cast Wu Yu a meaningful glance before addressing the orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe once more. You are aware that injuries inflicted by the ferocious beast's innate skills cannot heal without the aid of shamanic medicine. The Flying Eagle tribe is not close to this forest. By the time you return to your tribe, it is uncertain how many of your kin will survive. When we departed, the shaman instructed us to bring some medicinal herbs, and you has learned to concoct a remedy for such injuries, which we can provide for your kin. Yuan Lang's words caused the orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe to tear up with gratitude. Thank you so much. The chief was right. The Snow Tiger tribe is indeed the most worthy of friendship in the entire polar forest. The sincerity in the eyes of the orcs was palpable, filled with deep emotion. Meanwhile, we regarded the orc beside her, radiating an aura of purity, with great disdain. She could guarantee that Yuan Lang was certainly not the benevolent soul he appeared to be. Those who harbored ulterior motives like him would have the orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe smilingly count their spoils even as they were sold out. After their discussion, Yuan Lang called over the battered Ting Qian to lead the orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe to food and rest. He then turned to Wu Yu saying, When we return to the canyon, ensure that they do not see you preparing the medicinal herbs. Simply state that it is a potion imbued with shamanic power that the shaman instructed us to bring. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. It was simply irresistible. The following day, the group rose early, packed their belongings and precious herbs, and headed towards the canyon they had previously visited. The few well-meaning tigers from the Snow Tiger tribe, thoroughly influenced by Yuan Lang, eagerly approached to assist in carrying the injured members of the Flying Eagle tribe, providing exceptional service. Had it not been for her awareness of their ulterior motives, Wu Yu might have mistakenly believed she had joined the most virtuous and benevolent tribe in the beast world. However, her current endeavor was to feign kindness while inquiring about the injured, aiming to appear increasingly amiable in the eyes of the Flying Eagle tribe's warriors. In due course, she hoped to secure a place for herself on that eagle's back. As the group stepped into the canyon's territory, they were greeted by several towering beast warriors sprinting towards them. Their smiles were radiant, and they dashed forward with remarkable speed. Tung Qian, wearing a broad smile, approached with the intention of sharing a long-awaited embrace and rekindling their brotherly bond. Yet, he witnessed several warriors flashing their gleaming white teeth as they sped past him, only to halt beside Wu Yu. They offered fruits, presented roasted meat, and one foolishly attempted to woo her with a piece of beast hide he had previously gifted to a young female. How could he endure this? It was one thing to ignore him, but to casually swipe his beast hide in passing was utterly intolerable. Tung Qian's nostrils flared as he fought to contain his anger, but upon locking eyes with his general's profound gaze, he decisively turned away, whistling softly as he made his way towards the caves within the canyon. It was clear that his general harbored ulterior motives towards the young female, and there was no need for him to intervene. Those warriors were doomed, indeed. As anticipated, moments later, the previously eager warriors appeared with massive bundles on their backs, their expressions reflecting their plight, filled with herbs and food. With their drooping faces resembling that of a forlorn puppy, Ting Qian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Just as before, half of their tribe remained in the cave to guard it. Upon seeing Yuan Lang and the others return, the beast warriors hurriedly approached. "You're back. Have you gathered the necessary herbs?" Wu Yu patted the package behind the orc in front of him, stating that everything had been gathered, and after a brief rest, they could commence brewing the herbs. Yuan Lang cast a glance at his two companions, who eagerly led the orc from the Flying Eagle tribe to another cave. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Lang revealed the truth about Wu Yu's concealed identity to the orc warriors. The orc warriors nodded solemnly. It was imperative to keep this a secret. After all, Wu Yu was a prized asset within the tribe. Should the orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe learn that the Snow Tiger tribe had acquired a new shaman, they would undoubtedly send forth their most brutish male to entice her. Consequently, when the orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe finished their preparations and emerged, they found themselves unable to approach the shaman apprentice. The orcs of the Snow Tiger tribe kept their gazes fixed upon her, their faces adorned with smiles, yet brimming with vigilance. Wu Yu distributed the medicinal broth she had prepared for the injured Snow Tiger orc to several orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe. Our tribe's orc warriors had been heated by the burning effect of that unicorn wolf's innate skill. Within the broth, I had infused a potion provided by the shaman, which could prevent them from overheating. The orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe gratefully accepted it, carefully administering the broth to their kin. The orc warriors who had ventured out for hunting had yet to return. Wu Yu kindled a fire at the cave entrance, retrieving herbs from her bundle, preparing to concoct an ointment for application. As she tossed unfamiliar herbs into the stone pot, Yuan Lang's gaze deepened with concern. He began to doubt his previous judgments. He had initially believed that the young female was from the same place as them, yet the more they interacted, the more he discerned the differences between her and the women from his own homeland. I wonder if Ting Qian and the others are all right. Why have they not returned for such an extended time? Wu Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gaze of the orc and interrupted his scrutiny. Yuan Lang snapped back to reality from his reverie and chuckled softly. "I am merely going to assist our kin. Besides, they are hunting the familiar Shun Yuan today, so there should be no." Just then, a series of thunderous howls, reminiscent of Tarzan, echoed from the edge of the gorge. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu Emma. What a joker you are. Have you truly taught the orcs to be so adept at jesting? The orc warriors of the Flying Eagle tribe have emerged from their caves. What has transpired? Wu Yu offered an awkward smile, saying, "It's nothing. Merely one of our tribal orc warriors, in training." The orc from the Flying Eagle tribe returned her with an awkward yet polite smile, remarking, "Hee, your training is indeed quite unique." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the words, Wu Yu instantly turned her gaze, and the scene before her left her momentarily at a loss as to whether she should feel concern or take delight in the misfortune. As the saying goes, love often awaits around the corner. Ting Qian, are you perhaps interpreting this adage with your very life? To play with a vine and end up plunging headfirst into the embrace of a giant ape, what level of divine mischief is this? At that moment, the robust arms of the giant ape encircled the male figure that had unexpectedly collided into its embrace, momentarily dazed by such a sudden delight. It was only with Ting Qian's shrill cries, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, that the creature snapped back to reality, tightening its grip around Ting Qian. Saliva dripped freely from the corners of its mouth onto Ting Qian's body, while its damp tongue incessantly licked at his despair-laden handsome face, exhibiting an unmistakable affection. Wu Yu, thus, is it true that one will not meet with misfortune if one does not provoke it? Ting Qian's limbs thrashed incessantly, yet he remained unable to extricate himself from the grip of Shun Yuan. His desperate struggles resembled that of a cat whose fate was grasped firmly by the nape of its neck. The nearby orc from the Flying Eagle tribe, witnessing this, also abandoned his amusement, as a pair of enormous black wings suddenly unfurled from his broad back, propelling him swiftly towards Shun Yuan. At that moment, a contingent of orc warriors burst forth from the forest, the very members of the snow tiger tribe who had ventured out to hunt that day. Wu Yu let out a sigh of relief. Surrounded by orcs, the monkey that had somehow found its way into the canyon became serious. The lecherous expression faded, replaced by a menacing snarl, as its massive fists pounded against its chest, roaring in anger. Meanwhile, Tung Qian, trapped in the iron grip, felt a surge of blood rush through him. While others were playfully thumping their chests, here it became a fierce pounding by Tung Qian. The struck monkey felt no pain, but the orc who struck him was on the verge of retching. A powerful wave of nausea engulfed Tung Qian's senses, and the orc felt his stomach churn, followed by the familiar sound of vomit. As the retching echoed, a pungent odor swiftly permeated the surroundings, causing the orcs and the monkey to freeze in place. The orcs quickly retreated, while Tung Qian, who had just felt despair, suddenly felt as if he were forcefully thrown away, landing face first with a resounding thud, perfectly assuming a comical pose. To the astonishment of the orcs, the previously fierce monkey that had been roaring defiantly had now vanished, leaving behind a pitiful silhouette disappearing into the forest, its occasional retching sound revealing the reason for its hasty retreat. The orcs, covering their noses, exchanged knowing glances at the monkey still with its rear in the air. What on earth had it consumed to cause such a stench? Even the normally bold monkey had been driven away. In the distance, Wu Yu, who had been filled with anxiety, finally felt a sense of calm wash over him. Indeed, in this world, the most terrifying weapon remained chemical warfare. Toxic gases could undoubtedly leave a profound psychological scar on the young monkey. Yuan Lang, since your tribe's orcs are unharmed, we shall take our leave. With that, several orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe flapped their wings and soared toward the cave. Though their previously steady forms appeared somewhat unsteady now, Yuan Lang solemnly turned to the nearby Tung Kuan. Take your brother to the river for a wash. After saying this, he turned to leave, but not before glancing back. Go downstream. With a whoosh, he vanished from sight. Tung Kuan sighed. As the saying goes, siblings do not abandon one another. He decided to show some brotherly love and warm his brother up. Brother, where are you? Wake up. It's dawn. After trying several methods to rouse him, the orc with its rear in the air remained unresponsive. Tung Kuan tossed aside his stick, his expression suddenly grave as he approached swiftly. Could something have gone wrong? It must be his fault. His brother had just been ensnared by the monkey and might have been injured. Familiar sounds echoed at the forest's edge. Tung Kuan, I can't believe it. Are you serious? Your little brother is here worrying about your injuries, and you just vomited and fell asleep? Did you even rinse your mouth? Looking at his brother's elevated rear, an impulse surged within Tung Kuan. He stealthily crept over and kicked. Still quite resilient. It seems he has trained well. Tung Kuan, a voice filled with suppressed rage suddenly rang out, causing the previously carefree Tung Kuan's expression to freeze. He felt his neck grow rigid, and with a yelp, he spun around and fled, while Tung Qian chased after him, holding his rear. Wu Yu, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, nodded in agreement. Truly, it was evident that these two were indeed brothers. After the two tigers had chased each other around, Tung Qian once again approached Wu Yu, seeking herbs. However, as he opened his mouth, the pungent odor assaulted them once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded with a smile in her eyes. Indeed, quite formidable. Salivating while spouting nonsense, defecating on the animal hide. Tung Qian responded with a hint of disdain. Does this little female truly consider herself clever? Is she referring to fools, or perhaps those incapable of self-care? As expected, proximity to our general has tainted her. It is undoubtedly the general who has imparted the notion of foolishness to this little female. Tung Qian, are you quite idle at the moment? Your disturbance is unwelcome as I assist in brewing medicine. A familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Tung Qian's skin to tighten instinctively. Though he grumbled inwardly, Recent encounters with the general had left him with a profound and indelible shadow on his tender psyche. Thus, when Wu Yu turned to glance, she beheld the once arrogant Beastman now scuttling away with a sycophantic grin, his demeanor resembling that of a creature fleeing from a pursuing hound. Our elders have just conferred. Once our injured kin regains some strength, we shall embark back to the tribe. The beast crystals we acquired from this hunt are ample enough for our advancement. Yuan Lang said softly, seated beside Wu Yu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu fell silent. In this context, while the practice of witchcraft may seem monotonous, it is, at the very least, devoid of life-threatening dangers. Host, your reasoning is flawed. The voice of the sovereign echoed in Wu Yu's mind, imbued with an air of gravity. The cultivation of witchcraft primarily involves meditation to train one's mental prowess, facilitating the refinement and absorption of the witch power from the cosmos. Should one encounter difficulties with their mental faculties, the consequences would scarcely differ from those suffered by a berserk beast warrior. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu snorted coldly. Isn't it due to the multitude of unfavorable reviews from readers? System. Host, must you be this way? Shouldn't we cherish the bond we share? Supporting each other through thick and thin? In this unfamiliar world, am I not the sole warmth you can truly feel? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Only those with fans could be considered as fathers. You, what's the matter? The little female fell silent upon hearing about the cultivation, leaving Yuan Lang somewhat perplexed. Could it be that she was frightened? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu nodded with a light smile. Indeed, what endeavor is devoid of peril? This is no longer the world of peace and abundance. The severely injured snow tiger orc warrior has recovered after a week. Although his fur has yet to regrow, traveling is no longer a challenge. However, Wu Yu's face flushed as she covered her mouth, making a concerted effort to stifle her laughter. The sight of the snow tiger orc before her, whose skin bore a somewhat dusky hue and was devoid of fur, inexplicably reminded her of a hairless cat once owned by a friend. Yet this large feline's physique was somewhat excessive and notably rotund. After transforming once, the snow tiger orc stubbornly refused to revert to its beastly form. Standing there with a completely bald head amidst a throng of fur-laden kin, it was almost impossible not to stand out. With the assistance of the Flying Eagle tribe, our return to the tribe this time would undoubtedly be far more secure. Yuan Chi let out a hearty laugh as he slapped the shoulder of the orc captain from the Flying Eagle tribe. Utterly oblivious to the wry smile on the latter's face, Wu Yu carefully placed some herbs she had gathered during this period into her backpack. Beside her, Yuan Lang instinctively shouldered his own pack. With a smile, he glanced at the small female beside him, whose eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Let us fly together later. It can be rather perilous for you to be alone on the back of the eagle beast warrior. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu cast a doubtful glance at him, sensing that this fellow was concealing some mischief. With a light huff, she climbed onto the back of the eagle beastman, settling herself firmly. She then glanced at Yuan Lang with a hint of pride, saying, "How about it? Isn't it quite?" However, before she could finish her sentence, she felt an unexpected smoothness beneath her, reminiscent of the joyous days spent sliding down playground slides in her childhood. Yuan Lang approached with a soft chuckle, wrapping his strong arms around her and effortlessly positioning himself atop the back of the eagle tribe beastman, nestled in his embrace. Wu Yu felt a sudden rush of warmth to her cheeks. "Have you grown thorns on your backside?" she remarked, astonished by his steadiness. Yuan Lang tightened his grip around her waist, his back arched slightly, his chiseled features drawing closer to her ear as he whispered with a playful laugh. Would you like to touch? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu. What about your lower limit? Yuan Lang, with a puzzled expression, replied, lower filling? What kind of filling is that? He could only recall fillings made of red beans, green beans, and various flowers, and this was his first encounter with the term lower filling. Could it be a specialty of the little female's hometown? Realizing that the orc might not comprehend, Wu Yu snorted softly and turned away. Yuan Lang, with a broad and warm chest, felt as if he were completely enveloped while sitting in Wu Yu's embrace. Once the orcs settled down, the members of the Flying Eagle tribe let out a jubilant cry and soared into the sky. After navigating through layers of treetops, approximately 10 minutes later, the orcs finally beheld the vast expanse of the sky. Gazing at the long-missed blue heavens and the sun, Wu Yu couldn't help but exhale deeply, savoring the sensation of freedom. You seem quite pleased. The little female in his arms exuded unmasked delight, prompting Yuan Lang to involuntarily curl his lips into a smile. Wu Yu nodded, remarking that within the forest, the sky and sun were obscured, creating a sense of confinement. Yet, she found the sensation of soaring rather delightful. Yuan Lang tightened his embrace around her, chuckling softly. Once I am able to fly, how about I take you on frequent flights? Wu Yu, in a moment of bewilderment, boldly exclaimed, are you suggesting that you can elevate my status and take me to new heights? Is it truly acceptable for someone devoid of wings, a mere brainless fool, to boast in such a manner? Yuan Lang responded with a hint of incredulity. So, little female, are you casting doubt upon this general? In May, she suddenly felt a tightening around her waist, as if the arm of the orc behind her had shifted her direction, and in an instant, they found themselves facing each other. Were you just doubting me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu looked at him with a skeptical expression. Are you captivated by my beauty? Yuan Lang's smile instantly froze, and he gazed deeply into her eyes. Have you washed your face in the past few days? Wu Yu, I am inquiring about serious matters. Yet you ask if I have attended to my personal hygiene. Can you not be more earnest? I replied softly, I have indeed done so. Yuan Lang chuckled lightly. Did you not take a moment to observe your own appearance? Wu Yu, damn it. So what you're implying is that I should take a look in the mirror? Are you mocking my appearance? In an instant, my face fell like that of a small, dejected puppy. Perhaps I have soared too high and am now deluded. Heh, even this venomous and sharp-tongued creature wouldn't be worth my affection. With a cold snort, I turned away, leaving Yuan Lang with a somewhat disheveled rear. Yuan Lang chuckled softly, leaning slightly closer to Wu Yu. Yet you have not stated one thing incorrectly. With a gentle laugh, his well-defined and handsome features brushed affectionately against Wu Yu's still somewhat gaunt cheek, his voice deepening. Rich with magnetism and a hint of seduction, I harbor intentions towards you. And there is much more. As Wu Yu felt the coarse hair on her body bristle at the instant the Beastman brushed against her, she was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, goodness. This audacious man truly dared to flirt with her. In a moment of incredulity, she unexpectedly inquired, aren't you uncomfortable? To be honest, she was beginning to comprehend the words of Yuan Lang from earlier. Although she had cleaned herself up a bit, her body remained as emaciated as ever. After all, one cannot regain flesh in just a day or two. A soft chuckle escaped Yuan Lang as he gently stroked her disheveled hair with his distinctly defined hands, acknowledging, you possess a certain self-awareness. Indeed, it is somewhat uncomfortable. Wu Yu let out a cold snort. You take advantage of me, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet you dare to complain about the touch. No, the sensation upon your face has arrived. You two had best keep silent, or I cannot guarantee that I won't cast you down at the next moment. Suddenly, a foreign orc voice interrupted, and the two individuals paused, realizing it must be the orc warrior from the Flying Eagle tribe beneath them. The orc warrior was evidently displeased. Is it not the duty of the beast to care for the single eagle? Why were these two so unfriendly towards him? Those who ventured into the deep forest for hunting were all orcs of silver rank and above, so their stamina was certainly not in question. After merely replenishing their supplies once, several orcs from the Flying Eagle tribe took flight back to the Snow Tiger tribe without delay. At this time, the hunting and gathering teams had already departed, leaving the tribe eerily quiet. However, the half-orc warriors tasked with guarding swiftly spotted the orc warriors of the Flying Eagle tribe diving down from the sky. Just as they were about to raise the alarm, they observed the warriors landing not far from the tribe, and familiar figures began to leap down from their backs. Uncle Yuan Lang, you have returned? So soon? The half-orc warrior dashed over, and upon hearing the voice, Wu Yu turned to see the familiar face of Shirlin. Moon, you have returned as well. The half-orc warrior's furry ears perked up with joy, and Wu Yu's smile radiated brilliantly. Hello, Shirlin. Are you on patrol today? Shirlin chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he nodded. Yes, I happen to have a day off from hunting. He then turned to his kin around him. I shall return to inform the chief of your arrival. With that, he tossed the stone spear he held to a companion also on guard and swiftly darted back into the tribe. Everyone chuckled and shook their heads, while Yuanqi remarked, "This lad still has the spirit of a cub." The members of the Flying Eagle tribe followed suit, continually surveying the Snow Tiger tribe before Yuanqi added, Uncle Yuanqi, I shall head home for a while. If you need anything, just call for me. Wu Yu, fully aware of her position, prepared to retreat. As she was not part of the original hunting party's plans and had nothing to report, Yuan Qi raised his hand, intending to say something. But Yuan Lang stepped forward and approached Wu Yu. Father, you and the others should head to the clan leader. I will assist the young female in returning her belongings. After saying this, he cast a discreet glance at the curious orc from the Flying Eagle tribe, who was surveying the surroundings. Yuan Qi instantly understood. Then you may go, and perhaps check if you need any assistance. It is no matter if you do not return. The implication was unmistakable, as both exchanged a knowing glance that conveyed mutual understanding. Wu Yu stared at them with a stiff expression. So, you think it's perfectly acceptable to subtly engage in your activities right before me? Do you assume I am incapable of understanding? Are you aware of my origins? With such limited skills, you dare to flaunt before the esteemed Wu? Should I become enraged, I might as well summon a high-speed train to dazzle your eyes. After bidding farewell to the orcs of the Flying Eagle tribe, Wu Yu and Yuan Lang made their way home, initially believing there was nothing requiring Yuan Lang's assistance. Wu Yu's gaze fell upon the large barrel inside their dwelling, and an impish grin crept across her face. With a beaming smile, she looked at the tall orc at the door. Yuan Lang, my valiant warrior, might you assist me in fetching some water? As she spoke, her sparkling eyes darted toward the grand wooden barrel within. Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that this little female had grown increasingly audacious, daring to request the esteemed general himself to fetch her bathwater. The smile on Wu Yu's face grew increasingly radiant. Yuan Lang's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped towards the wooden passage inside the room. Ignoring Wu Yu's astonished gaze, he casually picked up one side and walked out. The sight was, Wu Yu approached her small wooden tub and lifted it slightly, feeling the weight on her arm, nodding earnestly. This is what normalcy looks like. After all, orcs are such beings. Heh. Meanwhile, Yuan Lang, stepping outside, intended to take a shortcut to the river from behind, but his movement suddenly halted. A smile deepened at the corners of his lips, and a shadow of intensity appeared in his gaze as he directly carried the large wooden tub towards the open space bustling with the clan's members. Indeed, the water there is clearer and cleaner. In the open space, the elder tribesmen were busy crafting stone tools, while plump little cubs scampered about. Nearby, under the shade of trees, fluffy bundles nestled together, snoring softly, their round bellies exposed like a collection of inflated little white dumplings. Suddenly, the serene tranquility of the area was disrupted by the heavy sound of footsteps, causing the little cubs to hide behind a stone platform, peeking curiously to see who approached. A robust and handsome orc emerged, single-handedly lifting a massive wooden tub, and upon recognizing him as a familiar orc warrior, the little cubs erupted in excitement, eagerly clambering over him, tugging at his legs and fur, bubbling with energy. An elder orc, noticing the large tub he carried, curiously stood up and remarked, Yuan Lang, didn't you go hunting? Why return without resting, carrying such a big tub? Yuan Lang's lips curled into a faint smile. A little female wanted a bath, so I went to fetch water for her. The elder orc raised an eyebrow. An orc warrior fetching water for a little female? What kind of little female is so exceptional? The elder squinted at him, a knowing look in his eyes. Yuan Lang, I understand your joy after many years of solitude, but you must not forsake the dignity of a warrior. Yuan Lang cast a meaningful glance behind the elder orc, raising an eyebrow. Dignity? The elder orc cleared his throat seriously. Listen to me. As a powerful orc warrior, you must be fierce in hunting, even in the presence of a beloved little female. Such tasks should not be yours. He gestured toward the tub in Yuan Lang's hand. Is this something you ought to be doing? Suddenly recalling something, he asked. Is the little female you fancy an orc female? Confident in his assumption, he thought, who else could make an orc warrior do such chores? To his surprise, the tall warrior shook his head. No, she is a pure human female. A pure human. The elder orc's face instantly soured. You truly lack ambition. She is merely a human female. And what of it? A different, aged voice chimed in from behind the elder, unaware of the shift in tone. The elder orc continued. A pure human female has no combat prowess, resembling a weakling. How could she warrant such efforts from our orc warriors? Is that so? The voice behind him turned ominous. Realizing something was amiss, the elder's expression stiffened, and he turned to see another familiar, aged face, one that was all too recognizable, filled with ire. In an instant, the elder orc abandoned his prior assertions about the warrior's duties towards pure human females, shifting to a more conciliatory tone as he addressed the elder female behind him. I was merely boasting in front of the younger ones. Don't take it seriously. Heh. Yuan Lang interjected. Grandfather, your voice is rather loud. I can hear everything. Boasting? I'll make sure you boast properly. With that, the elder female seized the elder orc's ear and began to pull him away. Halfway through, she turned back to Yuan Lang, saying, What use is such strength to an orc warrior, if not for labor? If you don't work, you'll starve. Don't listen to this old fool's nonsense. Hurry and fetch the water. The little female is waiting for her bath. Having said that, she dragged the protesting elder orc toward the shade of a tree. Yuan Lang, with a sense of foreboding, instinctively rubbed his ear and decisively made his way to the river, carrying the tub, greeting the patrolling half-orc warriors and females along the way. Will you replace the old grass nest in her home with a new one and tidied up a bit before lying down, awaiting her bath water? However, who could inform her why Yuan Lang had ventured to the source to fetch water? It had taken him such a long time to return. Just as she contemplated stepping outside to search for him, she heard heavy footsteps approaching from above. Upon opening the door, she discovered Yuan Lang bearing a wooden barrel. Why did it take you so long? Did something happen? Wu Yu inquired. Yuan Lang's deep-set eyes flickered momentarily. It's nothing. I merely encountered some familiar tribesmen on my way back and exchanged a few words. He placed the bath barrel on the ground and added, You may bathe first. I shall wait outside. With that, he rose and exited. As Wu Yu was about to bid him farewell, the words were swallowed back down. Choosing silence, she closed the door and began her bath. After a long day, a refreshing soak followed by a restful slumber was perhaps the most delightful of pursuits. Observing the water in the wooden tub, which remained relatively clean, Wu Yu fell into contemplation. Indeed, was the previous barrel of concoction a consequence of neglecting her hygiene for too long? Are you done? Came the voice of the beast from outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Will you receive the item with a hint of reluctance? I will wash the animal skin I took from the forest and return it to you. Yuan Lang's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. No need, it is a gift for you. The young female, fully aware of his affections, still hesitated to accept what was offered. Did this indicate that she harbored some doubt within her heart? Glancing at her figure and recalling the appearance of this body, Yuan Lang frowned. Although it might not possess the previous stunning beauty, it could certainly be regarded as one of the most striking visages in the Snow Tiger tribe. Thus, it was inconceivable that this young female would overlook him. Such enigmatic confidence. Meanwhile, in the chieftain's cave, Yuan Shi had relayed some discoveries from the recent hunt to the chieftain, particularly regarding Wu Yu's identity as a shaman. The chieftain was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at several middle-aged beastmen in the cave. You could not have mistaken this due to exhaustion, could you? At that moment, he felt as though he clutched dozens of crystal cores, yet could hardly convince himself of their authenticity. His heart raced, yet he yearned for further affirmation. Yuan Chi patted his shoulder and chuckled. Initially, we intended to bring back the injured Beastmen, but unexpectedly, the young female directly prepared the shaman's medicine for us. Had I not witnessed the potion with my own eyes, I would have scarcely believed it. The chieftain took a deep breath. his expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. This young female has truly concealed her abilities well. The Beastmen erupted in hearty laughter. Indeed, none of us anticipated this. Yuan Shi turned to the chieftain. When do you plan to inform the shaman of this? The chieftain sprang to his feet, his voice brimming with palpable excitement. What are we waiting for? Such splendid news must be conveyed to the shaman immediately. He then strode towards the cave entrance. You all come with me. Let the shaman hear of this new shaman's prowess. Inside his cave, the shaman was busy preparing herbal medicines when he heard the hurried footsteps approaching from outside, so urgent that he scarcely noticed the sound of half-beast warriors entering his cave. He glanced at the beastmen who had entered, particularly the chieftain, who huffed. You came in without a greeting, growing bolder by the day. The chieftain chuckled as he edged closer to the shaman. I have something of great importance to share with you today. The shaman set down the herbs and looked over. Knowing that the chieftain never exaggerated, whenever he declared something was important, it was always significant. Setting aside his work, he regarded him earnestly. Oh, what is it? Please, enlighten me. The chieftain grinned at Yuan Shi beside him. This matter, Yuan Shi knows it best. Let him explain. Yuan Shi delivered the news succinctly. Our tribe has a new shaman. The shaman was momentarily taken aback. Yi Duo, that little one has broken through? He immediately stood, ready to rush outside, but halted after taking a couple of steps. Wait, Yi Duo has always been in the tribe. How did you find out? Yuan Shi snorted dismissively. Since the last celebration after Yuan Lang and the others returned with salt, relations between their families and Yi Duo's had soured. The thought of Yi Duo becoming the new shaman filled him with a sense of disgust. It is Wu Yu. The shaman was taken aback. Is she the one who exchanged a beast crystal for her identity? The chieftain nodded. Indeed. Yuan Shi recounted the events in the forest, particularly highlighting Wu Yu's performance during the hunt. I have witnessed the medicine she brewed. Though it is a pale yellow, it is undoubtedly shamanic in nature. The shaman's hands trembled with gratitude. Thanks be to the beast god for his protection. He had long been worried about the shamanic lineage within the tribe, especially as other tribes had already produced shaman disciples, some even on the verge of becoming new shamans after their rituals. Yet today, his tribesmen had delivered exhilarating news that stirred his heart. Unable to contain his excitement, he rose with vigor. Take me to meet our new shaman. He began to stride towards the exit. Yuan Shi, bemused, grasped the shaman's arm. You are ever so impatient. Everyone is quite weary from this hunt, and the young female has likely returned to rest. I shall seek her out tomorrow and bring her to you, he suggested. The shaman finally calmed, though the joy on his face was unmistakable. Yes, indeed, she must be tired. Let her rest well. Yuan Shi then addressed the assembled beastmen in the cave. After revealing her identity as a shaman, the young female made a request for us to consider. The shaman waved his hand grandly. As long as it does not involve leaving the Snow Tiger tribe, I will agree to any request. He then walked deeper into the cave. What gift should we prepare for her arrival? The beastmen exchanged glances, shaking their heads with bemused smiles. The chieftain, curious, turned to Yuan Shi. What did the young female request? Yuan Shi replied earnestly. She wishes for the news of her becoming a shaman to remain confidential. The chieftain pondered. This is actually prudent. We now have one shaman disciple, and having another may be excessive. I agree to keep this matter secret, and I trust the shaman will as well. Suddenly, the shaman's voice echoed from within the cave. I concur. Those old fellows are not to be trusted. Knowing our tribe's young female has become a shaman, they will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. You must all remain vigilant. Thus, the high-level meeting of the tribe concluded. And as the focal point of this gathering, Wu Yu was blissfully nestled in her soft grass nest, sound asleep. Unbeknownst to her, due to Yuan Lang's conspicuous act of fetching water, the entire tribe was now aware of his gesture towards a mere human female. What constitutes divine slumber? Wu Yu felt she was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak on the subject. She slept soundly until dawn, free from nightmares. Upon awakening, her spirits were high. But she nearly cursed aloud when she saw Qing Chao quietly sitting by her nest so early in the morning. What are you doing there, scaring me half to death? Qing Chao looked at her with a hint of grievance. And you dare say that? You returned yesterday, and didn't he come to find me? Are you seeing another tiger out there? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Wu Yu. How should I even respond to your question? Noticing her silence, Qing Xiao, with a bold demeanor. leaned closer once more. Do share with me. I carry the scent of wild herbs that lingers over time. Wu Yu's lips twitched, indeed. It was aptly termed as a foul scent. I merely took a shower yesterday. She felt that if she remained silent any longer, the grass would soon begin experimenting with blended perfumes. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the creature frowned deeply. A shower, huh? So, what is the meaning of that expression on your face? As if you were about to be dunked underwater. Interestingly, those cats who usually fear water take baths daily, while you pure humans become agitated at the mere mention of a shower. Is bathing truly such a dreadful thing? We sweat and labor every day. If we do not cleanse ourselves for an extended period, we inevitably develop peculiar odors, which are certainly unpleasant. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu grasped her own arm, attempting to draw closer, only to be met with vehement resistance from someone. As for me, let it be. The expression was one of utter disdain. Wu Yu. Thus, you despise yourself to such an extent, akin to something utterly repugnant, yet you still yearn for the affection of those fragrant, valiant beast warriors, despite being a mere unappealing human female? The mere scent alone would be enough to overwhelm the keen noses of those beast warriors, wouldn't it? She cast a disdainful glance at her. If you cannot endure it, how can the sensitive-nosed beast warriors? Qin Chao, taken aback, exclaimed, how did I not consider this? She promptly grasped Wu Yu's arm. Will you accompany me? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with hope, and perhaps assist me in styling my hair like that. While saying this, she absent-mindedly tousled her own dry, unruly locks. The cozy grass nest is far more inviting. Wu Yu was just about to head to the river to fetch water for washing when she agreed to accompany him. As the two were about to step outside, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding crash that seemed to threaten the very hay overhead. Startled, Qin Chao instinctively shrank back, taking refuge behind Wu Yu like a frightened chick. Wu Yu's expression suddenly darkened, her gaze turning icy as she fixed her eyes on the familiar, robust figure standing at the door. Have you eaten too much dung this morning? The imposing figure was none other than Yi Duo, who, after a period of good nourishment, appeared increasingly formidable. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, Yi Duo's already dark complexion was tinged with an unusual shade of green, resembling the unsettling sight of spoiled, foul-smelling pickled vegetables in the hallway. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? Wu Yu, you are truly audacious. Each time Wu Yu witnessed the imposing Yi Duo speaking in a cute, girlish voice, a wave of discomfort surged through her. A feeling so intense that even the most potent acid treatments could not alleviate it. With an air of impatience, she tapped her ear. Do you have anything else to say? If not, begone. Your presence is ruining my appetite. Yi Duo let out a cold laugh. Go ahead and gloat. I am already beginning my training. Once I become a witch, you will be the first to be expelled. With that, she proudly lifted her chin, wearing a face that seemed to invite the common folk to come and worship her. Wu Yu's emaciated claws twitched restlessly, yearning to scratch. What on earth could have you bending over for such an extended period? The impatient grass, awaiting its turn for a bath, furrowed its wild brows in irritation. Yi Duo cast a venomous glance at the grass, mentally noting this sycophant of Wu Yu's for future reckoning once she attained greater stature. She lowered her hands from her waist and fixed her gaze upon the irritable female within the room. Wu Yu, as a mere human female, how dare you command a mighty beast warrior to draw your bathwater? Such a formidable warrior is not at your beck and call. Wu Yu scoffed. So you are referring to Yuan Lang now? Yi Duo retorted with a cold huff. Of course. Wu Yu was about to retort, but suddenly seemed to recall something. Shaking her head in frustration, as a disciple of the witch, you naturally cannot comprehend the woes of us ordinary pure human females. What troubles could you pure human females possibly have, aside from foraging and indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping? Yi Jiao scoffed. Wu Yu, I am profoundly convinced that you are mocking me. Ignoring Yi Duo's remarks, Wu Yu continued. Yesterday, the warrior Yuan Lang came to my home, fiercely insisting on helping me fetch water. I refused, and he threatened to strike me. As she spoke, recalling the terrifying scene, her expression morphed into one of genuine fear, and she instinctively shrank her neck. I was so frightened that I had no choice but to let him go. Yi Duo looked at her with an incredulous expression, as if constipated. You must be jesting. What status do you hold that an orc would resort to force for something as trivial as fetching water? Why not say that you are about to ascend to the heavens? Give me the bucket. I shall fetch the water myself. A deep, Resonant masculine voice emanated from behind. Yi Duo stumbled in shock, nearly ascending herself. In a state of disbelief, she turned to see. Lo and behold, it was Yuan Lang, staring incredulously at the somewhat stiff-faced Wu Yu. So he was not lying. Yuan Lang truly was demanding to fetch water with such aggression? Brother Yuan Lang. My stone pot is also empty. Yi Duo began, her tone a mix of shyness and subtlety, but before she could finish, the orc's massive foot came crashing down. Who is this female? Her incessant chatter is unbearable. Poor Yi Duo could only emit a soul-piercing scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yuan Lang gazed at his foot, his expression shifting. You all carry on. I shall go wash my feet by the river. With that, he turned to depart. Wu Yu hurriedly called out to him. Could you please take this thing with you? She gestured towards Yi Duo, who lay unconscious on the ground like a dead dog. Yuan Lang cast a glance at Wu Yu, then quickly averted his gaze from Yi Duo, as if she were something repulsive, striding out with long legs. I will have the Beastmen come to take care of her shortly, he remarked, and with that, he vanished from the room. Wu Yu cast a glance at Yi Duo, who lay lifeless on the cold ground, and silently lit a candle for her. It is said that when you fervently trail behind someone, they might wish to evade your presence at all costs. What do you truly seek in such circumstances? Just as she hesitated over whether to allow this unsettling presence to remain on her premises or take the grass out for a bath, a tall and robust figure appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Tung Qian's ashen expression, Wu Yu nearly burst into laughter. Tung Qian, have you not yet completed your task? Tung Qian pouted, nearly on the verge of tears. Damn it, it's just because I happened to be in the way of Yuan Lang's route to the river. Wu Yu cast a sympathetic glance at him, pondering what more could be said. Truly, your luck is unparalleled. After a moment, she raised her delicate chin slightly and added, quickly, remove this fellow. We need to go out for a bath. Upon hearing this, Tung Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. A bath? Shall we go together? Wu Yu chuckled softly, her playful demeanor evident as she cheerfully strolled outside, suggesting they invite Yuan Lang to join them. A moment of silence enveloped the space behind her. Shortly thereafter, an orc appeared, holding Yi Duo by the scruff of her neck with a serious expression, striding out confidently. You little females take your bath. I shall not intrude. I was merely considering your protection, but since you are in the tribe, I need not worry, he stated, shaking the now pale-faced Yi Duo in his grasp. I will take this one back for now, he concluded, swiftly departing. Observing the orc's righteous silhouette, Wu Yu couldn't help but ponder, was this truly the character he portrayed? Behind her, the grass rustled with a playful laugh as it nudged closer, urging Wu Yu to lead her to a refreshing wash. Upon reaching the riverbank, they found numerous grandmothers diligently washing animal hides. The gathering team of Granny Greenwater was taking a break today and greeted them warmly as they approached. What brings you two little ones to the river at this hour? Wu Yu raised the beast's skin, which was originally white but had now turned gray, and with a smile said, I came to clean the beast's skin. Qing Chao mentioned coming over for a bath. Upon hearing this, Granny Lushui was taken aback and looked at Qing Chao beside Wu Yu with astonishment. What are you doing, child? Is there nothing else for you to do? Why are you talking about taking a bath? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was taken aback. What on earth? Is your conversation always like this? Isn't bathing a good thing? Isn't it delightful to be clean? Does one truly enjoy the scent of being unwashed every day? Qing Chao chuckled softly while glancing at Wu Yu, then whispered, You always bathes as well. She doesn't feel feverish at all. My health is certainly much better than hers, so I will be perfectly fine. Wu Yu fell silent, suddenly glancing at Granny Lushui. Is it because you fear that Qing Sa might become overheated that you refrain from allowing her to bathe? Granny Lushui nodded in response. You have observed this child and her sister. When they were younger, I permitted both her and Chiwa to take a bath during a particularly sweltering summer. However, none could have anticipated that single instance would nearly cost her life. As she spoke, a look of apprehension crossed her face as she cast a sidelong glance at Qing Sa. Thus, I generally do not allow her to bathe. After a moment of silence, Wu Yu smiled and turned to the lush grass, asking, Grandma, do you have a moment to spare? The gentle waters of Grandma Lu wiped her hands and stood up, replying, Today, I need not venture out to gather. It is indeed a day of rest. Is there something you require my assistance with you? Wu Yu smiled and nodded. It's not me, it's the grass. She glanced at the grass, which looked a bit wilted after being refused a bath. In truth, not bathing often is not good for the grass either. It not only appears unkempt, but also emits an unpleasant odor. Moreover, prolonged neglect can lead to the growth of small insects on our bodies, potentially resulting in more serious illnesses. Grandma Greenwater's complexion turned pale. Is it true that not bathing can lead to insects on the body? This question clearly did not require Wu Yu's response. Grass, after rummaging through its mind for a moment, produced a small insect the size of a fingertip. This insect has been in my hair for quite some time, and it has been quite bothersome. It was a vivid demonstration, causing Grandma Greenwater to turn pale with fright. Oh dear, it's so large and abundant. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Seeing her distress, Wu Yu gently patted her arm. You need not worry. You are a half-beast warrior. Later, we will prepare a large bathing tub for the grass, and we can carry it back to the cave for a wash. If you fear the water may be too cold, we can leave it outside to warm in the sun. Given the current weather, it will be pleasantly warm by noon. Upon witnessing the insect on her child's head, Grandma Greenwater had no time to ponder about washing the animal hides. She immediately led them toward a nearby thicket. They found a tree large enough to accommodate 3 grasses and began to dig with her claws. Amidst the flying dust, Wu Yu seemed to catch a glimpse of her hairline being blown up a little too high. The outer bark was stripped away, and the inside needed hollowing out. Grandma Greenwater, this is too deep. The grass has vanished inside. Right, let us carve a small hole at the bottom. The prowess of the half-beast warrior was undeniable. In a short time, a massive wooden tub materialized under her claws. Pleased by the praises from the 2 children, Grandma Greenwater held her head high. It's merely a trivial matter. She then hoisted the large tub onto her shoulder and strode back to their cave. A few males inside were busy crafting stone tools. Upon seeing their companion returning with a large tub, they hurriedly approached to help. Why such a large tub? One male inquired. Grandma Greenwater shot him a glance. Isn't it for your child? She wants to take a bath. You know her condition. It's best to make a tub for her to wash in the cave. Grass turned to her father. Look, I've got insects in my hair. She then revealed the peculiar insect she had extracted from behind her. See? The 3 males collectively gasped in horror. What a filthy mess. Grass interjected. So, dear fathers, could you perhaps consider my feelings while speaking? The bathing ritual for Grass was far more grandiose than Wu Yu's. Buckets of murky water were carried out, and clean water was brought in. It wasn't until the 5th trip that the males were utterly exhausted, and only then did she feel rejuvenated. Are you there? A voice called from outside the cave, belonging to Grandma Flower Tree. Wu Yu, puzzled, wondered if something urgent was at hand. After bidding farewell to Grass and the others, she stepped outside. For some reason, Wu Yu felt that Grandma Flower Tree's gaze was particularly warm today. Could it be that she had overheard the unfounded rumors about her and Yuan Lang? Grandma Flower Tree, did you need me for something? Grandma Flower Tree chuckled and, like a mother hen, wrapped her arm around Wu Yu's shoulder. Your uncle Yuan sent me to find you. So it wasn't about Yuan Lang after all. Wu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Nodding obediently, she promised Grass that she would help her with her hair later that night before following Grandma Flower Tree. Throughout the journey, Grandma Flower Tree's bright eyes remained fixed on Wu Yu, causing her to feel a chill down her spine. Grandma Flower Tree, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? The way she looked at her, reminiscent of a love-struck youth, sent shivers through Wu Yu. It seemed that Grandma Flower Tree had been waiting for Wu Yu to speak. In an instant, she fluttered closer. I heard from Yuan that you have become a witch. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with eager curiosity. Wu Yu, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, well, I simply do not wish for many to be aware of this at present, so I hope you can keep it confidential. In light of this, you dare to refer to your partner in such a manner? The Flower Tree grandmother chuckled, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Hee hee. This matter was long ago disclosed to me by Yuan Qi. Let ye duo handle those rascally beasts outside. After all, she relishes the sensation of being surrounded by those beastly figures. Wu Yu chuckled softly, although she had indeed harbored such intentions, articulating them made her feel somewhat bashful. The 2 of them proceeded towards the very heart of the cave area. Wu Yu turned to Grandma Huashu with a puzzled expression and inquired, Grandma Huashu, this path does not lead to your cave, does it? Grandma Huashu replied with a playful smile, her eyes twinkling, of course not. I am taking you to the witch's cave. Yunqi and the others are awaiting you there. In May, she unexpectedly found herself before the influential figures of the tribe, causing a flutter of anxiety within her. The shaman's cave was centrally located, surrounded by the dwellings of the orc and half-orc warriors, a deliberate arrangement designed to safeguard the tribe's sole shaman. The guards stationed outside the cave were all orc warriors, underscoring the tribe's esteem for the shaman. Even Yiduo, on the day she became the shaman's apprentice, was accompanied by 2 half-orc warriors for her protection. When outsiders from other tribes were present, it occasionally required the involvement of Teng Qian, further illustrating the significance placed upon this role. As the two entered the cave, several orcs were already waiting inside. Hearing their voices, all eyes turned towards the entrance, and upon noticing the small female following Hua Shu, their expressions brightened instantaneously. Wu Yu's expression stiffened, as if she were the meat bun being targeted by some unseen predator. Sitting right in the center was Wu, who, at that moment, appeared less forbidding and instead exuded a remarkably benevolent aura. Wu Yu not only felt ashamed of her superficial judgments but had previously believed that this sorcerer was a serious and reserved old man. However, it now appeared that he was, in fact, a kind and affable grandfather. As Wu Yu's anxious heart settled, she obediently followed behind the grandmother of the flowering tree and took a seat on the grassy nest nearby. Oh, this is Wu Yu. We owe her a great deal for this trial. Otherwise, we would have had to return prematurely. Yuan Shi introduced her while pointing at the moon. Wu Yu cast a gentle smile towards the affectionate shaman, her delicate femininity evident. Although she appeared somewhat frail, was this a concern for the shaman? Certainly not. The emergence of a second shaman within the tribe was an exceedingly rare and precious occurrence, and one could not afford any missteps. I heard from that rascal Yuan Lang that you prefer to keep your identity as a shaman under wraps. The shaman's curiosity was piqued. After all, within the tribe, a shaman's status was undoubtedly superior to that of the chief. Consequently, all the food and the finest provisions were first offered to the shaman for selection before being distributed to the other tribespeople. If you conceal your identity, the provisions that should rightfully belong to you will not be shared. Do you understand? The shaman remarked. Wu Yu's astonished expression. Does Wu have extra food? Goodness. Is this what they call special treatment? Wu chuckled as she glanced at her. You are unaware? Who imparted your cultivation method to you? Wu Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, It's my aunt. She is a disciple of a shaman. The shaman nodded, having indeed heard of this. Although he felt that Wu Yu's little female relative appeared to possess an excessive amount of knowledge. However, considering the vastness of the Sinluo continent, it was entirely possible that the shamans of her former tribe were well informed as well. If Wu Yu Rual were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly chuckle awkwardly. Had the original owner, AMU, still been alive, she would never have dared to boast in such a manner. We have acquiesced to your demands. However, it is imperative that you have an orc warrior by your side for protection, as this is also one of our stipulations. The shaman sighed quietly, remarking, You are aware that the presence of a shaman is of utmost significance to our Snow Tiger tribe. Wu Yu intended to refuse, but the words were swallowed down. With the elder's insistence, how could she possibly decline? Thus, she nodded in agreement. The shaman was instantly elated, promptly deciding on the duo of Yuan Lang and the Tung brothers, Tung Qian and Tung Kuan. The thought of having the troublesome Yuan Lang warrior and the bumbling Tung brothers by her side for an extended period filled Wu Yu with an inexplicable sense of impending chaos in her life. Indeed, as they emerged from the shaman's cave, they encountered the imposing trio. It must be said that when silent, their striking appearances alone could have easily launched them into stardom. However, don't you think we three look particularly charming at this moment? Tung Qian, nearly slipping on his words, swiftly altered his phrasing under Yuan Lang's firm foot, yet the tone of his self-admiration remained unchanged. Tung Kuan, rubbing his somewhat sore waist, remarked in a voice he believed was subtle, yet was loud enough for all around to hear, Brother, this pose looks great, but my back can't handle it. It's too sore. With that, he stepped aside to stretch. Tung Qian, exasperated, shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, A male should never say he can't. Do you understand? Feeling unwell, Tung Kuan retorted, If I can't, I can't. Stop pretending to be tough. Ouch. Before he could finish, Tung Qian lunged at him, gripping his neck. You little rascal, how dare you speak to your brother like that? Come here for a proper lesson. With that, the two began to grapple and tussle off to the side. Only then did Yuan Lang step forward, and Wu Yu finally noticed the orc's extraordinary handsomeness today. His snow-white hair, characteristic of the snow tiger orc, was dramatically styled upright by vines, revealing his sharply defined, striking features. Wu Yu took 2 steps back. What's wrong with you today? Yuan Lang chuckled as he looked at her. Oh, nothing much. Don't you think I look rather handsome today? Wu Yu nodded. It is indeed quite attractive, exuding a captivating charm that can be sensed from afar. Yuan Lang. Every time I wish to lead the little female to reminisce about my past allure in this world, I am invariably infuriated by the words that escape her petite lips. The orc, narrowing his eyes at those rosy lips, felt an overwhelming desire to silence her. Yuan Lang. Suddenly, a soft, startled exclamation interrupted their conversation. Wu Yu's expression stiffened. Goodness, what a small world it is, for this lowly-voiced Barbie seems to be everywhere. Yuan Lang, who had just moments ago been beaming with joy, suddenly found his countenance shrouded in clouds. Wu Yu, standing relatively close, could even hear the creaking of someone's teeth. Today, Yi Duo had come to showcase her cultivation achievements to Wu, and she had already managed to enter a meditative state for several breaths. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Wu's cave, she was momentarily dazzled by the imposing figure of a tall and handsome orc, whose robust legs were joyfully kicking as he approached. Observing the two modest mounds on Yi Duo's chest bouncing with each stride, Wu murmured with a strange expression. A bit small, isn't it? This remark was utterly ill-timed, as it was overheard by Yi Duo, whose previously radiant demeanor was instantly replaced by a tempestuous fury, the sound of her teeth clattering far louder than Yuan Lang's earlier. Behind Wu Yu, the flowering tree's grandmother tugged gently at the grass curtain on her bottom and whispered, Yi Duo dislikes it most when people comment on her small chest. Wu Yu awkwardly touched her nose, as she had merely spoken her thoughts in a moment of inspiration. Who are you calling flat? Yi Duo glared fiercely at Wu Yu, proudly accentuating her own curves. Wu Yu glanced at her, then turned to observe Yuan Lang's chest, and with a knowing shake of her head, she conveyed a profound meaning. In an instant, both parties involved felt the implication, their shadowy eyes simultaneously directed towards her. Wu Yu's expression stiffened, and he forced a dry laugh, saying, Well, I must admit, I am purely envious of you all. Yi Duo glared at Wu Yu with resentment, yanking the vines from her upper body with a fierce motion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu silently wiped her face. How infuriating. With large breasts, one is not allowed to touch. With small ones, one is not permitted to speak. Are you asking me to strip? Do I not care for my dignity? In such moments, it is undoubtedly a case of better the death of a companion than the demise of a monk. Wu Yu gazed solemnly at Yuan Lang and whispered, Isn't it your duty to protect me? Now is the time for you to shine. Do not hold back. As she spoke, her slender finger, discreetly hidden in her armpit, subtly pointed towards Yi Duo, who was boldly embracing the daylight. Having said that, she gave him a thumbs up, her expression filled with admiration, and remarked, I have faith in your capabilities. Yuan Lang's expression flickered, and he gazed at her with profound intensity, suggesting, Shall we find an opportunity for you to experience it firsthand? Wu Yu chuckled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, What is there to experience? Haven't we just gone through it? Yuan Lang stepped closer to her, their forms nearly entwined, and inquired, Are you certain you have experienced it? Wu Yu suddenly blushed, gazing at the strikingly handsome orc warrior before her, who appeared almost dazzling under the sunlight. A torrent of exasperation surged within her. I was referring to the chest. What are you thinking with that mind of yours? Although she was unaware of what the little female meant by yellow waste, it was evident from her expression that she had grasped the implication behind her words. With a slight raise of his brow, Mo stepped back a few paces and chuckled, I was indeed speaking of the chest. Have you allowed your thoughts to wander to inappropriate places? Wu Yu. Orc, your sudden intrusion has caught me off guard. Must I admit to having wandered into unspeakable thoughts? Yi Duo. Are you too blatantly ignoring me? Yi Duo gazed at Yuan Lang with a face full of grievance. Brother Yuan Lang, why do you always treat me this way? Do I not possess an appealing appearance? Yuan Lang, responding reflexively, replied, Yes. Yi Duo. When have you ever responded so readily in our previous conversations? Yi Duo, what are you dawdling about outside? The voice of the shaman suddenly echoed from the cave, ruthlessly extinguishing Yi Duo's competitive spirit. A half-orc warrior behind her twitched his mouth as he picked up a vine from the ground and handed it to her. Don't keep the shaman waiting too long. These two half-orc warriors were dispatched by the shaman to accompany Yi Duo, and she dared not act overly proud, reluctantly pouting. Help me wrap this around. The orc, in a straightforward manner, tossed the vine onto her arm. Wrap it yourself, or just go in like that. Yi Duo, aren't you just stating the obvious? If I dared to enter the shaman's presence like this, wouldn't that be courting disaster? With a few swift movements, she wrapped the vine around herself, casting a gloomy glance at Wu Yu. Don't be too pleased with yourself. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. With that, she lifted her chin and entered the shaman's cave. Wu Yu wrinkled her nose and let out a soft hum. Just as she was about to leave, She caught sight of Yuan Lang beside her. "I am going back to sleep," she declared. Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Do you require company for slumber? Will you? Do I truly appear so desperate?" Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I mean for you not to follow me." Having said that, he turned on his slender little legs and made his way home. The wise grandmother of the flowering tree cast a meaningful glance at her child, then stepped forward to pat his shoulder. "I never realized, dear child, your flamboyance is simply unparalleled." With a face full of satisfaction, she added, "Far better than your father." After that, she took hold of Yuan Shi's ear and departed, with her nagging voice still audible from a distance. "Dear host, the little system kindly reminds you. Would you like to submit the task for the fierce beast crystal core? As Wu Yu just returned home, the sweet and soft voice of Tongzi echoed in her mind, inexplicably giving her goosebumps. "Here's your chance to speak properly. Do you intend to disgust me to death?" Tongzi replied, "Don't you find that I am quite adorable and endearing in this manner?" Wu Yu chuckled softly. "This version of you makes me feel as though my system has been replaced by that insufferable Yi duo. I can't help but think of the troublesome Barbie who always seeks to annoy her host. The entire system is in disarray." He glanced down at his undeniably perfect, albeit short, stature and said, "Dear host, please refrain from comparing the adorable Tongzi with Yi duo, if you would be so kind. Such comparisons may hurt Tongzi's feelings. After all, I went to great lengths to please my future host by donning a new skin." Wu Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably, unable to endure the exaggerated theatrics of the Tongzi any longer. She promptly interrupted his thoughts, which had seemingly wandered off. "Submit the ferocious beast crystal core task." With business presenting itself, Tongzi seamlessly transitioned into a flawless work mode. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have successfully acquired the ferocious beast crystal core, earning 100 points and one intermediate strengthening pill." Wu Yu gazed at the display panel, and at the very moment the voice of the sovereign resonated, the score on the panel shifted. Beside her, a familiar unadorned porcelain vial appeared, its plain packaging unmistakably recognizable. Recalling the effects of the previous primary pill, Wu Yu felt a surge of excitement welling up within her. A surge of excitement instantly enveloped Wu Yu. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "System, consuming too many of these fortifying pills won't transform me into a leaf bud, will it?" The system replied, "Host, perhaps you are overthinking this. We are dealing with a robust internal enhancement pill produced by the system. There will be no external changes. Do you think this is akin to muscle gain powder?" Wu Yu smiled awkwardly. Ha, I've overthought it. Gripping the porcelain bottle in hand, she said, "I will take the pill shortly. By the way, Tongzi, it won't smell as dreadful as last time, will it?" The system replied with an air of embarrassment. "Host, have you never read a novel? The initial strengthening of the body often carries some cleansing effects. This time, however, you need not worry. Please take it with confidence." Although the dog-like system was fond of hoarding its little points, it had never faltered in crucial matters. Wu Yu opened the porcelain bottle, poured out the pill, and swallowed it. A subtle sweetness dissolved in her mouth, and a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over her. Naturally, Tongzi was aware of the pill's hypnotic effects and promptly took on the protective task. "Rest assured, host, I shall provide unwavering protection throughout." Wu Yu was aware that this night's vigil would likely resemble the previous one, stretching on through the entire night. Although the system was merely a program, she could not shake the feeling of pity for leaving the little system all alone. Resolutely, she transferred 10 points from her account to the system, suggesting that it might as well indulge in some snacks to alleviate its boredom. Having uttered those words, she could no longer resist the call of slumber and surrendered to sleep. As she noted the steadying rhythm of her host's breathing, the little system could hardly believe its fortune as it pinched its chubby cheeks in disbelief. "What a marvelous host I have." With a sly grin, it stroked its chin, finally uncovering the secret to earning points from its host, to shower her with kindness, thus liberating itself from the past life of petty trickery. Ecstatic, it felt as though it had reached a pinnacle of existence. The following morning, as Wu Yu opened her eyes, she felt an unprecedented clarity and invigorating freshness. "Dear host, you are awake. How do you feel?" In response to such a query, Wu Yu inexplicably felt as if she had just emerged from an unknown high-end establishment. Suddenly, a whimsical thought crossed her mind. Would the system next inquire if she wished to purchase a membership? Suppressing her own amusement, Wu Yu decided to set aside her whimsical musings. "System, did anything noteworthy happen while I was asleep?" After a moment of contemplation, the system replied, "It rained quite heavily last night. Does that count?" Wu Yu, is it raining? Wu Yu stood up in surprise, just as she was about to rise. She was startled by a strand of glossy black hair cascading in front of her. What on earth is this? Although the original owneress' hair was also black, it always exhibited a subtle brown hue under the sunlight. She reached behind her back and grasped a handful of hair. Indeed, it was lustrous black hair. At this moment, her emotions were tinged with a bittersweet sensation. After all, she had diligently cared for her hair in Huahua every day, yet it never looked this good. How frustrating. Tongzi, did you not say there was no significant change? Wu Yu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, Tongzi, did you not say there would be no changes? Why has my hair turned out like this? Tongzi recoiled slightly, replying, does the host not find it attractive? Attractive, you say? In the end, Wu Yu simply twisted her hair into a braid using a makeshift grass rope. She pushed open the door, and although the sky outside still bore the early light, the surroundings were already bustling with activity. However, this commotion was not of joy, but rather tinged with an inexplicable tension and restlessness. Her brow furrowed as she hastened outside. What greeted her was a scene of collapsed straw huts and the frantic efforts of those around her, busily clearing away the hay, animal skins, and food soaked by the rain. As Wu Yu emerged, Qinghua was assisting a neighbor in tidying up. Upon noticing her arrival, Qinghua hurriedly approached her. Before Wu Yu could react, she enveloped her in a warm embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, you. If it weren't for you, we too would be facing the same fate as these tribespeople today. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, and then followed her gaze. Indeed, apart from a few families with houses identical to her own, the vast expanse of land revealed no trace of a single grass hut. A few small cubs, seemingly just pulled from the mud, were placed by their parents upon a large stone platform, cushioned by a thick layer of dry hay beneath them. Wu Yu gazed in astonishment at her surroundings. Was it not merely a rainfall? Observing her reaction, Qinghua offered a wry smile and explained. The rain yesterday was quite heavy. Our newly constructed thatched huts remained intact, yet those inhabited by our ancestors did not fare as well. In truth, we too have experienced this. Prior to each rainy season, we would find ourselves repeatedly reconstructing our humble abodes. Wu Yu pressed her lips together. In such circumstances, do the clan leader and the shaman remain indifferent? Qinghua shook her head. How could they possibly be indifferent? At the pinnacle of our tribe, there are several grand caves, which we utilize to seek refuge when the rainy season arrives. However, that pertains to the time when the rains come. At present, our provisions are insufficient. If we allow the orc warriors to escort us to the caves, descending afterwards would become quite inconvenient. Wu Yu glanced towards the cave's direction and indeed spotted several openings high above. So, during the rainy season, we remain hidden in caves? She mused. That's an entire season. Qinghua nodded in affirmation. Yes, our snow tiger tribe endures the entire rainy season in this manner. However, the lion tribe and the black wolf tribe only need to seek refuge for most of it. The eagle tribe, residing on lofty cliffs, has no such concerns. She concluded that the snow tiger tribe's geographical predicament was indeed unfortunate. Yet, she assumed that both the chieftain and the shaman understood this better than she did. Their silence on the matter of relocating territories must have been for a reason. Recognizing her limited influence, she resolved to focus on her own responsibilities. Let us take the young cubs back to my home. It's still somewhat chilly, and they are damp, making them susceptible to illness. Upon hearing this, Qinghua's expression grew serious. In any tribe, the young cubs symbolize the future. She nodded towards Wu Yu. I shall go and find their fathers and mothers, urging them to bring the cubs over. The other parents, upon hearing Qinghua's suggestion, expressed their gratitude. However, realizing this was Wu Yu's idea, they brought forth some wild herbs or fruits salvaged from their homes. Wu Yu had just tidied up the grassy nest in her home when the parents of the village arrived with their young ones. Upon seeing the nest that filled half the room, their eyes glistened with gratitude as they offered her bundles of wild vegetables and fruits. Wu Yu, we are immensely grateful to you. These are the wild vegetables from my home, gathered from beside the grassy nest, untouched by mud and water. The fruits are also from my family, carefully cradled by the little ones, and they are still pristine. As Wu Yu gazed upon the earnest and simple faces of her kin, a wave of warmth surged through her heart. Her smile deepened with sincerity. I shall gladly accept your offerings, but the weather outside is still damp, and it would not be suitable for the young ones to dwell in the nest just yet. Allow me to prepare some delightful meals for the little ones from these provisions. With a beaming smile, she gently accepted an adorable half-beast cub from the hands of a pure-hearted female. Though the little creature was quite dirty, Its plump form suggested it had been living comfortably. A pair of fluffy white tiger ears drooped lazily atop its head, appearing somewhat listless and lacking in spirit. Upon witnessing this, Wu gently touched his forehead. Indeed, the little creature was somewhat feverish. The pure-blooded female, upon hearing this, instantly turned pale, feverish. In the next moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. What should I do? What should I do? Woo. It's all my fault. Had I known, I would never have brought the cub back. The pure-blooded female was instantly engulfed in a state of panic and confusion. Wu stepped forward to offer solace, saying, "There is no need to panic. I possess some herbal remedies. Shortly, I shall ensure that all the little cubs consume a dose. After a restful slumber, they will be lively once more." The pure human female, her cheeks marked by distinct trails of tears, exhibited a trace of astonishment. Her voice, tinged with a clear sob, carried a note of skepticism as she inquired, "Is that truly so? Will they really be all right?" We nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured. When I first arrived at the tribe, you all witnessed my condition. As a mere cub, I was frailier than a withered beast skeleton. It was only thanks to AMU's herbal concoctions that I regained my strength. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to become a member of this tribe." Upon hearing this, the tribespeople were instantly reminded of Wu Yu's state upon her arrival and nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting understanding. "Wu Yu, I find myself at a loss for words. Although I am acutely aware that my initial impression upon entering the tribe was far from favorable. When your doubts dissipated so swiftly for such reasons, did you ever consider my own desire for dignity?" Yet, after a few deep breaths, the turmoil within me was swallowed back. The paramount concern now lies with the young ones. She retrieved 2 small buckets, mixing the hot water from the stone pot with the cooler water in the buckets, checking the temperature. It was rather cool. As the orcs here were accustomed to bathing directly in the river, anything too hot would be unbearable for them. The half-orc cub was placed into the small bucket, displaying none of the typical feline aversion to water, sitting obediently. Occasionally, it would playfully stir the pleasantly warm water with its chubby little paws, causing its previously drooping ears to perk up with a hint of joy. Using a bundle of hay, she gently scrubbed the mud and dirt from the cub's body, then wrapped it in the furs they had brought, placing it in the grass nest. Once cleaned, the cubs transformed into adorable little bundles, each sitting contentedly in the grass nest, nibbling on some slightly withered fruits, exuding cuteness and charm. After their bath, the parents departed to reconstruct their nest, as it had been dismantled. Otherwise, they would have to sleep directly on the ground that night. Chihua also went out to assist. She felt somewhat helpless around the soft little creatures, so she called in Chingsa, who was helping outside. Chingsa gathered a number of animal skins, and, after Wu Yu administered herbal water to the drowsy little ones, covered them snugly. The soft grass nest and warm furs swiftly alleviated the shadows cast by the heavy rain in the tender hearts of the cubs. One by one, they drifted off into a peaceful slumber, softly snoring. Wu Yu and Qing Chao finally exhaled, wearily settling into a nearby grassy nest, leaning against each other to rest. Wu Yu couldn't help but think of Huagua. The little ones here were remarkably obedient, even cooperating and being docile when it came to taking their medicine. Reflecting on the divine beast of Huagua, she shuddered involuntarily. Truly, the parents and teachers in Huagua had a hard time. Those divine beasts were quite challenging to manage. Suddenly, the sunlight at the door was obstructed, and a tall, handsome beastman figure appeared within the room. Wu Yu gazed upon Yuan Lang, who appeared utterly transformed from the valiant warrior resembling a sun god he had been the day before. Now, he was besmirched with mud and water, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The stark contrast elicited a bemused arch of her brows. Is something amiss? Under her unmistakably schadenfreude-laden gaze, Yuan Lang could only sigh resignedly. His current state, reminiscent of someone pulled from the mire, indeed tarnished his striking visage. Nonetheless, the chieftain and the shaman have summoned me to speak with you regarding a matter of importance. The voice of the orc was deep, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Wu Yu furrowed her brows and cast him a sidelong glance, pouring a bowl of herbal concoction from a nearby stone pot and handing it to him. "Drink some water," she said. The unmistakable aroma of the herbs lingered in the air, yet the young female insisted it was water. Yuan Lang couldn't help but look at her, questioning water. Wu Yu nodded. "The potion is still water." Yuan Lang chuckled softly, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. The potion was not as bitter as one might expect. Rather, it possessed a subtle sweetness that was nearly imperceptible. Setting the stone bowl aside, the orc lowered his gaze towards her. "Let us go." Along the way, Wu Yu observed the hurried tribespeople around her, feeling a sense of melancholy. Just days ago, she had been relieved by the departure of the harsh winter, yet now the rainy season had returned. In the past, she had relished the rain, finding it refreshing and comfortable, the perfect weather for slumber. However, now, as she surveyed her surroundings, a heaviness weighed upon her heart. Yuan Lang glanced sideways at the little female. Why the sigh? You gazed upon a grass hut being reconstructed. Here, merely surviving demanded the utmost exertion. Yuan Lang pressed his lips together, lifting his gaze toward the distant woods. For warriors such as themselves, accustomed to the tumult of battle, this tranquil existence was indeed a considerable blessing. He recalled the borderlands, where the common folk possessed scant rice and grain. Much like the tribes of the Snow Tiger clan, they too foraged for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. The game they hunted was too precious to consume. Instead, it was offered to the taverns in town in exchange for silver coins to procure coarse grains. In winter, families huddled together under a single quilt, while cotton clothing remained a luxury. The shaman and the clan leader sought him out regarding matters of housing. Yuan Lang withdrew his gaze, realizing that there was no need to dwell on the past. The present was the only reality that mattered. Upon hearing this, Wu turned to him and inquired, "Are we to reconstruct all the dwellings of the pure inhabitants? That seems to be quite a significant undertaking." Yuan Lang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is essential. Before the onset of the monsoon season, we must also stockpile provisions to sustain us until its conclusion. Therefore, the construction of houses is imperative." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, greeting Wu and the chieftain with a cheerful smile, before sitting obediently beside Yuan Lang. "On the way here, Yuan Lang must have informed you of the reason we sought you out," Wu remarked. The affection that once resided in Wu's gaze had vanished, replaced by a subtle air of detachment. However, Wu Yu did not overlook the hint of tenderness lingering in his eyes. She nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have no objections regarding the matter of the house." The chieftain and Wu exchanged glances, finally revealing the first smile of the day. "That's wonderful to hear." Wu Yu chuckled softly. "I have a notion. The chieftain and the shaman could select a group of males to form a specialized team. I would lead them in constructing dwellings, and once they become familiar with the building process, they could work in pairs to construct homes for the other tribespeople, while I oversee their efforts. However, during their construction, they must refrain from hunting and foraging, so their sustenance must be provided by those who possess the houses." Yuan Lang's gaze deepened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The shaman and the chieftain's eyes brightened at her suggestion. "This approach is beneficial, with more hands. The construction will undoubtedly proceed at a swifter pace. Let us first construct homes for those with greater foraging abilities," suggested Yiduo, who had remained silent for a long while. The surrounding tribespeople nodded in agreement. The customs of the tribe had always favored the strong and capable, granting them precedence. Wu shook her head and said, "First, we shall construct homes for families with young offspring." Yiduo coldly scoffed. "This is the custom of the tribe." Wu gazed at Wu and the clan leader, expressing her concern for the vulnerable cubs, whose frail bodies were susceptible to illness in such harsh weather. She refrained from engaging in a debate with Yiduo, for it was evident that the true authority lay with Wu and the clan leader. Without a trace of hesitation, the clan leader spoke in unison. "We shall first construct shelters for those with cubs." Yiduo's brows furrowed instantly as she retorted, "But Wu, leader, the tribe members will surely—" Before she could finish her sentence, Wu interrupted with a dismissive wave. "And what of it? Those whose health is so compromised that they must compete with the young for resources have no justifiable claim to priority." Yiduo opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent in an instant. The surrounding Beastmen, who had previously echoed her sentiments, also ceased their chatter decisively. Wu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a hint of mischief flickered in her eyes, filling her heart with immense joy. The sight of Yiduo's troubles instantly lifted her spirits. As for the matters concerning the chieftain, the shaman, and the selection of individuals, I shall refrain from participating. Once you have made your choices, simply bring them to my residence. I have some young ones at home, and only Qing Chao is there to care for them, so I shall take my leave now." The shaman and the chieftain exchanged glances at Wu Yu's words, expressing their concern. "The young ones are not in any trouble, are they?" Wu Yu chuckled and shook her head. "It's nothing. After a good sleep, I'll be lively and full of energy again." The two esteemed gentlemen laughed heartily and nodded. "You have done splendidly, you. Now, off you go. We old fellows shall not take up any more of your time." After Wu Yu nodded, she stepped out without casting a single glance at Yi Duo, yet her indifference only served to infuriate Yi Duo. Sensing the piercing gaze behind her, Wu Yu found her steps lighten somewhat. However, to her surprise, the person coming to select candidates was none other than Yuan Lang, accompanied by his two rather foolish companions, Ting Qian and Tung Kuan. Upon seeing Wu Yu, both of them exhibited a somewhat peculiar expression. Wu Yu gazed at them in confusion. Yet they swiftly averted their furtive glances. This behavior only heightened her suspicions. Had she unwittingly engaged in some clandestine act that these two had witnessed? Wu Yu couldn't help but tap her own head, pondering how someone of such noble character could possibly engage in unsavory deeds. The voice of the system chimed in. Dear host, perhaps you are harboring some misconceptions about yourself. Wu Yu let out a cold snort. I can't shake the feeling that you've recently reverted to old habits. Is it perhaps due to an excess of pocket money? Tongzi replied. What on earth is this world coming to? Is it no longer permissible to speak the truth? It is inconceivable. What I mean is, in today's society, one cannot thrive through honesty alone. It is imperative to possess a thick skin, to be cunning, harboring a heart full of darkness while maintaining a facade. Only such individuals can navigate life with ease and garner the popularity akin to the host. No sooner had Tongzi's words faded than a mechanical voice resonated. Host has deducted 10 points from you. Please, Tongzi, continue to strive for improvement to provide better service for the host and earn more pocket money. Startled by the sudden announcement, Tongzi nearly broke into tears after delivering what he believed to be a flawless flattery. Oh dear host, why must you deduct my pocket money? So sorrowful. Wu Yu snorted coldly. Let this serve as a lesson. Return and engage in self-training. Tongzi, taken aback, replied, I am already a flawless system. Do I truly need to partake in such tedious and monotonous endeavors? Wu Yu chuckled. Perhaps you should refine your flattery skills. This host is not amused. With a wave of her hand, she added, enough. I must attend to my own matters. You may take your leave. Just as the assistant prepared to utter another word, it noticed the arrow on the interface pointing towards the points deduction button and hastily retreated, exclaiming, Please don't deduct my points, dear esteemed host. I'm off. Wu Yu felt triumphant. Indeed, one must outwit the dog system with even greater cunning. Suddenly, a certain individual's expression froze. Could it be that they were infected by the dog system? Remarkably, they were berating themselves. Little female, I heard from Yuan Lang that you are also. Oh dear. Take it easy. That hurts. Tung Qian sidled up to Wu Yu, preparing to utter a few words, but before he could finish, Yuan Lang tugged at his ear and dragged him away. All that remained was a long trail on the ground, a testament to his previous presence. Wu Yu, indeed. Those who can frolic with the foolish are themselves quite foolish. With that said, she turned to Tung Kuan, who stood dumbfounded nearby. Come here and lend a hand. Why are you just standing there? Tung Kuan, in his simple-mindedness, responded with a cheerful oh, and hurried over. You, I'm here to help too. Chimed Qing Chao's voice from behind. Wu Yu and Tung Kuan turned to see Qing Chao, donned in a dress woven from grass, joyfully approaching them. Having bathed, Qing Chao appeared much cleaner now. Her physique was not as robust as the other females in the tribe, but rather sported a slender build reminiscent of a fitness enthusiast. Her hair, once tangled and unkempt from neglect, had been trimmed by Wu Yu into a chic bob, with neat bangs that accentuated her youthful charm. At least from Wu Yu's perspective, this version of Qing Chao aligned perfectly with her aesthetic. She found it difficult to appreciate the burly beauty favored by the orcs. Moreover, Qing Chao now appeared far more attractive than her own slender self. Tung Kuan, this is my. Just as she was about to introduce Qing Chao to Tung Kuan, an unexpected sight nearly caused her to leap 3 meters away. Good heavens! Have these orcs truly sunk to such depths? Saliva is something one should discreetly swallow. Leaving a trail of drool is utterly disgraceful. Especially since there is no paper in this beastly world, and one must resort to using their fingers to wipe. Qing Chao, who had just reached them, was also nearly dissuaded by the orc's drool, stopping a few paces away and looking somewhat dazed. Wu Yu rubbed her forehead, perplexed by the peculiar individual that Yuan Lang had left her with. Had this man truly never encountered a female before? Yet just moments ago, standing beside her, he had been surrounded by numerous deliberately passing females, and he had not behaved in such a manner. At this moment, Tung Kuan's heart was ablaze with fervor. Indeed, blessed by the Buddha, they had finally laid eyes upon a girl after such a long absence from the presence of women. Not the kind with muscles rivaling that of a comrade, but a genuine lady. He wiped his mouth with his hand and approached with a grin. Hello, beautiful young lady. I am Tung Kuan. What is your name? Qing Chao, taken aback, gazed at the towering Beastman warrior in astonishment, pinching her arm in disbelief. Then, with a silly grin, she turned to her good friend standing a short distance away. You surely I must still be dreaming. A Beastman warrior is actually speaking to me. Wu Yu covered her face. Goodness, girl, from now on, do not mention that you know me. I cannot bear this embarrassment. It's just an orc, isn't it? Did you not see how he gazed at you just now, nearly causing a second flood with his drooling? Your lack of dignity is truly disheartening. Ever since arriving in this unfamiliar realm, Ting Qian has felt that his life has become a series of unexpected events. Once a formidable vice-general in the army, he now finds himself without subordinates, constantly at the mercy of his own general. The sense of grievance is beyond words, but can a vice-general express such feelings? Absolutely not. When one cannot resist, it is essential to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Furthermore, one becomes accustomed to enduring such beatings over time, does one not? After receiving a thrashing, Tung Qian felt invigorated as he followed his superior towards the previously vacant area. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly dismayed. Was it not agreed that they would remain single together? Was it not promised that they would both embody the essence of solitary charm? He merely stepped out for a moment and returned to find a rosy-cheeked female standing beside his younger brother. What on earth did you do behind my back? Tung Qian stormed over to Tung Kuan, ready to voice his thoughts, only to see that the young female cautiously hid behind his younger brother. Tung Qian, I am utterly exhausted. Am I not more handsome and dashing than this younger brother of mine? Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Yu nearly burst into laughter, stifling her amusement with a hand over her mouth. Tung Kuan, scratching his head in a somewhat foolish manner, declared, Brother, this is the little female I adore. Yet, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Indeed, no sooner had Tung Kuan uttered these words than the small hand gripping his arm tightened noticeably. Seizing the opportunity to confess his feelings was truly a devious maneuver. This little female was undoubtedly his now. Tung Qian lamented, You have betrayed me. The towering Beastman wore a look of melancholic grievance, but beneath it lay a bitterness that even a tempest could not disperse. Tung Kuan replied, Brother, do not speak thus. I have no affection for males. Tung Qian retorted, Is that truly what I meant? You have forsaken me to pursue a female. Tung Kuan glanced at him. You may seek one as well. I have noticed that there are quite a few females like her around you. You should pay attention. Ting Qian scoffed, You truly are a brother. Fully aware that I care for you. If I frequently linger around her, wouldn't that invite trouble? Do you take pleasure in seeing me get beaten? Tung Kuan remained silent. Of course, he found it amusing. How often had he been on the receiving end of Tung Qian's blows during their training at the academy? Yet, this was not a sentiment he would voice aloud. As the brothers continued their conversation, a low, resonant voice from a nearby Beastman interrupted them, causing both to startle and promptly fall silent. Wu Yu. Indeed, the imposing authority of the leader instills a sense of reverence that none dare challenge. The discontent of the pure male beings dissipates upon sighting the three orc warriors standing ahead, soon to be dominated by the females. They obediently await their designated roles. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. During the design phase, Wu Yu and her team diligently immersed themselves in learning, remarkably commencing construction without necessitating further designs from her. Xinghua felt a surge of joy and pride, her smile broadening. However, this elation was short-lived. One day, 2 weeks later, heavy rain once again enveloped the forest at night. Many tribespeople, who had yet to construct new homes, faced the collapse of their grass huts anew, observing the pure individuals who began to tidy their makeshift shelters once more. Wu Yu found herself admiring their resilience. Lunch was shared in the home of a pure family currently building a house. Notably, this household was fortunate enough to have meat, albeit with a hint of age. For the tribespeople, who had scarce access to meat, this was a most generous offering. When the pure female presented the meat, Wu Yu was taken aback, for since her arrival in this world, she had not encountered the creature known as a chicken. The female held what appeared to be half a chicken, easily discernible. They skillfully used a finely crafted stone knife to cut the meat into uniformly sized pieces. As May approached, a female smiled shyly, offering a boneless piece of meat, saying, This piece has no bones, you can have it. Observing the fist-sized chunk of meat before her, Wu Yu gingerly accepted it, wrapping it in leaves and tucking it into her bosom, eliciting a look of confusion from the female. Winking at her, Wu Yu chuckled, It's rare to have meat. I'll prepare some dumplings for dinner." The female, delighted by Wu Yu's appreciation for the food, laughed joyfully. However, her happiness quickly turned to anger when she noticed her little cub had carelessly discarded a chicken bone on the ground. In a fit of irritation, she approached and swatted the cub's behind, admonishing him for his lack of respect for food. Nearby, a male picked up the bone, chuckling as he chewed it with relish, swallowing it with evident delight. "This bone is edible too. You mustn't throw it away in the future, understand?" The little cub gazed up at his father with admiration, contemplating that if he possessed such strong teeth, perhaps he too could relish such delectable fare. Feeling invigorated by his cub's adoring gaze, the male was suddenly filled with renewed energy, all fatigue from the day vanishing. He laughed heartily, ruffling the cub's head. "Once you grow a bit more, you'll be able to eat it." He then savored the taste, exclaiming, "Bones are far more delicious than meat." Witnessing this scene, Wu Yu felt a pang of sadness, the piece of chicken in her arms suddenly feeling unbearably heavy. Perhaps it was the chicken that inspired the males to work with extraordinary vigor that afternoon. Wu Yu glanced around and noted that only the roof remained to be completed. All the materials were readily available, and the rest could be entrusted to the orcs. Swaying slightly, he made his way to the area where the female was preparing food. To his surprise, she had taken out half a chicken. For the evening meal, a simple preparation of wild vegetable dumplings would suffice. It was best to reserve the meat for the young cubs. The voice of Wu Yu resonated behind her, and the female turned to glance at her, feeling somewhat bashful as she scratched her head. "This was sent by my partner's aunt today. It's meant for the clan members who are constructing the dwellings. Both my partner's father and aunt are half-orc warriors. Wu Yu, those with connections are indeed extraordinary. She has recently discovered that as long as there are orc or half-orc relatives behind them, they invariably manage to secure some meat when constructing houses. Thus, the males she previously thought were hindered in their gathering and hunting endeavors by being selected for house construction now appear remarkably well fed. Some of her kin have even begun to inquire if there is still a need for laborers in the house-building teams, leaving Wu Yu both amused and somewhat helpless. Her kin are truly striving for a taste of meat." She approached them, saying, "They are currently working on the rooftops, and I cannot be of assistance. Let us prepare some vegetable dumplings together." To be honest, Wu Yu has never been fond of the taste of these dumplings made from raw vegetables. The flavor is quite unpalatable. However, as time has passed, she seems to have grown accustomed to it, and at times, she even finds herself missing it when she has gone without for too long. It must be said, it is rather ironic. The female seemed a bit shy. Could you watch over the little cubs for me? We are running low on vegetables at home, and I need to borrow some." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "I have an abundance of wild greens at home." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "I also have plenty of dried wild greens. Since you have meat here, how about I prepare dinner tonight?" With a mysterious smile, she added, "The dish I make is truly delightful. The wild greens carry the aroma of the meat." The female companion gasped in surprise. "Wild greens taste like meat? How is that even possible?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu wiped away the sweat, feeling quite accomplished. "So, two-legged creatures are referred to as bipeds? What about those with 4 legs? The bipeds you hold in your hands are sufficient for today's males to feast upon." The females gazed at Wu Yu with a hint of bewilderment. Could half a biped truly satiate all the males? Wasn't it merely a taste? Though the females harbored doubts about Wu Yu's words, the thought of learning to prepare it, allowing them to enjoy the meat multiple times, stirred their interest. After all, food is food. As long as it finds its way into their bellies, they believed Wu Yu would not be one to waste it. Following a moment of self-encouragement, the female, cradling her young, accompanied Wu Yu to her home to retrieve the pot, also transporting some rather wilted wild vegetables that appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. The female's expression was somewhat complex. Did Wu Yu intend for them to assist in dealing with these nearly inedible vegetables? The pot had slightly increased in size, and while constructing the stove, Wu Yu had discreetly deepened it. After requesting a small piece of fatty meat from the grass family, she tossed it into the pot to render its oil. The enticing aroma of animal fat wafting through the breeze and reaching several nearby kin. The sounds of eager swallowing echoed incessantly. Wu Yu carefully picked out the oil residue and placed it on a large leaf to present to the female, saying, "Let these cool for a moment before eating. They are quite hot." Afterward, She used 2 wooden sticks to lift a piece that had cooled and brought it to the mouth of the small cub. The little creature eagerly gulped it down, and after finishing, its eyes sparkled with delight, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Gently patting its small head, Wu Yu pointed to the female standing nearby and said, "Go find your aunt. She has plenty more." The female had already washed a large basket of wild vegetables and set them aside. Now, she stood attentively beside Wu Yu, feeding the little cub while observing Wu Yu prepare the food. At this moment, all her previous doubts had vanished. The dishes Wu Yu prepared were simply irresistible. The clean pieces of 2-legged beast meat were cut into uniform sizes, tossed into the pan, and then water was added for simmering. As time passed, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, like alluring hands guiding the tribe members' noses toward this delightful feast. Wu Yu and the females have already seen off several groups of clansmen who came to inquire. The males, having completed the roofing, hurried towards this direction with astonishing speed, creating a thunderous commotion. They are sluggish in their appetite and seem to lack common sense. Slow down, slow down. The dust is settling into the pots. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a smile, Wu Yu retrieved the dried vegetables from the nearby basket and tossed them into the pot without hesitation. The males stood in stunned silence, watching as a large mass of wilted wild greens was unceremoniously thrown into the fragrant broth, feeling utterly dismayed. Wasn't delicious food meant to be delectable? Why would one choose to add such dry, unappetizing greens? Yet, as the enticing aroma wafted once more from the pot, the males could think of nothing but their hunger. The rich scent of chicken soup intertwined with the unique flavor released by the wild vegetables, causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. For this grand feast, the females had even gone to the homes of amiable clansfolk to borrow numerous stone bowls, ensuring each person had a serving of chicken soup with wild greens. The taste was simply divine. The sun-dried wild greens, having absorbed the essence of the chicken broth, became tender and chewy, infused with the rich aroma of the soup. One bite in, and then, there was nothing more to be said. In May, the intelligent female and her counterpart each filled a bowl, while the obedient cubs patiently squatted by their little stone bowls, awaiting nourishment. In stark contrast to this harmonious scene, the only place untouched by the chaos of battle was the stone pot, still emanating an enticing aroma. The meal was a lively affair. In the distance, Yuan Lang stood with Tung Qian and Tung Kuan, their gazes directed toward Wu Yu, filled with inscrutable depth. "General, is Wu Yu truly from our nation?" Despite having received a beating, Tung Qian still harbored doubts and could not help but voice his question. Yuan Lang nodded. The words and actions of the young female reveal much, however. He furrowed his brow. "She does not appear to be one of our people," Tung Qian retorted. "Not one of our people?" The two deputy generals immediately frowned. Could she belong to an enemy nation? Yuan Lang shot them a glare. "It is likely the southernmost nation ruled by women." Tung Qian and Tung Kuan exchanged glances, both at a loss for words, their expressions revealing their apprehension. Tung Qian's mind was flooded with unspoken complaints, yet he dared not voice them. His general's tastes were becoming increasingly peculiar, showing a fondness not only for females from the Beastman world, but also for those from a matriarchal society. Would he eventually find himself raising children with such a partner? The thought of his general caring for cubs, nursing them, and lulling them to sleep made Tung Qian's stomach churn uncomfortably. Truly, some things in life were beyond acceptance. As a competent superior, Yuan Lang was acutely aware of his subordinate's thoughts. Noticing Tung Qian's troublesome expression, he knew the latter was lost in frivolous musings. "Put away those nonsensical thoughts," he warned, his deep-set eyes narrowing dangerously. This familiar gaze sent a shiver down Tung Qian's spine, and he nervously rubbed his hands together. Chuckling awkwardly, "I never imagined there would be such a fitting match for you from a matriarchal nation, haha." Given a look that implied he had shown some understanding, Yuan Lang lifted a large piece of meat from beside him and approached Wu Yu. Suddenly recalling something, he paused and turned to the two behind him. "Bring your meat too. Come with me." Having just savored the fragrant chicken soup, Wu Yu had yet to catch her breath when the imposing figure of the Beastman enveloped her. She lifted her slightly bewildered face. "What?" Yuan Lang had a penchant for overshadowing her with his height. He raised his arm, a succulent piece of meat dangling from his distinctly knuckled fingers. "Do you want to eat meat?" In his deep-set eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shone through, sparkling from Wu Yu's perspective. Wu Yu glanced at the towering orc before her, then shifted her gaze to the small cub beside her. How could a creature of such imposing stature, standing over 2 meters tall, look at me with the pleading eyes of a helpless infant, yearning for sustenance? What happened to their dignity? Has it been devoured by Ting Qian? Tung Qian retorted, I feel utterly wronged. I had not even arrived home when the pot came crashing down from the heavens. Wu Yu chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the pot on the makeshift stove. The pot remains unwashed. Yuan Lang reached behind him, his hand waving in a manner reminiscent of summoning a small dog, causing Wu Yu's lips to twitch. Tung Qian and Tung Kuan hurriedly approached. Boss? Yuan Lang nodded. Do you wish to savor some delectable stir-fried meat? Stir-fried meat. The two beasts' mouths watered profusely, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Will you be the one to prepare it, boss? Tung Qian inquired, but as he spoke, the glimmer in his eyes shifted from eagerness to dread. Yuan Lang tightened his grip on the meat, tempted to hurl it at this creature's head, were it not for its future use. It's not me who will cook, but rather you. He pointed towards the stone pot on the stove. You too, wash the pot thoroughly, and also clean the stone bowls. Tung Qian. Tung Kuan. So, when you turned back after taking a few steps, it was not out of camaraderie, but rather due to a lack of dishwashing minions? Feeling disheartened, they lamented that the general had indeed changed, transferring his affections to a new pet, leaving none for them. The two beasts trudged sorrowfully towards the river, clutching the stone pot. Meanwhile, Wu Yu diligently picked up her small knife, beginning to slice the 3 large pieces of meat. Glancing at the meat on the stone slab, and then considering the robust physiques of the 3 beasts, she turned to Yuan Lang. Surely, this will not suffice? Yuan Lang nodded, and then produced a large bundle. There is also this. Wu Yu, filled with bewilderment, opened the package and exclaimed, What on earth? A dog's face in shock. When did you dig up the taro? This is utterly ridiculous. The last batch of taro I brought home was nearly all taken by him. Has he become addicted to it? Shouldn't you share some with me? Wu Yu cast an irritated glance at the towering orc before her. Yuan Lang's deep-set eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at her with an expression of utter innocence, exclaiming, Ah? Why is that? Wu Yu exclaimed, How shameless of this orc to hoard for himself. You devoured a considerable amount of my taro last time. Should you not share some of your own with me? Ultimately, Wu Yu could only extract 5 taro from Yuan Lang, the insatiable glutton. A large pot of sliced meat stir-fried with taro was devoured by 3 orcs, leaving their mouths glistening with grease. Fortunately, she had preemptively served herself, the females, and the younglings each a bowl, leaving the remaining males to gaze longingly at the feast. The following morning, as Wu Yu prepared to visit the homes of the tribe members involved in constructing houses, a resounding roar from the snow tiger orcs echoed at the entrance of the village. Despite the volume, the sound bore no malice. The surrounding tribe members merely paused to listen for a while. Upon realizing there was no imminent threat, they returned to their tasks. Moon, come take a look. I mentioned that this piece of wood should be placed aside, yet he insists it belongs in the center. One of the males engaged in construction approached her, eager to discuss the issue encountered during the building process. Wu Yu chuckled softly, shaking her head as she stepped forward to offer guidance. Moments later, 2 males exchanged awkward glances, both breaking into embarrassed smiles, realizing their mutual misunderstanding. Another male chimed in with a chuckle, reassuringly saying, It's all right. It's our first time after all. Meanwhile, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming sensation, as if her face had been run over by a wheel. She couldn't help but silently critique herself, thinking that her thoughts had become increasingly unhealthy. Wu Yu, a familiar yet distant hoarse voice called from behind. Upon hearing it, Wu Yu turned to look. Her crescent-shaped brows furrowed instantly, her face displaying clear impatience. What do you want now? I have no time for you. Wu Yu had always harbored little fondness for Aya, who had consistently sought to provoke her. However, to her surprise, Aya bowed respectfully and admitted, I have been in the wrong. My previous judgments were biased. I hope you can forgive my past actions. Wu Yu cast a dubious glance at her and said, Flattering me will do you no good. I will not speak favorably of you in front of Yuan Lang to persuade him to take you as his partner. Aya appeared somewhat at a loss for words. Wu Yu, for some reason, that fellow just looked at her with an expression reminiscent of gazing upon a simpleton. I entered into a relationship not long ago. Were you truly unaware? How little do you pay attention to me? With that, she reached out and pulled a tall, robust half-orc warrior to her side. Wu Yu had never been one to remember significant matters. Yet this half-orc warrior was etched vividly in his mind. Wasn't he the one who accompanied Aya to fetch firewood last time? Maintaining his usual expressionless demeanor, Was this fellow really here to apologize, or was it merely a display of affection? With a cold countenance, he replied, "Oh, and then what? I can tell you're up to no good. I've seen through your true nature. Don't pretend." I sighed in resignation. I truly came to apologize. My previous disdain for you stemmed from your frail physique. I deemed you incapable, fearing you would hinder the tribe. However, this time, you have made such a significant contribution to our people, for which I am genuinely grateful. Her eyes brimmed with sincerity, revealing that her gratitude was indeed tied to the housing issue. Observing the once scornful female, now admiring him. In the depths of her heart, you felt a sense of drifting. Indeed, if one cannot win others over with virtue, then one must rely on talent. She brushed her tousled hair aside and let out a somewhat self-indulgent sigh. In this day and age, being exceptionally talented can also be a source of vexation. Just as she was preparing to exchange her worn-out clothes, the little attendant, having overheard her inner thoughts, was momentarily taken aback. Ever since the little attendant had confessed and resumed his duties, his quality of life had plummeted significantly. In the past, he would have directly donated such old garments to less fortunate attendants. Yet now, he found himself needing to trade in old clothing merely to acquire a new piece. To his astonishment, he heard his master utter such self-absorbed and shameless remarks. Reflecting on his own attributes, the attendant suddenly gained clarity. Thus, his own self-absorbed and audacious demeanor was merely a reflection of his master's disposition, was it not? His round, gleaming eyes sparkled with revelation. He was undoubtedly the cleverest attendant. This trait was undoubtedly his own invention. After a moment of calm, Wu shook her head to regain her composure. Wait a moment, she thought. I am not usually this self-absorbed. What is happening today? As a person of restraint and depth, she resolutely refused to bow to flattery. Striving to suppress the upward curve of her lips, she adopted a skeptical demeanor and remarked, "Don't think that just because you utter a few flattering words I will believe you. Are you not also seeking to curry favor with me for the sake of building a house?" The attendant buried his face in his hands. "Master, where is your intelligence? Their partner is a half-beast warrior. What need have they for a house? Isn't a cave quite appealing?" Aya chuckled, playfully linking her arm with that of her half-beast warrior companion. "My partner is a half-beast warrior. We can live in a cave without the need to construct a house." Wu Yu. "So why didn't you remind me earlier, Tongzi?" "Tongzi. Miao? Isn't this blame a bit too hasty?" "Primarily, your persona has always been characterized as intelligent, cultured, delicate, and beautiful, so I thought perhaps, maybe, it was unnecessary for my limited intellect to offer a reminder." Wu Yu. Hee. Do you think that by praising me in such a manner I would simply let it go? After all, you have your own challenges to face. Ahem. Tongzi, I have heard that electronic devices have high memory requirements. If you are struggling, it would be wise to upgrade sooner rather than later, lest you delay the distribution of future task rewards. Tongzi, who said I am incapable? Host, I am merely being appropriately modest. I am exceptionally capable. Wu Yu lightly coughed twice and glanced at Aya, saying, I understand. You may return now. I still have much to attend to. A nearby male looked at her in confusion. Aren't you busy? Did we not just? Another male beside him nudged him with a slightly bent elbow and chuckled awkwardly. We still have construction matters to discuss. You must share the details with us later. Having said that, he shot a disgruntled glare at the first male, thinking to himself how truly foolish he could be. Wu Yu nodded. Indeed, that's the case. Aya, equally cooperative, waved her hand. All right, then you carry on with your tasks. Let's go gather together another day. As she observed Aya's departing figure, Wu Yu felt a lingering doubt. Did this person truly harbor no ill intentions towards her? I knew that once Aya witnessed your capabilities, she would undoubtedly come to apologize. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, belonging to Qinghua. Wu Yu turned around in an instant, only to find Qinghua standing there with a face radiating the contentment of an elderly matriarch, nodding in approval. Wu Yu Amal. Qinghua, please refrain from looking at me with such a gaze, for it makes me feel as though I have regressed into a state of immaturity. What brings you here? Are you not gathering today? Wu Yu cast a curious glance at Qinghua. If her memory served her correctly, today seemed to be the gathering day for the Greenwater Grandmother's Collection team. Qinghua nodded. Indeed, I am about to depart. The location we are headed to is relatively nearby, so we will leave a bit later. Just moments ago, I encountered Grandma Huashu in the clearing, and she mentioned that the clan leader requested your presence at the shaman's place. Wu Yu nodded, acknowledging the sentiment, and urged the others to return swiftly. After bidding farewell to Qinghua, She turned to address the male builders before making her way towards the shaman's cave. The half-orc guards did not impede her passage, seemingly having received prior notice of her arrival. Inside the cavern, a multitude of figures gathered, in addition to the shaman, the clan leader, and several middle-aged snow tiger orc warriors. There were also a few warriors from the Black Wolf tribe. Upon her entrance, the Snow Tiger tribe's warriors greeted her with warm smiles, to which Wu Yu responded with equal enthusiasm. Seated nearby, Yi Duo wore a sullen expression, yet Wu Yu appeared oblivious to her presence. The rift between them had grown too profound for her to waste her warmth on Yi Duo's cold demeanor. Meanwhile, the Black Wolf tribe warriors sat listlessly, their demeanor reminiscent of forlorn dogs abandoned by their masters. "You, please take a seat," the shaman beckoned. "I summoned you today regarding matters concerning the Black Wolf tribe." With that, he gestured towards a middle-aged Black Wolf warrior seated opposite them. "This is the captain of the Black Wolf tribe's hunting squad, Langya." Langya was a robust and imposing figure, his appearance marked by a savage beauty, though a scar across his face lent him an air of menace. Perhaps due to the shaman's cordiality towards Wu Yu, a smile flickered across Langya's otherwise fierce visage. "Greetings, little female. We, the Black Wolf tribe, have come seeking assistance. Our caves have been inundated with mud and rainwater, resulting in collapses and entrapments. While the caves can be excavated anew, the injuries among our warriors are far too numerous. Thus, we have dispatched members to various tribes for aid, and I am tasked with visiting the Snow Tiger tribe." After a moment of silence, Wu Yu finally spoke. "I am not a shaman. I fear I may be unable to heal your kin. Let us not elevate her too highly. She is merely an inexperienced novice, and should she inadvertently worsen the condition, the repercussions would be dire." Wu Yu's profound gaze turned towards Wu Yu. "I had initially intended for Yi Duo to undertake this task, but she remains a mere apprentice, yet to cultivate her divine powers. Hence, I thought of you. Do you not possess extensive knowledge of herbal remedies? Wu Yu, I sincerely appreciate your recommendation. The tribes of our polar forest are like one family, always looking out for one another. In times of hardship, when our tribe faced difficulties, the other 3 tribes would come to our aid. Now that the Black Wolf tribe is in distress, we, the Suhu tribe, must extend our assistance." Wu Yu nodded. "But what about the construction of the houses?" Wu chuckled lightly. "The males have mostly learned it, so you need not worry. Just return and inspect the progress." Ultimately, Wu Yu could not refuse Wu's arrangement. After all, she was now a member of the Snow Tiger tribe, and such matters could not be ignored. She felt inexplicably as if she had become a pillar of the tribe. The following morning, Wu Yu quickly gathered her belongings and mounted the back of a tribal orc warrior, heading toward the Black Wolf tribe's territory under the protection of the orc warriors from both tribes. Meanwhile, upon returning to the tribe, Yuan Lang gazed at his little female's empty home with a darkened expression. Had no one informed him that he had merely gone out to gather herbs? Why was his little female nowhere to be found? "General, I just overheard the tribesmen say that the cave of the Black Wolf tribe has collapsed due to the rain, and they wish for Yi Duo to assist in treating their injured. However, Yi Duo is utterly inept, so Wu sent you, who understands herbs. Your father and some exceptionally strong orc warriors have also gone." Yuan Lang frowned. "My female can only be protected by me. Not even my father can do that." With a low, rumbling voice, the orc strode out of Wu Yu's home, heading straight for Wu's cave. Tung Qian and Tang Kuan exchanged glances, resigning themselves to follow with reluctant smiles. Wu was sorting through the herbs collected by Yuan Lang and the others, needed for the orc's evolution. Without raising his head upon hearing their footsteps, he simply said, "If you wish to go, then go." As the 3 approached the cave's entrance, Yuan Lang turned and sprinted toward the tribe's gate, while Tung Kuan followed, grumbling to his brother, "Fortunately, I mentioned to Qing Chao that I might be away for a few days. Otherwise, leaving like this wouldn't be befitting of a future partner." Tung Qian replied, "You'd best keep quiet, or I might not know what I would do to you next." At that moment, Wu Yu and her companions had paused in a clearing within the jungle. Throughout their journey, she inquired about the injuries sustained by the Black Wolf tribe's members, and the diligent leader recorded the warriors' accounts meticulously. During the ensuing trek, he informed Wu Yu about the required herbs and various treatment methods, stating, "These are all external injuries, so we only need to do what we discussed earlier. However, such a collapse will undoubtedly result in fatalities, and if the bodies are not handled properly, it may lead to unforeseen ailments." Wu Yu silently nodded, realizing that she could only ascertain the situation upon arrival. Throughout the journey, the orc warriors showed no sign of respite, relentlessly advancing toward the Black Wolf tribe, and they finally reached their destination by midday on the 5th day. Upon witnessing the tribe, now buried beneath the debris of a collapsed mountain, Wu Yu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The layout of the Black Wolf tribe bore a striking resemblance to that of the Snow Tiger tribe. However, the caves that once housed the orcs and half-orcs were now completely entombed in landslides. Before those caverns, Wu Yu even spotted members of the Black Wolf tribe weeping beside their deceased kin. A heaviness settled in her heart at that moment. Yet, what weighed more heavily on her conscience was the tribe's method of handling the remains. The deceased were simply laid out in the open space of the tribe. Wu Yu could already sense an unusual scent wafting through the air. She turned to the orc warrior from the Black Wolf tribe beside her and inquired, "Captain Wolf Fong, how does your tribe arrange for the fallen kin?" Wolf Fong's gaze dimmed significantly as he replied, "The deceased kin require a shaman to conduct a ritual before they are taken to the places frequented by beasts. Their bodies will be consumed by the wild creatures, and their bones will be engulfed by the polar forests, eventually returning to the embrace of the beast god." Wu Yu was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that the orcs of this world regarded themselves as equals to the wild beasts of the forest. She recalled that in her previous life, people always believed themselves to be at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, with their funerary customs being intricate and lengthy. They consumed the beasts, and upon death, should return their bodies to the beasts, until every last drop of blood and fragment of bone was embraced by the frigid wilderness, thereby allowing them to return to the embrace of the beast god. Wolf Fong spoke softly. Wu Yu sighed softly. "Although I am aware that you must have your own plans, there is one matter I feel compelled to bring to your attention." Her expression was solemn, and even the demeanor of Wolf Fong grew a touch more serious. Wu Yu furrowed her brow as she surveyed the corpses strewn around her. "I believe you can also perceive it. Many of our kin have already begun to decay, if we do not address this matter promptly." She took a deep breath. "Prolonged decay will inevitably lead to a dreadful affliction, which will, in turn, affect even more of our people." "Is this what the shaman foretold?" Wolf Fong gazed at Wu Yu in astonishment. Wu Yu's lips twitched slightly, and ultimately, he could only nod in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed. This is what Wu instructed me to pay attention to before his departure." The expression on Wolf Fong's face turned serious as he replied, "I will first take you to meet Wu and the clan leader. I hope that when the time comes, you will be able to convey the circumstances to them." Wu Yu nodded, "Of course." However, behind them, Yuan Shi's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. He was certain that before their departure, Wu had not encountered Yu again. Thus, this statement could not have originated from Wu, but rather from Yu herself. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, for regardless of its veracity, the presence of these corpses within the tribe was undoubtedly detrimental. Setting aside the potential for more severe afflictions, the stench alone was overwhelming to their sensitive olfactory senses. Wolf Tooth initially led them to the chieftain's grass hut, where all members of the Black Wolf tribe had relocated to dwell. Upon entering with a female companion and accompanied by numerous members of the Snow Tiger tribe, the chieftain's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Is this the witch disciple Yi Duo from the Snow Tiger tribe? Why does she seem different? Has she lost weight due to inadequate nourishment recently?" Wolf Tooth, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Wu Yu beside him before stepping forward to clarify. "She is a female from the Snow Tiger tribe, but not Yi Duo." "This is Wu Yu." The chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe was taken aback. "Not Yi Duo?" He then turned his gaze toward Wu Yu, his expression becoming more complex. "Is this young female also a witch disciple?" With a light laugh, Wu Yu stepped forward and said, "I am not a disciple of the shaman. I merely possess some knowledge of herbs, which is why the shaman has sent me." The chief of the Black Wolf tribe inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, for he had feared that another shaman disciple had emerged from the Snow Tiger tribe. "Does the little female, Yi Duo, have no time?" the chief inquired, his persistence unwavering. To speak candidly, his interest in Yi Duo's identity as a shaman disciple was not the sole reason for his inquiry. He harbored a subtle intention of facilitating a connection between the tribe's warrior beasts and Yi Duo. What he did not anticipate was that the one who arrived was not Yi Duo at all. "We wish to avoid entangling herself in the matter concerning Yi Duo," and directly stated, "When I departed, Wu instructed me to convey a message to you. If the bodies of our deceased kin remain in the tribe for an extended period, it may precipitate exceedingly grave ailments." The Black Wolf's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Grave ailments? What sort of ailments?" Wu Yu shook her head, stating that each manifestation of the ailment was distinct. However, one fact remained certain. It could incessantly spread among the clan members. Once a single individual contracted such a malady, it would inevitably infect those nearby, extending its reach to the entire tribe and even to other tribes of orcs. She exhaled, contemplating the grim reality that the affliction could ultimately ravage all the tribes within the forest. Afterward, she silently inquired of her leader. This assertion is not incorrect, is it? The leader pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps. Wu, what does Kui mean? Let us go seek the shaman now, to hold a ceremony for our departed kin and bid them farewell. The chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe's expression instantly grew grave. Wu's words reminded him of something his forefather once said. A long-dead beast's carcass had been swept into the river, and all who drank from that water fell ill, requiring prolonged doses of shamanic herbs to recover. Tragically, several tribe members succumbed to their ailments. Not far off stood the shaman's hut, guarded by several warrior orcs. Upon seeing the chieftain approach with unfamiliar orc warriors, the foremost guard stepped forward, addressing him respectfully. Chieftain. The Black Wolf chieftain nodded. These warriors hail from the Snow Tiger tribe, and we have urgent matters to discuss with the shaman. Allow them entry. Before the guard could respond, a voice emanated from within the hut, sounding of a similar age to the Snow Tiger shaman. The shaman's dwelling was distinct, being the tallest and largest in the entire tribe, encircled by the protective presence of the clansmen. To their surprise, several unfamiliar orcs and a female were present inside. A few golden-haired warriors from the Wild Lion tribe knelt behind the female, casting glances filled with adoration. Wu cast a glance, and before her stood a female of similar stature to Yi Duo, yet her features bore a gentler quality. The chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe appeared to be acquainted with these individuals, after exchanging a brief greeting. He introduced the orc from the Snow Tiger tribe and Wu. The onlookers regarded the members of the Snow Tiger tribe with a gaze laden with significance. The expression on the tribe's shaman grew increasingly somber. This ungracious old tiger, when your Snow Tiger tribe faced difficulties last time, I dispatched a disciple from our tribe's shaman to assist you. Yet now, you have the audacity to send a mere human female here. The old man's dark beard curled slightly upward, and his wrinkled visage was etched with displeasure. Wu chuckled softly. The shaman apprentice of our tribe has only recently been discovered to possess a wavering of shamanic power, yet has not yet awakened. And their time spent learning under the shaman has been rather brief. It is only out of gratitude for your previous assistance that I, possessing a bit more knowledge of herbs, have come here. The shaman of the Black Wolf tribe then turned to Wu, remarking, You, little female, possess quite the eloquence. Wu nodded slightly. These are words spoken by the shaman. After saying this, she turned her gaze towards the Black Wolf shaman. There is a matter of great importance that I have just discussed with the clan leader regarding the arrangements for the bodies of your tribe's members. The Black Wolf leader nodded repeatedly, reiterating Wu's words. Shaman, the bodies of our clan members have begun to emit a significant odor. They can no longer remain here. After a moment of silence, the shaman let out a deep sigh. Then prepare for the ritual tomorrow morning, and afterwards, organize for the people to swiftly carry the bodies of our kin into the forest. Is it true that the corpses can cause illness among our people? A soft female voice suddenly chimed in. Wu turned at the sound to see the female shaman apprentice from the Wild Lion tribe. At that moment, her eyes were filled with curiosity, genuinely perplexed by the matter at hand. Wu smiled lightly and nodded, affirming the truth of her words. It is indeed the case that not only the deceased kin, but even the healthy members of the clan may fall ill after consuming decayed prey, with severe cases potentially leading to loss of life. The female nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she sat there. A peculiar silence enveloped the grass hut. Wu found the situation rather perplexing. Wasn't it said that there were numerous injured orcs? Yet here she was, merely sitting idly, just as her confusion deepened. The curtain of the grass hut was lifted, and several tall orc warriors from the Flying Eagle tribe entered. At that moment, Wu locked eyes with the orc warriors. How fortuitous. Were these not the very warriors from the Flying Eagle tribe they had encountered in the forest, nearly falling victim to the lone wolf? After exchanging greetings with the Black Wolf shaman and the chieftain, they flashed their broad, white smiles and eagerly engaged in conversation with Wu and her companions. Seeing the familiar faces of the orcs brought a smile to Wu's face as well. Now that everyone had gathered, the chieftain cleared his throat, and the room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him. The Black Wolf tribe had already organized the injured orc and half-orc warriors into different grass huts. The Black Wolf shaman was attending to the more critical cases among the tribe's orc and half-orc warriors. while Wu Yu and her group were tasked with treating the remaining injured. In the grass hut assigned to the Snow Tiger tribe, there were over a dozen wounded half-orc warriors. Good heavens! Oh no, these wounds are festering. Is there any hope for recovery? When Wu Yu beheld the half-orc warriors, she was taken aback, for the wounds upon their bodies exhibited a singular affliction. Commander, she questioned, given the state of their injuries, is there truly any hope for recovery? Each wound appeared as though it had not been tended to at all inflamed and festering, with unidentified insects occasionally alighting upon them. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yu felt utterly disheartened. The commander, equally at a loss for words, suggested, "Host, it would be prudent to first attend to the sanitation of this hut. The insects that cling to them are akin to flies." Wu Yu turned to the orc warriors behind her and remarked, "The thatched hut is too filthy. These swarming insects will exacerbate the decay of their wounds. A few of you, please tidy up this place while I check if we have enough medicinal herbs." The orc warriors nodded in agreement, using their claws to unearth several stone pots and fetching water to clean the interior of the hut. Meanwhile, Wu Yu's complexion had turned ashen. With a quiver in her voice, she inquired of her commander, "Must we truly excise all the necrotic flesh?" The commander, with a voice still tinged with youthfulness, affirmed resolutely, "The herbs you brought are sufficient. However, simply applying them to their wounds will not suffice at this stage. We must first meticulously remove all the decayed tissue, and only then can we apply the medicine. Subsequently, we will brew some herbal concoction for them to ingest. It is the only way they may have a chance of recovery." Wu Yu raised her thin, bony hand. "Master, I have lived this long without ever killing a chicken. Now you expect me to perform surgery on a person?" The master, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head. "Host, I have no choice. You just examine them. They have already begun to show signs of fever. If this continues, they certainly will not survive for many more days." The master implored earnestly, but after his words fell, his host surprisingly fell silent. Host, the beautiful, graceful, and charming host? Such flattery seemed to possess an extraordinary allure for Wu Yu, who had previously been silent as if she had perished on the spot, finally responded. "What is it?" The master inquired. "Did you hear what I just said?" Wu Yu shot him a glare, her irritation palpable. "Songzi," she retorted, "you merely instructed me to remove the decaying flesh from all the half-orc warriors, yet." After a brief hesitation, she retrieved a shell knife from her side bag, her exasperation evident. "I lack even a proper tool. You cannot possibly expect me to use this shell knife to excise their putrid flesh, can you? Are you certain there is no lingering animosity between you and the half-orc warriors of the Black Wolf tribe?" She contemplated that if she dared to wield the shell knife against those half-orc warriors, they would not hesitate to ensure her untimely demise. Songzi's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. Sensing a lucrative opportunity, "Host," he exclaimed, "the system store offers a complete set of surgical knives for merely 10 points. You cannot go wrong with this purchase." "What do you say?" Wu Yu felt utterly disheartened. "So, you truly are a bunch of dogs." She sighed deeply. "Is it possible for me to exchange this for a kitchen knife?" The system replied, "Host, are you certain? The accuracy of a kitchen knife is not guaranteed." "Wu Yu, am I to believe that possessing a surgical knife guarantees my worth? If I were to purchase a kitchen knife, at least I could still prepare meals post-surgery. Would acquiring a set of surgical instruments enable me to slice meat in the future? Tongzi, how could I possibly have such a lackadaisical host as you? Once you attain a certain status, would you still need to wield a kitchen knife? With a surgical knife in hand, the world is yours to command. Do you not possess even this modest ambition?" Wu Yu chuckled coldly. "I possess the heart of a bear and the ambition to collide." The system responded, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for a complete set of surgical instruments. Please do not hesitate to gallop down the grand avenue of veterinary medicine." "Wu Yu, when did I ever say I wanted to exchange?" "Tongzi, host, your kin have arrived." As soon as the words left his mouth, silence ensued. I have just learned something unsettling." Yuanqi's expression darkened, to the point of being quite grim. Wu Yu turned to him and asked, "Uncle Yuanqi, what is the matter?" Several other orcs also approached with grim expressions. "Just now, while we were fetching water, we overheard some members of the Black Wolf tribe discussing that the half-orc warriors assigned to us by the Snow Tiger tribe have already been abandoned by the Black Wolf shaman. The orcs were all too aware of the nature of such festering wounds. The shaman's power could indeed save these half-orc warriors, but the abilities of a single shaman are limited, as are the number of tribesmen they can heal. Thus, the Black Wolf shaman seeks assistance from various tribes. Although the potions concocted by the shaman's apprentices cannot completely heal such grievous injuries, they can prolong the lives of the wounded, allowing them to wait for the shaman's treatment. However, while treating some individuals, others inevitably suffer delays. Therefore, Wu Yu gazed upon the half-orc warriors within the grass hut. Were they merely awaiting their demise? A heavy sorrow enveloped her heart as she lifted her gaze towards Yuan Qi and the others. Was our tribe ever in such a plight? The orcs fell into silence. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, yet articulating it felt unbearably cruel, particularly for those orcs and half-orcs who had already been forsaken. Wu Yu took a deep breath and said, "It is of no concern. They are unaware of my identity. It is only fitting that the allocation be made in this manner, as life should rightfully be preserved for those kin with a greater likelihood of survival." She gazed around at her fellow tribesmen and continued, "However, since the Black Wolf tribe has assigned these half-beast warriors to my care, for the sake of the Snow Tiger tribe as well as for these warriors, I cannot simply relinquish my responsibility." Turning her attention to Yuan Qi, she requested, "Uncle, please assist me in constructing a few simple stoves, and keep a pot of hot water boiling at all times, as I will require it at any moment." Observing the determination in her eyes instilled a sense of confidence in Yuan Qi. "Very well," he replied. Under Wu Yu's direction, the warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe sprang into action. In less than half a day, not only were the stoves erected, but a new grass hut was also constructed. "Uncle Yuan Qi, my method of healing is taught by AMU. As we are in a foreign tribe, I must ask you to guard the perimeter and ensure that no one else enters." The young female's expression was grave, and Yuan Qi nodded solemnly in agreement. "Rest assured, with us here, no one shall disturb your healing process." Wu Yu nodded and turned to pick up her backpack as she entered. Inside the newly constructed grass hut lay a half-orc warrior. Wu Yu gazed at the surgical knife in her hand, an item that seemed utterly out of place in this era, her hand trembling slightly. With a face resembling that of a forlorn puppy, she silently inquired of her commander, "Commander, this is my first time. Will this half-orc warrior resist halfway through?" The commander replied, "Could you possibly articulate your thoughts more clearly? What do you mean by first time? And what do you mean by will he resist? Do you not realize how easily your words could be misconstrued? If it weren't for the fact that a critically injured half-orc warrior lies before you, and you clutch a surgical knife in your hand, I would begin to question your integrity. Dear host, given his condition, is there any chance of resistance?" Wu Yu smiled faintly, then took several deep breaths, his gaze calming. "All right, I shall begin." Tongzi, fiddling with her little toes, looked exasperated. "Host, perhaps you should speak once your hands have steadied, regardless of how composed your expression may be. Your trembling hands resemble those of someone afflicted with Parkinson's. Are you truly here to provide treatment rather than sever an artery? This won't do. I cannot proceed. Is there a robot or something similar available?" After a moment of contemplation, Tongzi replied, "Host, I can comprehend that you have never encountered this before, which must surely invoke fear. Therefore," her previously somber tone suddenly brightened, "would you like to consider acquiring a comprehensive assistance program? During its operation, you would relinquish full control of your physical actions to the program. However, your personal perception would remain unaffected, allowing you to train in various skills you have yet to master. It could be deemed an essential tool for achieving greatness. Would you care to obtain one?" "Wu Yu, why didn't you mention such a wonderful thing earlier? Have your fans been kinder to you lately? Have you become conceited?" "Tongzi, isn't it you who has grown arrogant with the backing of your fans? You boast of your followers. While the life of a ruler is indeed quite arduous these days. Host, do you not sense the profound affection I hold for you?" Tongzi, feigning heartbreak, "Were it not for the exorbitant cost of this program, I would have recommended it to you long ago." Wu Yu is a keen observer, adept at discerning the crux of matters. Her sharp gaze swiftly shifted towards Tongzi. "Is it expensive?" Tongzi swallowed hard. "Indeed. The cost for a single use is 100 points. Wu Yu exclaimed, "Goodness! Are you sure this isn't a money grab? My pockets are emptier than my face." The system weakly murmured, "The host may consider borrowing. 100 points incurs merely 1 point in interest." "Wu Yu, so you believe I have provided you with insufficient pocket money, that you have resorted to usury? Nonsense. Of course, thoughts are merely thoughts, and uttering them is something I would never dare to do." The leader chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be? I am such an upright leader." Wu Yu scoffed inwardly. "Upright? You must be twisted beyond recognition. Then lend me 100 points so I can experience it for myself." After a fleeting glance, Wu Yu remarked, "Let me first test the efficiency of your lending services. If I am satisfied, I shall then ponder the matter of interest." The system, taken aback, thought, "Is it not a pang of conscience to be treated this way by one who is wholly devoted to you?" However, Wu Yu was too preoccupied to consider the fragile feelings of his loyal system. "Hurry up and execute the program. I am ready to commence." Despite his reluctance, the system ultimately decided to support its unreliable host and promptly activated the requested program. "Host, shall we initiate the program?" Wu Yu nodded and activated the process. Moments later, she felt as though she were under the influence of an unseen force. Though fear still lingered in her heart, her previously trembling hands suddenly steadied. As time passed, amidst the tasks of removing decayed flesh, cleansing, and applying medicine, she gradually forgot that she had initiated a cheat program. All her actions seemed to flow from her own volition. Uncle Yuan lifted the half-orc warrior out and prepared for the next one. The calm voice of Wu Yu emanated from within the thatched hut. Upon hearing this, Yuan lifted the grass curtain and instructed, "You too. Go inside and bring out this half-orc. Then carry another one in." The orc nodded immediately and entered the hut. Instantly, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses, causing the orc's pupils to constrict, as if they had just emerged from a hunt. Nevertheless, they asked no questions. After a brief greeting with Wu Yu, they proceeded to carry the half-orc out. "You, would you care to take a moment to rest?" Yuan inquired as he stepped into the hut. Wu Yu shook her head and replied, "No need for that. Let them bring in the next one. We must attend to the wounds swiftly. We also need to brew herbal concoction for them, or else their injuries will exacerbate." Yuan nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Rest assured. A few of the youngsters have already gone to carry him." He gazed at Wu Yu with keen eyes and inquired, "So, you, will the wounds of these half-orc warriors be treatable?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yu replied, "I cannot ascertain whether they will recover or not. Let us first attempt to save them. Whether they can regain their strength depends on whether the beast god grants his protection to these half-beast warriors." Yuan nodded in agreement. "Upon returning to the tribe, I shall inform the shaman of this matter." Even if Wu Yu bore no ill will towards the Black Wolf tribe's actions, their arrangements clearly reflected disdain and contempt for the Snow Tiger tribe, an affront that no major tribe could possibly tolerate. Wu Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging the gravity of her mission. This time, she arrived at the Black Wolf tribe as a representative of the entire Snow Tiger tribe. If the shaman and the chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe did not place their trust in her, they could easily assign her to other trivial tasks. However, they had directly tasked her with healing the forsaken half-beast warriors. Should she succeed, they would naturally remain silent. Yet, what would await the Snow Tiger tribe if she failed? How would the Black Wolf tribe perceive her and her companions? This contemplation led Wu Yu to realize how naive her previous notions were regarding the Black Wolf tribes or such simplicity. If they were truly a tribe of simpletons, how could they possibly carve out a territory in the perilous and fiercely competitive Arctic forest, establishing themselves as a formidable tribe? Throughout the afternoon, Wu Yu seized every fleeting moment to familiarize herself with all the healing procedures, even as fatigue set into her hands. Nevertheless, under the guidance of the program, her movements remained remarkably precise, devoid of any errors. "Host, there are only 30 minutes remaining before the program shuts down," the system timely reminded her. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu shook her head, insisting that they attend to all the injured half-orc warriors before taking a respite. Delaying any further would only exacerbate their perilous conditions. The program was on the verge of shutting down, and her hands were now exceedingly sore. Without the program support, she would be unable to continue the treatment. It was better to resolve everything at once, allowing for a moment of rest afterward. Observing her determination, Yuan felt a surge of inexplicable admiration for the witch and the formidable half-orc warriors. He nodded in acknowledgement, noting that there were still 2 half-orc warriors left, whose injuries were comparatively less severe, hence they had been treated last. Wu Yu nodded, "Then let us carry it inside together." After saying this, he turned to Yuan and requested, "Could you kindly ask the clan members to prepare some fruits and roasted meat for me?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Roasted meat?" Wu Yu smiled and nodded, expressing her fondness for meat roasted over an open fire. Yuan with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, glanced at her and eventually nodded in agreement. After the orc warriors carried in the remaining 2 half-orc soldiers, he commanded one of his kin to fetch some fruits while he retrieved a succulent piece of meat and tossed it onto the flames. Watching the tender meat blacken slowly under the intense heat, Yuan Qi felt a pang of conflict. Why not consume the fresh meat directly? Why must it be charred to such a dry, blackened state? He pondered the peculiar tastes of the young female. Could it truly be more palatable this way? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he picked up a nearby stick and poked at the charred meat. After brushing off the ashes, he tore off a piece and placed it in his mouth. Before he could savor the delightful essence of the roasted meat, a bitter, charred flavor surged forth, overwhelming his senses. Yuan Qi grimaced, his handsome features contorting. Is this truly fit for an orc's consumption? The surrounding orcs, witnessing his distorted expression, quickly abandoned their own thoughts of sampling his portion. One of them, swallowing hard, ventured, "Is it truly that unpalatable?" Yuan Qi, adhering to his principle of not wasting food, forced himself to swallow the bitter morsel, his eyes filled with dread as he gazed at the charred meat in his hand. This stuff is far more repugnant than excrement. The orcs from the Snow Tiger tribe exchanged glances, astonished by his revelation. Did he just utter such a secret? Would they be silenced? "Captain, have you truly tasted excrement? What does it taste like?" Yuan Qi replied. "Who is this child with such a low intellect? I have never tasted it, but merely by scent. One can ascertain its unpalatability. Thus, if this is worse than excrement, can't you deduce that yourself?" The orcs remained silent, having finished their business. Unlike Yuan Qi, who seemed to take pleasure in such discussions, they opted for discretion. They were aware that some unscrupulous orcs, when eliminating their comrades, often uttered the phrase, "You know too much." When Wu Yu completed her treatment of the last 2 half-orc warriors, her hands trembled uncontrollably, not from anxiety, but from sheer exhaustion. Fortunately, those 2 half-orc soldiers were in better condition than the previous ones. Otherwise, she doubted her ability to treat their wounds within the last 30 minutes. Peering out wearily, she announced, "I have finished the treatment. Let's carry them over there." With that, she staggered toward the fire pit, saying, "Uncle Yuan Qi, please bring me a pot of hot water." She raised her trembling hand and chuckled ruefully, "I have no strength left." The orcs observed her shaking hands, their eyes reflecting deep admiration. Yuan Qi swiftly buried the fire pit beneath some earth, declaring, "No need to bring it down. You can wash here." He noticed the blood staining Wu Yu's hands and inquired, "Is the water too hot?" Wu Yu chuckled softly, "It's perfectly fine. This is precisely the kind of warm water I desire." After speaking, she delicately dipped her hands and face into the water, cleansing them gradually. When she returned to the hearth where the food was laid out, she found a stone platform thickly covered with dry grass. Surrounding her were the Snow Tiger clan's orc warriors, all gazing at her with eager anticipation. Wu Yu smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude. The young orc warriors, scratching their heads in bashfulness, returned her smile. Not only was Yu an exceptional healer, but her conversational charm was equally delightful. She truly was a splendid little female. However, her figure left something to be desired. One of the young orcs offered a crimson fruit, saying, "You, do give this a taste. We just gathered it from our recent excursion. It is a unique fruit from the Black Wolf tribe, exceptionally sweet." Upon seeing the apple before her, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. This apple was far more appealing than the Christmas fruit she had previously purchased for her friends. Noticing her enthusiasm, the young orcs exchanged glances and chuckled with glee. Meanwhile, in a cave belonging to the Black Wolf tribe, several females glared furiously at the scattered red fruits on the ground. Who could be responsible for this? They had taken all the beautiful fruits. The true culprits, however, felt no remorse as they tended to their tribe's little female. As for whether the females of other tribes could enjoy the good fruits, the Snow Tiger orcs pondered. Was that truly their concern? Heh. In May, she picked up a fruit of moderate size and took a bite, the sweet and sour juice bursting forth in her mouth, prompting her to involuntarily squint her eyes in bliss. Observing her delight, the orcs chuckled heartily, reveling in their merriment. Yuan Qi, noticing her enjoyment, extended the rather unappetizing roasted meat he held to a nearby orc warrior, saying, "Take this to you." The orc glanced at the unappealing meat with a look of bemusement. "Captain, is this truly edible?" Yuan Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you questioning me?" The orc shivered and promptly shook his head. "Of course not. I shall deliver it at once." With that, he marched toward May in unison with his strides. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi, behind him, added firewood to the stove while discreetly observing their exchange. This is the roasted meat you wish to taste," the orc said, presenting a lump of charred flesh wrapped in leaves. Wu Yu chuckled lightly as she accepted it, saying, "Thank you. I just happen to be hungry." She gazed with a peculiar expression at the tall and robust orc before her, raising the charred piece in her hand, and inquired, do you call this roasted meat? The orc stared blankly. Indeed, it is, having been cooked over the fire for a considerable duration. Wu Yu extended her finger to poke at the barbecue, which was hard enough to be lethal. Surely, these fools must have some misunderstanding about the nature of grilled meat. Just then, Yuan Shi unexpectedly peeked out from behind the orc who had just handed over the barbecue, exclaiming, is this not the barbecue you mentioned? Wu Yu helplessly shook his head, stating that barbecuing meat requires patience and should not be recklessly thrown into the flames. He then raised the skewer of charred meat in his hand, emphasizing that such overcooked food is inedible and detrimental to one's health. The gaze of the surrounding orcs converged upon Yuan Shi. Wu Yu followed the gaze of the orc towards Yuan Shi, inquiring, is this meat roasted by you? Yuan Shi chuckled awkwardly, then turned his piercing gaze towards the orc warrior beside him, stating, of course, it was not I who roasted it. It was this fellow who eagerly took to the task, only to ruin it in the process. Truly. As he spoke, he playfully slapped the orc's shoulder, his face adorned with a forced smile, while his menacing eyes darted threateningly at the warrior. The orc warrior felt utterly despondent, lamenting internally, damn it. I knew the captain was no good. The opportunity to impress before the witch had been squandered, leaving him anxiously awaiting his fate. Faced with that chilling, menacing gaze, he nodded with a mournful expression, yes. It was I who roasted it, but inwardly he thought, what a lie. It was that grumpy old orc beside me who did it. And he even remarked that the roasted meat you crave is worse than excrement. Wu Yu chuckled lightly. It's nothing. Since you have never grilled before, you naturally wouldn't know. Could you help me prepare a thinner stone slab? I will teach you. She set aside the dark charcoal in her hand and added, grilled meat is truly delicious. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi patted the backside of the nearby orc warrior, urging, quickly, go find a stone slab, wash it clean, and bring it back. The orc warrior cast a resentful glance at his unreliable captain, who nonchalantly shifted the responsibility, yet dutifully made his way to the river to fetch a smooth, well-washed stone slab. Moon, will this slab do? Yuan Shi asked decisively as he took the slab from the orc's hands and presented it to Wu Yu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yu commanded the orc warriors to slice the meat into thinner pieces. She then began to rub the fatty portions on the heated stone slab, causing a tantalizing aroma to waft through the air in front of the two grass huts. As the stone slab became glistening with fat, the orcs, under her direction, started to lay the slices of meat upon it, accompanied by the sizzling sound. The increasingly rich fragrance captivated the attention of the orc warriors, who instinctively gathered around the modest cooking station. Observing their leader skillfully preparing a delectable meal under the guidance of the young female, the sound of eager swallowing echoed amongst them. Wu Yu looked at them with amusement as she picked up the chopsticks crafted by the orc warriors, deftly lifting a piece of roasted meat and placing it on a large leaf to offer it to the surrounding orcs. Everyone, come and have a taste. The orcs' eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if each one was a little hook, longing to snatch the meat from the leaf and devour it. Yet, upon seeing the petite female, they hesitated, feeling bashful. You should eat first, little female. You've been hungry all day. Observing their contradictory behavior, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You can share this. The rest is all mine, she declared, gesturing towards the stone slab once again laden with meat by Uncle Yuanchi. The orc's eyes brightened, and the orc who had been accused of burning the meat stepped forward with a silly grin to take the large leaf from Wu Yu's hands. Hee. I'll try it first. If it's delicious, then you can leave the roasting to me from now on. The other orcs behind him shot him disdainful looks. Not only had he eaten the roasted meat, but he also sought to impress the little female. It was downright infuriating. They exchanged knowing glances, each revealing a shared smirk. Shortly after, amidst a cacophony of mock wails, the orc gazed woefully at his now empty leaf, casting accusatory glances at his companions. Are you all still snow tiger orcs? You are more shameless than hyena orcs. Wu Yu distinctly sensed their palpable jealousy. After enjoying her roasted meat, she decisively abandoned the vigorous orcs still bickering over food, retreating into her little grass hut for some rest. As the program shut down, a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Her arms ached, and her head felt heavy. She collapsed into the grassy nest, falling into a deep slumber. The little female's breathing gradually steadied, and the orcs exchanged glances, quieting down after their scuffle. for orc warriors instinctively stepped forward to encircle the grass hut. The Black Wolf tribe was unaware of Wu Yu's true identity, but those who had hunted ferocious beasts alongside her knew she was yet another shaman from the Snow Tiger tribe. The remaining orcs continued to gather around the fire, roasting meat and consuming the leftover food. After all, during the healing process, the food was distributed by the Black Wolf tribe. Why not take advantage of it? Meanwhile, in the grass hut of the Black Wolf tribe as shaman, the shaman jumped up and angrily tapped the forehead of the disgruntled Black Wolf chieftain. Is your brain muddled? The shaman fumed. I asked you to arrange for the female from the Snow Tiger tribe to care for the orcs, yet you sent her to the abandoned half-orcs? The Black Wolf chieftain lazily glanced at his shaman, muttering, the Snow Tiger tribe is too inconsiderate. When their tribe was flooded, we sent our shaman disciples to help. But now that we have trouble, they send only a little female without any shamanic power. I'm surprised they didn't kick her out. He added with a hint of smugness, that little female will surely fail to heal the half-orc warriors. Then we can mock them. And when the Snow Tiger tribe faces crises again, we won't need to send anyone. The Black Wolf shaman was instantly infuriated, slapping the chieftain's head as if he were striking a solid rock. The chieftain looked aggrieved, pouting at the shaman. What was that for? Am I wrong? The shaman, seeing his petulant demeanor, smacked him again. The chieftain thought, dealing with a violent shaman is truly exhausting. Are you foolish? Did a beast kick your head? The shaman's spittle sprayed across the chieftain's face like a light rain. Didn't they say that the new shaman disciple hasn't awakened her powers? Are you a fool? Before the chieftain could respond, the shaman added, forget it. I shouldn't insult the pig orcs. The chieftain felt a sudden chill from the shaman's malice. Who could tell if that shaman disciple truly lacked power? Perhaps the Snow Tiger tribe simply didn't want to reveal the shaman disciple they had painstakingly discovered. The shaman sighed deeply, rubbing his aching head, gritting his teeth. Do you think shamanic power is easy to cultivate? Is that disciple named you duo favored by the beast god? How could she possibly awaken her powers in such a short time? You should know how long it took our tribe's disciples to develop theirs. The Black Wolf chieftain fell silent. Tomorrow, you will go to the Snow Tiger tribe and discuss the healing arrangements properly. The shaman glared at him, threateningly. If you mess this up, the chieftain interrupted. Don't you dare laugh like that. It makes me tremble. He forced a smile, bowing to the scowling shaman. Rest assured, I'll handle it tomorrow. He confidently patted his chest. The Black Wolf shaman, upon seeing his distressed face, felt his mood worsen, dismissively waving his hand. Get out of here. You annoy me. The chieftain, his expression stiff, exited the shaman's hut, finally wiping the saliva from his face. The orcs waiting outside hurried over. Chieftain, how did it go? Did the shaman praise you? The orc's face radiated hope. The Black Wolf chieftain, seeing their eager expressions, chuckled coldly, grabbing one by the scruff and dragging him into a dark corner. All your brilliant ideas led me to a beating. Don't resist, let me get my revenge. Soon, anguished cries filled the air, blending with the orcs' snoring, creating a rather harmonious symphony. The next morning, Wu Yu awoke feeling refreshed. A gentle breeze wafting through the grass hut, invigorating her. Outside, the orcs were already bustling about. As the Black Wolf tribe chieftain approached, he was greeted by an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. His wolf-like eyes gleamed with greed, wondering what delectable dishes the Snow Tiger tribe orcs were preparing. Feeling an intense craving. Oh, Captain Yuan, what delicious food are you making? It smells marvelous. The Black Wolf chieftain approached with a beaming smile, seeking out the source of the enticing aroma. Yuan glanced sideways at the chieftain, his tone cool. The little female worked hard yesterday, so we're preparing some delicious food for her. He added pointedly, if you dare to snatch food from the little female, you'll be shameless. Sensing the unfriendly tone, the Black Wolf chieftain chuckled awkwardly, but his gaze remained glued to the roasted meat, as if he couldn't tear himself away. Is all this really for the little female? Do not deceive the wolf. Your tribe's slender little female cannot possibly consume so much food. The chief of the Black Wolf tribe remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. A bunch of stingy tigers surely do not wish to share. Yuan nodded earnestly, indeed. That little female was quite famished yesterday. With that, he nonchalantly placed the roasted meat onto a large leaf and handed it to the orc warrior beside him, instructing, take it to the grass hut. It will be ready for her when she awakens. As he watched the delectable food being taken away, the eyes of the Black Wolf chief reddened with frustration. I wonder what the Black Wolf chief seeks from us? Yuan inquired, rising and brushing imaginary dust off his hands, his demeanor indifferent. Without the allure of the enticing aroma, The chief's intellect reasserted itself, and he finally recognized the cold reception from the orc warriors of the Snow Tiger tribe. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. It seemed his previous arrangements had indeed displeased them. Yesterday, the shaman and I were preoccupied with treating our kin and were oblivious to your placement here, he admitted, letting out a remorseful sigh as he dragged forth an orc, barely recognizable after a beating. It was this fellow's doing. I only learned of this situation upon returning to the hut yesterday. The wolf's countenance was marred with guilt. This matter is entirely my fault. I failed to oversee the arrangements personally, which led to this unfortunate incident. The shaman reprimanded me severely yesterday. Yuan raised an eyebrow, and so? The Black Wolf chief's face broke into a broad smile. Of course, it is to arrange for the treatment of the Snow Tiger tribe once more. Yuan chuckled softly, noting that the chief's tactic of seeking a scapegoat was one he had employed the previous day. However, our tribe's little female has already treated those half-orc warriors. Today, she must concoct medicinal soup. Perhaps we should forego the rearrangement. Treatment? Treatment? The Black Wolf chief's eyes widened, astonishment evident in his voice. He was acutely aware of the half-orc warriors' dire conditions. Herbal remedies were insufficient, and only shamanic power could cleanse the wounds of necrotic flesh and pus. Yet, the severity of their injuries meant that the shamanic energy required to heal one such wound could have treated many others with less severe afflictions, leaving them no choice but to relinquish hope. To hear now that the Snow Tiger tribe claimed those half-orc warriors had been treated was shocking. He promptly made his way toward the grass hut where the half-orc warriors resided. I shall go and see. However, before he could approach the hut, Yuan swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Not yet. The little female has stated that the recently treated wounds are highly susceptible to contamination. Thus, apart from her, none of us may enter. He arched an eyebrow at the Black Wolf chief. This includes you, chief. The chief's expression darkened. There are kin from the Black Wolf tribe. Before Yuan could respond, Wu emerged from the grass hut, lifting the curtain. Since they're your kin, you should contemplate their well-being even more. She pointed playfully at the bloodstains on the Black Wolf chief. You are covered in filthy blood. Entering will only exacerbate their injuries. Although her tone was light, the seriousness in her eyes compelled the Black Wolf chief to halt. His piercing gaze shifted toward Wu. I trust you will not harm my kin. Wu chuckled lightly. They are merely half-beasts abandoned by you all. What more can I do for them? The chieftain seems to be overthinking. The chieftain of the Black Wolf clan darkened his expression. I had thought that the Snow Tiger shaman merely selected a pure human female skilled in herbalism, yet it appears your words are far more potent than your remedies. Wu raised her brow and remarked, You are mistaken. My herbs are far more formidable than my words, for they have indeed vanquished ferocious beasts. The leader of the Black Wolf clan replied, If I am not mistaken, you are attempting to intimidate me, are you not? Wu gazed at him with a faint smile and said, No, I am certainly not trying to frighten you. I speak the truth. It appears the members of the Snow Tiger tribe are quite fond of remaining here, so I shall not intervene. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, she huffed in annoyance and departed with the orc warriors of the Black Wolf tribe trailing behind her. Wu let out a soft hum, then turned to Yan beside her, saying, Uncle Yan, please select a few orcs for me later. I wish to teach them how to brew herbal medicine. Yan was taken aback by her request. You want the orc warriors to brew herbal medicine? It was not that he underestimated his companions. Rather, he believed they simply lacked the intellect for such a task. Wu chuckled softly, turning to retrieve her backpack from the grass hut. Within the backpack lay an assortment of similarly sized leaf bundles, meticulously arranged. Yuan picked one up, inhaling its scent, and gazed at Wu, inquiring, Are these all medicinal herbs? Wu nodded. I have already divided the herbs into these sachets. All that remains is to teach them the method of brewing. Yuan sighed in relief. That is something they can manage. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he turned to her. Why do you not brew the herbal concoction yourself? Wu gently tapped the wicker basket, saying, These are the only herbs we have brought, so we may need to temporarily leave the Black Wolf tribe tomorrow to gather new ones. Will we have to travel far? Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at her. Although there were quite a few orc warriors accompanying him on this outing, they would be significantly fewer if they were to split up. Wu nodded, stating that there exists a particular herb which she has only encountered at the boundary between the Black Wolf tribe and our Snow Tiger tribe territory. She intends to visit the shaman of the Black Wolf tribe shortly. If he too lacks this herb, we shall have no choice but to make the journey ourselves. Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, remarking that it is quite a distance. He then turned to Wu Yu and inquired about the herb she had mentioned, expressing his intention to ask the shaman of the Black Wolf tribe about it, while she teaches the Beastmen how to brew medicinal concoctions. Wu Mai contemplated for a moment and then opened a leaf pouch, extracting a single herb. This is it. At least 20 of these are required. Yuan nodded in agreement. Rest assured, they are all members of the Black Wolf tribe. If there is a glimmer of hope for recovery, they will not relinquish it. Having said that, he grasped the herb firmly and turned to depart. Wu Yu visited the thatched hut to assess the injuries of the half-orc warriors. Aside from one who appeared gravely wounded, the others exhibited a notable drop in body temperature. Observing the emaciated half-orc in the far corner, Wu Yu sighed and asked, "Commander, will he be able to recover?" After a brief silence, the commander replied, "I cannot say for certain, but his current condition is indeed precarious." Wu Yu silently observed the half-orc for a moment before turning to check on the orcs who were diligently preparing the medicinal broth. Aware that this potion was a matter of life and death, the orc warriors were exceptionally focused, gathering around the stove with utmost care, fearful that a moment's inattention might ruin their efforts. Yuan Shi returned swiftly, holding a few familiar herbs in his hand. Wu Yu's eyes lit up with hope. "Have you obtained them?" Yet, he shook his head and handed the herbs to her, saying, "The Black Wolf shaman does not frequently utilize these herbs, hence we only have these few. According to your specifications, we will still need to make another trip." Wu Yu smiled and nodded. "The other herbs are nearby. We shall venture out to gather them shortly. With these few plants, I can prepare several more medicinal packs, which will afford us ample time." Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. The journey to the border of the two tribes was quite distant, and the previous supply of medicine had proven insufficient. The young female had painstakingly healed those half-orcs. It would be a tragic waste if they succumbed merely due to a lack of herbs. I had already conferred with the Black Wolf shaman, and we could set off directly tomorrow. It is no wonder that the orcs, seasoned by years of experience, are so meticulous in their endeavors. To the delight of the Snow Tiger tribe, when the time came to administer medicine to the half-orc warriors that evening, 2 of them had unexpectedly regained consciousness. Though they were still unable to move, at least they could open their eyes and utter a few words. They even managed to drink the medicine themselves. Sensing the bitter flavor, the 2 awakened half-orc warriors cast envious glances at their still unconscious kin. What to do? They longed to drift back into unconsciousness, but their robust bodies and heightened spirits resisted such a fate, compelling them to weep as they gulped down the concoction that made them question their very existence. Simultaneously, at the same location and time, the Black Wolf chief wore a forlorn expression akin to that of a puppy. With a somewhat cowardly gaze directed towards the shaman opposite him, the chief's heart was heavy with bitterness. Well, they wouldn't allow him entry. He couldn't just barge in, could he? If something went awry with his tribesmen inside, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. The Black Wolf shaman chuckled derisively. "You are quite the fool. Just because they don't let you in doesn't mean you can't stand at the entrance and observe." With that, he tapped the chief's forehead. "If I were to call you a pig orc, would you not acknowledge it?" The Black Wolf chief's eyes widened in indignation, instantly transforming into his beast form with a fierce growl. "Awu, I am the authentic Black Wolf." The Black Wolf shaman, exasperated, felt an overwhelming surge of shamanic power threatening to erupt within him. Despite his age, he moved with remarkable agility, grinding his teeth as he leaped from the grass nest and began to mercilessly assault the Black Wolf chief's hindquarters. The chief's pitiful howls echoed through the grass hut for quite some time. On the following morning, Wu Yu and Yuan Shi, along with their companions, busily prepared their belongings for departure. To their astonishment, as they arrived at the tribe's entrance, they encountered the Black Wolf chief, along with Wolf Fong and several warriors from the Black Wolf tribe waiting there. However, it appeared that the chief had encountered some formidable beast during his hunt yesterday, suffering quite severe injuries. Yuan Shi couldn't help but take delight in this misfortune. The breath the Black Wolf chief had just taken was abruptly caught in his throat, refusing to budge. "Tiger, do you have a death wish?" His slightly swollen eyelids twitched violently before he turned to Wu Yu. "Little female, the shaman has instructed you to seek out herbs for our tribe's members, so I have dispatched several warriors to protect you." He then glanced at Wolf Fong. "You are familiar with Wolf Fong. It would be best for him to accompany you on this journey." Wu Yu did not refuse. The journey was long, and who could predict the dangers that might arise? More allies with combat prowess were certainly welcome, so she readily consented. The group did not linger. as the matter pertained to the lives of beasts. After bidding farewell to the Snow Tiger tribe's orcs and the Black Wolf chieftain, they set off towards their destination. However, without Wu Yu and Yuan Qi, the Black Wolf chieftain instantly sensed an opportunity. On his way back to his thatched hut, he casually veered off course, directing his steps towards the half-orc warrior's shelter overseen by the Snow Tiger tribe. Stealthily, he approached, while the orcs of the Snow Tiger tribe were diligently preparing medicinal broth, their focus evident. With a lewd chuckle, the Black Wolf chieftain tiptoed to the entrance of the shelter, just as he was about to lift the curtain and slip inside. "Chieftain, is there something you need?" A large head emerged from within, revealing an orc whose mouth was covered by an oversized leaf, presenting a rather peculiar appearance. Only a pair of large eyes were visible, blinking curiously at the somewhat lascivious Black Wolf chieftain, caught in the act of spying. The chieftain chuckled awkwardly. "I thought I might come and see how your people were faring, since you all seem so busy." As he spoke, he leaned to peer through the gap in the curtain, asking, "May I come in today?" The Snow Tiger orc warrior shook his head. Captain Yu and Yuan Qi specifically instructed that no other orcs are to enter, or else the previous treatments will yield no effect. He then looked sincerely at the Black Wolf chieftain. "For the sake of your tribesmen, I kindly ask you to endure for a few more days." Scratching his head, he added, "The little female mentioned that you should be able to enter when they return." Upon hearing this, the Black Wolf chieftain's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that these half-orc warriors have already healed?" The orc hesitated, pursing his lips. "I'm not entirely sure. Some seem better, while others are not so well. The few half-orc warriors who have regained consciousness grimace each time they take their medicine, as if their entire beings are in disarray." Thus, the Black Wolf chieftain retreated, glancing back towards his hut. He decided to rest early today, feigning exhaustion to avoid visiting the shaman. As the proud leader of the Black Wolf tribe, how could he always be on the receiving end of blows? Meanwhile, Wu Yu sat upon the back of an orc warrior, surrounded by the dark, tranquil forest, with distant roars of wild beasts echoing through the air. "Uncle Yuan Qi, let us pause for a moment," she suggested, as the heavy breaths of the surrounding orc warriors grew labored. Yuan Qi nodded his large head. Addressing the orc warrior carrying Wu Yu, "Move to the center. I recall there is a clearing ahead where we can rest." The clearing was not extensive, but the orcs gathered together, ensuring ample space to detect any potential dangers. "Uncle Yuan Qi, how much longer until we reach the place for gathering herbs?" Wu Yu bit into the fruit in his hand and inquired. Yuan Qi pondered for a moment. "If we rest here today and set off early tomorrow, we should arrive by noon." Wu Yu exhaled. "There is still time. We won't have to rush on our way back." At this moment, the orcs of the Black Wolf tribe had returned, carrying the freshly processed beasts. Wu Yu leaned against the trunk of a tree, nibbling on the fruit in her hand. Having been away from the tribe for some time, she began to long for the verdant grass and her companions. Suddenly, a series of howls echoed from afar. The orcs sprang to their feet, encircling Wu Yu protectively. Wolf Fang's expression turned grave. "This must be a pack of forest wolves on a communal hunt. They are still some distance away from us. We should." Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Qi darted to the edge of the clearing, his claws slicing through a patch of grass. A chilling and resonant howl erupted, followed by a thud as a massive forest wolf appeared before the gathered orcs. Somehow, this wolf had become separated from its pack and had ventured here. Its earlier call was an attempt to summon its distant companions. "We must leave this place swiftly." Wolf Fang, well acquainted with the beasts of this territory from frequent hunts, was keenly aware of the danger. Without further ado, Yuan Qi transformed, and each orc seized a piece of meat before dashing into the woods. However, it was evident that the forest wolves were determined not to miss out on such an ample feast. They had barely escaped a short distance when the familiar howls surrounded them. "Do not separate. Charge out in one direction," Yuan Qi commanded firmly. The orcs, instead of slowing, increased their speed, hurtling down the predetermined path. The orc carrying Wu Yu was positioned in the center, and they sped toward the visible pack of wolves. Yuan Qi's strategy proved effective. As the orcs surged forward, they unleashed the power of their beast gods, sending the oncoming forest wolves flying in all directions, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. Yet, Yuan Qi's tone remained taut. "Do not linger. Push through." The orcs roared in unison and sprinted onward. A resonant howl, imbued with immense pressure, rang out ahead, and the orcs' expressions turned steely. Wolf Fang's beastly face betrayed a hint of concern. "It is the Wolf King." Indeed, Atop a nearby rise, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, stood a colossal figure, larger than the other forest wolves by more than double, its emerald eyes fixed intently upon them. Surrounding it were a dozen fierce and robust forest wolves, who were now howling excitedly. Their gazes toward the warriors of the snow tiger and black wolf tribes glimmering with a ravenous hunger. Under such scrutiny, Wu Yu felt as though she were a freshly roasted piece of char siu. The wolf king let out a low growl and rose to its feet. And Wu Yu could even hear the sound of drool hitting the grass below. Meanwhile, the pursuing forest wolves had caught up. With palms slick with sweat, Wu Yu clutched the fur of the orc beneath her, her body tense. Master, is your host's life truly destined to end today? At this moment, the system was huddled in a corner, trembling. Dear host, do your best, you must survive. We have yet to build a beautiful beastly world. Our future is not a dream. Wu Yu felt a pang in her heart. Tongzi, you are quite unreliable. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for Wu Yu to relinquish her struggle so easily. She reached into the basket at her side and felt a cool vial, containing the snake venom that Yuan Lang had previously procured for her. When the opportune moment arrived, a few drops applied to her wounds would suffice to incapacitate them. It seemed she had awaited the arrival of her loyal followers, as the wolf king raised its head and howled. Around it, a dozen robust forest wolves sprang into action, charging directly towards the orcs. You, hold tightly to my fur, growled the snow tiger orc beneath her. Wu Yu replied in a low voice, I will be careful. You need not worry about me. Focus on the battle and be cautious of injuries. They had been encircled by a pack of wolves, and continuing to fight at this juncture was exceedingly perilous. The optimal strategy was to seize the opportunity to break free. The orcs from the two tribes surrounded Wu Yu and the orc beneath her, while the orc carrying Mei occasionally charged forth to launch surprise attacks. The battle had persisted for some time, and Wu Yu could sense the increasingly labored breaths of the orc warriors, the surrounding stench of blood growing more pungent with the demise of more forest wolves. Keep an eye on the direction of the Wolf King. The number of forest wolves there is relatively sparse. I will directly assault the Wolf King alongside Wolf Fong. You must follow at the right moment. And do not fall behind, Yuan Shi commanded. The surrounding orcs responded in unison. At this moment, Wolf Fong was already fighting while coordinating with Yuan Shi. The Wolf King atop the high slope stood watch over the battle below, showing no intention of intervening. After dispatching several forest wolves before them, Yuan Shi and Wolf Fong seamlessly harnessed the power of the beast god and charged directly toward the Wolf King above. Observing these audacious morsels daring to provoke him, the Wolf King raised his massive paw and advanced toward the two. The orcs encircled by the pack, upon hearing the Wolf King's roar, swiftly turned to protect Wu Yu and rushed toward the high slope. Perhaps they had not anticipated that these cunning prey would suddenly attack their leader. After a momentary pause of astonishment, the pack howled and surged toward the slope. Having encountered such a bounty of food, how could they allow it to escape their grasp? They must seize it and return to savor and digest it. As the saying goes, for meat, one becomes infatuated, and for meat, one rushes heedlessly against walls. This pack of forest wolves epitomized that saying. Thus, when Wu Yu witnessed the formidable Wolf King valiantly battling the orcs, yet ultimately being overwhelmed by his own subordinates in his descent, that fleeting expression of trepidation in his eyes was unmistakable. Fear not the godlike adversary, but dread the pig-like allies. O Wolf King, you are deserving of so much more. The orcs let out a satisfying low growl and bolted away into the distance. Wu Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With such a multitude of forest wolves, she had feared for her life, only to discover that she was confronted by a pack of rather unprofessional wolves. It seems I can't believe it. As Wu Yu was about to place the porcelain vase back into the backpack, a sudden sharp pain pierced through her shoulder. Turning her head, she was met with a pair of emerald green wolf eyes, the enormous wolf head and its massive form. In the fleeting moment when Wu Yu was pounced upon, confusion enveloped her. Were not the robust orcs around her tantalizing? As the ruler of a pack, could one truly lack such discernment? What purpose could there be in seizing my meager, string bean-like form? To gnaw on ribs, perhaps? The Wolf King, ever mindful of his pride, deemed all flesh worthy, whether plump or lean, as long as it was edible. Behind her, the furious roars of the orcs clashed with the howls of the wolf pack, and Wu Yu was assailed by the pungent stench emanating from the Wolf King's maw. Indeed, before she could be devoured, she felt as though she might succumb to the odor alone. Her mind was filled with the incessant screeches of the pack leader. Gripping Wu Yu, The Wolf King ascended the previous hillock and expelled the desiccated rib from his mouth. With a powerful paw raised, he pressed down decisively. His wolfish eyes narrowed in perplexity. How? The ribs appeared shriveled. Yet did the Wolf King grasp Wu Yu's sentiments? Clearly not. At that moment, he reveled in his triumph. Convinced that the ribs he had brought back still bore some meat, the thought of soon feasting upon them brought forth an involuntary drool. In an instant, Wu Yu was engulfed in terror. What was happening? Surely, there couldn't be a trap beneath her? She envisioned a deep pit brimming with sharp bamboo arrows. Her heart raced as she tightened her grip. In such a position, her misfortune would surely befall her backside. However, could the Wolf King truly comprehend her despair? At last, as it sensed something amiss beneath its claws, the pit beneath Wu Yu suddenly expanded. In an instant, she was contorted into a V shape, her body pivoting around her rear, and she barely managed a shriek before vanishing from sight. The Wolf King stood in bewilderment, gazing at its empty claws in confusion. Where had the hard-won prey gone? Its massive paws frantically scoured the ground, searching for the precious morsel it had captured. Unbeknownst to it, the very grass it had dug up had inadvertently sealed the pit's entrance. With a frustrated growl, the colossal wolf turned and rejoined the fray against the Beastmen. Meanwhile, at the moment Wu Yu fell, the expressions of the snow tiger and black wolf beastmen shifted dramatically. The scent of the moon had vanished. Yuan Chi forcefully swatted away a forest wolf and turned to roar. Do not waste time. Shake off these forest wolves and find moon as swiftly as possible. The dangers of the night forest were all too clear to these warrior beastmen. Yet, at that moment, Wu Yu was in a daze. The instant the pit collapsed, she plummeted downward. While freefall may sound easy in theory, it proved quite challenging in practice. Just as she prepared to call upon her system for protective measures, she landed against a broad, warm chest. Wu Yu, somewhat bewildered, inhaled the chilling aura enveloping her, finding it oddly familiar. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her stiff neck seemingly creaking under the strain. Indeed, that unmistakable, sharply defined profile, the subtly curved lips that hinted at delight, and those smoldering, laughter-filled eyes, it was undoubtedly Yuan Lang. But how could you possibly be here? Wu Yu could hardly believe her luck. Even falling into a pit had led her to a kin. In such moments, all she wished for was a fleeting opportunity from the beast god to return briefly and purchase a lottery ticket. Yuan Lang's strong arm encircled her waist, and she felt a tightness that made her resemble a baby koala clinging to the orc's embrace. I could have walked on my own. Ugh. In that instant of looking down, we nearly let out a startled scream akin to a prairie dog's. With a stiff expression, she turned to the orc beside her. So, were you trying to find a way out? She had no idea where she was within this cavern, but she could ascertain that looking down revealed only two little mice scurrying about. The orc chuckled softly, the vibration of his chest resonating through her. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip around Yuan Lang's neck. Yet, when her gaze met the depth of his eyes, she forced a laugh. Well, you see, my hands are a bit frightened. I can't quite control them. Yuan Lang inwardly chuckled, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he replied. Any female who actively touches me has been dealt with. Since these hands are beyond your control, perhaps I should assist you and take care of them? Wu Yu's astonished expression. What? Do you possess a hint of cruelty? Cruelty? The orc's innocent face. Am I not assisting you? Wu Yu chuckled, expressing her gratitude, but then decided against it, thinking she would simply return later to teach them a lesson. It had been said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, yet here was this rascal attempting to render her incapacitated. Boss, are you two planning to come down? Is it comfortable up there? Suddenly, Tung Qian's voice echoed from below, startling Wu Yu. Recalling the sight of two enormous rats, she furrowed her brow and quickly called down. Be cautious down there. I just spotted two gigantic rats scurrying about. They might be mutated. A moment after her warning, silence enveloped the cave. Just as her curiosity piqued, the beast man beside her unexpectedly burst into laughter. Wu Yu glared at him with mild displeasure. What is so funny? Yuan Lang's deep, enigmatic eyes, now glimmering with mirth, caused Wu Yu to pause in astonishment, as it was the first time she had witnessed such unrestrained laughter from a beast man. Under the gaze of the slightly disgruntled little female, Yuan Lang felt a warm surge radiating from his heart, igniting a gentle heat throughout his body. He tightened his grip around her arm and leaned closer, his low, magnetic voice laced with an unfinished chuckle. The two large rats you saw were, in fact, enormous tigers. Wu Yu, so this pit is surprisingly deep? Hold on tight, we are going down now. Yuan Lang tightened his grip on Wu Yu's arm and reminded her, thinking of this pit that could perceive a tiger as a mere mouse. Wu Yu instinctively nestled against the orc's neck. Be careful. Yuan Lang chuckled lightly. I shall take that as a sign of your concern for me. Wu Yuegan chuckled. Of course, of course. Could she possibly admit that her true concern was for herself at such a moment? How absurd. What brings you here? Is there a mission from the tribe? As Wu Yu's words faded, he noticed the orc's resolute chin quiver slightly, evoking a sense of curiosity. Was there perhaps an unspoken burden? Just as he contemplated bypassing the topic, the orc disdainfully remarked, We originally set out to pursue you, but upon reaching this point, that fool Ting Qian decided to chase a solitary fierce beast, inadvertently attracting a whole pack. He claimed this cave was not deep, yet after he entered, we could no longer detect his scent. Thus, we resolved to seek refuge within. Little did we know, he seemed to recollect a particular incident. Taking 2 deep breaths before continuing, to our surprise, that fool stepped on a protruding rock. After Tung Kuan and I leaped down, the stone could not withstand the combined weight of the 3 of us and collapsed. Wu Yu stifled a laugh as she gazed up at the orc's face. So, you were tricked by Ting Qian? With that, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. The pit was both deep and vast, and their voices echoed as if amplified, allowing the 2 orcs at the bottom of the chasm to overhear their conversation. Observing her brother's resentful expression, Tung Kuan found himself filled with joy. Wu Yu was correct. The pit his brother had dug was far deeper than the one they had fallen into. At the very least, this pit had a bottom, while his brother's was an unfathomable abyss. Yuan Lang's movements were remarkably adept, indicating that he had traversed these walls more than once or twice. Were there truly no other means of escape from this cavern? Wu Yu gazed at Yuan Lang, only to see the orc slightly furrow his brow and shake his head. We have scoured every nook and cranny of this cave, yet we have found no exit. After a while, the 2 finally descended from the cave wall, and, upon raising their eyes, were met with the sight of 2 great tigers crouching upon the ground. You, do take a look at my dashing tiger visage. Pray tell, where do I resemble a mouse? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu smiled awkwardly several times. Perhaps due to the elevated position we were in earlier, which obscured our view. I never anticipated it would be you. With a resentful air, Ting Qian transformed back into his orc form, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and subsequently picked up a crystalline object resembling a stone, hurling it towards Wu Yu, exclaiming, Take that. Wu Yu's lips twitched as she reached out to catch the blue crystal he tossed her way. Amused, she toyed with it while casting him a playful glance. You, this great tiger, have become increasingly proud, resembling a grand maiden, almost feminine. Although Wu Yu ultimately changed her words at the end of May, it made little difference to Yuan Lang and the others. The term big girl may be unfamiliar to the Beastmen here, yet it resonates deeply with them. Tung Qian, who was referred to as a big girl, shot her an irritated glance and retorted, If I were a female, then you would be a male. A true man, indeed. Wu Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in an argument with him. Instead, she gazed down at the crystal she had been toying with for quite some time. The deep blue stone appeared somewhat murky, lacking the brilliance one might expect. Yuan Lang let out a gentle laugh as he reached out to poke her palm, sending a tingling sensation through her. This crystal has an intriguing flavor. Would you care to taste it? Wu Yu gazed at him with a hint of perplexity. Is this thing truly edible? She surveyed her surroundings, astonished as she remarked, Could it be that this is what you have been consuming these past few days? Yuan Lang chuckled softly, refraining from answering her inquiry, and continued to observe the crystal in her hand, saying, You shall discover its nature by tasting it. Wu Yu picked up the crystal in her hand, poised to toss it into her mouth. However, a fleeting glance caught the lingering expression of schadenfreude on Tung Qian's face. These 3 insignificant pests dare to conspire against me? She brought the crystal to her lips, extending her tiny tongue to taste it delicately, with a hint of feigned indifference. She nodded slightly. This flavor is somewhat. What the heck? She smacked her lips, gazing at the crystal in disbelief. Without needing further coaxing from the trio, she promptly tossed it into her mouth. Instantly, a wave of a remarkably familiar flavor spread across her palate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wu Yuegan chuckled. How can one say such a thing? A formidable orc warrior could crush me with a mere finger. How could there be any ill intentions? Having said that, he turned to him with an expression of excitement. This is salt, isn't it? Indeed, it must be. The bitter saltiness was unmistakable. Yuan Lang nodded. It seems there is no doubt about the taste. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was filled with excitement. So, there is an entire cavern filled with salt? Our snow tiger tribe will no longer need to journey far and wide to trade for salt. She gazed brightly at the three Orcish figures, inquiring, "How did you discern that these crystals are indeed salt? Did you truly taste them?" As her exhilarated words lingered in the air, an unexpected silence enveloped the cavern. Wu Yu glanced at Yuan Lang beside her, perplexed, and inquired, "What is it that cannot be mentioned?" Unbeknownst to her, not far away, Tung Qian was frantically signaling to the two, his eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. Yuan Lang's handsome visage leaned closer to her. Adorned with an expression that conveyed a desire to speak, yet an inability to do so, he remarked, "It is indeed inappropriate to discuss such matters here." Inappropriate to discuss here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression darkened, her small face clouded with discontent as she gazed at him. "With your physique, a single punch could send me flying. How could I possibly harbor any ulterior motives towards you?" Yuan Lang's handsome visage revealed a hint of regret as he replied, "What a pity that would be. I had hoped for the chance to retaliate." Wu Yu cast a disdainful glance at him, clearly expressing her discontent. "It is evident that you harbor ill intentions towards me, shamelessly so." Yuan Lang chuckled softly, then turned to her. "Do you truly wish to treat me this way, dear leader? Am I not the beloved little tiger in your heart?" Tung Qian looked at Yuan Lang with a hesitant expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. Although he had indeed caused some trouble, was it not a matter of pride to divulge certain things to the little female? At such moments, there is never a shortage of skilled tricksters among brothers. The simple-minded Tung Kuan unexpectedly spoke up. "This salt crystal was discovered when my elder brother was, well, you know." He said this with an air of pride. Meanwhile, the sorrowful Ting Qian felt utterly disheartened. Could he possibly return such a brother? Reflecting on the salt crystal in his hand, which Ting Qian had just tossed to him, Wu Yu instinctively flung it away. Upon seeing the mournful expression on Tung Qian's face, she awkwardly chuckled. "Isn't the essence of discerning flavors derived from tasting? Why must it be associated with that? When my elder brother was young, he had an injury from sitting too long, which sometimes would cause the wound to reopen. There was nothing to wipe with here. So he asked me to fetch stones for him. I carelessly handed him this salt crystal. To my surprise, he jumped up with a cry, looking as if he was in great pain. We looked at Ting Qian with great admiration, saying, 'I never imagined you care for your younger brother so deeply. If it were my younger brother, I would have long since dealt with him.' Ting Qian gazed at Wu Yu with a face full of emotion, replying, 'At last, someone understands me.' Wu Yu gazed at Tung Qian, a hint of astonishment gracing her features as she remarked, 'I never would have imagined that even the formidable orc warriors could suffer from hemorrhoids.' Hemorrhoids? Are you referring to the ailment causing Tung Qian's bleeding?" Yuan Lang inquired. Wu Yu nodded, and with a hint of sentimentality, remarked, "Indeed, I never anticipated that an orc warrior could suffer from hemorrhoids." Ting Qian chuckled. "I would consider myself fortunate if the only affliction I had was a sore on my lips. So, Tung Qian, is it because your wound came into contact with salt crystals, and the pain from the sting led you to realize this was salt?" Tung Qian replied, "The unspoken words do not hinder our friendship. To validate that this was indeed salt crystal, Agu even dared to taste it." Tung Kuan couldn't help but feel immensely proud, for the discovery of salt crystal was a significant contribution to the entire snow tiger tribe. Wu Yu gazed at Tung Qian in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. How on earth did you manage to take another piece of that crystal, fresh from the restroom, and lick it again?" Seemingly contemplating this, Yuan Lang and Tung Kuan exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with meaning. Tung Qian, wearing an expression of deep melancholy, cast his gaze at a 45-degree angle toward the apex of the cavern. "As you two bask in your romance, I am left wounded. Your sweet nothings are a burden upon me, and I bear the weight of all blame. When might I encounter two beautiful women to soothe my wounds? Do not question why it must be two, for I am gravely injured." Though the discovery process was somewhat unspeakable, it undeniably represented a precious item that could benefit the entire snow tiger tribe. Let us ponder how to escape. If this cave can indeed mask our presence, then Uncle Yuan Shi and the others may be unable to locate us. The three of us have thoroughly searched the entire cave over the past few days, yet we have found no exit apart from the opening through which we fell. Yuan Lang spoke solemnly. Wu Yu gazed upwards at the opening, now shrouded by an unknown obstruction, through which only a sliver of sunlight managed to filter down. It was so faint that one might easily overlook it. So, you intended to climb up through there? Yuan Lang raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Otherwise, how would I have caught you? Wu Yu shot him an exasperated glare and remarked, could you possibly speak properly? Why is it that you always exude such a flamboyant demeanor? Who are you trying to charm? If I were so easy to entice, would I have remained single for so many years? She removed the small basket from her side, crouched down, and retrieved 2 bamboo canisters, handing them to them. These were prepared earlier. Quickly hydrate yourselves. Yuan Lang accepted 1 canister and passed it to Tung Qian and Tung Kuan. The 2 beasts, upon seeing the small, arm-length bamboo canister, became utterly exhilarated. With a howl of delight, they seized it and began to drink heartily, taking turns to gulp down the refreshing liquid. Aren't you going to drink? Wu Yu extended the bamboo jar in her hand forward. Yuan Lang glanced at her and replied, keep it for yourself. We cannot ascertain when we will be able to venture out. Wu Yu patted her small backpack reassuringly. Rest assured, I have plenty here. Noticing his surprised gaze, she shyly scratched her head. I am accustomed to drinking boiled water, so I prepared extra before we set off. Yuan Lang chuckled softly. Then do keep it. With that, he strode directly to the 2 orcs still engaged in their labor, reaching out his long arm to retrieve the bamboo jar. A sip to quench their thirst would suffice. Later, they would attend to the remaining game, eat a hearty meal, rest early, and devise a plan to leave. The 2 orcs cast a lingering glance at the bamboo jar, yet understood their leader's words were wise. After expressing their gratitude to Wu Yu, they vowed to prepare delicious food for her to taste and retreated to a corner to tinker. Take me for a stroll, will you? She had to admit. She felt somewhat timid and was reluctant to wander alone. Sensing her trepidation, the orc approached her, his rough, warm hand enveloping her slender one. In retrospect, it seemed prudent to exercise caution. Their understanding of this cave was limited. Wu Yu chuckled, finding such a flawless rationale deserving of applause. Yet, much to her disappointment, the 2 of them traversed the entire cavern, only to find naught. Gazing up at the opening above, Wu Yu sighed. Is this truly a case of entering from one place and exiting from the same? Enough of that. Let us partake in some sustenance. Observing the meat before her, Wu Yu inquired in astonishment, from whence did you procure this game? Yuan Lang gestured towards the opening overhead. Have you forgotten how we descended? Wu Yu took the piece of meat and tore off a strip to place in her mouth. The texture is rather unique. Hee. This was stewed using the remnants of the burnt firewood. There is little left from the fallen wood, and today's portion is indeed the last. After partaking of the meal, the 4 of them huddled together to rest, surrounded by 3 beasts. Wu Yu leaned against Yuan Lang's furry back and soon fell into a deep slumber. You all rest. I shall stand guard first, and we will rotate later. This had been the arrangement among the 3 beasts as well. After all, in such an unfamiliar place, vigilance was paramount. The light streaming through the cave's entrance had vanished, signaling that night had descended outside. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from above. The 3 beasts shook their ears awake, wondering if it was their kin calling out. Tung Qian sprang up in excitement, his 4 tiger paws dancing on the ground. We are saved. A massive tiger bounded about, rousing Wu Yu from her drowsiness. The roars of the Snow Tiger clan continued outside, and her eyes sparkled as she turned to the 3 beasts beside her. Has our kin arrived? Yuan Lang nuzzled her neck with his large tiger head. Yes, it is the roar of my father. With that, he turned to Tung Qian, saying, Tung Qian, send word to my father. Upon hearing this, Tung Qian let out a couple of excited growls and struck a pose he deemed imposing, preparing to roar, only to be abruptly interrupted by a slap to his head. The large brain axe was left momentarily bewildered. Roar? Not yet. Wu Yu furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. It is not only Uncle Yuanqi and his companions who have come with us this time. There is also a hunting team from the Black Wolf tribe. If we call Uncle and the others over now, the orcs from the Black Wolf tribe will undoubtedly arrive as well. Tung Qian, filled with frustration, let out a low growl. Even if they come, they won't know that the crystals here are salt crystals, will they? Yuan Lang suddenly interjected. Do you think you are the only beast in the entire polar forest suffering from hemorrhoids? Tung Qian replied, Boss, could you please refrain from using my condition as a topic of discussion? He dejectedly returned to his previous resting spot and lay down, saying, Understood, I shall remain obedient. Yuan Lang, with his massive tiger paw, pulled Wu Yu closer to his side, saying, "Rest now. We have matters to attend to tomorrow." Wu Yu let out a sigh, hoping that Uncle Yuanqi and the others would not wander too far. Perhaps burdened by her thoughts, she did not sleep well, tossing and turning until she finally drifted into a restless slumber in the latter half of the night. When she awoke the following day, only Tung Kun remained, seated on a nearby stone, his expression tense as he gazed anxiously towards the ceiling of the cave. As Wu Yu's heart tightened, she quickly sat up and followed his gaze. The opening above appeared to have been tread upon, allowing more sunlight to stream in than the previous day. At that moment, two agile orc warriors were moving steadily toward the cave entrance. What alarmed her was that the entire cavern seemed to be composed of salt crystals, with even the area near the entrance adorned in deep blue hues. Although the sunlight illuminated the crystals beautifully, it posed a significant danger for the two orc warriors, who were currently clinging to the wall with their claws. The crystalline walls were exceedingly smooth and rather unstable, and the area surrounding the entrance was flat. Climbing to the opening meant dangling precariously from the wall. The two orcs, crouched against the crystalline surface, gazed silently at the nearby entrance. "Boss, we can't ascend like this. We can distribute our weight by standing on the wall, but to climb up, we would need to hang from it. This salt crystal cannot support our weight," Yuan Lang said after a moment of silence, turning to Ting Qian. "I need you to provide me with a foothold shortly." Tung Qian's expression stiffened. "It can't be what I think it is, can it, boss?" Yuan Lang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is exactly as you surmise." Instantly, Tung Qian felt a wave of dread wash over him. Although they were orc warriors and would not perish from falling from such a height, he still questioned, "Boss, are you certain that if I were to fall after receiving a kick from you, I would sustain no injuries?" Yuan Lang regarded him thoughtfully. "Then would you prefer to take on the task?" Ting Qian cast a pained glance at the small opening above, quickly suppressing his hesitation. "No. It's better if you handle it, boss. I trust you." It was absurd to suggest he take on such a risk. Regardless of whether he dared to step on his commander, the ascent to the opening was fraught with uncertainty. Tung Qian firmly believed that it was best left to his superior. Noticing their pause, Wu Yu and Tung Kun exchanged puzzled glances. "Yuan Lang, what is the matter with you both?" Wu Yu felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Could something have gone awry? Yet, the two beasts above remained unresponsive. Just as Tung Kun contemplated ascending to investigate, he suddenly witnessed Tung Qian lunging fiercely towards Yuan Lang. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yu felt a sudden tightening in her heart, her slender fingers instinctively gripping the edge of the basket beside her. Indeed, as Tung Qian sprang into the air, Yuan Lang also lunged towards him, yet his leap was evidently higher than Tung Qian's. At that very moment, Yuan Lang had already ascended above Ting Qian. The Beastman pushed off from Tung Qian's backside, using the momentum to leap towards the cave's entrance. The two at the bottom of the cave were unaware of whether Yuan Lang succeeded in his ascent, only hearing Tung Qian's agonizing cry reverberate throughout the cavern, sending chills down their spines. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal white tiger descended from above, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Tung Qian lamented, "Boss, why did you kick my backside?" Observing the crimson hue on the tiger's posterior, Wu Yu was inexplicably reminded of a long-unseen relative. However, considering Ting Qian's gender, she wondered if Yuan Lang's kick had resulted in a rather unfortunate injury. "Has our leader ascended?" Tung Kun inquired, noting his brother's grimace as he clutched his posterior. He cast a nonchalant glance, knowing it would mend in due course. Tung Qian, still nursing his injury, retorted, "Pray tell, what could I possibly observe facing downwards?" "I have already emerged," Yuan Lang's voice echoed from the cavern's apex, alleviating their anxieties. "Await below. I shall procure a vine to assist your ascent." "Understood," they replied, relieved. "Expedite your actions. My posterior is in considerable distress." Yuan Lang inwardly fumed, insolent cur, daring to mention his posterior during my exchange of reassurances with my little female. Vines were abundant in the forest, and swiftly, a robust specimen descended from the opening above. Yuan Lang's voice followed. "You, ascend first." Ting Qian and Tung Kun exchanged knowing glances, their expressions conveying, as anticipated. Securing the vine around Wu Yu's waist, Ting Qian cautioned, "Maintain a firm grip." Wu Yu nodded, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry." After uttering these words, she turned towards them and beamed with a radiant smile, adding, "In any case, you will be there to catch me if I fall." Tung Qian remained silent, while Tung Kun also held his tongue, for deep down, they were reluctant. The strength of the orcs was no mere boast. They were indeed warriors capable of sprinting while carrying hundreds of pounds of prey. Wu Yu felt as though she were but a delicate chick, effortlessly lifted by Yuan Lang. Tung Kuan was the second to ascend, and as the elder brother, Tung Qian selflessly opted to be the last. The moment his tousled head emerged from the opening, Tung Qian felt as if he were truly alive. He let out several exuberant roars, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Just as his cries faded, a familiar roar echoed from the distant forest. It was Uncle Yuan Shi. Hearing this, Tung Qian called out loudly. The group exchanged glances, and Yuan Lang addressed them, saying, "Later, we shall explain that we rescued you, but did not venture far before encountering a ferocious beast, returning here only today. Do you understand?" Wu Yu and Tung Qian, the two brothers, nodded in understanding. "We will discuss the matter of the salt crystals with Uncle Yuanqi upon our return to the tribe. For now, we must proceed to the boundary between our Snow Tiger tribe and the Black Wolf tribe. This time, we require a specific herb that grows in that region to treat the injuries of the Black Wolf tribe's orcs." Upon finishing her words, her brow involuntarily furrowed. "The herbal concoction we prepared earlier is only sufficient for 3 days. I fear we may be short on time. I hope no unforeseen circumstances arise." Hearing this, Yuan Lang turned to Wu Yu by his side and asked, "Are their injuries quite severe?" Wu Yu nodded. The wound was red and swollen, rotting and oozing pus. By the time we arrived, the Black Wolf tribe had already forsaken them. The orc's deep, dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you suggesting that the Black Wolf tribe actually allocated the abandoned injured orcs to you?" His expression darkened, clearly indicating that this was an affront to the weaker females. Wu Yu chuckled softly, her expression devoid of any resentment. "Perhaps it was due to the fact that I am not a disciple of the witch." Indeed, this was the case. They did not linger too long. Within mere moments, the surrounding forest was filled with a rustling sound, accompanied by the familiar roars of the Snow Tiger Beastmen. When Yuan Shi and the pack of wolf fangs caught sight of Wu Yu, they nearly shed tears of sorrow. They abruptly pushed Yuan Lang aside, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the petite female. "You, what transpired yesterday? Where have you been?" "We searched the entire forest, yet we could not detect your scent." Wu Yu chuckled softly, gesturing towards Yuan Lang beside him. "Uncle, it was Yuan Lang and the others who rescued me when that wolf king pressed me down." He then frowned in slight annoyance. "I had originally intended to wait for you in a safe spot not far away, but unexpectedly encountered the ferocious beast, forcing us to flee. I assumed you would still be searching for me at the same location, which is why I followed the direction back today. Father, can you not see me?" Yuan Lang's lips twitched as he regarded the bothersome old orc who occupied the space next to his little female companion. It was only then that Yuan Qi seemed to notice him, exclaiming with a drawn-out "oh," as if just